Arriving in the Naruto world by filling out a form. Chapter 1, Orange Fox Goes BRRRR. Edited. Damn you Karema. A few hours earlier. Welcome, host, to your new life. System activation successful. To access your command interface, initiate mental command, status. Preparing your environment. Synchronizing data. Awaiting your input, host. Damn, a floating screen in front of my face looks really weird. A young boy, no older than 5, lay sprawled on a futon in the middle of a traditional Japanese-style room, his light blue hair slightly messy from sleep. The soft glow of paper lanterns cast gentle shadows across the tatami flooring, the faint scent of incense lingering in the air. He blinked a few times, rubbing his sleepy eyes, but the translucent screen hovering in front of him remained, its glowing text unwavering. So I really did come to the Naruto world. The boy muttered to himself as he gazed out of the wooden-framed window, his young hands resting on the sill. Carved into the massive mountain in the distance were 4 imposing stone faces, the Hokage monument. A sight that confirmed his suspicions. His breath hitched for a moment before he exhaled, his mind racing. His name was Jacob Manho, or at least, that was who he used to be. The memories of his past life were still fresh, but now, he was someone new. Filling a simple form actually brought me here, huh, he mused, recalling the strange pop-up screen that had interrupted his late-night Minecraft session. It had called itself the transmigration form, listing 3 fields. World, options, Naruto, One Piece, Bleach, etc. Looks, customization available. Cheats, limited selection. At the time, he had filled it out half-jokingly, choosing Naruto without much thought. His looks were something he didn't spend too much time on, though judging by his reflection in the window, his light blue hair and striking blue eyes were certainly new. Remembering how he had casually typed any random system in the cheats column, Jacob turned his gaze back to the glowing screen floating in front of him. Status. The translucent interface pulsed faintly, its soft blue light casting a dim glow over the tatami floor. Holding his breath, he focused on the text, hoping to make sense of what kind of system he had ended up with. Suddenly, the screen flickered, and bold words formed in front of his eyes. Welcome, user, to the system. You have an unclaimed prize. Would you like to open it? Jacob's eyes widened slightly as he read the glowing text floating in front of him. A prize? He hadn't expected that. Could this be a bonus for choosing a random system? Or was this just part of the system's default startup rewards? Either way, he wasn't about to say no to free power. Open it, he said without hesitation. The screen flickered before displaying a new message. Congratulations, you have received 1. Chakra Affinity Boost, randomized, you now have natural affinity for a random chakra nature. 2. Bonus, 40 points used for character customization. The user shall begin with 0 points in all stats to maintain the desired growth pattern. Jacob stared at the rewards, his heartbeat quickening. A chakra affinity boost? Points? This was way better than he expected. Chakra affinities played a huge role in the Naruto world. If he got something strong like lightning or wind, he could develop some devastating jutsu early on. His mind raced with possibilities. But first, he needed to check his affinity. The screen flickered again, displaying a spinning wheel with 5 main colors, each representing a different chakra nature. Fire, Katon, strong and destructive. Water, Sudden, fluid and adaptable. Earth, Doton, defensive and sturdy. Lightning, Raiden, fast and precise. Wind, Futon, sharp and cutting. After a few seconds, the wheel slowed down and landed on Wind, Futon. Jacob grinned. Wind Release? One of the fastest and most lethal affinities in the Naruto world. The best thing about getting Wind Affinity was that it was one of the most explained affinity in the series. Not bad at all, he thought. The points must be related to an add points system type. This is nice. Jacob's mind raced as he considered the possibilities. If the points could be allocated to different stats, then he might have a way to customize his growth directly. That would be a huge advantage in the Naruto world. Wanting to confirm his theory, he spoke aloud. System, what are attributes and level customization? The attributes are Strength, STR physical power and melee combat ability. Agility, AGI speed, reflexes, and movement. Vitality, VIT endurance, stamina, and recovery rate. Intelligence, int learning speed, strategy, and jutsu comprehension. Chakra, chakra reserves, control, and jutsu efficiency. Attribute reference guide. A 6th year academy student, level 10, all attributes around 10. An experienced genin, level 20, all attributes around 20. Note the user is required to gather further intelligence on his own. Please note, heavy checkmark STR, AGI, and int can be increased with training. Heavy checkmark VIT and CHA will naturally increase with age. Heavy checkmark chakra, CHA, increases gradually and not suddenly after investing points. Jacob's eyes narrowed as he read the system's message. So strength, agility, and intelligence are trainable, but vitality and chakra grow with age? That makes sense. This meant that dumping all of his points into chakra wouldn't give him an instant massive reserve, but rather a long-term boost. That changed his approach. If physical stats could be trained, then he shouldn't waste too many points on them now. Instead, he needed to boost what was hardest to train naturally, probably chakra, CHA, and vitality, VIT, since those increased with age. 5 attributes and 40 total points, that means my average level is 8. Jacob muttered to himself as he analyzed his stats. Based on the system's reference, a 6th-year academy student had an average stat level of 10, while an experienced genin was at 20. So I'm just slightly weaker than an academy student right now, not bad, but not great either. His small hands grabbed the sheets below as he glanced at his reflection in the window. His light blue hair, young face, and short frame confirmed his suspicion. He was around 5 years old. That meant one of two things. He was either already in the academy. He was about to enter it soon. Jacob's expression turned serious. I need to figure out the timeline. That was his biggest priority. The Naruto world was dangerous, and if he had been dropped into a chaotic era, he could be dead before he even had a chance to grow strong. 40 points. Let's go with this. Jacob finalized his stat allocation, feeling a sense of control over his progress. Updated stats. Strength, STR 5, slightly above average for his age, improving physical power. Agility, AGI 6, faster reflexes and movement speed, useful for dodging and combat. Vitality, VIT 9, high stamina and durability, making him tougher in battle. Intelligence, INT 10, sharp mind, quicker learning, and better strategy skills. Chakra, CHA 10, larger chakra reserves and better control. System message. Strength increased. Your physical power is slightly above average for your age. Agility increased. Your speed and reflexes are slightly better than an early academy student. Vitality increased. Your stamina and durability are nearly at the level of a 6th-year academy student. Intelligence increased. Your comprehension speed and learning ability are now high enough to process advanced concepts. Chakra increased. Your reserves are now similar to a talented genin, though growth will still be gradual. Jacob took a deep breath, clenching and unclenching his fists. He could already feel the slight differences in his body. His movements felt lighter, his thoughts were clearer, and there was a strange warmth in his core, likely his chakra improving. This is a solid start. Now, it was time to figure out his place in the world. With his new stats, he could confidently walk into training or the academy without looking like a weakling. Since strength and agility can be increased with training, there's no need to rush them, but the other three are necessary if I want an edge over the others. Jacob nodded to himself, satisfied with his stat distribution. However, as he pondered his next move, a sudden thought struck him. Wait, I don't have any memories of this body's past. The realization sent a chill down his spine. If he had reincarnated or transmigrated into someone else's body, shouldn't he have their memories? How had he not noticed until now? The moment that thought crossed his mind, a sudden influx of information slammed into his brain like a tidal wave. A sharp pain exploded in his skull, flashes of foreign memories flooded his mind, names, faces, emotions, everything rushed in at once. Gah! His young body couldn't handle the overload, and before he could process anything, his vision went dark. Jacob collapsed onto the bed, unconscious. A few hours pass. Jacob woke up with a throbbing pain in his head, his vision still slightly blurry. He groaned, rubbing his forehead, but despite the discomfort, there was a newfound clarity in his eyes. That was intense. I don't want to suffer like that ever again, he muttered, slowly sitting up. As he sorted through the memories, his expression turned serious. So the body I'm occupying is named Ren Takahashi. That name felt foreign, but the memories were settling in, making it feel more natural by the second. His father was a ninja, a jonin, judging by the standard green vest he wore. His mother had died shortly after giving birth to him. He had no memories of her beyond a few stories his father had told him. Today was his 6th birthday. He was set to join the academy this year. But what really caught Jacob's attention was a crucial detail. There were no memories of a huge orange fox attacking the village. That meant only one thing. This was before the Ninetails attack. So, this is before Naruto's birth, but after Minato's ascension as Hokage. This revelation was both good and bad. Good because he had a few years before the real chaos started. That meant time to train and grow stronger. Bad because the Third Shinobi War had likely just ended, meaning the world was still unstable. And soon, the Uchiha Massacre, the Konoha Crush, and the Fourth War would come. After sorting through his stats and memories, Ren finally took a deep breath, letting everything sink in. He had a new identity, a new world, and a future full of uncertainty. But at the moment, there was only one thing on his mind. Growl. His stomach loudly protested its emptiness, and he groaned. I guess I'll figure out the rest later. First, I need to fill my stomach. Ren reached under the bed, where his former self had kept a small pouch of money. The feel of the rough fabric was oddly familiar thanks to his newly acquired memories. He loosened the string and peeked inside. There were a few Ryo coins, enough for a decent meal. All right, time to experience Konoha's nightlife while I still have time to enjoy leisure. Tucking the pouch into his pocket, Ren stepped outside into the cool night air. The streets of Konoha were still alive with activity, lanterns illuminated the bustling roads, shinobi in dark attire leaped across rooftops, and groups of civilians gathered around food stalls, chatting and laughing. The atmosphere was lively and peaceful, a rare moment of calm in a world that would soon be filled with conflict. Might as well enjoy this while I can. With that, he set off in search of his first meal in this new world. Just as Ren took his first step into the lively streets of Konoha, ready to experience his new life, a monstrous roar shattered the peace of the night. Roar! A deep, primal sound, filled with rage and malice, tore through the air. It wasn't just loud, it was earth-shaking, soul-crushing, and terrifying. For a moment, it was as if the entire village held its breath. Ren's body stiffened. The civilians around him froze mid-step, their faces drained of color. Conversations died instantly. The once lively marketplace descended into a chilling silence, save for the echo of that inhuman growl. Ren's heart pounded violently in his chest. His instincts screamed at him. Run, hide, survive. But his mind was frozen in place, just like everyone else. This can't be happening already. His worst fear had come true. The Ninetails attack had begun. A crimson glow lit up the sky in the distance, and in the next second, boom! A massive explosion rocked the village, followed by the distant sound of buildings crumbling like sand castles. Ren's breath hitched. His body was still small and weak, his chakra barely developed, and the entire village was about to turn into a war zone. My luck couldn't be this bad, right? Ren's body trembled as he stared at the colossal, fiery-eyed beast in the distance. Kurema, the nine-tailed fox. A being of pure destruction, its chakra radiated malice, pressing down on everything like an invisible force. Then, boom! A massive chunk of debris, torn from one of the crumbling buildings, came hurtling down the street. It was too fast, too sudden, his young body had no chance to react. Wham! The shockwave lifted Ren off the ground, his small frame flung like a rag doll across the street. The world spun violently, his vision blurring as he hit the ground, pain flaring through his entire body. Everything was fading. His thoughts grew hazy, his body heavy. The only thing that remained was one final curse, filled with frustration and disbelief. Damn you, Kurema. Chapter 2, Hospital. Congratulations on surviving a minor disaster during the canon event, Ninetails attack. You have an opportunity to spin the wheel to obtain a minor talent. Ren groaned as consciousness slowly returned, his entire body aching as if he had been thrown into a battlefield which, technically, he had. His blurry vision adjusted to the dimly lit room, and the first thing he saw was a floating screen, glowing faintly in front of him. Still feels weird to see a floating screen in front of my face, he muttered, rubbing his temples. No matter how many times he saw it, the system still felt surreal. Finally, his mind caught up with his surroundings. He was lying on a hospital bed, wrapped in bandages. Observing the room and hearing the muffled voices behind the curtain, he confirmed that he was in a hospital. As Ren confirmed he was indeed in a hospital room, his mind drifted back to the last thing he remembered before losing consciousness. The roar. The sheer, earth-shaking sound that had paralyzed the entire village. Then came the chaos. The terrifying sight of Kurema, its massive crimson eyes filled with malice, its nine tails thrashing, bringing destruction with every swing. Then, boom! The debris, flying toward him too fast to react. The sudden impact. The feeling of his body being flung across the street. And then, nothing. His fingers clenched the hospital sheets as a chill ran down his spine. I could have died. The reality of the situation finally hit him. This wasn't just some game. He wasn't some invincible protagonist who would survive every disaster just because he had a system. He had been completely powerless against Kurema's rampage. I am weak. Too weak. Ren exhaled, calming himself. Panicking wouldn't help. Instead, he had to focus on what was important. He had survived and he still had time to grow stronger. Wanting to distract himself from the lingering fear of almost dying, Ren turned his focus back to the floating screen in front of him. Spin the wheel for a minor talent, huh? Since he had nothing to lose, he focused on the prompt, and the screen shifted into a large, colorful wheel. Spinning wheel, minor talent reward. The wheel contained various minor talents, including enhanced reflexes, faster reaction time, photographic memory, easier to memorize techniques, improved chakra control, saves chakra when using jutsu, keen senses, sharper hearing, sight, and smell, faster healing, recovers from injuries quicker, affinity boost, slightly improves one chakra nature. Ren took a deep breath. Alright, let's see what I get. He mentally activated the spin, and the wheel began to turn rapidly, the sections blurring together. Tick, tick, tick. Slowly, the wheel began to slow down, the pointer inching closer to its final destination. Tick, tick, click, white heavy check mark. The wheel stopped. Congratulations, you have obtained improved chakra control. System message. Improved chakra control acquired. Your ability to mold and control chakra is now slightly above average for your age. Jutsu will require less chakra to perform. Learning chakra control exercises will be easier and more effective. Ren blinked, then grinned. Not bad at all. Chakra control was one of the most important skills in the Naruto world. It determined how efficiently he could use jutsu, walk on water, and even perform high-level techniques later on. This was a great start. I need to test this as soon as possible. But before he could think further, the curtain beside his bed shifted. Someone was stepping inside. A woman wearing a white coat over standard shinobi attire approached, her forehead protector tied securely around her arm. Ah, you're awake. Good, she said with a relieved yet professional tone. How are you feeling? Ren blinked, pushing aside his thoughts about the Ninetails attack and focusing on the present. His body still ached, but nothing felt broken. Sore, but I think I'm fine, he answered honestly. The medic nin nodded, stepping closer to his bed. That's normal after what happened. You were lucky, just some bruises, minor internal shock, and chakra exhaustion. A little more force, and your injuries could have been much worse. Ren suppressed a shudder. I see. She reached into her pouch and pulled out a small green glowing card, placing it gently on his exposed wrist. The chakra paper shimmered slightly as she observed the reaction. No lingering damage. Your chakra network is stable too. She smiled. You should recover fully in a few days. Ren let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. That was good news. After a moment, curiosity got the better of him. What happened after I passed out? The medic Nin's face turned grim. The village suffered heavy losses, but the fourth Hokage defeated the Ninetails in the end. However, she hesitated before sighing. Minato-sama didn't survive. Ren's stomach clenched. Even though he already knew the outcome, hearing it directly from someone who had lived through it made it feel heavier. Minato was gone. The Ninetails was sealed. Naruto had been born. The world was officially in the canon timeline now. Ren tightened his fists under the blanket. He had survived this disaster, but there were far greater dangers ahead. I need to get stronger. Fast. The medic Nin finished jotting something on her clipboard before giving him a reassuring nod. You're young, so your body will bounce back quickly. Just rest for now, alright. Ren nodded, but in his mind, plans were already forming. Ren hesitated for a moment before speaking. What about my father, Juaki Takahashi? Did he survive the attack? The medic Nin's expression slightly stiffened, and Ren immediately felt a bad premonition. She sighed. The death tally hasn't been fully confirmed yet. The village is still counting the casualties, and many shinobi are missing. Someone will come soon to record your details, along with information about your parents and home, to complete the verification process. Ren's heart tightened. That meant, they didn't know yet. His father could still be alive, or he could be buried under the rubble somewhere, either dead or too injured to return yet. I understand, he said, keeping his voice neutral despite the uneasy feeling in his chest. The medic Nin offered a small, sympathetic nod. For now, focus on recovering. You're lucky to have survived, child. With that, she made a final note on her clipboard and adjusted the blanket over him. Someone will come by later to confirm your family's status. With those words, she stepped back, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Ren exhaled slowly. Damn it. I can't just sit here and wait. His father, Juaki Takahashi, was a jonin. That meant he had a much higher survival rate than the average shinobi. But even the strongest ninja weren't invincible, especially against a rampaging tailed beast. I need to be prepared for the worst, but I have to hold on to hope. His fists clenched beneath the blanket. Ren took a deep breath, forcing himself to be patient. As much as he wanted to get up and search for his father, he knew that running around the village in his current condition wouldn't help. He was still sore, and the village was probably in chaos, with shinobi handling the aftermath of the Ninetails attack. I'll wait for the officials to arrive. He needed information not just about his father, but about the casualty list and the current state of the village. If he rushed in blindly, he might end up making things worse for himself. So, Ren settled back onto the bed, staring at the ceiling as his mind raced with possibilities. 1 hour later, footsteps echoed down the hospital hallway. The sound of hushed conversations drew closer. Finally, the curtain beside his bed shifted as a man wearing a dark blue uniform stepped inside. Name: Ren Takahashi. The official nodded. I'm here to record your details and confirm the status of your household. Since you are a minor, we are prioritizing cases like yours to ensure any surviving relatives can be contacted. Ren swallowed. Did you find any information on my father, Juaki Takahashi? The official flipped through his papers, scanning the names on the list. After a few seconds, his eyes narrowed slightly before he let out a slow breath. Juaki Takahashi has not been confirmed among the deceased. However, he is also not listed among the returned shinobi. Ren's heart skipped a beat. So he's missing. The official gave a slow nod. Yes, there are still many missing ninja who have yet to be accounted for. Some are likely injured and recovering elsewhere. Others. He hesitated. Others may still be buried under debris. Ren clenched his fists under the blanket. His father was neither confirmed dead nor confirmed alive. After a moment of silence, Ren took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. The official studied him for a second before continuing. In cases like this, the village will wait a set period before making an official ruling. If a missing shinobi does not return within a reasonable time frame, they will be presumed dead. Ren's jaw tightened. How long is the waiting period? The official sighed. 1 month. 1 month. That was all the time he had before the village assumed his father was dead. Ren inhaled sharply, forcing himself to stay calm. If his father was alive, then he had 1 month to return. If he wasn't, then Ren would officially be declared an orphan. After noting down a few more things, the official looked back at him. Do you have any other living relatives we should notify? Ren shook his head. No, it was just my father and me. The official nodded before marking something on his clipboard. All right. We will notify you immediately if we receive any news regarding your father. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. The official stopped, looking back. Ren hesitated for a moment before asking, can you tell me who else was confirmed among the casualties? The official's expression darkened slightly, but he still flipped through his papers again. The full list is still being compiled, but over 1,000 civilians and shinobi were lost in the attack. Ren felt a heavy weight settle in his chest. 1,000 people. This was the true cost of the Ninetails rampage. The official continued. Some of the notable confirmed casualties include the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. multiple elite jonin and shinin, including members of the Sarutobi and Nara clans. Entire sections of the village's outer district were destroyed. The full weight of the disaster settled in Ren's mind. This was only the beginning. The events of Naruto's story had officially started. The official finished making his notes before giving Ren a small nod. Rest for now. If your father returns, we'll inform you immediately. With that, he turned and left the hospital room. Ren sat in silence, his fingers digging into the blanket. 1 month. That was how long he had before the village declared his father dead. Ren wasn't a cold-hearted man. He had inherited his previous host's memories. He had lived through them, and deep down, he understood that while his father hadn't spent much time with him, he had always been there in his own way. I really hope he is alive. Ren took a deep breath, pushing down the whirlwind of emotions raging inside him. Now wasn't the time to panic. He needed to think clearly and plan his next steps. Chapter 3, I am a masked heir. First, let's check my current status. Focusing on the system, he mentally called out, status. Immediately, the familiar floating screen appeared before his eyes. Attributes. Strength, STR5, slightly above average for his age. Agility, AGI 6, faster than most junior academy level students. Vitality, VIT 9, higher stamina and durability than normal. Intelligence, INT 10, sharper mind and faster learning. Chakra, CHA 10, larger chakra reserves. Traits. Improved chakra control, your ability to mold and control chakra is slightly above average for your age. Ren analyzed the numbers carefully. His stats were decent for his age, maybe on par with a mid-level academy student. But compared to an actual genin, he was still too weak, and although his chakra reserves were slightly above average, he had no jutsu yet. His biggest strength right now was his intelligence and chakra control. I can't fight right now, but compared to others my age I still have an edge. After checking his status, Ren decided that it was finally time to sense his chakra for the first time in this new life. He already knew that he had unlocked his chakra at the age of 4, thanks to his father, who had helped him through the basic meditation exercises required for chakra awakening. However, at that time, he was too young to make real use of it. His training had been focused more on physical conditioning to prepare his body for future shinobi training. Now, though, with the improved chakra control trait from the system, he needed to see just how much of a difference it made. Ren took a deep breath, closing his eyes as he sat cross-legged on the hospital bed. He recalled the breathing techniques his father had taught him: slow, steady, focused. Inhale, hold, exhale. He focused inward, searching for the familiar warmth deep within his body. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, like a flickering candle in the dark, he felt it. A warm, flowing energy curled within him, spreading through his limbs like gentle waves in a vast ocean. Unlike before, when it had felt wild and unstable, now it was clearer, easier to grasp. Ren's eyes flickered open, a small grin forming on his lips. That was way smoother than before. If he could sense his chakra this easily, then using it for training would be much more effective. Now for the next step: circulating his chakra. Slowly, Ren directed his chakra flow from his core to his hands. It felt like guiding a small stream of water through invisible pathways. Before, when he had attempted this, it had felt like trying to force a river through a clogged pipe. But now, it was smoother, more controlled. His chakra moved freely, and as he focused, he could even sense where it was gathering and spreading. Ren decided to try one final experiment: externalizing his chakra. The easiest way to test this was the palm glow test, where a shinobi focuses their chakra to their hand, making it slightly visible. It was an entry-level control exercise, something most academy students wouldn't even attempt until their 3rd or 4th year. He focused, channeling chakra to his right palm. And then, a faint blue glow flickered over his hand. Not bright, not stable, but it was visible. Ren's eyes widened slightly. I did it, already. This was huge. Even though this was just a minor feat, the fact that he had done it so easily proved that his chakra control was already ahead of normal academy students. After testing his chakra control for the first time and feeling the immediate benefits of his talent, Ren leaned back against the hospital bed, lost in thought. Even though ninjutsu isn't the most important thing by the time of the final fight, I still need to survive until then. That means improving my chakra control as much as possible. Having refined chakra control would make everything easier: less wasted chakra, faster jutsu learning, and eventually, the ability to perform more advanced techniques without exhausting himself. But one thing still bothered him. It would be good if the system could quantify my chakra control mastery. He focused on the floating system screen, wondering if there was a way to measure his progress. System, can you quantify my chakra control mastery? For a moment, nothing happened. Then, system message. New system feature unlocked. Chakra control mastery has been added to the status menu. This tracks your current proficiency in chakra control. Your mastery will increase through training, experience, and system upgrades and system points. Displaying current chakra control mastery. Chakra control mastery. Beginner, 12% progress. You have a natural affinity for controlling chakra. Simple exercises like tree climbing and water walking will be easier to master. Ren's eyes lit up as he read the new status. So there's actually a way to track my progress now. His chakra control was still in the early stages, but now that he had a progress bar, he could measure how quickly he was improving. If he pushed himself, he might be able to reach intermediate level before entering the academy. That alone would put him far ahead of his classmates. Ren's eyes gleamed as an idea struck him. System, can you open a mastery panel for every skill I learn? For a moment, the screen flickered, then. System message. Affirmative. New system feature unlocked. Mastery panel. Mastery levels will now be tracked for every skill you learn. Training will gradually increase mastery percentage. System points, SP, can be used to boost mastery, but the cost will increase at higher levels. Special bonuses may unlock upon reaching certain mastery milestones. Opening mastery panel. Current skill mastery. Chakra control, beginner, 12% mastery. Meditation beginner, 15% mastery. Ren grinned. Now we're talking. This feature was huge. It meant he could track every skill he learned, measure his progress, and even use system points to boost his growth. Of course, the higher the level, the more points it would take, but that was fine. If he planned properly, he could become an elite shinobi before most even graduated from the academy. System, what are the different levels of mastery and the required progress? Ren asked, wanting a clear understanding of how skill progression worked. After a brief pause, the system responded. System message. Displaying mastery levels. Beginner, 0% to 24%, you have just started learning the skill. Execution is unstable and inefficient. Basic, 25% to 49%, you have a functional understanding, but there's still room for improvement. Intermediate, 50% to 74%, your skill is now reliable, and your efficiency increases significantly. Advanced, 75% to 89%, you can perform the skill at a near expert level, with minimal effort or waste. Mastery, 90% to 99%, your control and execution are near perfect. You have surpassed most practitioners. Grandmaster, 100%, you have reached the pinnacle of this skill. Additional effects may unlock. Additional notes. The higher the mastery, the slower the natural progress. System points, SP, can boost mastery, but higher levels require exponentially more points. Hidden benefits may unlock at mastery, 90%, and Grandmaster, 100%, levels. As Ren analyzed the mastery levels, a realization clicked in his mind. These levels, they correspond almost perfectly with shinobi ranks. He quickly sorted them in his head. Beginner, 0%, 24%, Rightward Arrow Academy student level, basic understanding but unstable execution. Basic, 25%, 49%, Rightward Arrow Genin level, functional but still rough, with room for improvement. Intermediate, 50%, 74%, Rightward Arrow Chinin level, reliable and significantly more efficient. Advanced, 75%, 89%, Rightward Arrow Jonin level, near expert execution, minimal waste. Mastery, 90%, 99%, Rightward Arrow S rank level, surpassing most shinobi, near flawless execution. Grandmaster, 100%, Rightward Arrow Cage level, pinnacle of skill, possibly unlocking unique effects. There may be further distinctions for minor ranks like Takubitsu Jonin, but that would complicate things. This system keeps it simple. This meant if he could push his skills to intermediate or advanced before even reaching Genin rank, he would already be ahead of most Chunin level ninjas in terms of raw execution. This also explained why cage level shinobi seemed untouchable. Their mastery of skills was at a level beyond normal humans. Now, I just need to decide which skill to focus on first. As Ren focused on his plans ahead, his thoughts were interrupted by a shadow appearing behind the thin hospital curtain. A moment later, a mednin more of a ward attendant than a full-fledged medical ninja stepped inside, holding a clipboard. His expression was neutral, but his words made Ren's heart skip a beat. A man was brought into the hospital last night. He was found unconscious after the attack, and we couldn't confirm his identity at the time. The mednin paused before continuing, but he regained consciousness a short while ago, and we need you to verify if he's your father. His name is listed as Juaki Takahashi. Ren's breath caught in his throat. He's alive. The mednin gave a small nod. Come with me. We need to confirm his identity. Chapter 4, Dad? Ded? Ren wasted no time. Ignoring the lingering soreness in his body, he swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood up. His muscles ached from inactivity, but he pushed past the discomfort. This was more important. Without another word, he followed the mednin out of the hospital ward, his mind racing. As Ren followed the mednin through the hospital corridor, he couldn't hold back his urgency. What condition is he in? Is he badly injured? The mednin shook his head slightly. We can't disclose that information until we confirm your relation. A shinobi's details are kept confidential. Ren gritted his teeth but didn't argue. It made sense in a world filled with spies and hidden dangers. A ninja's status couldn't be carelessly revealed. Still, the fact that they were calling him to verify Juaki's identity meant that his father was at least conscious and responsive. That alone was a relief. With that thought, he quickened his pace, following the mednin deeper into the hospital. As Ren moved through the sterile white corridors of the hospital, he couldn't help but observe his surroundings. The halls were crowded with patients and medical staff, but there was no usual chatter, only the soft murmurs of grief, the distant cries of families, and the tense silence of those who had lost too much. A woman sat in a corner, clutching a headband in her trembling hands, her face pale with disbelief. A small child beside her sobbed quietly, unaware of the full weight of the tragedy but sensing something was deeply wrong. Further ahead, a group of shinobi stood together, their expressions unreadable. One of them clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. The rage in his eyes told Ren that someone he cared about had died. Even the hospital staff, though focused on their duties, carried weary faces. They had likely been working non-stop since the attack ended. This was the true aftermath of the Ninetails rampage. So many lives shattered in a single night, and this is just one hospital. It was a harsh reminder this world was not an anime. If he didn't grow stronger, he too could be reduced to just another name on a casualty list. As they continued moving through the hospital, Ren's heartbeat quickened. The weight of the moment pressed down on him. Was his father truly okay? Soon, they reached a closed door, the medenin knocking lightly before pushing it open. Inside, the room was small, containing 2 hospital beds. The air smelled of disinfectant and bandages, the faint beeping of medical equipment breaking the silence. Ren's eyes immediately locked onto the figure in the bed closest to the window. It was him, Juaki Takahashi. His father was alive. Ren felt a wave of relief wash over him, but that relief was short-lived. As his gaze traveled downward, he froze. Juaki was missing half of his right arm. Bandages wrapped tightly around the severed limb, stopping just above the elbow, the fresh white cloth still lightly stained with blood. For the first time in his new life, Ren truly understood what it meant to be a shinobi. As soon as Juaki noticed Ren step into the room, his tired yet familiar eyes softened. Despite the obvious pain he must have been feeling, he forced a small grin and said, "Took you long enough, kid. What, did you get lost in the hospital? Thought I raised you better than that." His voice was slightly hoarse, likely from exhaustion, but the light-hearted tone was unmistakable. Ren stared at him for a moment, his throat tightening, but he quickly composed himself. He knew what his father was doing, easing the tension. So, he played along. With a smirk, he crossed his arms and replied, "Well, I had to take my time. Wouldn't want to rush in and ruin your beauty sleep." Juaki let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. "Smartass. At least I know you didn't hit your head too hard." Despite the casual exchange, Ren's eyes flickered briefly to the bandaged stump where his father's arm should have been. But he didn't say anything. He chose not to point it out. Right now, Juaki wasn't looking for pity or sadness. He was still the same stubborn shinobi he had always been. And if he could act like everything was normal, then so could Ren. Ren kept his expression steady, choosing not to focus on his father's missing arm. Instead, he took a seat by the bed and smirked. "Well, I got thrown across the street by a chunk of debris, blacked out, and woke up in a hospital bed. But other than that, I'm doing great." Juaki raised an eyebrow, amusement flashing across his face. "Thrown across the street, huh? Guess that means you're tougher than you look." Ren shrugged, leaning back slightly. "I like to think so. Though, between you and me, I'd rather not test my durability against flying buildings again." Juaki chuckled. "Good instinct. That means you might actually survive being a shinobi." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the heaviness of the situation lingering just beneath the surface. Neither of them wanted to talk about the battle, about the losses, about the future that had just been altered by Juaki's injury. So, for now, they didn't. Instead, they talked about small things: Ren's time in the hospital, the bad food, the annoying mednins, and anything that didn't involve a giant fox tearing through the village. And for a brief moment, things almost felt normal. Even though Ren wanted to avoid talking about the hard stuff, Juaki himself broke the silence with a sigh. His grin faded slightly, replaced by a more serious expression as he leaned back against the pillow. "Listen, Ren, we can joke all we want, but we both know things aren't the same anymore." Ren tensed slightly, but he didn't interrupt. Juaki glanced at his bandaged arm, or rather, what was left of it. His face didn't show self-pity or sadness, but there was a weight behind his eyes that wasn't there before. "I won't be on active duty anymore." The words hung in the air, heavier than anything else he had said. Ren swallowed, staying quiet as Juaki continued. "Losing a limb like this, it means my days as a frontline shinobi are over. The best I can hope for now is a support role in the village, maybe teaching, or logistics." There was no bitterness in his voice, but Ren could tell his father had spent his entire life as a shinobi. And now, that life had effectively ended. "This changes things for both of us, kid." Ren tightened his fists under the table. He had known, of course, he had known. The moment he saw the missing arm, he understood that their future had shifted. But hearing Juaki say it out loud made it real. "Don't worry," Ren said, forcing a confident grin. "I'll be joining the academy soon, and you already know I'm a genius. I'll get strong in no time, so you can just rest at home." He tried to keep his tone light-hearted, hoping to ease the weight of the conversation. But Juaki simply shook his head. "Rest at home," he scoffed. "Kid, I might be down an arm, but I'm not dead. I'll still be working." Ren frowned. "But, you just said you can't be on the front lines anymore." Juaki sighed, running his remaining hand through his hair. "Yeah, I can't go on missions, but Konoha still has plenty of work for shinobi like me. The village needs all the manpower it can get after the attack. Whether it's training recruits, intelligence work, or helping with logistics, I'll be doing something." His eyes locked onto Ren's, steady and unwavering. "I may not be able to fight the way I used to, but I'm still a shinobi. And I still have a son to take care of." Ren clenched his fists, feeling a mix of emotions: relief that his father still had a purpose, but also frustration at the situation. He had hoped that maybe, just maybe, Juaki could take it easy for once. But of course, his father was too stubborn for that. Ren gritted his teeth, his frustration bubbling to the surface before he could stop it. This isn't fair, he snapped, his voice louder than he intended. You just lost your arm? You nearly died? Why do you have to go right back to work? Can't you just stop for once? Jueki raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised at the outburst, but he remained silent, letting Ren continue. The village can survive without you? You don't have to act like you're fine when you're not? Do you even care what happens to you? His breath was heavy, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. And then he froze. A cold realization crept over him as he heard his own words. The way he was talking, this was how a child would act. An angry, frustrated kid who didn't know how to handle his emotions. Not a grown man who had already lived one life before this. Ren stared at his own trembling hands, feeling an odd sense of disconnection between his mind and his body. This isn't like me, right? But as he reflected, the answer became clear. This wasn't him. This was the influence of the body's original owner. Ren Takahashi. The real Ren Takahashi was a 6-year-old boy who had just survived a war zone and nearly lost his only parent. His emotions, his frustrations, his fear of the future, they were bleeding into the consciousness of the person who had taken over his body. And no matter how much his past self tried to suppress it, that fear and anger was real. Jueki, still watching him carefully, finally let out a deep sigh. You done? He asked simply. Ren hesitated, then slowly nodded. Jueki leaned back against the pillow, his expression unreadable. Good. Because you're right, and you're wrong. Ren looked up, his frustration still lingering, but now mixed with curiosity. I can't just stop, Ren, Jueki continued, his voice calm but firm. Yeah, I lost an arm. Yeah, I nearly died. But Konoha just lost the 4th Hokage. Hundreds of shinobi are gone. The village is hurting, and I still have a duty. His one remaining hand clenched into a fist. I won't sit around and do nothing while there's still work to be done. That's not who I am. Ren wanted to argue. He really did. But he could see it now. Nothing he said would change Jueki's mind. This wasn't about being reckless. This was about being a shinobi. Taking a deep breath, Ren forced himself to calm down. He could feel the last remnants of his frustration settling into something more manageable. Fine. His voice was quieter now. But don't expect me to like it. Jueki smirked. Didn't expect you to. And just like that, the weight in the air seemed to lighten just a little. Ren exhaled deeply, pushing his emotions down. He knew he wouldn't win this argument. His father was too stubborn, too devoted to the village. All right, he said, crossing his arms. You're going to do what you want, no matter what I say. Fine. But that just means I'll have to handle things on my own. Jueki raised an eyebrow. Oh? And what exactly does that mean? Ren met his gaze head on. I need to start training seriously. His father leaned back against the pillow, looking at him thoughtfully. You're already set to enter the academy soon. They'll teach you the basics. What's the rush? Ren clenched his fists. The academy won't be enough. He knew the kind of shinobi that world would produce. How many mediocre graduates left the academy barely capable of handling a real mission. He refused to be just another genin struggling to survive. Jueki studied him carefully before sighing. You really are serious about this? Ren nodded. You're going to be busy. You won't have time to train me like you planned. So I have to take responsibility for my own growth. For a moment, Jueki was silent. Then, a small smirk appeared on his face. Ha, you sound just like me when I was your age. Ren rolled his eyes. Great. That just means I'm doomed to be as stubborn as you. Jueki chuckled, then leaned forward slightly, his expression more serious. If you're that determined, then listen up. Ren immediately straightened, knowing what was coming was important. I may not be able to train you myself anymore, but that doesn't mean I can't guide you. If you're going to train, then train smart. Of course, I'll train smarter if I want to get ahead of everyone and become stronger faster, Ren said confidently. Jueki gave him a knowing look before leaning back against the pillow. All right then, genius. How exactly do you plan to do that? His tone wasn't mocking, if anything, it was curious. Testing him. Ren paused. He had ideas, but now was the time to lay out a real plan. Chapter 5, Emotions. Good? Bad? Ren started. I plan to postpone ninjutsu training for now since I won't be able to use any useful ones anyway. Instead, I'll focus on training my body and chakra control first. What do you think? Jueki hummed in approval, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Not a bad plan. A strong body and good chakra control are the foundation of any good shinobi. If you rush into ninjutsu without those, you'll just burn through chakra inefficiently. He gave Ren a nod of approval. Smart choice. But how do you plan to train them? I'll be training my body first since that would be better, Ren explained. Building a strong foundation will help with everything else. After I make some progress and rest properly, I'll begin chakra control training. Jueki nodded slowly, seeming to approve of the plan. Solid approach. If your body's weak, your chakra won't flow properly either. A lot of academy students ignore that. Ren hesitated for a moment before asking, since you have more experience, do you have any special training methods? Something that could help me improve faster. Jueki smirked, his eyes glinting with something between amusement and challenge. Oh, I might have a few tricks up my sleeve, but the real question is, can you do it? Ren grinned despite himself. You know I can. Jueki chuckled. All right then, listen up. Jueki smirked at Ren's eagerness and leaned back slightly, crossing his arms. All right, kid. Since you asked, I'll teach you the Takahashi family training method. Ren blinked, his curiosity immediately piqued. Wait, we have a family training method. Juaki chuckled at his reaction. Don't get too excited. It's not some secret bloodline technique or anything flashy. We're not a big shot clan like the Uchiha or Hyuga. He tapped his temple. It's just a training regimen that shinobi in our family have passed down to their kids. Over time, it's been refined and improved, but at its core, it's just smart training. Nothing unique, just effective. Ren narrowed his eyes, processing the information. So it's basically a structured training program designed by generations of experience. Juaki grinned. That's one way to put it. Most skilled shinobi train their kids this way, it's just that our family has had time to perfect what works best. Ren nodded slowly. It wasn't as exciting as discovering some legendary technique, but in a way, this was even better. A tried and tested training method developed by actual shinobi over generations. That meant it worked. So what does it involve? Ren asked, now fully invested. Juaki's grin widened. Simple. It focuses on 3 key areas: stamina, body conditioning, and practical agility. If you can handle it, you'll have a stronger foundation than most genin before you even graduate. Ren smirked. I like the sound of that. Juaki chuckled. Good. Because it's not going to be easy. Juaki stretched his one remaining arm before cracking his neck slightly. Alright, listen up, kid. The first part of the Takahashi training regimen is simple but brutal. We start with stamina and endurance. Ren nodded, fully attentive. Makes sense. A shinobi needs to last in a fight. Juaki smirked. Exactly. Doesn't matter how strong or fast you are if you gas out after a few minutes. So before you even think about ninjutsu or fancy tricks, you need to build a body that won't quit on you. Ren felt a surge of excitement. So what's step 1? Juaki raised a single finger. Running. Ren blinked. Running. Juaki nodded. Every morning, before the sun even rises, you're going to run. At first, it'll just be distance running, getting your lungs and legs used to working for long periods. But over time, we'll start adding weights, obstacle running, and sprint endurance. Ren processed the information. So, no shortcuts, huh? Juaki chuckled. Nope. A shinobi's stamina is built through blood, sweat, and discipline. If you're serious about getting stronger, this is where it starts. Ren smirked. Alright then. When do I start? Juaki's grin widened. The moment you get out of this hospital bed. I don't think I have any problems right now, but it would be better if I wait for the doctors to give me the go-ahead, just in case, Ren said. Juaki nodded approvingly. Smart choice. Ren paused for a moment before continuing. What about chakra training? Do I just go with what you told me before leaf training, tree walking, and water walking? Juaki smirked. Glad you remember. Yeah, that's the standard method, and it works. The goal is to build fine control over your chakra so you're not wasting energy on every little thing. He tapped the bed frame lightly with his fingers. Start with the leaf exercise. It's simple, but it builds control at the base level. Once you can keep a leaf stuck to your forehead or hand without losing focus, move on to tree climbing. And when that feels easy, you push yourself to water walking. Ren nodded, already forming a plan in his head. His improved chakra control talent from the system meant he would likely progress faster than normal, but he still needed to put in the work. Got it. I'll start with the leaf exercise first and build from there. Juaki gave him a satisfied nod. Good. Mastering chakra control early will put you ahead of most academy students. Even some genin struggle with it. Ren smirked. Then I'll make sure I don't struggle. Juaki chuckled. That's the spirit. After locking his training plan in his mind, Ren shifted gears. What about the academy? When am I supposed to start? And what should I expect? Juaki let out a sigh, leaning back slightly. Honestly, with everything that just happened, it's hard to say. Ren frowned. Because of the attack. Juaki nodded. Yeah, the village took a serious hit. The Hokage is gone, a lot of shinobi were lost, and rebuilding is going to take time. That includes reorganizing the academy. Ren tapped his fingers on the bedside, thinking. So there's no exact start date yet. Not yet, Juaki confirmed. Normally, kids your age would be enrolling soon, but with the attack throwing everything into chaos, the academy is probably still sorting things out. Could be a few weeks, maybe longer. Ren processed this information. On one hand, it was annoying not having a set schedule, but on the other, it meant he had extra time to train before officially joining. That means I should take advantage of the delay. Juaki smirked, seeing the look on Ren's face. Thinking about squeezing in extra training before enrollment, huh? Ren grinned. Obviously. Juaki chuckled. Good. Use the time wisely. When the academy starts, you'll want to be ahead of the pack. Ren nodded, already planning how to maximize his training before his official enrollment. Juaki let out a tired sigh before glancing at Ren. Alright, kid. You should head back and get some rest. Ren frowned slightly. I'm fine, though. Doesn't matter. Juaki cut him off with a knowing smirk. The hospital is overloaded, and they'll probably start discharging patients early to free up space. That includes you. So go rest while you can. Ren hesitated for a moment, but he could see the logic in his father's words. With so many injured shinobi and civilians, the hospital staff was overworked, and keeping patients longer than necessary wasn't an option. Alright. I'm going. He turned toward the door, pausing only briefly before looking back. I'll see you later, Dad. Juaki smirked. Yeah, just don't slack off while I'm stuck here. Ren rolled his eyes before stepping out, making his way back through the crowded hallways. When he returned to his hospital room, he immediately noticed the difference. New people occupied the beds that were previously used by other patients. They must have been discharged already, Ren thought. The hospital really was moving quickly to clear out space. That meant his turn was coming soon. And when that happened, his real training would begin. As Ren sat down on his hospital bed, he let out a slow breath, his mind replaying his conversation with Jueki, his outburst, his frustration, the way his emotions had taken over before he even realized it. I acted like a child, he muttered to himself, rubbing his temples. It wasn't like him, or at least, it wasn't like who he used to be. Back in his past life, he had been an adult, someone who had long learned how to keep his emotions in check. But today, he had lost control. He clenched his fists, thinking back to how raw his emotions had felt. The mix of relief, anger, and helplessness had overwhelmed him, and he had snapped. And it wasn't just him. It was the original Ren Takahashi. The emotions of this 6-year-old body were still there, still affecting him, blending with his own. As much as he had taken over this life, he wasn't completely free from the boy who had lived it before him. I need to be more aware of this. He took a deep breath, letting the realization settle in. If he wanted to survive and get stronger, he couldn't let himself be ruled by emotions, not in battle, not in training, and especially not in front of Jueki again. Although his father was good and he was glad to have a loving father in this life, it was still important that he does not let his emotions get the better of him. P.S. You guys will like his past life story, but it'll need some time cause I have thought how I want to bring it out already. Next time, I'll control myself better. This world wasn't a place where anger or frustration would get him anywhere. Feeling more collected after his reflection, Ren decided there was no point in pushing himself further right now. I'll be discharged soon anyway. Might as well get some rest while I can. Lying back on the stiff hospital bed, he let his muscles relax. The hospital was still busy, with the faint sounds of footsteps, hushed conversations, and medical equipment beeping in the background. But Ren tuned it all out. His body was still sore, and even though he had already planned out his training, so all he could do now was rest till he was allowed. Ren's rest was peaceful, but it didn't last long. A gentle shake on his shoulder stirred him from his sleep, and as his eyes fluttered open, he saw a nurse standing beside his bed, holding a clipboard. Takahashi Ren, she said in a professional but slightly tired tone. You're being discharged. Ren blinked the sleep away, sitting up as his mind quickly adjusted. That was fast, he muttered. The nurse nodded. The hospital is still at full capacity. Since your injuries weren't severe and you've shown stable recovery, we need to clear space for more critical cases. Ren wasn't surprised. With the aftermath of the Ninetails attack, the hospital was likely overflowing with injured shinobi and civilians. He stretched his arms, feeling much better than before. His body was still a bit sore, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. The nurse handed him a small paper. This contains instructions for post-recovery care. Don't overexert yourself immediately, and if you experience dizziness or pain, report back to the hospital. Ren took the paper, but he already knew what his next steps were. Yeah, I'll be fine. The nurse gave him a tired look before moving on to the next patient. Ren swung his legs over the side of the bed, planting his feet on the floor. Finally, I can start training. Chapter 6, Sharing Non-Loving Cyclopes. Before leaving, Ren made his way back to Jueki's hospital room to let his father know he was being discharged. Jueki, still resting in his bed, opened one eye lazily as Ren stepped inside. They're kicking you out already, huh? Ren shrugged. Hospital's too full. They need the space. Jueki let out a small huff of amusement before his expression turned serious. All right, listen up. Before you do anything else, you need to check if the house is still in one piece. Ren nodded. And if the house is gone? He asked. Jueki sighed. Then go to the administrative building. The village is organizing temporary housing for those affected by the attack. They should have information about our situation. Ren took a mental note of that. Got it. Jueki gave him a long look, then smirked. And don't go picking fights or running off on some training spree the moment you step outside. Handle this first. Ren rolled his eyes. Yeah, I get it. Jueki let out a chuckle before waving him off with his one remaining hand. All right then, kid. Go on. Let me rest in peace while I still can. Ren grinned. See you later, Dad. With that, he turned and walked out of the room. As Ren stepped out of the hospital, the first thing he noticed was that the whole village was silent. The streets, usually filled with laughter and noises, were eerily subdued. People moved with tired, heavy steps, their faces etched with grief and exhaustion. As he walked toward his house, he observed everything carefully. Buildings were in ruins, large chunks of stone and debris still littering the streets. Some areas had already been cleared, but others were still a mess. Shinobis worked to repair structures, stacking bricks and carrying wood to rebuild homes. Black-clothed families gathered in front of burned-out houses, mourning silently for those they had lost. Ren tightened his fists. This is the cost of the attack. He had known, of course, but seeing it firsthand was different. For the first time, he truly understood that this wasn't just a world of jutsu and power. It was a world where people died, where lives were shattered in an instant. And if he wanted to survive, if he wanted to protect what little he had left, he needed to get stronger. Fast. Pushing those thoughts aside, he continued toward his house, hoping it was still standing. Ren finally arrived at his home, feeling a slight sense of relief as he saw the familiar building still standing. Unlike the outer districts, which had suffered the brunt of the Ninetails rampage, the area where he and Jueki lived was closer to the center of the village, meaning it had been spared from direct destruction. The house itself was intact, with no signs of collapsed walls, fire damage, or debris. Looks like we got lucky. Still, Ren didn't take chances. He cautiously stepped inside, checking for hidden structural damage, cracks in the foundation, weakened support beams, anything that could make the house unsafe. After a thorough inspection, he confirmed that everything was in good condition. Good. At least we still have a home. With a roof over his head, he wouldn't have to worry about temporary housing or relocation. That meant he could start focusing on his training sooner. He let out a small breath, his mind planning his next move. Ren sat down on his bed, staring at the ceiling as his mind raced with thoughts about the future. I have knowledge of this world, but how much can it really help me? He frowned, thinking it through logically. This isn't like a cultivation novel where I can just steal the protagonist's opportunities and instantly grow stronger. In fact, there's nothing in the Naruto world that can give me instant power. He considered the tailed beasts, but quickly dismissed the idea. Even if I wanted one, ignoring whether they'd be willing or not, having a Biju inside me would bring more problems than benefits at my current level. So that's out. Which left him with only one way, that is training. His eyes flicked to his chakra stat in the system. Cha, 10. To speed up my progress, I'll need the shadow clone jutsu. He knew from his memories that Jueki used them at home to finish chores faster, meaning he likely knew the technique. But there's no way I can use it yet. An academy-level chakra reserve wouldn't be able to support a shadow clone properly, which meant his first priority was increasing his chakra. System, does 1 point increase the stat by 1, or do I need more points? System message. Genin level stats, 10 to 20, require 2 attribute points for each increase in stats. More points would be required as stats increase to higher levels. Ren tapped his fingers against his knee. So, as I grow, the points required will also increase. That meant he had to be careful with how he spent his points. I shouldn't waste them on things I can train manually, like strength or agility. But chakra? That's the one thing I can't increase fast enough on my own. With that in mind, he asked, System, how do I gain points? System message. Points can be earned by achieving milestones, entering the academy, ranking first, becoming a genin, etc. Getting involved in the plot and making changes to it. Ren absorbed this information carefully. Right now, I don't have many ways to affect the plot. And the ones I could influence, like saving someone important, are extremely dangerous. So my best bet is to go with the first method and work through the ranks. But another thought crossed his mind. How should I present myself to others? Should I take the genius route or stay low-key? If he stood out too much, he'd draw attention, both good and bad. But if he kept too low a profile, he might miss key opportunities. Ren sighed. I'll have to think carefully about this. Ren leaned back, staring at the ceiling as he thought about his next move. If he chose to go the genius route, it would definitely have its benefits: recognition, better teachers, and access to stronger techniques early. But the real problem with that path was Cyclops. Danzo. Even just thinking the name made his stomach twist. Hiruzen may be a failure, but he's at least a human failure. His emotions clouded his judgment, and he made terrible mistakes trying to balance a militant village with personal attachments. But Danzo? He's a completely different kind of problem. Ren wasn't naive. This wasn't an anime anymore. This was reality. Hiruzen might not be as weak-willed as he was portrayed in the show. Danzo might be even more ruthless. But right now, none of that mattered. Even a minor follower of either of them could off me easily if I stand out too much. At this stage, he was too weak to get caught up in their political games. Still, if he had to choose a side, the answer was obvious. Hiruzen's camp is still the safest option for now. Danzo's obsession with the Sharingan, his paranoia, and his for the greater good mentality make him way too dangerous. More importantly, Hiruzen wins in the end. When Danzo finally dies, his entire faction crumbles. Root gets disbanded, and his remaining followers either defect, die, or fade into irrelevance. Ren wasn't going to bet on the losing side. But this was all a problem for the future. Right now, he needed to train, and get strong enough to even have a choice in the matter. As Ren processed his thoughts, a sudden realization struck him. Wait a second. He sat up abruptly. If I remember correctly, Itake should also be joining the academy around this time. That single fact changed everything. Even if I perform my best, it would be very hard to overshadow Itake Uchiha. No, it's basically impossible. No matter how skilled Ren became, Itake was a once-in-a-generation prodigy. Even in the original timeline, he blitzed through the academy curriculum, graduated early, and became a chunin before most even understood the basics. Which meant, I should settle for no 2. If he aimed for the second best student, he could still gain all the benefits of being a genius: good teachers, better training opportunities, faster progression without drawing the most dangerous attention. Itake will always be the focus. He's an Uchiha. That Sharingan-loving bastard will definitely be keeping an eye on him. Ren's lips curled into a smirk. And while he's busy drooling over the Uchiha, I'll have time to grow in peace. Ren chuckled to himself. Yeah, this is the safest path. Besides, remaining too low-key in a ninja village was basically impossible in a village full of censors, Byakugan users, and spy masters, and most of all that telescope master. Number 2 it is, then. With his decision made, Ren felt lighter. This was the perfect balance between growth and safety. Now, he just needed to start training. Ren leaned back, closing his eyes as he developed his training plan. The village is still being repaired. That means most open areas are probably occupied or off limits. Finding a good training spot is going to be tough. If I started intense physical training right away, I would definitely be interrupted, so it would be better to focus on light exercises to get adjusted to this body, like body weight exercises and flexibility exercises. Since physical training was limited for now, Ren decided to focus on chakra control. Leaf balancing. This is something I can do anywhere, so I should start with this, and since I have improved chakra control it would be easier. At least I hope it would be easier. Ren exhaled, satisfied. This should work. Chapter 7, Sage of the Six Ramens. Since it wasn't even noon yet, Ren decided to test his body's condition first before diving into chakra training. Without hesitation, he dropped to the ground and started doing push-ups. 1, 2, 3. His muscles felt fine, no lingering pain or weakness from his time in the hospital. If anything, he felt refreshed. 20, 25, 30. He kept going, counting silently in his head, pushing his arms, shoulders, and core. Even after 50 push-ups, he wasn't struggling. His body was still in good shape, probably thanks to the basic conditioning Juki had him do since childhood. Satisfied, he stood up and immediately started doing squats. 1, 2, 3. His legs burned slightly, but it was a good burn, the kind that meant his muscles were being activated. After 50 squats, he paused and stretched his arms and legs, rolling his shoulders. No soreness, no exhaustion. My body's in top condition. That meant he could push forward with training immediately. System, can you add a stamina attribute to the panel, please? Ren asked, trying a cutesy tone for no reason other than to amuse himself. His hopes were immediately crushed as the monotonous system voice responded. System message. Negative. Stamina is a component of vitality and cannot be displayed individually. Ren clicked his tongue. TCH. Figures. No shortcuts. Since arguing with the system was pointless, he moved on to something he could control: chakra training. He stepped outside, scanning the area for fallen leaves. They were everywhere, thanks to the village's many trees, so he easily grabbed a small handful before heading back inside. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Ren placed a single leaf on his forehead. All right. Just like Dad taught me, channel a steady flow of chakra and keep it balanced. Closing his eyes, he focused inward, feeling the familiar warmth of his chakra circulating through his body. He guided a small portion toward his forehead, letting it stick to the leaf. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the leaf held in place. Ren smirked. Not bad. He tried switching the leaf to his left hand, then his right, adjusting the chakra flow each time. His control was good but not perfect. At times, the leaf trembled slightly before stabilizing. Other times, when he lost focus, the chakra would slip, and the leaf would fall. He frowned slightly. I have a talent for chakra control, but I'm still not flawless. That meant he still had a lot of room to grow. I should finish leaf balancing by the time the academy begins and start with tree climbing after that. With that goal in mind, Ren asked, System, what is my current chakra control level? System message. Chakra control mastery, 15%, beginner level. Ren nodded to himself. All right. Still early stage, but progress is progress. Determined, he continued his leaf balancing practice for hours, switching between his forehead, hands, and even trying both hands at the same time. As the sun began to set, Ren finally stopped, rolling his shoulders to relax his stiff muscles. System, show me my progress. System message. Chakra control mastery, 21%, beginner level. Ren grinned. Nice. A solid increase. Though he wasn't at basic level yet, he could already feel his control improving. At this rate, I'll master leaf balancing before the academy even starts. I should eat something. I already skipped lunch, and skipping dinner too wouldn't be smart. My organs might start protesting if I don't eat now. Ren's thoughts were interrupted by a loud stomach rumble, making him sigh. Yeah, definitely need to eat. His eyes drifted toward the kitchen, but after spending the whole day training, the thought of cooking felt exhausting. Might as well go out and buy something. I can also take some food for Dad while I'm at it. He grabbed some money from a small pouch in his drawer, tied it securely, and stepped outside, the cool evening air refreshing against his skin. As he walked down the streets of Konoha, he could still see the aftermath of the attack: people working late into the night repairing homes, small groups gathering quietly, talking in hushed tones. Since this is my first time eating out in Konoha, I might as well try the food made by the hidden powerhouse. Ren smirked at his own joke as he made his way toward Ichiraku Ramen, asking a few passersby for directions. It wasn't hard, everyone in the village seemed to know where it was. After a short walk through the dimly lit streets, he finally spotted a small wooden stall with a hanging curtain that read Ichiraku Ramen. The smell of rich broth, fresh noodles, and roasted pork hit him instantly, making his stomach growl even louder. All right, let's see if the hype is real. He pushed the curtain aside and stepped in. Seeing the shop completely intact despite the destruction around the village only confirmed Ren's suspicions. Tokusama really might be a hidden powerhouse. There's no way a small ramen stall survives the Ninetails rampage untouched unless something is up. Still, he wasn't about to start questioning it. Good food was good food. Ren pushed aside the curtain and stepped inside. He sat down on one of the stools, glancing up to see a middle-aged man with a white chef's headband turned toward him with a welcoming smile. Well, a new face, Tuka said cheerfully as he wiped his hands on a towel. Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, kid. First time here. Ren nodded. Yeah, I've heard this place is the best in Konoha, so I had to try it. Tuka laughed heartily, clearly pleased. Whoever told you that was absolutely right. One bowl of my ramen, and you'll never want to eat anywhere else. Ren smirked. Alright then, I'll hold you to that. Good. What'll it be? Tuki asked, stepping behind the counter, ready to prepare his order. Ren touched the small pouch of money at his side, feeling the meager amount of coins inside. He wasn't exactly broke, but he wasn't in a position to splurge either. Seeing his hesitation, Tuki chuckled. Can't decide? Don't worry, kid, I got you. With a thoughtful expression, the ramen chef tapped the counter before saying, if you want something filling but affordable, go with the classic miso ramen with an egg. It's good and it won't empty your wallet. Ren nodded, relieved. Sounds good. I'll take one. As Tuka began preparing the meal, Ren remembered his father was still in the hospital. Oh, by the way, do you guys pack food to go? Tuka glanced up, then smiled warmly. Of course. Taking some for your family. Ren nodded. Yeah, for my dad. He's still in the hospital. Tuka's hands paused for a second, his expression turning a bit softer. That's so? You must have had a rough time, then. Ren shrugged, not wanting to dwell on it. We're managing? Tuka gave him a nod of respect before saying, all right. I'll pack up something nice for him. As the delicious aroma of fresh ramen filled the air, Ren sat back, feeling a bit more at ease. For now, he could just enjoy his meal. As Ren took his first bite of ramen, the rich miso broth and perfectly cooked noodles melted in his mouth. His eyes widened slightly. Damn, the hype is real, this stuff is actually amazing. He focused on his meal, enjoying the warmth that spread through his body. But just as he was about to take another bite, the sound of the curtain being pushed aside made him glance toward the entrance. A young boy, around his age, stepped in. He had jet black hair, sharp onyx eyes, and an air of quiet confidence. Ren immediately recognized him. Uchiha Itake. The prodigy himself had walked into Ichiraku Ramen. Tuka greeted him with his usual warm tone. Welcome back, Itake. The usual. Itake gave a small nod, his expression calm and composed. Yes, please. As he sat a few seats away from Ren, the two boys briefly made eye contact. Ren kept his face neutral but couldn't help thinking of all people, I run into him already. Ren didn't react and simply focused on his food. Drawing attention to himself now wasn't necessary. Itake might be a prodigy, but right now, he's just another kid grabbing dinner. No need to get involved. He continued eating in comfortable silence, enjoying the warmth of the ramen. Before long, he had finished his meal. Wiping his mouth, he thanked Tuke, paid for his food, and took the packed meal for Juiki. Thanks for the food, old man. I'll be back. Tuke chuckled. Take care, kid. And don't wait too long before coming back, I'll have another bowl ready for you. Ren smirked but didn't respond, stepping out of the stall. The cool night air greeted him as he turned toward the hospital, his pace steady. All right, time to drop this off for Dad. As Ren walked through the quiet streets, he let his mind wander, strategizing his approach to the academy. I need more information. Knowing the general layout of events wasn't enough. This wasn't an anime anymore. The more knowledge he had, the better he could plan for his future. The library should be my next stop. I need to study Konoha's history and anything that helps me understand how this world actually works. Lost in thought, Ren barely noticed when he arrived at the hospital. He walked into Juiki's room, handed over the food from Ichiraku, and had a casual conversation with his father. Juiki didn't push any deep topics this time, he just ate in peace, throwing in the occasional sarcastic remark. Thanks, kid. This is way better than hospital food. Ren smirked. Figured you'd say that. After making sure his father was doing fine, he left the hospital and headed home. As soon as he reached home, Ren dropped onto his bed. His body wasn't exhausted, but the day had been long, and sleep came easily. Tomorrow, I'll start training and visit the library to start gathering intel. With that final thought, his eyes closed, and he drifted into sleep. Comment. 6. Comment. Vote. Chapter 8, Saitama in the Making. After waking up early, Ren stretched his muscles, running through the flexibility drills his father had taught him. His joints loosened, his breathing steadied, and his body warmed up. He finished his morning ritual and then went to his backyard. Ren's home was a traditional Japanese-style house, a single-story wooden structure with sliding paper doors and a tiled roof. The interior was simple yet spacious, with tatami mat flooring, minimal furniture, and a small altar in one corner for family traditions. At the back of the house was a small backyard, enclosed by a wooden fence, giving him just enough privacy for training. A few stone pathways ran through patches of neatly arranged gravel and grass, with a lone cherry blossom tree standing at one end. The area was perfect for training. He decided to use the training method that his father suggested only after the village has recovered to some extent. He started his training with push-ups. He dropped to the ground and started. 1, 2, 3, 30, 40. He continued till 70 when his arms started burning, indicating that he has reached his limit. Then, he stood up and immediately moved into squats. He completed 80 when his legs reached their limits, sweat dripped from his forehead, and his breathing was heavy. All right, that should be enough for now. Lying down on the cool ground, He let his body recover, feeling the slight satisfaction of having pushed himself further than yesterday. Suddenly, system message. Congratulations, you have gained +1 strength. First time stat gain bonus, +2 attribute points awarded. Ren blinked, sitting up quickly. So I really can gain stats through training. That was good to know. If he kept this up, he could naturally increase his physical attributes without relying on system points. But right now, he had 2 free points to spend. No question, I'm putting both into chakra. Attribute points spent, +2 chakra. Chakra increased from 10 rightward arrow 11. Ren exhaled, feeling a slight warmth spread through his body. His reserves were still small, but he was one step closer to being able to use shadow clones. With that done, he pulled up his updated status screen. Status menu. Name, Ren Takahashi. Age, 6. Level, 8. Available system points, SP 0. Attributes. Strength, STR 6, +1, slightly above average for his age. Agility, AGI 6, faster than most academy level students. Vitality, VIT 9, higher stamina and durability than normal. Intelligence, INT 10, sharper mind and faster learning. Chakra, Chai 11, +1, Vayner Genin level reserves. Since it was still morning, Ren decided to continue training before heading to the library later. Might as well make the most of my time. I'll train, eat breakfast, and then go to the library. With his body training done, it was time to focus on chakra control. He walked over to a small wooden bench in the backyard and grabbed one of the leaves he had collected the previous day. Sitting cross-legged, Ren placed a leaf on his forehead and closed his eyes. He took a slow, steady breath, channeling chakra into the leaf, making it stick to his skin. At first, it was easy, his control much smoother than yesterday. System message. Chakra control mastery +1%. Nice. Progress is progress. After a few minutes, he switched hands, balancing the leaf on his palm. Then, he tried both palms at the same time. The first few attempts failed. His left-hand leaf fell off whenever he focused too much on his right. But after about 10 minutes, he managed to keep both in place. System message. Chakra control mastery +2%. Ren wasn't satisfied yet. Alright, let's step it up. He grabbed 3 more leaves and tried placing them on his forehead, left palm, right palm, and the back of his left hand. This time, it was much harder. He had to split his chakra flow into 4 separate points, keeping each leaf balanced without losing focus. For the first 5 minutes, it was a disaster. The leaves kept falling off one after another. But Ren gritted his teeth and kept trying. Little by little, his control improved. Finally, system message. Chakra control mastery +3%. Got it. After training for nearly an hour, Ren exhaled slowly, feeling the slight fatigue. Chakra control mastery, 27%, basic level. Ren grinned. Not bad. Now to get something to eat. After finishing breakfast, Ren headed toward the library, eager to start gathering knowledge. But when he arrived, he saw a sign posted outside. Konoha Library closed for repairs. Estimated reopening, 2 days. Ren clicked his tongue. TCH. Should have expected this. With the Ninetails attack causing so much damage, it made sense that places like the library would be temporarily closed. Alright, change of plans. Since he had already eaten and didn't want to waste the day, Ren decided to search for an empty training ground where he could get some running done. Ren walked through the village, keeping an eye out for any available space. Most of the regular training grounds were likely occupied by shinobi helping with the village's recovery. After about 15 minutes of searching, he finally found a small, relatively empty training ground on the outskirts of a forested area. It was a simple open space, flat dirt ground, some scattered logs, and a few wooden training dummies. Perfect. Time to work. Ren took a deep breath, scanning the training ground he had found. The open dirt field was surrounded by tall trees, with patches of grass and rocks scattered around. A few wooden dummies stood near one edge, likely used for target practice. The area wasn't huge, but it was large enough for running drills. He estimated that one full lap around the perimeter was about 1 kilometer. 4 laps should be easy, but after that, it's going to get tough. Ren started his run, keeping a steady pace at first. The first 4 laps, 4 kilometers, were smooth, his body handling the strain well. He focused on his breathing. By the 5th lap, 5 kilometers, his legs started to burn, and his breathing became heavier. By the 6th lap, 6 kilometers, his entire body felt sluggish, his legs screaming at him to stop. Every step was a battle, but he forced himself to finish. Finally, as he staggered across his mental finish line, he bent over, hands on his knees, panting hard. Damn, barely made it. His lungs burned, sweat dripped down his face, and his muscles throbbed from exhaustion. System message. Endurance training complete. Agility +1. Ren blinked in surprise as he felt a small shift in his body. His muscles felt slightly more responsive, his movements a little smoother. Pulling up his status, he checked the update. Agility, 7, +1. Ren clicked his tongue. TCH. No extra rewards this time. His strength training gave him bonus points, but endurance training only raised agility? Guess the system doesn't hand out free stuff just for effort. Still, progress was progress. Ren laid down on the cool ground, letting his body relax after the intense run. His breathing steadied, and as the burning sensation in his muscles gradually faded, he felt a strange warmth spreading through his body. At first, He thought it was just his body adjusting to the exhaustion, but then he realized, wait, this feels different. It's not just natural recovery. He focused inward and quickly understood what was happening. This must be the points I added into vitality taking effect. From what he could tell, vitality, VIT, worked passively in the background, enhancing his body in small but meaningful ways. Heavy checkmark improved recovery rate. His soreness was fading faster than it normally would. Heavy checkmark better endurance. Even after running, he didn't feel as completely drained as he expected. Heavy checkmark injury mitigation. If he ever got hurt, higher VIT would speed up healing over time, but it wouldn't give him Hashirama level regeneration. Ren sighed, rubbing his forehead. So, adding points in VIT won't instantly heal me, but it will help me recover faster and train longer without needing as much rest. That meant vitality was useful, but it wasn't something he needed to constantly invest in. Looks like I don't need to save points for VIT right now. Since my body is already in good shape, I'll just let it grow naturally until I enter the academy. He grinned slightly, feeling his body adjusting even as he laid there. I'll only add points if I notice stamina issues later. For now, focusing on chakra is the best path. But as he thought back to how he got this system, his grin faded slightly. Damn, I really should have taken my cheats more seriously when I filled out that form. If he had picked a proper ability, he could have had insane regeneration, a bloodline, or something even crazier. Instead, he had to rely purely on smart training and slow growth. No use regretting it now. I'll just have to grind my way up. Feeling fully recovered, Ren slowly sat up and stretched his arms and legs, cooling down his muscles properly. Sitting on the ground, Ren's focus shifted to the tree in his backyard. A thought crossed his mind. I haven't mastered leaf balancing yet, but what if I try tree climbing anyway? He knew it was too early, but the idea of testing his current chakra control against a real challenge was tempting. Kakashi taught Naruto and Sasuke by making them run up trees. If they could do it, why not me? With that, he stood up and approached the tree, prepping himself based on what he remembered from the show. Ren came back home to try tree climbing because no matter how he thought about it, if someone saw a 6YRS-old attempting tree climbing out in the open by himself, it would definitely attract attention. He took a deep breath, focusing his chakra into the soleace of his feet. Control it evenly. Not too much, not too little. He took his first step onto the tree trunk. The bark felt strange under his foot, but he remained balanced. Then he took another step. And another. 3 steps up. For a brief moment, he thought, maybe this isn't as hard as I thought. Then his chakra wavered. Before he could react, his foot slipped, and gravity did the rest. Oh, sh. Thud. He landed on his back, staring up at the sky, wind knocked out of him. Yeah, okay. Maybe I got ahead of myself. Ren rubbed his back, groaning slightly. So I can take a few steps, but my control isn't stable enough yet. I need to work on consistency before I try this again. If he kept up leaf balancing, he could probably start real tree climbing training in a few days. As Ren ate some snacks for lunch, he frowned slightly. This isn't enough. I need real food if I want to grow stronger. His training was already intense, and his body needed proper nutrition to keep up. He made a mental note to start eating better meals, more protein, vegetables, and carbs to fuel his workouts. Once he finished, he decided to head to the hospital and check on Juaki. Arriving at the hospital, Ren pushed aside the curtain and stepped into Juaki's room. His father was sitting up this time, eating his own meal, though he still looked a bit tired. Juaki glanced at him and smirked. Back already? What, miss me that much? Ren rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure. I just wanted to see if you're still alive. Juaki chuckled, setting his chopsticks down. I'm tougher than I look, kid. So, how's training going? Ren sat down beside the bed, stretching his arms. Pretty good, actually. I've been working on endurance, chakra control, and... He paused for a second, then grinned sheepishly. I might have tried tree climbing, and fell. Juaki stared at him. Then, without warning, he burst out laughing. Huh? You tried tree climbing already? Kid, you haven't even mastered leaf balancing yet. Ren huffed, crossing his arms. I got 3 steps up before I fell, though. Juaki smirked. 3 steps, huh? Not bad for your first try, but don't get ahead of yourself. Master the basics first, or you'll just keep falling on your ass. Ren nodded. Yeah, I figured. I'll finish leaf balancing before trying again. Juaki leaned back, looking at him with an approving glint in his eyes. Good. At least you learn fast. Keep at it, and you'll be running up trees in no time. I see that you didn't just run as I told you. Any particular reason? He questioned. Ren explained it simply by saying I thought it would be good to start after the village has recovered somewhat so that I don't have to scavenge some small places for training. Are you mad? Not really, just wanted to know what's going on your mind, but you thought it well start after this week is up. Okay. After returning home that day, Ren stuck to his training routine with discipline. For the next week, he focused entirely on building a strong foundation, alternating between strength training, endurance running, and chakra control. Though he had originally planned to visit the library, he decided to postpone it until after he had established proper physical strength and chakra control. No point cramming theory if my body isn't ready. After another long day of training, Ren was walking back from the training ground when he overheard some villagers talking. I heard the academy is reopening soon. Yeah, in about 2 weeks. Things are finally settling down. Ren stopped in his tracks. 2 weeks, huh? That's sooner than I expected. It meant he had limited time to improve his stats before officially beginning his academy life. Without wasting time, he headed straight to the hospital to inform his father about the news. Chapter 9, Genius? Really? As Ren made his way to the hospital, he pulled up his status screen to check his progress. Attributes. Strength, STR8, steadily increasing almost genin level. Agility, AGI 9, his speed and reflexes are improving. Vitality, VIT 9, no gains, but his endurance is holding up well. Intelligence, int 10, he had an idea to increase it, but no need right now. Chakra, Cha 11, no growth yet, but his reserves are still decent. Ren nodded in approval. No gains in VIT or Cha since those take time, but my physical growth is solid. I'm nearly at genin level stats, which is a good pace. However, his biggest gain wasn't in his stats, it was in his chakra control mastery. Focusing on it, he saw, chakra control mastery, 40%, basic level. Ren smirked. This is the real progress. Ren smirked. This is the real progress. Leaf balancing had stopped giving increases after 3 days, meaning he had fully mastered it. Since then he had moved on to tree climbing, and in just 1 week, it had increased by 13%. However, he knew that progress would slow down soon. Chakra control training gets harder the further I go, but that's fine. If I keep up this pace, I might reach intermediate level before the academy starts. Satisfied with his progress, Ren continued toward the hospital, ready to inform his father about the academy reopening. As Ren walked into the hospital, he went straight to Juiki's room and casually dropped the news. The academy is reopening in 2 weeks. Juiki, who had been relaxing in bed, smirked but didn't look surprised. Instead, he gave Ren a knowing glance before casually responding. That's nice and all, but you know you can't join even if it opened today, right? Ren froze mid-step. Wait, what? Juiki chuckled at his stunned expression. Did you really forget? The reopening is only for current students. New admissions including you won't start until next year. Ren's eye twitched. I completely forgot. His excitement about entering the academy blinded him to that very basic fact. Juiki grinned wider, clearly enjoying his son's reaction. You were so focused on training that you skipped a simple detail. Guess you're not a genius in everything, huh? Ren sighed, rubbing his forehead. Damn it. That means I have 3 more months before I can even start academy. But after the initial disappointment, another thought quickly formed in his mind. Wait, 3 whole months of extra training? That's actually perfect. His mood shifted instantly. I can use this time to get way ahead before even stepping into the academy. Juiki raised an eyebrow, watching as his son went from frustration to excitement in seconds. You just realized it, huh? Ren grinned. Yeah, this might actually be an advantage. Instead of rushing to keep up with other students, he had 3 months to surpass them before they even became his classmates. After talking for a while, Juiki casually mentioned, oh, by the way, I'm getting discharged tomorrow. Ren's eyes lit up. Seriously? That's great. His father had been in the hospital for quite some time, and even though Ren had already come to terms with the fact that Juiki would continue working, it was still good to know that he was recovering well enough to leave. Since he had accepted that Juiki would return to work albeit within the village, Ren asked, so, when do you start working? Juiki leaned back and replied, an umbu came by earlier and informed me that I'll be joining the strategy and planning team under the Jonin commander. Ren raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Wait, you're working directly under the Jonin commander. That was a pretty high-level position, especially during a time when the village was still recovering from the Ninetails attack. A thought crossed his mind, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Did you pull some strings to get such a good position? Juiki froze for a second before turning to look at his son, expression blank. Did you just doubt my skills? Ren shrugged. I mean, I just didn't think you had enough influence to land a spot on such an important team. For a solid 5 seconds, Juiki just stared at him. Then, with an exaggerated sigh, he reached out and furiously rubbed Ren's head, messing up his hair. You brat? You think I have enough authority to mess with the village's military structure? Ren ducked away, grinning. I mean, you lost an arm, and now you're getting a high-ranking position. You have to admit, it's suspicious. Juiki rolled his eyes. I didn't pull strings, idiot. The village is just short on experienced jonin right now. Most of the higher UPS are dead or handling other missions, so they're reassigning skilled shinobi to more critical positions. Ren nodded, understanding now. Makes sense. The village does need all the experienced people it can get right now. Juiki smirked. Damn right. Now stop questioning your old man's abilities. Ren chuckled. All right. Just don't overwork yourself. Juiki snorted. You sound like your mother. For a brief moment, the room fell into silence, but it was a comfortable one. Ren, still curious about his father's new role, leaned forward and asked, so, what exactly does the strategy and planning team do? Juiki glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. Why do you want to know? Ren shrugged. Just curious. If you're going to be working there, I might as well understand what it's about. Juiki sighed, rubbing the back of his head. Fair enough. But don't expect me to go too deep into it. He paused for a moment, then explained, the strategy and planning team is responsible for overseeing mission assignments, analyzing enemy movements, and organizing defense strategies for the village. Basically, we make sure Konoha doesn't get caught off guard. Ren nodded, processing the information. So, it's more about planning than direct combat. Juaki smirked. Mostly, yeah. But don't think that makes it an easy job. Strategy is what keeps people alive. If a single decision is wrong, missions fail, shinobi die, and the village suffers. Ren thought about that for a moment. That means the team must have access to a lot of classified information, huh? Juaki gave him a look. Nice try, but that's as much as I'm telling you. Ren chuckled. Worth a shot. Juaki just shook his head, clearly amused. You focus on your training, and I'll focus on making sure the village doesn't collapse. Deal. Ren smirked. Deal. After a brief pause, Ren asked, so, how bad is the village, really? What's being rebuilt? Juaki exhaled, leaning back against the hospital bed. I don't know much since I've been stuck here, but from what I've heard, the repairs are going well. Within a month or two, the village should be back to normal at least on the surface. Ren narrowed his eyes. Normal for civilians, right? For shinobi, it must be hell out there since the situation isn't exactly ideal for the village. Juaki's eyes widened slightly, surprised at his son's insight. He studied Ren for a moment before nodding. You're not wrong. He sighed, rubbing his temples. The village took massive losses, and we're still recovering. Even if the buildings get repaired, we can't replace experienced shinobi overnight. That means everyone from genin to jonin is under more pressure. Missions that would normally go to full teams are being handled by smaller squads, and some of the older academy students will probably be rushed through training to fill the ranks. Ren nodded, filing the information away. So Konoha looks fine on the outside, but we're stretched thin. That means other villages might try something. Juaki gave him a sharp look. Exactly. That's why you don't talk about this with anyone else. Ren smirked. Who would I even tell? It's not like I have friends to gossip with. Juaki chuckled, shaking his head. Fair point. Just keep that sharp mind of yours to yourself for now. Ren nodded. He wasn't stupid enough to discuss village security issues with random people. But still, the academy is going to be interesting if they're really pushing students through faster. That means I need to get even further ahead. With that thought, he shifted gears, preparing for his next step. Old man, do you think I should start running with weights right away, or should I take it normally first? Ren asked. Juaki immediately shut that idea down. Absolutely not. No weights until you're at least 7. If you start too early, you'll stunt your growth. Ren nodded without complaint. Makes sense. It wasn't a problem he had the system. He could monitor his progress directly, so he'd know exactly when normal running stopped being effective. I'll stick to weightless endurance training for now. Once I turn 7, I can add weights gradually. With that settled, he left the hospital and returned home. Since it was noon, Ren decided to continue his chakra training in the backyard. He approached the same tree he had fallen from earlier and placed his hand on the bark. All right. Let's see how much progress I've made. He focused chakra into his feet and took his first step. Unlike before, when he had barely managed 3 steps, he now felt more stable. He took another step. Then another. This time, he reached about 5 steps before his chakra control wavered, and he jumped off before falling. Not bad. I'm improving. As he rested for a moment, Ren thought about his overall training path. Tree climbing should get me to intermediate chakra control eventually. After that, water walking should push me toward advanced. But that was still far off. Right now, he needed to fully master tree climbing first. No point thinking too far ahead. Step by step. With that, he stood up and continued training. Chapter 10, Sassy SYS. The next day arrived, and Ren decided to follow his father's advice and take a more structured approach to training. I'll start by running around the village. A full lap should be a good baseline for my endurance. With that goal in mind, he headed to the village gate, stretching as he prepared for what would likely be his toughest run yet. As soon as he was ready, he took off at full speed, following the village walls. At first, the run felt manageable. His legs moved steadily, and his breathing stayed even. Not bad. I can handle this. But by the first hour, his breath grew heavy, and his legs started burning. By the second hour, his entire body ached, and sweat drenched his clothes. His pace slowed to a near crawl, but he refused to stop. By the third hour, he was barely holding on, his vision swimming, his lungs on fire. Then finally he saw it. The village gate. With whatever little energy he had left, he sprinted forward, forcing his body to move. With a final burst of speed, he touched the gate, completing the lap. Then he collapsed flat on the ground, arms spread out, gasping for air. There was only one thought in his mind. Konoha is freaking huge. As Ren lay flat on the ground, gasping for air, a familiar system message popped up in his mind. System message. +2 agility. Agility, 11. Congratulations! User has successfully pushed his first stat to genin level through training. Reward, +1 genin level stat point. Ren was too exhausted to even question what the genin level stat point was. I'll deal with that later. Right now, I just need to get home. With trembling legs, he slowly pushed himself up and began walking, his entire body screaming in protest. By the time he reached home, Ren was barely holding himself together. As he stepped inside, he noticed Juaki was already home, sitting at the table, eating something. Juaki glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. Morning. Ren barely managed to mumble back, morning, before heading straight for the bath. As soon as the warm water hit his skin, his exhaustion took over, and before he knew it, he fell asleep. When Ren finally opened his eyes, he was no longer in the bath. Instead, he was tucked into his bed, feeling much more refreshed. He sat up, blinking. Wait, how did I get here? His answer was obvious. Dad must have carried me. Glancing at the clock, he saw it was already noon. He leaned back against the pillow, thinking about his morning run, but then his mind shifted to the system message. Right. I reached Genin level agility. A smile spread across his face. This is my first real milestone. Then he remembered the extra stat point and quickly asked the system, what's a Genin level stat point? System message. Genin level stat points directly enhance a Genin level attribute by +1, regardless of normal point requirements. Ren's eyes widened slightly. So it's different from regular points? Interesting. Without hesitation, he dumped it into chakra. Chakra, 12. Nice. Another step closer to using shadow clones properly. But then another question popped into his mind. System, why didn't my vitality increase even though my agility went up by 2? System message. Endurance training improves stamina, not vitality. Stamina is a component of vitality, but it does not increase the vitality stat directly. Ren nodded slowly. So stamina and vitality aren't the same thing. Makes sense. Then he asked, so how do I improve my stamina, then? The system responded instantly. System message. Figure it out yourself or grow up. Ren froze. Then stared at the message. Then blinked. Did the system just sass me? For the first time since getting the system, he was completely baffled. Ren dragged himself to the kitchen, still feeling a bit sore but significantly better than before. He saw Jueki sitting at the table, finishing off his meal. Without saying much, Ren grabbed some food and sat down, eating quickly to refuel after his brutal endurance run. Jueki smirked. So, how'd your training go? Ren paused between bites, then sighed. Let's just say, running around Konoha wasn't my best idea. Jueki chuckled. Told you to train smart, not try to outrun the whole village in one day. Ren grumbled, but he knew his father was right. Still, I did get results. My speed's improving. Jueki nodded in approval. Good. But endurance training isn't just about running mindlessly. You need to learn how to control your breathing, pace yourself, and adjust based on terrain. Ren took mental notes his father had experience, and any tips would help him improve faster. After eating, Ren stretched and looked at Jueki. I'll do some chakra training outside. You mind watching? Jueki raised an eyebrow. Sure. Let's see how much you've improved. As they stood up, Ren silently reminded the system of something important. System, can you pause chakra control notifications for now? System message. Affirmative. He had no plans of telling anyone about the system. If his father or any high-level shinobi noticed him glancing at invisible messages, it could raise suspicions. Better safe than sorry. Thinking about it, Ren decided he should buy some glasses soon that way, when he checked system messages, his eyes would be hidden. One of the golden rules of transmigrators never expose the cheat. They walked to the backyard, where Ren immediately started his tree climbing training. Jueki watched for a while before offering advice, correcting minor mistakes in Ren's chakra flow and balance. You're pushing too much chakra into your feet. Try adjusting it slightly, let the chakra flow naturally instead of forcing it. Ren nodded and adjusted accordingly. Right, I need to let it stabilize instead of overloading it. They continued training until evening, with Ren making steady improvements. Just as Ren was wiping sweat off his forehead, Jueki stretched and said casually, all right, enough training for today. We're eating out tonight. Ren blinked. Huh? Where? Jueki smirked. Barbecue restaurant. Ren's eyes lit up. Meat? Real food? Finally. The exhaustion from training vanished instantly, replaced with pure excitement. Jueki chuckled. Ha, figured you'd like that. With that, they headed off to enjoy a well-earned meal. As Ren and Jueki walked through the streets of Konoha, they ran into a few neighbors and acquaintances along the way. Jueki, being the social type, stopped to chat with them briefly. Ah, Jueki. Finally out of the hospital, huh? One of the older men called out. Jueki grinned. Yeah, they got sick of me taking up space. Ren stood quietly beside his father, listening but not engaging much. He wasn't antisocial, but he also didn't feel like making unnecessary small talk. After a few more brief conversations, they finally reached their destination, Konoha's barbecue restaurant. As soon as they sat down, Jueki waved a hand toward the waiter. We'll take a big platter of assorted meats. And keep it coming. Ren grinned. Now we're talking. While they waited for their food, they continued their casual conversation, mostly about training, Jueki's new job, and life in the village. Soon, their order arrived, the sizzling plates of freshly grilled meat filling the air with an irresistible aroma. Without hesitation, they dug in excitedly, eating while occasionally talking between bites. Ren, who had been surviving mostly on simple meals and snacks, felt like he was in heaven. As they continued eating, Ren thought about his training progress so far. He had been focusing mostly on chakra control, endurance, and raw physical stats, but there was still one area he hadn't explored yet. After taking a sip of water, he asked, Hey, old man, do you think I should start training with weapons? Jueki didn't even hesitate before answering. No. Ren raised an eyebrow. That was fast. Jueki sighed and leaned back slightly. Look, kid, you're still growing. Right now, the best thing you can do is improve your body, get stronger, faster, and build a solid foundation. Weapons come later. Ren thought about it for a moment. So you're saying even if I pick up a weapon now, it won't help much? Juaki nodded. Exactly. You might learn some basic swings, but if your body isn't strong enough to use a weapon properly, you'll just develop bad habits. And bad habits in a fight get you killed. Ren sighed. Alright, fine. I'll focus on getting stronger first. Juaki smirked. Good. Once you've built up enough strength and coordination, we can talk about weapons. Until then, just stick to the basics. Ren nodded, mentally filing the information away. Guess I'll have to wait before I start any cool sword techniques. With that, they went back to their meal, enjoying the food while occasionally chatting about random things. After finishing their meal, Ren and Juaki returned home and went to their respective rooms. Ren, feeling satisfied and relaxed, collapsed onto his bed, ready to let his body rest after a long day of training and eating well. But just as he was about to drift off, system message. Vitality +1. Ren's eyes snapped open. Wait, what? For a moment, he was completely stumped. His vitality hadn't increased at all before, so why did it suddenly go up now? Then, he replayed the day's events in his head. He had pushed his body to the absolute limit with his insane 3-hour village lap. After that, he had a long recovery period, including a deep sleep in the bath. Finally, he had eaten a large, nutritious meal packed with protein and nutrients to rebuild his body. As he pieced everything together, it suddenly clicked. Vitality isn't about short bursts of effort like agility or strength, it represents long-term durability, stamina, and body resilience. Pushing his body to extreme exhaustion forced it to adapt. Sleeping and proper nutrition helped his body recover and grow stronger. The combination of strain, rest, and proper recovery is what finally triggered the increase. Ren nodded to himself. So that's how it works. Vitality increases aren't as simple as strength or agility, it's all about how well my body recovers and adapts. Just as he was feeling proud of figuring it out, another system message popped up. System message. Intelligence +1. Congratulations on figuring out your problem yourself. Ren froze, then stared at the message, then blinked. Did the system just reward me for thinking? For a moment, he didn't know whether to be happy or insulted. So if I solve my own problems, I get intelligence points? That's actually really useful. This meant that growing smarter wasn't just about reading books, active problem solving and real-world thinking could boost his intelligence too. A grin spread across his face. Alright, system. I see how this works. Feeling motivated, Ren finally closed his eyes, letting his body drift into a well-earned sleep. Chapter 11, Getting Pegged by the Old Man. The next day arrived, and Ren wasted no time continuing his morning training. With his newly improved vitality, he wanted to see if it made a noticeable difference in his endurance. He began his run around Konoha, following the same path along the village walls as before. Last time, 3 hours to complete one full lap. This time, 2 hours. Ren grinned, pleased with his progress. A full hour faster. That's a huge improvement. He wasn't completely drained after the first lap either, so he kept running until his breath gave out. After finally pushing his limits, he returned home, but this time, he didn't collapse into sleep. Instead, he took a bath, cleaned himself up, and set out for the library. On his way to the library, Ren remembered another important task. I need to buy glasses. If he wanted to keep his system hidden, having something to obscure his eyes while reading system messages was a smart precaution. He checked out several clothing stores, searching for a good pair of glasses. After browsing through different styles, he finally found a store selling sunglasses. Ren picked a pair of round black sunglasses similar to Gojo Satoru's from JJK and put them on. His vision was unaffected, and the glasses fit comfortably on his face. Perfect. Now I don't have to worry about people noticing my eyes shifting when I check the system. Satisfied with his purchase, he continued toward the library. The Konoha Library was a 4-story building, its exterior lined with stone pillars and wooden accents. As Ren stepped inside, he noticed the quiet atmosphere. A few civilians and shinobi were reading at various tables, flipping through scrolls and books. Approaching the front desk, he quickly learned the library's access rules. First floor, open to all civilians, basic history, geography, general knowledge. Second floor, open to academy students and genin, chakra theory, academy jutsu, beginner shinobi tactics. No surprise there. I'll have to wait until the academy starts before I can get to the second floor. With limited options, Ren went to the history section first. He wanted to confirm whether his knowledge from the anime was accurate. Pulling out a few scrolls and books, Ren settled in to read. Ren carefully read through the scrolls and books in the history section, comparing everything with what he remembered from the anime. The founding of Konoha, no major differences. The village was founded by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, with the goal of creating peace and stability among the warring clans. The 3 great ninja wars, the events lined up almost perfectly with what he knew. The second Shinobi War still had the rise of the Sannin, and the third war still led to Minato's legendary reputation. He confirmed that there were no major differences, only some minor details that were negligible. Good. That means my knowledge from the anime is still reliable. Shifting his focus, Ren started reading about Konoha's government and power structure. The Hokage is the highest authority in the village. Every department, including Umbu, the Medical Corps, the Barrier Corps, and the Intelligence Division, reports directly to him. The Hokage's word is final in all village matters, but he is advised by the village elders and the council. The daimyo of the Land of Fire technically has political control over Konoha but usually stays out of shinobi affairs. The academy is directly under the Hokage's control. Unlike other matters where elders or clan heads may have some influence, the academy belongs entirely to the Hokage's jurisdiction. No clans, elders, or external factions can interfere with academy policies, curriculum, or student selection. Ren found that last part interesting. So, the Hokage has absolute control over the academy. That meant clans like the Uchiha, Hyuga, or Abarame couldn't influence student placements or training methods. That actually makes sense. If the academy were controlled by clans, it'd become a political battlefield rather than a school for future shinobi. It also meant that once he entered the academy, he wouldn't have to deal with political favoritism. Good. That makes things simpler. Although everything in the library matched his knowledge from the anime, Ren wasn't completely convinced. No government would actually allow civilians access to all the real secrets, especially not a military village like Konoha. It was likely that certain details were altered or omitted to maintain village security and political stability. Still, the broad historical events and power structure details were useful. Even if some information was restricted, the core principles should still hold true. After confirming the major history records, Ren browsed through other available sections, skimming through various topics. Once he was satisfied, he decided to head home. By noon, Ren was back home, enjoying a good meal before preparing for his next training session. Time to continue chakra control. After eating, he went straight to the backyard to resume his tree climbing practice. After practicing tree climbing all afternoon, Ren finally saw that Juaki had returned home. As Juaki stepped into the house, his eyes immediately landed on Ren's new black sunglasses. "Since when did you start wearing glasses?" Juaki asked, raising an eyebrow. Ren shrugged casually. "I thought they looked cool, so I bought them." Juaki stared at him for a moment before chuckling. "Huh. As long as you don't start thinking you're some secret Umbu agent, do whatever you want." Ren simply smirked, inwardly relieved that his excuse worked. After a quick chat, Ren looked at his father seriously and asked, "Teach me how to fight." Juaki didn't even hesitate. "All right. Let's head to the backyard." The two stepped outside, and Juaki stood across from Ren, arms crossed. "Listen, kid. Right now, you don't have enough strength to cause real damage. That's just how young bodies work." Ren nodded, already expecting this. "Then what should I focus on?" Juaki smirked. "Speed. If you can't hit hard, then hit fast. Overwhelm your opponent before they can react." Ren grinned. "That works for me." Ren immediately began throwing punches and kicks, cycling through basic attack patterns he had seen before. Juaki, watching carefully, raised an eyebrow in surprise. His speed is already above academy level, not bad at all. He kept this observation to himself, deciding it was better to guide Ren further rather than praise him too soon. "Your technique is sloppy, but your instincts aren't bad," Juaki finally said. "Let me show you how to fight smarter." Juaki then demonstrated a few key techniques, explaining how to pushpin use momentum to make attacks feel stronger than they actually are. Pushpin strike at weak points joints, stomach, chin to maximize damage. Pushpin stay mobile and unpredictable, using speed to control the flow of the fight. Pushpin leverage his small body to slip past attacks and counter efficiently. Ren absorbed everything and immediately started practicing, trying to integrate the lessons. For now, these tactics would help bridge the gap until his body fully developed. After training intensely for a while, Ren was completely exhausted. Both he and Juaki sat down on the ground, catching their breath. Once Ren had recovered enough, Juaki pulled out a scroll and handed it to him. Basic knowledge of the human body. Ren unrolled it slightly, scanning its contents. It contained detailed information on heavy checkmark tenketsu points, the chakra points in the body that could be used for advanced attacks or medical ninjutsu. Heavy checkmark vital weak points, areas like the throat, solar plexus, temple, and liver where attacks would deal maximum damage. Heavy checkmark defensive zones, parts of the body that needed protection during combat, such as joints and ribs. Juaki explained, "Learn this. It'll help you understand where to strike your enemies and more importantly, what you need to protect on yourself." Ren nodded, storing the scroll away. "This will definitely help in a real fight." After that, Juaki handed him another scroll. Stretching and conditioning exercises. Ren opened it and saw a structured routine of morning and night exercises. Juaki leaned forward, explaining, "Do these stretches and exercises twice a day morning and night. This will prepare your body for the fast fist taijutsu style." Ren's eyes lit up with interest. "Fast fist taijutsu? What's that?" Juaki smirked. "A shinobi has to be fast before he is strong. There's no point in having strength if you can't even reach your enemy." He continued, "The opposite is also true, but you still have time to build strength as your body grows. Right now, the focus is on speed specifically, training your leg muscles early to make sure they develop properly." Ren nodded, understanding the logic. "So, if I condition my legs now, it'll be easier to reach insane speeds in the future." Juaki grinned. "Exactly. The earlier you start, the better." Ren smirked, feeling motivated. "All right. I'll master this style." With that, he had a clear training path ahead of him. Chapter 12, Life has its ups and downs, we call them squats. Over the next 5 days, Ren followed a strict and disciplined training routine, steadily improving his abilities. Each morning, he began with stretches and endurance running, pushing his limits as his stamina increased. In the afternoon, he focused entirely on chakra control, climbing trees with greater ease but still struggling to hold himself in place for extended periods. As evening approached, he headed to the library, expanding his knowledge on history, tactics, and shinobi fundamentals, which contributed to his rapidly growing intelligence stat. Returning home at night, he continued chakra training, reinforcing his control before studying the scroll on human anatomy and combat points that Jueki had given him. Ren quickly realized the true advantage of his high intelligence stat when he started reading Jueki's scroll on the human body and vital points. He memorized the entire scroll in just 2 days. His recall was extremely sharp. He could write it down word for word without a single mistake. He could analyze and understand new concepts faster than before. One day, Jueki taught him hand signs, and Ren instantly memorized them all with perfect recall. Since practicing hand seals didn't require full body movement, Ren started incorporating hand sign drills while walking or whenever he had free time. One morning, after returning from his run, Ren sat down for breakfast when a system message appeared. System message. Vitality +1. Curious, he opened his status screen to check his overall progress. Attributes. Strength, 9, +1 increase over 5 days. Agility, 14, +3 increase. His speed was improving rapidly. Vitality, 12, +2 increase. His endurance and stamina continued to develop. Intelligence, 15, +4 increase. Library visits and deep study contributed heavily. Chakra, 12, no change. No system points earned for chakra growth. Chakra control mastery, 43%, basic level. Ren could now fully climb the tree without slipping. However, holding his position for a long time was still difficult. He continued practicing to improve endurance and control. When Ren returned home that morning, he noticed his father wasn't home. On the table, a small note was left behind. I'm starting work today. Had to leave early. Train hard. Ren nodded to himself. Figures. Dad's finally back to work. With Jueki occupied, that meant Ren would have more time to train alone, but even if he was alone his training would remain the same, only their sparring time would be absent. Observing his stats, Ren noticed that while his strength had only increased by 1 point, he wasn't particularly worried. He recalled Jueki's words that he would introduce the next phase of training once Ren could complete 3 laps around Konoha in 3 hours. Today, he had finally accomplished that. Not only had he managed to complete 3 full laps within the time limit, but he still had some energy left, so instead of walking home, he jogged the entire way back. Satisfied with his progress, Ren continued with his usual routine chakra training in the afternoon, library research in the evening, and hand seal practice at night. By the time night fell, Jueki returned home, carrying some takeout for dinner. The two sat down to eat, and Ren wasted no time. So, what's next? I completed the 3 laps today. Jueki, expecting this, gave him a knowing smirk. Figured you would. Finishing his meal, he leaned back, thinking for a moment before speaking. All right, listen up. Now that your endurance is solid, it's time to focus on building functional strength. You don't need weights yet, just increase the intensity of your bodyweight exercises. Ren nodded, paying full attention. Bodyweight training, twice a day, morning and evening. Do push UPS, squats, sit UPS, and pull UPS till you can't. Maintain perfect form to maximize strength gains. Explosive strength drills, improve fast twitch muscles. Sprinting up steep slopes to develop leg power. Jump squats and burpees to improve lower body explosiveness. Striking a hanging log or training post to develop arm strength. Core and stability work, a strong core equals better overall strength. Plank holds to develop midsection endurance. Hanging leg raises to strengthen lower abdominal muscles. Balance training to improve movement coordination. Endurance strength training, building power for extended fights. Practicing deep stances like the horse stance to strengthen leg endurance. Repeated strikes on a tree or training dummy to build arm endurance. Practicing shadow boxing and footwork to maintain strength while moving. Hearing all this, Ren grinned, feeling excited about the new challenge. So basically, train like a madman until my body adapts. Jueki laughed. Pretty much. But don't overdo it. Your body's still growing, so gradual progression is key. Ren nodded, determined. He finally had a structured plan to build his strength, and with his system's guidance, he could track his progress efficiently. With his next stage of training set, he went to bed and planned his schedule. Lying down on his bed, Ren thought about his training plan, carefully building a mental timetable to maximize his progress while ensuring proper rest and recovery. After considering his current strengths, weaknesses, and goals, he settled on the following daily schedule. Pushpin 4 a.m., wake up and morning stretches, prepare the body for intense training. Pushpin 5 a.m., endurance running, 3-hour run around Konoha to build stamina. Pushpin 8 a.m., 1-hour rest and energy recovery, eat, hydrate, and regain strength. Pushpin 9 a.m., bodyweight and core training, push UPS, squats, planks, explosive drills. Pushpin 12 p.m., 1-hour rest, allow muscles to recover before the next session. Pushpin 1 p.m., chakra control training, tree climbing, fine-tuning chakra flow. Pushpin 4 p.m., free time, a short break for minor adjustments or studying. Pushpin 5 p.m., strength training, again, a second round of bodyweight and endurance exercises. Pushpin 8 p.m., dinner and study, reading scrolls, reviewing training techniques. Pushpin 9:30 p.m., night stretches, loosening up before sleep. Pushpin 10 p.m., sleep, allow the body to recover for the next day. Ren nodded to himself, satisfied with the balance between physical training, chakra control, recovery, and study. This should push my growth while keeping me from burning out. Strength, speed, endurance, chakra all covered. With his plan finalized, he closed his eyes, knowing that tomorrow would mark the beginning of his true full-scale training. Waking up before dawn, Ren immediately followed his schedule, starting with morning stretches to loosen his muscles before heading out for his 3-hour endurance run. After finishing his run and taking an hour to recover, he moved on to strength training, focusing on bodyweight exercises and core training to build functional strength. He began with normal push UPS, increasing the count gradually till he finally reached 80 to strengthen his arms and chest. He then started squats after a brief rest, focusing on deep squats, making sure to maintain proper form to develop lower body power. Pull UPS were next, strengthening his upper body and grip, ensuring his arms and shoulders could handle the strain. When he was done, he started core training and explosive drills, sprinting up a steep incline and practicing quick directional changes to improve combat movement speed and combat conditioning by striking a hanging log repeatedly, building arm endurance and muscle control for faster, stronger punches. By the time he was finishing up his session, a system notification rang in his mind. System message. Strength +1. Congratulations! All attributes have reached Genin level. User level, 10. Rewards, +2 Genin level attribute points. New ability unlocked, Observe panel, can analyze the levels of targets up to 20 levels above user. Ren froze for a moment, then grinned. Finally, I reached level 10. Even though his average level was technically around 13, the system based his level on all attributes, not just one. Still, reaching Genin level before even entering the academy was a huge accomplishment. There are probably only a handful of geniuses at my age who've reached this level. And now, he had 2 Genin level attribute points to spend. Even better, he had unlocked a new ability, Observe Panel, which allowed him to analyze the levels of targets up to 20 levels above him. Seeing the 2 available Genin level attribute points, Ren didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately allocated both into chakra. System message. Chakra +2. Chakra, 14. This will help. With higher chakra reserves, he would be able to sustain longer training sessions, perform jutsu more effectively, and eventually, learn techniques like the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Satisfied with his decision, Ren continued with his scheduled training for the day. Chapter 13, An arm less but experience is whole. Ren wandered through the streets of Konoha, taking in the atmosphere of the village festival. It was the last day of the year, and with the academy set to open tomorrow, the village was buzzing with activity. Compared to previous years, the festival was quieter, as people were still recovering from the Ninetails attack. Even so, the villagers were trying to move forward, celebrating in a subdued yet determined manner. For the first time since arriving in this world, Ren decided to take a proper break. He allowed himself to sleep in past sunrise, skipping his usual early morning training. Although he didn't train, he still did some light stretches to keep his body loose and in shape. Ren spent the day roaming around Konoha, visiting many of its iconic locations. The Hokage Tower, Hokage Monument, the Academy, and even the 44th Training Ground, although that one was only from afar. Walking through the village, Ren truly appreciated its beauty. Konoha is massive, but beyond that, it's just beautiful. The colors, the energy, the air, this world surpasses my old one by far. By noon, his tour was complete, and he decided it was time to fill his stomach. Ren headed to Ichiraku Ramen, where he was greeted by Tuki. Oh, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while, Tuka said with a smile. Ren blinked in mild surprise. You remember me? Considering how many customers Ichiraku must get daily, Ren found it a bit absurd that Tuka still recognized him. However, he didn't dwell on it for long. After enjoying his meal, Ren paid and left, feeling satisfied, but his peaceful day was about to take an interesting turn. The moment Ren stepped outside, a kid suddenly collided with him. Although Ren called him a kid, the boy was actually nearly a head taller than him, despite Ren already standing at 4 feet. The boy quickly muttered, "Sorry," before rushing away. Ren immediately checked his pouch. His money was missing. TCH. A pickpocket. Without wasting time, Ren sprinted after the boy. The thief noticed he was being chased and increased his speed, weaving through the crowd to escape. However, Ren's agility was far too high, and he was closing the gap with ease. Seeing this, the boy began moving erratically, attempting to throw Ren off. Soon, they reached a less crowded area, and the boy, realizing he couldn't escape, turned around and threw a punch at Ren. Ren didn't flinch. With minimal effort, he caught the punch, feeling the strength behind it. Not bad. The kid's eyes narrowed slightly before he quickly backed away, freeing himself. Knowing he had no escape, the boy took a different approach. Would you let me go if I return your bag, along with an extra? He asked, offering a deal. Ren raised an eyebrow. The thief was clever. Rather than risk a fight, he was trying to negotiate. After a brief pause, Ren nodded. All right, deal. The kid tossed 2 money pouches to the ground before sprinting away. Ren picked up both bags and checked the money inside. Seeing the amount was decent, he smirked. Not bad. Extra cash and a light workout? I'll take it. Humming a tune, he turned back toward home, feeling satisfied with his unexpected bonus. As Ren walked through the festival, lost in his thoughts about the day, he noticed Jueki approaching. His father had promised they would spend the festival together, and sure enough, he had kept his word. Greeting him casually, they started touring the festival, exploring the various stalls. They had wanted to try some festival games, but most of them were for civilian children, and they couldn't find anything specifically for shinobi. Instead, they strolled around, sampling different foods, laughing over weird flavors, and enjoying the warm festival atmosphere. Eventually, they came across a food competition organized by the Akimichi clan, where participants could enter in teams and challenge an Akimichi clan member to an eating contest. The moment Ren saw it, he knew it was going to be funny. Sure enough, after signing up, he and Jueki were put against a middle-aged Akimichi, who was exactly what you'd expect from the clan, large, cheerful, and confident in his eating skills. The dish for the challenge was dumplings. Ren and Jueki gave it their best effort, stuffing their mouths as quickly as they could, but despite their determination, they only managed to finish 10 plates combined. Meanwhile, their opponent had cleared 20 plates alone, barely breaking a sweat. When the match ended, they both scurried away from the area, defeated but laughing at their loss. Eventually, they reached a quieter part of the village, where people were gathered with their families, lovers, and friends, sitting together and enjoying the festival. Ren and Jueki found a large tree, climbed onto its sturdy branches, and sat there, watching the celebration from above. For a while, they simply enjoyed the view, the festival lights flickering below them, before Jueki suddenly broke the silence. "Listen up, kid. You will be starting the academy tomorrow, and that will be your first step on the path of a shinobi." His tone was calm, but there was an unmistakable seriousness behind it. "I know you're strong, but that's only compared to kids your age. Never get complacent about your strength. You wouldn't even know how you got killed if you started getting comfortable with what little power you have now. There are people out there who could kill you with a flick of their finger." Ren listened quietly, surprised that his father was talking so much at once. "You remember that fox, right? Even that thing was defeated. So even though I've said this before, I'll say it again, always be cautious." Ren looked at his father, taking in his serious expression, and something clicked inside him. He's worried. Of course, he would be. Feeling a strange sense of warmth, Ren nodded firmly, his usual smirk replaced with genuine understanding. They sat there in silence, the unspoken bond between them stronger than ever. Soon, the fireworks began, painting the sky with bursts of color, and the village was filled with cheers and laughter. After watching for a while, they climbed down from the tree and headed home, the festival slowly coming to an end. As Ren finished his nighttime stretches and lay down on his bed, his mind replayed his father's words. "I'm happy he cares so much for me, it really feels good." For the first time in a long while, he truly appreciated having someone looking out for him. But Jueki didn't know the full truth. He didn't know that Kurama's attack was merely the beginning. Far greater dangers were looming on the horizon. The danger of the Ninetails was nothing compared to what's coming. The Uchiha Massacre, Orochimaru, Akatsuki, and that's not even mentioning the Fourth Great Ninja War. Right now, he had time to grow. Time to get stronger before the chaos began. "I can't afford to waste a single moment." But at the same time, he knew that constant training without rest would only make him burn out. "Still, I should make time for Dad occasionally. Spending time with him will help me relax, and more importantly, it'll keep him from worrying too much about me." Before falling asleep, Ren decided to check his stats to see just how much he had grown over the past 2 months of intense training. System. A familiar panel rolled out, displaying his details. System panel. Level, 16. Strength, 16. Significant improvement. His strikes now carried real power. Agility, 20. His greatest improvement almost at Chunin level speed. Intelligence, 19. Slightly slower growth due to less time spent reading, but still high. Vitality, 18. Steadily improving thanks to proper training and a perfect diet. Chakra, 16. Grown steadily as his physical energy in growing. Chakra control mastery, 52%. Intermediate. Over the past 2 months, his strength and agility had increased the most. Agility, in particular, had skyrocketed due to his intense training and constant movement drills. "I'm just 1 step away from Chunin level speed." Using Observe panel on Shinobi running around Konoha, he had estimated that the Chunin level range started at level 20 and likely extended up to around 40. His vitality increase was thanks to a proper diet, plenty of meat and vegetables, ensuring his body kept up with his training demands. His chakra control had also reached intermediate level, but progress slowed down significantly at this stage. The higher I go, the harder it is to improve. Despite that, Ren was happy with his overall progress. He had reached genin level before joining the academy, and if he kept this up, he would be able to achieve even greater heights. Satisfied with his growth, he closed his eyes, letting sleep take over. Tomorrow, the academy would begin. His shinobi journey was about to officially start. Chapter 14, Pass or Die. January 1 st, the entrance exam day for the academy. The entire academy grounds were packed with children and their parents, filling the air with constant chatter and excitement. The nervous energy was especially noticeable among the civilian students, who had never been exposed to shinobi training before. Many were eagerly guessing what kind of tests they would need to pass to secure their place in the academy. Even though the exam was just a formality for many, cliques had already started forming. Ren stood back, quietly observing the divisions. On one side were the clan children, standing in distinct groups according to their alliances. The Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans stood together, forming the next generation of the Inoshikacho trio. The Abarame and Inuzuka clans stood nearby, their quiet and wild natures contrasting but still aligned. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans stood alone, calm, composed, and indifferent, treating the exam as a mere formality. This was understandable, as clan children were almost always guaranteed entry unless they were truly talentless. Those cases were rare, and such children were usually excluded from their clans long before this stage. However, there was also a third, smaller group, even fewer in number than the clan kids. These were the children of shinobi families, those whose parents or relatives were active ninja but weren't part of a recognized clan. Ren stood within this group but didn't engage in conversation, as he didn't know anyone here. His father, Juaki, had dropped him off early in the morning but hadn't stayed, knowing that Ren's acceptance into the academy was guaranteed. Many others who were certain to pass also didn't bring their guardians, treating this as a routine step. As time passed, the academy gates finally opened. A shinobi in a jonin vest stepped out, followed by several chunin. The jonin was Shindo Sarutobi, the Hokage's representative in the academy. He was responsible for overseeing daily operations on behalf of the Hokage, ensuring the academy ran smoothly. Behind him were the academy instructors, the ones who would soon be evaluating the students. As the noise in the area settled down, it was finally time to begin. The academy gates stood open as Shindo Sarutobi stepped forward, his presence commanding instant attention from the excited students and their watchful parents. With a calm but firm voice, he addressed the crowd. Welcome to the entrance exam of the academy. My name is Shindo Sarutobi. Today, you will be undergoing a series of tests to determine your eligibility for entry. Upon entering the academy, you will separate into two groups. If you have already unlocked your chakra, move to the right side. If you have not, proceed to the left side. Shindo continued without pause. To the parents, this process will take some time. You are free to leave, but for those who wish to stay, we ask that you do not interfere. Ren stood among the group of students who had already unlocked their chakra, his eyes calmly scanning the area. After the principal's introduction, the students were separated into two groups. Those who had unlocked their chakra were directed to the right side, while the others were sent to the left, where their chakra would be unlocked before any further tests. Ren, being in the right group, followed the line of students to an adjacent hall. The hall was orderly and simple, with 10 identical crystal balls placed on a long table. Standing before them was a stern-looking shinin who introduced himself. My name is Udakata Ito, he began, his voice calm but authoritative. You are to call me Udakata-sensei. I will be your instructor for the next 6 years if you pass the test and qualify for the elite class. His gaze swept across the students. The first test you will undergo is a chakra measurement. These crystal balls have a limiter that will glow when you reach the required amount of chakra for academy entrance. Your score will be determined by the number of seconds it takes to light the limiter. The faster the ball lights up, the higher your chakra reserves. The students listened intently as he continued. The qualification for the elite class is less than a second. If it takes you more than 4 seconds, you fail. And remember, stay in front of the ball for no longer than 10 seconds. Exceed that time, and you will be banned from ever taking admission. His expression turned serious. Form lines of 20 students each, and do not make a ruckus. If you disrupt the process, I will personally throw you out. Understood? Yes, sensei, the students responded in unison, quickly forming neat lines. Ren stood in the third row, positioning himself in the middle of the pack. The line moved quickly, with each student getting only a few seconds in front of the crystal ball. When it was Ren's turn, he stepped forward, his expression calm. Placing his hand on the crystal ball, it lit up instantly, glowing brightly within a fraction of a second. This was bound to happen. With high genin level chakra, Ren far exceeded the threshold for the test. The instructor behind simply said, "Pass," his face betraying no reaction or surprise. Ren quickly stepped back, moving to the ground outside as instructed. He joined the line of students forming there, waiting for the next part of the exam. As Ren stood on the training ground, his thoughts briefly drifted to Itake Uchiha. He hadn't seen the clan killer among the members of clan who got killed by a kid taking the entrance exam. He must have been allowed to skip the exam. Makes sense, there are already talks around the village about how much of a prodigy he is. No surprise the academy would make an exception for him. His train of thought was interrupted as Udakata-sensei stepped in front of the line. The instructor's voice carried across the field, loud and firm. It looks like the left side group isn't done yet, so you will move on to the second level of the exam first. His gaze swept over the students, measuring them silently before continuing. This test will measure your endurance and willpower. He pointed toward the running track. Start running. Keep running until you collapse or until an instructor tells you to stop. If you drop before 30 minutes, you fail. There was no countdown. Begin. As soon as the test started, some students rushed ahead, trying to prove their superiority. First ones to fail, Ren thought to himself. Some others tried to conserve energy by barely jogging, moving at a pace just slightly faster than walking. They were immediately punished, as the instructors threw small stones at them, a silent but clear warning to increase their speed. Ren, however, kept a steady, controlled pace, one that allowed him to maintain his stamina. Honestly, this test was too easy for him. Even if he had taken it 2 months ago, it wouldn't have been a problem. I've run around the entire village multiple times in 3 hours. A simple track like this is nothing. But while he was fine, many others were struggling. By the 20-minute mark, the students who had sprinted at the start were the first to drop. Their exhaustion hit all at once, and they collapsed on the track, breathing heavily. By the 2-hour mark, only 50 students remained. Ren was ahead of most by 2 to 3 laps, still maintaining the same speed he had started with. His gaze casually flickered to the side, and he spotted a familiar face. The thief from yesterday. The boy was still running and surprisingly, he didn't look like he was on the verge of collapse. So he wasn't just some random pickpocket, he's got stamina. As time continued, more students started slowing down, barely hanging on through sheer willpower. At the 3-hour mark, only 20 students remained. Most of them looked exhausted, their bodies screaming at them to stop. Then, they looked up only to see a blue-haired boy running past them effortlessly. Ren had already lapped them by more than 5 times. Their despair was almost visible. As soon as the 3-hour mark was reached, Utakata-sensei shouted, "Stop. The second test is over." The students immediately halted, some collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. The instructor didn't even wait for them to recover before continuing. "I will now call the names of those who can skip the third test and move on to the theory exam. The rest of you will follow another instructor for the next challenge." Utakata pulled out a scroll and began reading names. Ren Takahashi. Ren smirked slightly and crossed his arms. Takeda Uchiha. His eyes flickered toward the stoic Uchiha, standing with his arms folded, showing no signs of exhaustion. Hitachi Abarame. The calm and silent Abarame barely reacted. Eiji Nakamura. It was the pickpocket who was trying to keep his breath steady. The list continued until 50 names were called. Ren took a deep breath, feeling satisfied with his performance. He had cleared the first 2 tests with ease, and now it was time to move on to the final stage. Utakata-sensei turned to the 50 remaining students and spoke in his usual calm but firm tone. "I'll get the theory exam ready. Wait here for 15 minutes and get some rest." The moment he said that, most of the students collapsed onto the ground, exhausted from the endurance test. Ren, however, wasn't tired at all. With some free time, he decided to use Observe Panel on the students around him, as these were the most likely candidates for the elite class. Most of them were between level 5 and 6, with the top 10 mostly being level 7 or 8. Only 2 people had reached level 10, Takeda Uchiha and Hitachi Abarame. As expected, those 2 are probably the strongest in the group. His gaze then shifted to the thief from yesterday. Surprisingly, the boy was level 9, an impressive level for a civilian. He's definitely worth remembering. That kind of progress without a clan backing him means he worked hard for it. Soon, the 15-minute break ended, and Utakata returned. "Follow me." Utakata led the students to a classroom, where exam papers and pencils were already neatly arranged on the desks. As the students took their seats, he gave a simple instruction. "Start. You have 1 hour. Even if you finish early, you cannot leave before the time is up." Ren flipped over the exam sheet and scanned the questions. Most of them were basic shinobi knowledge, nothing too complicated. A few complex questions were sprinkled in, but nothing that required serious effort. One of the highest scoring questions was an essay on the will of fire. Typical. Konoha sure loves its ideology. Ren finished his paper in 20 minutes and rested his head on the desk, waiting for the time to pass. Utakata glanced at him briefly but didn't say anything. When the 1-hour mark hit, Utakata gave his next instruction. "Stop. Put your pencils down. If I catch anyone writing, you fail." The students immediately obeyed. "All of you here have passed the entrance exam, at least you would have if you didn't perform like trash on the theory exam. Come back tomorrow morning to check your class arrangements." With that, he turned toward the door. "Someone will come to lead you out. Goodbye." As promised, another instructor arrived and led the students back to the academy entrance. As soon as the last student stepped outside, the doors closed, leaving the waiting parents frustrated with unanswered questions. The students briefly explained what had happened, but most of them quickly left with their families. As Ren stretched his body, he muttered, "Well, that was easy." Some students who overheard him grumbled something about another genius, but none of them said it to his face. Ren simply smirked and left the area. The test hadn't taken much time, and he wasn't tired, so there was no reason to waste the rest of the day. Training awaited. Chapter 15, Simon Shishikoff. Ren started his day as usual, waking up early despite the academy starting at 9 a.m. He had more than enough time for his morning training, so he set out for his daily run around Konoha. As he ran, his thoughts drifted to ninjutsu. "I should finally start learning some techniques." For now, he could only use D rank and C rank jutsu, but mastering them early would allow him to move on to more advanced techniques sooner. The Academy 3 Clone Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu, and Substitution Jutsu were considered fundamentals, but they weren't taught until the 3rd year. If he wanted to learn them beforehand, he had 2 options. First, visit the library. His father had told him that the student-accessible section only contained E-rank jutsu, although there were many available. Second, ask Juiki. He could directly request the techniques from his father. The D-rank body flicker jutsu was available in the library level available to students, since Konoha didn't mind sharing basic level techniques. There was no risk in spies learning them, as these jutsu were mostly used by foot soldiers in wars. The real powerful techniques are reserved for those with the right resources or talent. By the time he finished thinking, his run came to an end, and he made his way home. After taking a bath, Ren changed into a fresh outfit for his first day at the academy. A sleeveless deep blue denim top with matching joggers for free movement together with white shoes he had found in the market and his round black sunglasses. When he stepped out, he saw Jueki already at the table, eating breakfast. Without hesitation, he sat down to eat as well. Seeing his outfit, Jueki grinned. Trying to impress someone on the first day, Ren simply rolled his eyes but smirked. Yeah, wanted to bring a girlfriend home the first day. With 30 minutes left before the academy started, Ren and Jueki walked together to the academy. To Ren's mild surprise, Jueki brought a portable camera with him. The technology in this world is really weird. By the time they arrived, the academy grounds were more crowded than yesterday. Most parents had come to drop off their children, making the entrance lively and full of conversation. Ren immediately went to the notice board to check the class lists. As expected, his name was in the elite class ranked number 2. At number 1, of course, was Itake Uchiha. After informing Jueki, his father wasn't surprised but was still happy nonetheless. While they stood there, Jueki spotted an acquaintance who was also dropping off his child and asked him to take a picture for them. The man easily agreed, and Ren stood beside his father for the photo. He stood to Jueki's right, where his father's missing arm would have been. Both of them smiled for the camera, and the picture was taken with the academy in the backdrop. Jueki promised, "I'll get it developed later today." Soon, the academy gates opened, and the students began entering. Ren gave one last glance at Jueki, raising a hand in a casual wave. Jueki smiled back. "Do your best." With that, Ren stepped inside, officially beginning his journey as a shinobi. The new students were directed into a large hall, spacious enough to accommodate all of them comfortably. At the front of the hall, a podium stood prominently. Seeing it, Ren had a few guesses about what was coming. To the right of the podium, Instructor Utakata stood with his usual stoic expression. Without wasting time, he gave his first order. "Form lines based on the class you've been assigned. You have 30 seconds. Begin." The elite class immediately formed the first column, consisting of 30 students. Following them, classes 1, 2, 3, and 4 also formed their lines, each with 30 students. A total of 150 students had been accepted into the academy. Given that nearly 500 students had taken the exam yesterday, this showed just how strict the admission process was. As soon as the students finished organizing themselves, movement at the podium drew their attention. A man in white robes, with the Hokage's hat resting on his head, stepped forward. It was none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the man who had once again taken office after the death of the fourth Hokage. Here he is, the professor himself, here to teach the young lambs. Ren's lips curled into a barely noticeable smirk. Hiruzen stood on the podium, his expression warm and welcoming, smiling like a kind grandfather. His eyes scanned the crowd, occasionally pausing on certain students, though most of them wouldn't even notice. Ren, however, was keenly aware when the Hokage's gaze landed on him. For just a second longer than most, Hiruzen's eyes lingered on him. Ren smiled in response, maintaining a calm and respectful expression. Why wouldn't he? Hiruzen would be his greatest support until he became strong enough to stand on his own. If he wanted freedom to grow, aligning himself with the third Hokage's influence would be his safest bet. Of course, the longest pause was reserved for Itake Uchiha, who stood right beside Ren. It was no surprise Itake was a once-in-a-generation prodigy, already well known despite his young age. Ren briefly glanced at Itake but didn't dwell on it. Right now, he needed to focus on himself. The Hokage had finished his silent observations. With a gentle smile, he began speaking, his voice carrying across the hall with the weight of experience and wisdom. "Welcome, young ones, to the beginning of your journey as shinobi of Konohagakure." He paused, letting the words settle in. "Today, you stand here as students, but one day, you will be the protectors of this village, the future that we entrust with our dreams, our values, and our legacy." His eyes slowly passed over the students, lingering on some of them, especially those who carried the weight of great potential. "You may have different reasons for being here. Some of you come from shinobi families, carrying the pride of your clans. Some of you come from civilian backgrounds, eager to carve your own path through hard work and determination. But remember this: once you wear the headband of Konoha, you are all comrades, bound by the same purpose." His expression grew more serious, his tone steady and unwavering. The path of a shinobi is not easy. It is a life of sacrifice, discipline, and unwavering resolve. You will face hardships, battles, and moments of doubt. But in those moments, when the darkness looms and the road ahead seems impossible to walk, you must remember the most important principle of Konoha, the will of fire. The room fell silent as his words echoed. The will of fire is what binds us as a village. It is the belief that we must protect one another, that the strength of a shinobi does not come from jutsu alone, but from the heart that beats for their comrades. Our strength is not just for ourselves, it is for the people we care about, for the generations that will follow, and for the village that we call home. His voice carried the weight of countless battles, of losses, and victories alike. It was this will of fire that built Konoha, that carried us through the hardships of war, and that will continue to guide us in the years to come. It is what makes us strong, not because we seek power, but because we fight to protect what we love. Hiruzen's expression softened as he looked at them, these young minds, brimming with potential, standing at the threshold of the future. You may be students today, but you are already walking the path of a shinobi. In these halls, you will learn not just how to fight, but how to stand for something greater than yourselves. Train hard, respect your instructors, cherish your comrades, and never forget why you chose to take this path. He then straightened, his gaze now carrying the authority of the Hokage. Konoha is your home. Its people are your family. And as long as the will of fire burns within you, you will never be alone. A moment of silence passed, the weight of his words settling over the students. Then, with a nod, he concluded. Welcome to the academy. Your journey begins now. With that, he stepped back, allowing the instructors to take over. The students remained silent for a moment before murmurs began to spread through the crowd, some inspired, some thoughtful, and some simply taking in the significance of the moment. Ren, standing in his place, simply smirked. Brainwashing complete. But even he had to admit Hiruzen knew how to captivate an audience. As soon as Hiruzen's speech ended, the murmurs among the students grew louder, with some looking inspired, others deep in thought, and a few simply indifferent. Ren, however, remained calm, his mind already moving past the speech. It was expected. The will of fire rhetoric was a necessary tool to shape young minds, and he knew it had worked on many of his classmates. Before the room could become too restless, Utakata-sensei stepped forward once again. His sharp gaze swept over the students, and in his usual no-nonsense tone, he gave the next command. All first-year classes are on the first floor. You have 1 minute to disperse and assemble in your assigned classrooms. Move. The atmosphere immediately shifted, and the students hurried out, eager to get to their new classrooms. Chapter 16, I Want to Be a Great Thief. Ren sat comfortably at the last bench, positioned in the middle row, where he could observe the entire classroom while avoiding unnecessary attention. The room itself was spacious and well-lit, featuring high ceilings, a large blackboard at the front, and a podium for the teacher. The desks were arranged in neat rows, designed to allow the instructor to monitor every student with ease. The elite class seating followed a tiered layout, divided in the middle by stairs that led up and down. Each bench seated 3 students, and Ren found himself flanked by 2 interesting individuals. To his left sat Hitachi Abarame, the quiet and composed, known for their stoic nature and mastery over insects. The boy had barely spoken a word since entering the classroom, his dark glasses concealing any hint of expression. To his right, someone slid into the seat beside him. Hey, thief. Hey, Speedo. Ren's lips twitched as he heard what the boy had called him. Before he could react, the boy continued, the name's Eiji Nakamura. Don't call me thief here, that's my side profession. Well, side for now, since after becoming a shinobi, it'll be my main one. Yours too. Ren was speechless. He wanted to refute the absurd claim, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized. Eiji wasn't entirely wrong. In a way, shinobi were glorified thieves spying, stealing, assassinating, all for the benefit of their village. Just as Ren was about to nod in reluctant agreement, his instinct screamed danger. He tried to move, but thwack! A sharp chop landed on his head. Ow! Beside him, Eiji also yelped in pain, having been struck at the same time. Both boys jumped up onto the desk, turning around to see Utakata-sensei, standing behind them, his hand raised. For the first time, Ren saw an actual change in their instructor's expression. The corner of Utakata's lips twitched slightly. That was when it hit them he must have heard everything Eiji said. In a flat but pointed voice, Utakata spoke. Good reaction, but when sensing danger, counter and create distance from the enemy. The entire class watched silently as Utakata lowered his hand and walked to the front of the room. Now stop making a ruckus and sit down. Ren shot Eiji a look, to which Eiji simply stuck out his tongue while rubbing his head. Ren sighed, then turned to glance at Hitachi Abarame. The boy hadn't reacted at all, still sitting there as still as before. Another sigh. Now at the front of the class, Utakata faced the students. My name is Utakata Ito, and I will be your instructor for your time in the academy. Most of you have already met me at the test, and those who haven't have seen me now. His voice remained calm and firm, carrying an undeniable authority. There is no need for introductions, I already know all of you. Instead, I will explain how your first year in the academy will go. His sharp gaze scanned the room. Any questions? A brief silence. No, the class responded in unison. Utakata-sensei wasted no time in making his expectations clear. You are the elite class of this batch, but that doesn't mean most of you are safe. If you rank last or if your performance is unsatisfactory, you will be forced down a class and shifted to class 1. The room immediately tensed as the students absorbed his words. Your curriculum is also larger and more demanding than the other classes, so be prepared. Utakata continued, outlining the subjects they would be studying. Theory subject included ninja history, understanding past wars, tactics, and shinobi legacies. Ethics, the morality of a shinobi, including mission conduct and loyalty to Konoha. Report writing and reading, writing and analyzing mission reports, a key skill for any shinobi. Mathematics and general knowledge, basic calculations, strategic planning, and survival skills. I will teach these subjects, but not for long. You are expected to learn them on your own. Chakra theory would be the only theoretical subject I would be personally teaching in detail. Practical training will include chakra circulation and control, starting with basic chakra circulation before moving to fine control techniques. Taijutsu, beginning with stretches and basic drills to condition the body for the academy Taijutsu style. For those of you who want a schedule for physical training, meet me after class. Sparring was originally scheduled for second-year students, but this class would start in the first year after 1 week. Shurikenjutsu and basic weapon training would begin next week. Collect your study material after class is over. Any questions? As he finished, some students looked slightly overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information. The response was disorderly as some tried to ask questions at once. Utakata flared his chakra slightly. A sudden wave of controlled pressure filled the room, causing several students to flinch. Any questions? He repeated, his voice sharp. This time, the response was loud and clear. No, sensei. Ren grinned slightly, watching as some students straightened their backs instinctively. Yeah, this guy isn't messing around. As Utakata-sensei continued speaking, Ren's mind was already drifting elsewhere. As I guessed, the academy will be a waste of time except for the sparring sessions, I suppose. Most of the theory lessons would be too basic for him, and while some of the practical training could be useful, he had already surpassed the fundamentals on his own. Maybe I should bring up the topic of the shadow clone jutsu at dinner today. He had been holding off on asking Jueki, but if he could get access to it early, his training speed would increase drastically. I hope he agrees. If I can get my hands on that jutsu, I'll be able to train far more efficiently. For now, though, he needed to find something useful to do while in the academy, something that wouldn't make him waste his time. Just as he finished thinking, the bell rang. Students immediately stirred in their seats, some perking up at the sound. But their excitement was short-lived. Utakata, ever calm and serious, simply continued speaking. Don't get excited. All your classes will be taken by me until the second year. If necessary, I will call in another instructor for later years. A few students visibly deflated upon hearing this. Ren, meanwhile, was more amused than anything. Guess there's no escaping him. Utakata pulled down a large chart of the elemental nations and turned back to the class. Alright. We'll begin with the history of the elemental nations today. Since you don't have your study materials yet, focus on the board. With that, he started the lesson. As the lesson dragged on, Ren shifted his attention to observing his classmates, using Observe Panel to gauge their levels. Most of them were the same students who had been allowed to skip the third test yesterday, except for 2 or 3 who must have been from the group that hadn't unlocked their chakra earlier or had taken the third test. The average level in the class was around 7, with no one below level 6. The highest level as expected was Itake Uchiha, sitting calmly at the front. Level 28. That was a whole 12 levels above Ren. But Ren knew better than to take this at face value. Just like his own capabilities were higher than what his level suggested, Itake's real abilities were likely much greater. He's at a solid Shinin level already. For a 6-year-old, that was nothing short of monstrous. Ren wasn't intimidated, but it was a good reality check. If I want to stay ahead in the long run, I can't afford to slack off. The class continued for another hour before the next bell rang. Utakata rolled up the map he had pulled down and, without warning, called out a name. Shionara. The room fell into silence. Utakata pulled a small stone from his pocket and, without hesitation, flicked it toward the last bench. The stone smacked into the head of a black-haired boy, who stirred awake lazily. With a tired sigh, the boy muttered, "Yes." Utakata didn't waste time. Names of the first 5 kage. Without missing a beat, the boy answered. Hokage, Hashirama-sama. Reikage, A-sama. Suchikage, Ishikawa-sama. Mizukage, Byakuran-sama. Kaze-kage, Ritu-sama. Utakata nodded. Correct. Keep standing. Don't let me catch you next time. Utakata continued calling on students, mostly those who had been sleeping. One by one, students stood up, some answering correctly, others getting stones thrown at their foreheads. Ren's neighbor, Eiji, was also called out. Unlike the Nara, he failed to answer, rubbing his forehead in frustration after taking a stone to the head. Serves you right for calling me Speedo, Ren thought, amused. After cycling through enough victims, Utakata finally spoke. You are dismissed for today. Since this is your first day, you're free to go. From tomorrow, be present here at 9 sharp. Before anyone could react, Utakata flickered out of the room. Just as Ren was about to leave, he heard a familiar voice call out to him. Hey, Speedo, wanna go eat something? Ren's eyebrow twitched. Turning to Eiji, he smirked. Sure, thief. Let's get some dango. Then, with a perfectly innocent smile, he added. The one who reaches last pays. Eiji froze for a second, his expression shifting as he realized. He was slower. His eye twitched. TCH, frickin' Speedo. Without another word, he took off running at full speed. Ren chuckled to himself before following behind. Chapter 17, Bury them in earth after the fight. At the dango shop, Ren was calmly eating, savoring the sweet flavor, while Eiji sat across from him, still trying to control his breathing. Between huffs and puffs, Eiji pointed a shaky finger at Ren. How are you so fast? Ren didn't even pause between bites as he casually replied. I run around Konoha to build my stamina and speed. It was nothing special, at least in his eyes, and it wasn't something that needed to be kept secret. Eiji, however, looked genuinely surprised. Really? Maybe I should do that too, he muttered, thinking about it seriously. Ren raised an eyebrow, amused. Let's see how long that motivation lasts. As they ate, Ren casually asked, so, how do you find the academy? By now, Eiji had calmed down enough to eat properly, chewing on a skewer before answering. It's fine, I guess, but I don't really like sitting around and doing nothing. He leaned in slightly, a mischievous smirk on his face. So, I need to find a way to sneak around the class. Ren chuckled. Same here, but I don't think sneaking out will be easy, especially with sensei around. AG sighed, leaning back in his chair. Yeah, I know, but I don't think he'd mind too much if you skipped sometimes, as long as your grades are fine. Ren nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. It's probably fine to skip after the first week. By then, we'll know our way around the academy. He wasn't against the idea. If anything, having someone else to coordinate with made it easier. Something about talking with AG made Ren feel strangely comfortable. It was rare for him to have such a casual conversation with someone his age. And he didn't mind it at all. As they were finishing, AG suddenly asked, "Can we have a spar? I've never really fought anyone and you easily blocked my punch, so I wanted to get some experience." Ren agreed since he too wanted to fight someone his age, so after finishing Ren led him to the training ground he found when he was exploring Konoha after hospital discharge. Once there they both did some stretches and started. AG instantly rushed after Ren with a punch since he knew it would be difficult to catch up to Ren's speed. Ren braced himself as AG's punch collided with his crossed arms. Even though he had blocked it cleanly, he still felt the force behind the strike. Not bad, his strength isn't that far behind mine. While Ren had the advantage in speed, AG wasn't weak. His raw power was enough to make blocking a bad long-term strategy. AG didn't stop. Seeing that his first attack was blocked, he quickly followed up, aiming a low kick to Ren's ribs. Ren twisted his body, dodging it smoothly, and retaliated with a quick jab toward AG's stomach. AG managed to step back in time, but Ren followed up immediately, closing the distance again. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, AG threw a wide hook, trying to push Ren back. But Ren ducked under it and swept his leg forward, aiming to trip him. AG saw it at the last second and jumped back, but he was off balance. Ren took advantage, launching forward with a shoulder tackle. The impact knocked AG backward, and he landed on the ground with a grunt. But instead of staying down, he rolled to the side and quickly pushed himself back up. A grin stretched across his face. "Damn, you're quick." Ren smirked. "And you hit harder than I expected." AG didn't waste time talking. He rushed forward again, aiming for another punch, but this time, his movements were more controlled. He's already adapting. Ren thought, impressed. Ren decided to change tactics. Rather than blocking, he chose to deflect. AG threw a straight punch, and instead of taking it head-on, Ren redirected the force with his forearm, causing AG to stumble slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Ren stepped forward, placing his leg behind AG's, and shoved him backward, making him lose balance again. This time, AG barely caught himself, but he was breathing heavier now. Ren could tell his endurance was lower. Looks like he can't last much longer. AG panted but grinned. "One more round." Ren nodded. "Let's go." The spar continued. AG's stamina finally gave out after the third round, and he came to a stop, breathing heavily. Ren, also catching his breath, sat down beside him. "You really need to work on your stamina," he commented, stretching his arms. AG sighed, wiping sweat from his forehead. "I know. I even did some running, but it still doesn't increase much." He took a few gulps from the water bottle he had carried with him. Ren, recalling his own discovery about stamina and vitality, offered some advice. "You need proper nutrition too. Just running won't increase your stamina by itself." AG blinked, thinking it over. "I see, looks like I have to find a way to eat meat daily." He fell into deep thought, likely calculating how to afford more food. Ren left him to it and got up, moving on to his physical strength training. After recovering, AG also joined him, pushing himself further despite his earlier exhaustion. They trained together until evening, and before they left, Ren showed AG tree walking, since he had already mastered leaf balancing. AG tried it a few times, managing to stick to the trunk briefly before slipping off. "This is harder than it looks," he muttered. Ren smirked. "Just keep practicing." As the sun began to set, the two parted ways, heading home. Ren walked through Konoha's streets, satisfied with the day's progress. After arriving home, Ren prepared dinner for himself and Juki: meat, vegetables, and rice. Not knowing how long his father would take, he sat down and started eating. But just as he took his first bite, the front door opened. "Oh, you've cooked. I was hungry, thanks." Juki walked in, casually sitting down to eat with him. As they ate, Ren decided to bring up the topic. "Hey, Dad, can you teach me the shadow clone jutsu?" Before he could say anything more, Juki chuckled and casually tossed him a scroll. "I thought you'd last at least 3 days, but you got bored on day 1. Ren blinked in surprise, then quickly unfurled the scroll. Sure enough, it was the shadow clone jutsu. His surprise turned to laughter, and he exclaimed, "Thanks, Dad. Yeah, academy is pretty boring. Even in the elite class, there's not much exciting stuff in the first year." Juki simply nodded, already expecting this. "I knew it might be boring for you, but listen, be careful when using it." Ren immediately focused, knowing that his father wasn't joking. "Your chakra is barely enough to sustain 1 clone. Don't try to push beyond that, or you might suffer mental strain. Also, avoid showing it off, keep it hidden as much as possible." Ren nodded, but Juki wasn't done. "If you leave a clone to train, do it at home. I'll show you the basement. If you use it at the academy, be extremely careful. If someone discovers you can use shadow clones already, you might be forced to graduate early, and I don't think you want that." Ren agreed without hesitation. "You're right. I won't be graduating early, at least not before my 2nd year." Juki seemed satisfied with that answer, and they continued eating. After finishing dinner and cleaning up, Juki led Ren to the living room. Standing before a seemingly ordinary wall, he spoke. "Watch carefully." Remember the hand signs. Even with just one arm, Juaki quickly formed a sequence of hand seals before slapping his palm against the wall. A soft rumbling sound echoed through the house. Before Ren's eyes, a hidden staircase appeared, leading downward. Ren's eyes widened in surprise. Juaki chuckled. Didn't expect that, huh? Is this a personal training ground? Ren asked, still amazed. Juaki nodded. It's one of the benefits available to certain jonin. Some are allowed to have a sealed room that can hide from censor nin. Only the jonin who owns it and the Hokage have access to its key. Ren nodded slowly, still processing. Don't bring anyone here, Juaki cautioned again. As they walked down the stairs, Ren finally saw the hidden room. It was large, with fortified walls, a high ceiling, and minimal furniture designed purely for training and secrecy. Juaki looked around. I don't use this much anymore. You can leave your clone here to practice ninjutsu or anything else you want. Ren was shocked once again. I assumed it would just be a normal room, but this place is perfect for training. His father kept surprising him. For a moment, Ren even wondered could Juaki have some deeper secrets? But he shook off the thought for now. Instead, he focused on exploring the room, already thinking about how he could best use it for training. As Ren explored the hidden training room, Juaki called him over and handed him a thin piece of paper. Ren immediately recognized it. You should also start learning some ninjutsu. You know what this is, right? Juaki asked. Ren nodded. Yeah, it's chakra litmus paper used to test chakra affinity. Juaki smiled. Correct. He held the paper between his fingers and pushed a small amount of chakra into it. The paper split into 4 wind affinity, 1 part burned, fire affinity. 1 part became damp, water affinity. 1 part crumpled, lightning affinity. 1 part turned to mud and fell apart, earth affinity. It's not entirely accurate for high-level shinobi, since they tend to awaken multiple affinities over time, but it's still useful in the early stages. Juaki then handed Ren another paper. Alright, you try. Even though Ren already knew he had wind affinity thanks to the system, he still went through with the test. Holding the chakra paper, he pushed a small amount of chakra into it. To his surprise, both halves of the paper turned to mud and crumbled away. Juaki nodded, not looking too surprised. Looks like you have an equal affinity for wind and earth. Ren raised an eyebrow. Both aren't that common in Konoha, right? Juaki shrugged. Not really, but it's not surprising in your case. My main affinity was earth, and your mother's secondary affinity was wind. Ren had expected to have only wind affinity, but this result meant that his body's natural affinity was actually earth. The wind affinity must have been gained through the system. So this is the original body's nature. I want to start with wind first, Ren decided. Juaki smiled approvingly. Good choice. Earth is useful for defense, but starting with an offensive affinity will be more beneficial, especially since wind pairs well with your speed. Juaki thought for a moment, then pulled a small leaf from his pocket. I'll show you leaf splitting. If you master it before learning wind-style jutsu, you'll have a much easier time later. Ren was slightly surprised. From what he remembered from the anime, leaf splitting was usually taught after someone learned basic wind jutsu, to help them fine-tune their control. But learning it this early would only be an advantage. Sounds good. I can even practice this in class, so I won't waste time. Juaki nodded. Exactly. He then demonstrated the technique, showing Ren how to focus chakra into the leaf, causing it to split cleanly down the middle. Ren watched closely, absorbing the process. After that, Juaki left the basement, leaving Ren to begin his new training. Chapter 18, Shadow Clone Jutsu equals Death. Alone in the basement, Ren lay on the floor, staring at the ceiling as he revised his training schedule. Physical training in the morning can't be skipped. I should start running at my top speed instead of keeping a constant pace. That way, I can shorten my running time and add more strength training. He knew stamina training was important, but he had already built a solid base. Now, it was time to push for more speed and power. During academy hours, I'll practice leaf splitting. I'll keep the leaf under the table so no one will suspect anything. Then, after class, I'll do strength training again. Chakra control time can also be reduced since leaf splitting will help with that too. Yeah, this should work, at least until I start learning ninjutsu properly. With his plan finalized, he sat up, feeling satisfied. Time to put everything into action. Deciding to test his shadow clone jutsu, he headed upstairs to find his father. Juaki was sitting in the living room, looking over some documents when Ren approached him casually. Hey, Dad, I'm gonna try the shadow clone jutsu. You wanna watch? The paper in Juaki's hand slipped. His head snapped up. No. Ren flinched at the sudden shout. No, you brat? Haven't you read anything about chakra theory? You could die if you practice it now. Ren froze. What? I could die just from using the shadow clone jutsu. His voice rose in panic. Juaki sighed, rubbing his temple as if dealing with a particularly stubborn fool. You seriously haven't read about chakra theory yet, and you already want to start using a B-rank technique? I don't even know what to say to you right now. Ren gulped. Seeing that Ren genuinely had no idea, Juaki sighed again before explaining. Listen carefully. Your body has chakra pathways spread all over, connecting to tenketsu points, which release chakra. Hand signs help direct chakra through specific pathways, allowing you to use jutsu. Ren nodded, following so far. But the problem is that a child's chakra pathways are weaker compared to an adult's. That's why it's mandatory for young shinobi to start with low-rank jutsu. It helps your chakra pathways adjust and strengthen over time. Juaki leaned forward slightly, his expression serious. If you try using higher rank jutsu too early, your chakra pathways might not be able to handle the strain and could burst. If that happens, you could suffer permanent damage or in the worst case, die. Ren's face drained of color. Oh, it was a huge oversight on his part. He had gotten his student ID and course material today but hadn't actually checked the books on chakra theory yet. Juaki, seeing that Ren understood his mistake, sighed heavily. Then, without warning, he snatched the shadow clone scroll out of Ren's hands. Alright, no shadow clone jutsu until you can show me the 3 academy jutsu, 3 E-rank wind jutsu, 3 E-rank earth jutsu, and the D-rank body flicker. Ren looked down at the new scroll Juaki handed him. There was no arguing he messed up, and this was his punishment. He muttered an apology, feeling a little embarrassed. Juaki sighed again. Be careful next time. If you pull another stunt like this, I won't be giving you any of the good stuff in the future. Ren immediately perked up. Good stuff. If he wanted access to better jutsu and techniques later, he couldn't afford to mess up again. Hastily, he promised, don't worry, it won't happen again. I'll learn all of these as fast as I can. Juaki ruffled Ren's hair before standing up. See that you do. With that, he left the room, leaving Ren standing there, still feeling the aftershock of what he had just learned. Back in his room, Ren sat down with the chakra theory book he had received from the academy. Given what had just happened, he wasn't taking any more chances. As he flipped through the pages, he quickly realized that Juaki was completely right. The book detailed how chakra pathways developed, how improper chakra control could cause internal damage, and why children were required to start with low-rank jutsu before advancing. There were also several other things that weren't mentioned in the anime. Some of the most notable details included how chakra exhaustion could lead to internal injuries if overused too frequently, the importance of hand seals in shaping chakra, how each seal activated specific chakra pathways in the body, a detailed explanation of nature transformations and how affinities influenced a shinobi's ability to learn certain jutsu, a section on genjutsu resistance, explaining how chakra flow could be used to break illusions. Ren read all of it in detail, making sure he understood everything. Despite the amount of information, his high intelligence stat allowed him to process and memorize the entire book. By the time he finished, over an hour had passed and he received a system notification. Intelligence +1. His intelligence stat increased to 20. Just as Ren was about to drift into sleep, he remembered something. Wait. I silenced my system notifications this morning. I never checked what I got for entering the academy. Curious, he spoke aloud. Show me the rewards. The system responded instantly. Congratulations for entering the academy. White heavy checkmark, you have received 4 genin level chakra points. White heavy checkmark, you have earned a chance to spin the wheel to get a minor talent. Ren's eyes lit up. Nice. I don't have a consistent way to earn points yet, so I have to rely on system rewards like this. These system points will be a huge help. What excited him even more was the spin the wheel reward. Last time I spun the wheel, I got improved chakra control. Let's see what I get this time. But before spinning, he distributed the chakra points first. System, add 2 points to chakra and 2 to vitality. Cha +2 rightward arrow Cha 18. VIT +2 rightward arrow VIT 20. As soon as his vitality reached 20, another notification rang. Cha +1 rightward arrow Cha 19. Ren blinked. Wait, what? My chakra increased again. It wasn't part of the system rewards, so how did it happen? He pondered for a moment, then suddenly came to a realization. Vitality represents my physical energy, and thanks to my rebirth, my mental energy was already high. Since chakra is a combination of physical and mental energy, my chakra must have increased because my physical energy finally caught up to my mental energy. As he finished that thought, another notification rang out. Int +2. Int, 22. Congratulations! Your first attribute has reached Chunin level. Reward, +1 Chunin level attribute point. Ren grinned. As expected. Once I pushed an attribute past 20, it officially entered Chunin level. He wasn't in a hurry to use the point, though. Instead, he saved it for the future, knowing that Chunin level points would be much harder to get. With that handled, he turned his attention back to the wheel. Ren took a deep breath, anticipation rising. Alright, let's see what I get this time. He reached out and spun the wheel. The wheel began turning, colors and words flashing as it blurred in motion. Ren watched closely, waiting for his new minor talent. The wheel spun rapidly, flashes of different talents appearing as it whirled. Ren watched closely, his excitement building as the wheel gradually slowed down. Click, click, click. Finally, the pointer landed on enhanced reflexes. Minor talent, your reaction speed is slightly above average. You can respond to sudden attacks, movements, and environmental changes faster than most people of your level. Ren's eyes lit up. Now this is something useful. Reflexes were one of the most important traits for a shinobi. A split-second reaction could be the difference between life and death in battle. It wasn't something as extreme as precognition, but it meant he could react to attacks faster, dodge more efficiently and counter opponents with better timing. For someone already focusing on speed-based combat, this was the perfect talent. With my agility and this boost, I'll have a much easier time avoiding hits and landing counters. Ren grinned as he analyzed his new talent. This is perfect for me. Now, my body and mind are in sync. With high intelligence, he could predict attacks and react faster mentally. But if his body couldn't keep up, it would be pointless. Feeling satisfied, he spoke aloud. System, show me my stats. A familiar blue panel appeared before him. Name, Ren Takahashi. Level, 16. Attributes. Heavy checkmark STR, 16. Heavy checkmark AGI, 20. Heavy checkmark INT, 22. Heavy checkmark VIT, 20. Heavy checkmark SHA, 19. Talents. Heavy checkmark improved chakra control. Heavy checkmark enhanced reflexes. Mastery. Heavy checkmark chakra control, 52%, intermediate. Heavy checkmark fast fist taijutsu, 35%, basic. Ren's eyes sparkled as he stared at the slowly filling panel. Every stat, every talent, and every mastery represented growth. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The excitement still buzzed inside him, but sleep was catching up. Taking one last glance at his progress, he laid back on the bed. Tomorrow, I push even further. And with that thought, Ren drifted into sleep. Chapter 19, Becoming a Porcupine. Had some work yesterday, so I'll be releasing 2 chapters today. Waking up early in the morning, Ren followed his usual routine, freshening up, heading out for morning training, then returning home for a bath and breakfast. After saying goodbye to his father, he made his way to the academy. It had been a week since the academy started and since the shadow clone jutsu incident. Since then, Ren had been strictly following his training schedule. Aside from his usual morning exercises, he had also been visiting the library daily to study the E-rank jutsu his father had told him to learn. The first step, the 3 academy jutsu. Heavy checkmark clone technique, Bunshin no jutsu. Heavy checkmark transformation technique, Henge no jutsu. Heavy checkmark substitution technique, Kawarimi no jutsu. Since library scrolls couldn't be taken outside, Ren memorized the hand signs first, then returned home to practice. The transformation technique was the easiest, requiring only 3 signs: dog rightward arrow, boar rightward arrow, ram. Ren attempted it on the first try. Poof! He successfully transformed into his father. System notification, congratulations. You have learned your first jutsu. Reward, +1 genin level point. Without hesitation, Ren dumped the point into chakra, increasing it to 20. Seeing his chakra stat reach 20, he couldn't help but smirk. Almost at Chunin level for chakra, soon, I'll be able to make a shadow clone safely. After successfully learning all 3 jutsu, Ren practiced them for an extra day, making sure he was comfortable using them in real situations. But he noticed something. None of them appeared on his mastery panel, so they don't have their own mastery level. Thinking about it, he realized the reason. They're supplementary jutsu, so they likely fall under chakra control mastery instead. Since chakra control determines how well someone can perform them, his 52% intermediate chakra control allowed him to learn them instantly. Once he fully mastered the jutsu, Ren started experimenting. Since his chakra control was high, he realized he could flow chakra faster than the normal hand seal sequence required. He tested skipping seals, carefully studying how chakra traveled through his pathways when using each jutsu. By adjusting his chakra flow, he managed to reduce the required hand seals from 3 to just 1. But then, he went even further. Since the last remaining hand sign was only needed to stabilize the flow, he pushed himself to try eliminating it entirely. It worked, but he noticed that the activation speed was slower than using even 1 seal. With the Academy 3 successfully learned, Ren moved on to elemental ninjutsu. Rather than learning all 3 wind jutsu at once, he decided to focus on them one by one. First wind jutsu, wind levitation jutsu, E-rank. Description: by controlling the wind, the user can force air beneath an object to make it levitate. Practical use: he combined this with his shuriken jutsu practice, using small wind adjustments to keep his projectiles airborne longer or redirect their movement slightly. Second wind jutsu, wind clone, E-rank. Description: a non-tangible clone made of wind. Unlike its higher rank counterparts, attacks pass through it. Practical use: since it was just moving air, the clone was extremely fast and could close in on an enemy before blasting a harmless gust of wind. Effectiveness: the blast was too weak to do any real damage, more of a nuisance than an actual attack. Only little kids would be bothered by wind in their face, but that just means I need to get creative with it. Ren didn't disregard it. Instead, he decided to train it harder just because of how annoying it could be in battle. Third wind jutsu, projectile control, E-rank. Description: by coating projectiles in a thin layer of wind, the user can slightly adjust their trajectory or give them an extra push to increase their speed. Practical use: once again, perfect for training alongside shuriken jutsu. With this, Ren was able to correct mid-flight errors and make shuriken curve slightly, an incredibly useful technique for deceptive attacks. After learning the 3 wind jutsu, Ren immediately worked on reducing their hand seals. Wind levitation, reduced from 4 rightward arrow 2 hand signs. Projectile control, reduced from 4 rightward arrow 2 hand signs. Wind clone, reduced from 4 rightward arrow 3 hand signs. The wind levitation jutsu and projectile control jutsu were more useful than the wind clone, so he worked harder on the former than the latter, but that changed when he tried to use wind jutsu in one of his spar against Eiji. He used the wind clone first, sending it rushing toward him. Eiji, thinking it was a real attack, prepared to dodge, only for the clone to burst into harmless wind right in his face. The gust messed up his footing, making him stumble slightly. TCH, damn it, Ren? That's just annoying. Ren grinned. Good, then I'll keep using it. Even though the wind clone was weak, it was effective in messing with an opponent's focus. He made a mental note to continue training it not because it was strong, but because it was hilarious to use. The academy continued to be as dull as ever, but Ren at least had something productive to do now. Rather than wasting time listening to lectures he already knew, he practiced the leaf-splitting technique under his desk hidden from sight. After successfully performing the technique for the first time, a system notification had popped up. Wind Style Mastery, 12%, Beginner. That was when Ren realized something. Not every technique has its own mastery. Instead, they fall under parent categories like wind style or chakra control. This was useful information. If he wanted to increase his overall wind style mastery, he needed to train multiple wind jutsu, not just a single technique. A week had passed since the start of the academy, and today was the day Ren had been waiting for. Finally, sparring and shuriken jutsu training would begin. Ren was excited. If my guess is right, I might be paired against Itake. The thought thrilled him. Even though there was a high chance of losing, he wouldn't go down easily. Arriving at the academy, Ren took his usual seat beside Eiji and Hitachi Abarame the quiet bug boy. Hitachi barely spoke, only answering when the teacher called on him. Ren wasn't sure if the boy was just naturally reserved, like most of his clanmates, or if he was simply too obedient. But one thing was clear. Every now and then, Ren would hear a faint buzzing sound from Hitachi's direction. And every time he heard it, a chill ran down his spine. He knew what it was. Bugs. Lots and lots of bugs. Resisting the urge to shudder, Ren would subtly shift away, moving a bit closer to Eiji. Eiji noticed this behavior a few times and looked at him, confused. Yeah, no way I'm explaining this. The bell rang, signaling the second period, and Utakata-sensei closed his book. Today, we will have your first shuriken jutsu class. Form a line and head toward the training ground outside. Quietly, the students moved in silence, knowing how strict their teacher could be. Everyone still remembered the time Utakata made a student stand on his hands for an entire class because he had been caught sleeping and couldn't answer a question. No one wanted to experience that. Once outside, the students stood in 5 rows of 6 students, each a formation they had already been taught. Utakata stood in front and explained. Each row has a box full of shuriken in front of them. You are to throw 5 shuriken at the target in front of you. He pointed toward the target board set up ahead. After throwing, do not retrieve them until I give the clear. First years tend to have creative aims, and we do not want anyone becoming porcupines. A few students snickered but were instantly silenced by Utakata's sharp gaze. Any questions? No sir. The response rang out in unison. Ren stood in the last row, 5th position, with Eiji in front of him and Hitachi behind him. Since everyone had a clear view of each other's performance, all eyes were on Itake when his turn came. He grabbed 5 shuriken and threw them all at once with perfect precision. All 5 hit bullseye. Almost every girl in the class cheered, only for Utakata's icy glare to silence them instantly. Retrieve. Itake moved back in line without a word, his face as calm as ever. Soon, Ren's turn arrived. Eiji went first, throwing his shuriken one by one. 4 hit the bullseye and 1 was just slightly off. Then came Ren. He grabbed 2 shuriken in his left hand and 3 in his right. In a single motion, he threw them all together. All 5 hit the bullseye. Unlike with Itake, there was no cheering or reaction. Everyone had learned their lesson. Getting too excited only led to lost marks. Retrieve, Utakata ordered. Ren almost used wind levitation out of habit but stopped himself just in time. When he glanced at Utakata, he noticed the man's gaze was fixed on him. His face gave away nothing, but he had definitely noticed something. Still, Ren stayed calm, retrieved the shuriken, and rejoined the line. Once everyone finished, Utakata addressed the class. All your classes and your results will be reflected in your final evaluation at the end of the year. His tone remained neutral, but the meaning behind his words was clear. A shinobi is evaluated continuously. They must always prove that they have value, something that makes them worth investing in. Ren's eyes narrowed slightly. Otherwise, you're on your own. Utakata hadn't said it outright, but Ren understood the message clearly. This was a military village, after all. There was no such thing as guaranteed success, only those who proved their worth would thrive. Which was why Ren would never shy away from showing his talent if it meant he could gain something. The bell rang, marking the end of class. Before dismissing them, Utakata left them with one last instruction. Gather here after break. Your first sparring session will begin next. Ren grinned slightly as he followed the rest of the students to lunch. Sparring? Huh? Let's see if I get matched against Itake. Chapter 20, Ball Beaker/Husband Stealer. After the lunch break, the students gathered back at the training ground. Utakata was already standing in place, his usual neutral expression unreadable. Once everyone had settled, he began speaking. I will be calling one pair at a time. When your name is called, step forward and perform the seal of confrontation before the fight begins. The students listened attentively. The winner is decided when either of the two gives up or when I deem the fight too dangerous to continue. Only taijutsu is allowed. No weapons, no ninjutsu. Once the fight is over, you are to perform the seal of reconciliation. If any of you happen to forget, I will personally make sure you learn how to do it properly. Ren noted the way Utakata's eyes lingered on some of the clan children, particularly the Uchiha and Inyazuka, and he could tell the warning was directed at certain students who might refuse to acknowledge defeat. Utakata glanced at his roster and called out the first pair. Eiji Nakamura and Izumi Uchiha. Eiji grinned, practically bouncing forward. On the other side, a young girl with long brown hair and a purple shirt bearing the Uchiha symbol stepped into the ring. Her eyes were calm, but her frequent glances at Itaka did not go unnoticed. Ren smirked. She's more focused on impressing him than winning the fight. Utakata spoke. Do the seal of confrontation. Both formed the half-tiger seal and clasped hands briefly. Begin. The moment Utakata stepped back, both fighters instinctively jumped backward, creating distance. Then, at the same time, they rushed toward each other. Izumi struck first, throwing a fast jab aimed at Eiji's chest, but Eiji ducked and countered with a punch to her ribs. Izumi blocked it with her forearm and retaliated instantly with a sweeping kick. Eiji leaped over it, flipping in midair, and tried to land a kick on her shoulder. Izumi raised her arms just in time to block, but she stumbled slightly from the impact before quickly regaining her footing. She then closed the distance and pressed forward with sharper, more aggressive attacks. A left hook came first. Eiji dodged. She feinted to the right before launching a spinning back kick, which landed solidly, sending Eiji sliding back. He caught himself before he could fall, his eyes narrowing in focus. Ren observed closely. Eiji isn't just fast, he's unpredictable. Izumi was stronger and more precise, but Eiji relied on footwork and erratic movements to make his attacks harder to read. When Izumi charged again, Eiji had already adapted. He ducked under her punch, rolled to the side, and spun behind her. Before she could react, he delivered a powerful kick to her back, making her stumble forward. Seeing the opportunity, Eiji feinted left and struck from the right, landing a clean punch to her stomach. Izumi gasped, stepping back to recover, but Eiji didn't let up. A second punch hit her ribs, followed by a third strike to her shoulder. Izumi grimaced, trying to counter, but her movements had slowed considerably. Utakata kept a close watch, ready to intervene if necessary. Eiji saw the opening and twisted his body, sweeping Izumi's legs out from under her. She fell backward, hitting the ground hard, and before Eiji could press further, Izumi exhaled sharply and raised her hand. I give up. Utakata stepped forward. Winner Eiji Nakamura. Eiji grinned, offering Izumi a hand. She hesitated, but took it, letting him pull her up. Then, without needing to be reminded, they both performed the seal of reconciliation. Utakata nodded in approval. Return to your positions. Eiji jogged back to his spot, a wide smile on his face. As he passed Ren, he whispered, "Told ya I'm fast." Ren smirked. "Not bad, thief. You might actually be worth training with." Eiji scoffed. "Might? I am worth training with." Their banter was interrupted when Utakata called out. Utakata's voice rang out across the training ground. "Ren Takahashi and Itake Uchiha." Ren stepped forward, his expression calm and composed. He glanced at Itake, expecting to meet his gaze, but instead saw him looking at Eiji. A thought crossed Ren's mind. Is he actually petty enough to rough him up later? But then, he shook his head. No, he's probably just feeling weird seeing Izumi upset but doesn't really understand what that feeling is. Itaka stepped into the ring with the same impassive look he always wore. The moment both boys faced each other, Utakata spoke again. Do the seal of confrontation. Ren and Itaka clasped hands, forming the half-tiger seal. Begin. The second Utakata stepped back, both fighters moved simultaneously. Itaka took the initiative, stepping forward with a sharp jab aimed at Ren's shoulder. Ren sidestepped smoothly and countered with a quick strike to Itaka's ribs. Itaka twisted just enough for the punch to graze him before retaliating with a palm strike toward Ren's chest. Ren met it with his own palm, both of them pushing against each other briefly before disengaging. Neither backed down. Ren launched a low kick at Itaka's shin, but Itaka raised his foot just in time to avoid it and spun into a high kick toward Ren's head. Ren leaned back, avoiding the blow by inches before closing the distance again. He feinted a right hook before shifting into a left elbow strike, but Itaka caught his arm mid-motion and attempted to sweep Ren's legs out from under him. Ren twisted midair, landing on his hands before flipping back onto his feet. The exchange continued at a rapid pace. Their movements were precise, measured, and calculated. Every attack was countered, every strike dodged, and every opening immediately closed off. For the first minute, they were completely even. Then Itaka took it up a notch. He stepped in closer, his movements suddenly becoming sharper and faster. His punches came in quick, controlled bursts, each one aimed at a vital point. Ren managed to dodge, but Itaka adjusted mid-attack, following up with a spinning kick toward Ren's ribs. Ren barely avoided it by twisting his body at an unnatural angle, his feet skimming the ground as he regained balance. Itaka's strikes were now unrelenting, pushing Ren further back. But despite the overwhelming pressure, Ren wasn't getting hit. Every time Itaka thought he had an opening, Ren moved in an unpredictable way. Instead of standard dodging patterns, he twisted his body at odd angles, ducked at strange timings, and maneuvered in ways that seemed almost random. It was frustratingly difficult to land a clean hit. Itaka's eyes narrowed slightly as he adjusted again, stepping up his speed even more. Ren could feel the shift. He's trying to overwhelm me with pure speed now. Itaka suddenly launched a high-speed punch straight for Ren's face. Ren made his move. Focusing a high amount of chakra into his legs, Ren planted himself firmly onto the ground. Just as Itaka's fist was about to hit him, Ren bent his entire upper body backward, arching his spine at a near-impossible angle. Itaka's punch missed by mere inches, cutting through the air just above Ren's face. At the same moment, Ren spotted an opening. With his center of gravity lowered, he shifted his weight forward and thrust his fist toward the open space between Itake's legs. It happened in an instant. Before either of them could react, a hand gripped both of their arms. Utakata had flickered into the ring. His grip was firm, holding both their attacks in place. His voice, calm as always, echoed through the field. Stop. The match is a tie. It was only then that Ren and Itake realized what had just happened. Itake's fist was inches away from Ren's face, and Ren's fist was inches away from Itake's balls. A tense silence filled the training ground. Utakata released their arms, stepping back. Perform the seal of reconciliation. Ren straightened his posture, shaking off the adrenaline, and raised his hand. Itake, unfazed as ever, did the same. Their fingers clasped together briefly before they both took a step back. Utakata nodded once. Return to your places. Ren walked back to his spot, his mind still replaying the last few moments. Eiji leaned over, whispering, I swear, if you had hit him there, the entire Uchiha clan would have been after you. Ren smirked. Yeah, but I bet the boys would have been thankful. Eiji snorted, trying to hold in his laughter. Meanwhile, Itake had returned to his own spot, his face still unreadable. But for the first time since joining the academy, Ren swore he saw the corner of Itake's lips twitch just slightly. The fight had ended, but one thing was clear. This wouldn't be their last match. With 13 more rounds left, the excitement from Ren and Itake's fight faded quickly as the class refocused on the remaining matches. However, that didn't stop a few girls from glaring at Ren like he had stolen their future husband. The fiercest of them was Izumi Uchiha, her expression dark as if she was 1 second away from declaring war. If Utakata weren't here, she might have jumped him on the spot. At the same time, Ren noticed something else. A few girls were staring at him with admiration instead of anger. It seemed that his performance had gained him some unexpected attention. Eiji, ever the opportunist, leaned in and whispered, looks like you have some fans now. Ren didn't respond. Instead, he made a mental decision. Eiji was getting off too easy in their spars. Next time, Ren would make sure he regretted talking. A sudden shiver ran down Eiji's spine, and he quickly shut his mouth. Among the next fights, the one that stood out most was between Takeda Uchiha and Hitachi Abarame, the only two students besides Ren and Itake who had level 10 or higher. Takeda started arrogantly, relying on power and speed, but Hitachi was unshaken. His movements were minimal, his counters precise. In a matter of moments, he subdued Takeda completely, forcing him into a hold. The match ended quickly. Takeda's face was a mix of frustration and disbelief, a classic Uchiha reaction to losing unexpectedly. Ren wasn't surprised. The Abarame fought like strategists, always thinking several moves ahead. Takeda was strong, but not the strongest. Once all the fights were finished, Utakata had the students sit in a semicircle as he stood before them. His gaze swept over the class, and then he began his feedback. His comments were blunt, direct, and merciless. Eiji, raise your stamina. Your body won't keep up with your movements otherwise. Eiji nodded, clearly expecting this. Izumi, nobody likes weak girls. Increase your training. Izumi turned red, a mix of anger and embarrassment. Ren smirked slightly, but quickly wiped it off his face when Utakata's attention turned to him. Ren, increase your strength training. Ren knew exactly what he meant. He had speed and technique, but against someone with raw power, his lack of strength was a clear weakness. He nodded in understanding. Utakata moved on. Itake, only the strength you control is your real strength. Itake gave a slight nod, as if he had already anticipated the advice. Then, Utakata's tone turned sharper. Takeda, you are not the strongest. Takeda tensed, clearly not happy but too smart to argue. Finally, Utakata's gaze landed on Hitachi Abarame. Unlike with the others, his tone shifted slightly. Hitachi, good work. Keep doing what you're doing. The class blinked in surprise. Utakata had given no direct praise to anyone else. Hitachi, for his part, remained completely neutral, simply nodding in acknowledgement. With his evaluations finished, Utakata gave them one last piece of advice. Keep increasing your battle experience as much as you can. It will serve you well in the future. His eyes swept over the students one last time. Dismissed. The students rose to their feet, some stretching, some whispering amongst themselves, but all clearly thinking about his words. Chapter 21, Space and Time, the Lords of the Universe. After finishing his afternoon training, Ren made his way to the library in the evening. As he entered, he gave a polite nod to the old lady at the reception before heading to the first floor, which was open to academy students. The first floor was divided into various sections: history, general information, and ninjutsu. Among the jutsu categories, the fire-style collection was the largest, as expected for Konoha. The lightning-style jutsu collection was the smallest, while wind and earth were more common than lightning but still fewer than water. Ren moved toward the earth jutsu section, already having an idea of what to pick. He had schemed through most of the E-rank techniques before, so he knew which ones were worth learning. Like with wind jutsu, he chose to focus on them one at a time instead of overwhelming himself. For his first earth jutsu, he selected Earth Release, Earth Military Movement Technique, E-rank. Heavy checkmark description: this jutsu allows the user to enter the ground and swim through it for a limited time. Heavy checkmark usefulness: a great mobility and escape technique, perfect for stealth or surprise attacks. Ren carefully read through all the details, making sure he fully understood the mechanics of the technique. Even though it was an E-rank jutsu, he wanted to be thorough before attempting it. After memorizing the hand seals, he left the library and returned home to practice. The basement was not an option since the floor was solid tiles, so he chose his backyard courtyard instead. Standing in the open space, he took a deep breath and performed the required hand seals. Bird rightward arrow, tiger rightward arrow, ram rightward arrow, ox. As soon as he completed the final seal, he felt his chakra flow outward, spreading to every pathway closest to his skin. Slowly, his body began to sink into the ground. The sensation was strange. It wasn't like falling, but rather like melting into the earth. Once fully submerged, he attempted to move around. The moment he did, he noticed that his chakra flow increased significantly. So movement requires more chakra. He continued experimenting with the technique, testing different movements and chakra adjustments to see how efficiently he could control it. By the time it was late at night, he had a solid grasp on how the jutsu worked. Satisfied with his progress, Ren headed inside and went straight to bed. Another week passed, and Ren continued to train diligently, focusing on learning, refining, and mastering his earth jutsu. By the end of the week, he had successfully learned the 3 required techniques. Although he could have learned more, he firmly believed that it was better to master 10 jutsu fully than to learn 1,000 and only use 1. The final 3 earth jutsus were heavy checkmark earth clone jutsu. Unlike its wind counterpart, this clone had actual substance, made of rock and compacted earth. It could take 2 solid hits before crumbling, making it useful as a defensive decoy. Heavy checkmark earth military movement jutsu. Already mastered, it allowed him to swim underground, using the earth as a means of mobility and surprise attacks. Heavy checkmark earth armor jutsu, a protective technique where Ren could slap a part of his body after performing the seals to coat that area in a layer of hardened earth. If he slapped his chest, his torso would be covered. If he slapped his forehead, his head would be shielded. This technique had immense potential, but it still required 2 hand signs and a slap to activate. With consistent practice, Ren was able to completely remove hand seals from all of his wind jutsu, allowing him to cast them faster than before. However, since earth armor was learned last, he still needed 2 hand signs and the slap to activate it. But that would change. I have to make sure I can activate earth armor instantly without seals. If I can, it'll become an excellent defense. The academy continued its sparring sessions, rotating pairs to match students with worthy opponents. Despite the pair switching, Ren was still matched against Itake. He wasn't surprised as he was the only one who could contest with him in the first-year class. Their match unfolded like all their previous fights, fast, intense, and unrelenting. However, this time too the fight had to be stopped. Yudakata intervened, declaring the match a tie once again. It wasn't because Itake was unable to win. Ren knew that if Itake went for the kill, he would have lost. But in a sparring setting, Itake couldn't subdue him. Ren's mobility and unpredictable reflexes made him an opponent that couldn't be easily pinned down. As he walked away from the match, Ren contemplated his next steps. Remaining in second place had always been his plan. Itake was too monstrous to be surpassed at this stage, and being second would keep him safe from too much attention. However, that plan was becoming increasingly difficult. One evening, his father asked him about his sparring matches with Itake. Curious, Ren questioned how he knew about them. That's when he learned the truth. Many influential figures were already keeping an eye on Itake. It was only natural that anyone who could stand against him at this age would also attract interest. Ren had to admit he hadn't considered this. Being Itake's rival, even if unofficially, meant that people would take notice of him too. His original plan of staying just below the radar was failing. However, despite knowing this, Ren found himself unable to deliberately lose. What was the point of training if he intentionally held himself back? The only answer was to keep pushing forward. If I don't want to be controlled by others, I have to train even harder. I have to increase my strength. Ren clenched his fists. The path ahead was becoming clearer. If he couldn't hide in the shadows, then he needed to become strong enough that no one could control him. In the evening, Ren sat in the basement, carefully reading the body flicker jutsu scroll his father had given him. Now that he had mastered all 9 E-rank jutsu, he had finally moved on to his first D-rank technique. This jutsu had seemed underwhelming in the original Naruto anime, where it was treated as basic movement for high-level shinobi. But in all the Naruto fanfics he had read in his past life, body flicker was hyped beyond belief, some even calling it a spacetime technique. That was why he was a little excited to finally see what it truly was. As Ren read through the scroll, he sighed. As expected, it's not a spacetime jutsu. The jutsu was, in essence, a high-speed movement technique. By using chakra to temporarily vitalize the body, a ninja could move at extreme speeds over short to long distances. To an observer, it appeared like teleportation, but it was purely a matter of speed. The chakra cost depended on the distance and elevation between the user and the intended destination. The scroll emphasized how important this jutsu was. Most experienced shinobi had this technique ingrained into them like an instinct, and the scroll itself advised that the jutsu should be used without hand signs for maximum efficiency. That last part surprised Ren. This is the only jutsu that outright tells you to learn it without hand seals. Then he realized something. This scroll was from his father. Did he modify this, or did he find a rare version with this information? Either way, he wasn't complaining. The required hand seals were ram rightward arrow, ox rightward arrow, tiger. Ren stood up, focusing on the instructions. Heavy checkmark first, visualize the exact location you want to move to. Heavy checkmark. Second, steady your body and prepare for the movement. Heavy checkmark. Finally, perform the hand seals and execute the technique. Ren followed the steps and activated the jutsu. Whoosh! His body blurred, and in the blink of an eye, he reappeared 2 tiles ahead. He immediately sat down to analyze what had just happened. It took me 3 full seconds to perform the jutsu. Heavy checkmark. 1 second to visualize the location. Heavy checkmark. 1 second to steady his body. Heavy checkmark. 1 second to perform the hand signs. This was far too slow for a true combat situation. To shorten the time, I need to eliminate the first 2 steps entirely and reduce the hand signs. The first step, visualization, was the biggest obstacle. If he always had to consciously picture his destination, he would never be able to use this instinctively in battle. I need to be able to move instantly without actively thinking about where I want to go. He knew it wouldn't be difficult to remove the hand seals eventually, just like he did with his wind jutsu. Alright, let's practice. Ren was determined. Once he fully mastered body flicker, he would finally be able to claim the shadow clone jutsu. With that goal in mind, he stood up and prepared to push himself to the limit. Chapter 22, Getting Pegged by the Old Man, Part 2. Another week passed, and Ren had finally reached a point where he could perform all of his jutsu without hand seals. Among them, the hardest to master was body flicker. Eliminating the last hand sign was only possible because he had skipped an entire day of regular training to focus exclusively on body flicker. Even though his speed wasn't instantaneous, it was still far faster than before, making it an extremely valuable technique in his arsenal. By their third sparring session, Ren and Itake's fights had extended even longer before Utakata had to step in and stop them. This time, neither of them was trading accidental fatal blows. They had both adjusted their strength, making their fights more refined and strategic. Ren knew Itake was holding back, but the same could be said about himself. As much as he was growing, there was still a clear gap between them. During this time, Ren had also spent a lot of time with Eiji. Eiji had started asking him questions about improving his strength, and Ren had no problem answering. If anything, he actually preferred it. Eiji was the only person Ren could truly call a friend in this world. From his past life, Ren understood that people were social creatures, they weren't meant to walk alone forever. His goal had always been to become stronger, but he knew the path ahead was dangerous. If he could have people willing to walk alongside him, he would gladly welcome it. Seeing Ren's progress with ninjutsu, Eiji had also wanted to start learning some. However, Ren advised him to first improve his chakra control before attempting any jutsu. And since Ren was one of the strongest and smartest people Eiji knew, he took the advice seriously. Since then Eiji had fully mastered tree walking and had moved on to water walking. His strength had also improved significantly. At this point, both he and Hitachi had reached level 12, making them the strongest after Itake and Ren. Itake was still the undisputed strongest at level 30 and Ren had reached level 18. Even though Itake's level was far ahead, Ren was catching up steadily. At night in Ren's home. Tonight was the night. Ren had waited 3 long weeks since the academy started, completing every requirement his father had set for him. He had mastered the necessary jutsu, refined his combat abilities, and improved his physical strength. Now, he would finally claim his reward, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. After finishing his afternoon and evening training, Ren sat at the dinner table, waiting for his father. Jueki entered the house soon after, his single arm carrying a bag as he glanced at Ren. The boy was eating his dinner stiffly, his expression far too serious, as if he was marching into battle. Jueki chuckled and shook his head. Relax. Why are you so tense today? Ren put his spoon down and met his father's gaze. I want the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Jueki nodded immediately, as if he had been expecting it. Sure. But first, let's have some exercise after dinner. Ren nodded, already prepared for whatever test was coming next. Once dinner was finished, both of them headed to the basement, standing face to face in the dimly lit underground room. Jueki's calm expression gave nothing away. All right, he said, rolling his only shoulder loosely. Come at me with all your strength. Don't hold back. Then, a smirk appeared on his lips. And don't worry, losing an arm hasn't made me weak. I can still handle most jonin out there, so you definitely aren't a problem. Ren's eyes sharpened, and without another word, he rushed forward. Ren closed the distance in a blink, throwing a fast right jab aimed at Jueki's ribs. Jueki didn't even move his feet, he simply tilted his upper body slightly, letting Ren's fist graze past him. Before Ren could retract his punch, Jueki flicked his wrist with 2 fingers, sending a sharp sting up Ren's arm. Too slow. Ren grit his teeth and immediately twisted his body, bringing up his left leg for a high kick. Jueki took half a step back, dodging the attack so effortlessly that it felt like Ren was moving in slow motion. As Ren landed, he threw a low sweeping kick aimed at Jueki's ankle, attempting to disrupt his balance. Jueki didn't even look down, he simply lifted his foot at the last second, avoiding the sweep entirely. Predictable. Ren gritted his teeth. It didn't matter how fast he was, Jueki was always a step ahead. Realizing that close combat was useless, Ren immediately pulled out 3 shuriken from his thigh holster and flicked them toward Jueki. Jueki tilted his head slightly, and the first shuriken whizzed past his ear. The second and third were casually dodged, barely even grazing his clothing. But then, the moment the shuriken passed him, they all suddenly changed direction, veering straight toward his back. Ren smirked. Projectile control technique. But just as he thought he had an opening, Juaki twisted his body effortlessly, stepping aside as all 3 shuriken flew past him once again. Nice try. Ren didn't waste time. His hands flicked sharply, and the shuriken suddenly changed direction again, this time flying back toward Juaki from multiple angles. A nearly invisible string glinted under the dim light of the basement. Shuriken wire manipulation. This time, Ren was sure he had him, but Juaki's smirk only widened. At the last moment, he simply tilted his head and shifted his weight, letting all the shuriken miss him by mere centimeters. Not a single one landed. Ren gritted his teeth in frustration. Switching tactics, Ren suddenly vanished in a blur, activating body flicker to reposition himself behind Juaki. As he reappeared, he launched a powerful kick, aimed directly at Juaki's back. But before the attack could land, Juaki vanished. The next second, a sharp flick landed on the back of Ren's head. Too predictable. Ren spun around, but Juaki was already gone again. Before he could react, a tap landed on his shoulder. Too slow. Ren threw a wild punch in frustration, only to hit nothing but air. Juaki was playing with him. Come on, Ren. Ren continued his relentless assault, throwing everything he had at Juaki. His attacks were sharp, his movements precise, and his strategies well planned, but nothing seemed to work. No matter what tricks he used, Juaki evaded, countered, or simply outmaneuvered him with ease. It was like fighting a mountain, immovable, untouchable, and always one step ahead. Then, without warning, everything changed. Juaki shifted from defensive to offensive in an instant. Ren's instinct screamed at him if even one strike landed, he was done for. His father was no longer playing around. A fist shot toward him like a bullet, and Ren barely managed to twist away. Another strike came, then another. He dodged, flickered back, sidestepped, and weaved through them all, but the pressure was overwhelming. His body was moving purely on instinct now, and he didn't even have the time to think about countering. In a desperate move, Ren activated earth armor, slapping his arm as the hardened earth wrapped around it. The very next moment, Juaki's fist collided against the armor, sending a violent shock through his entire arm. He flickered immediately, vanishing just as another strike was about to land. But something was different. Juaki's eyes flickered with something that could only be described as amusement. Ren had no time to process it as he buried into the ground, using his earth military movement technique to escape. At the same time, an earth clone took his place. Juaki's wide smile was the only warning before he punched the clone into the floor. The entire ground exploded outward, sending debris flying as if a bomb had gone off. Ren shot up from the ground, flickering away from the destruction. But as soon as he reappeared midair, a stone was flying toward him at an impossible speed. There was no way to dodge. His eyes widened, instinct screaming once again, but before his brain could even process the situation, his legs split apart instinctively, dropping him into a full 180-degree split as the stone whizzed past his face. His hands pressed against the floor as he panted heavily, sweat dripping from his forehead. Juaki flickered in front of him. Ren tightened his grip on his kunao, preparing for another round. But Juaki suddenly raised a hand. Stop. That's enough. Ren froze, still breathing heavily. You did really good. I wasn't expecting this much. Ren let out a breathless chuckle, then collapsed onto his back, sprawled out on the floor. Thanks. Juaki stood in front of him, looking down at him with an approving nod. You did well getting the jutsu's combat ready. If you hadn't, I would have been disappointed. Ren sighed in relief, knowing his guess had been right. His father had wanted to see if he could use ninjutsu in real combat, not just as flashy techniques. Your taijutsu is improving, and your speed is excellent, and your reaction speed is also very good. Saying this, Juaki's expression was quite peculiar, but Ren didn't notice. He continued, your defensive jutsu are solid, but you need more offensive ninjutsu. Right now, you're already above almost all genin, and many chinin would struggle against you. But a jonin? They'd still take you down easily. Ren absorbed the words carefully, knowing they weren't meant to discourage him, just a realistic evaluation of where he stood. Then, Juaki pulled out a scroll and tossed it to him. Here's your reward. Ren's hand snatched it out of the air instantly, pocketing it quickly just in case his father changed his mind. Juaki chuckled, stepping forward to ruffle his hair. Don't try it today. Get some rest, and test it out tomorrow. Ren nodded, still lying flat on the floor. I assessed your chakra during the fight. You can easily make one clone and push for two, but there's no need for that yet. Stick to one for now. With that, Juaki flickered out of sight, leaving Ren alone in the basement. For a long moment, Ren just lay there, staring at the ceiling. His body was aching, his muscles sore, but there was a small grin on his lips. He had finally earned the shadow clone jutsu. The exhaustion hit him like a wave. Without even bothering to clean up, he dragged himself upstairs, collapsed onto his bed, and fell asleep almost instantly. Tomorrow, a new phase of training would begin. But for now, he would rest. Chapter 23, Who is the Real One? Ren woke up at his usual time, his body clock already conditioned to his rigorous schedule. The day proceeded as normal morning training, academy classes, and afternoon training. But throughout the day, he couldn't stop himself from randomly grinning. At one point, Eiji gave him a weird look and muttered, Did you finally lose it, Speedo? Ren just laughed again, not bothering to explain. By evening, he rushed home early, excitement clear on his face as he entered the basement. This was it. Although his entire body itched to try the jutsu immediately, Ren forced himself to calm down. The Shadow Clone Jutsu was something every Naruto fan knew how to perform, Ren included. But this wasn't an anime or a fanfiction. This was reality. He wasn't going to be arrogant and assume that what he thought he knew was enough. Shadow clones didn't just split chakra, they split the mind as well. Messing it up could be disastrous. With that thought in mind, he unrolled the scroll and carefully read through every detail. Unlike basic clones, shadow clones were fully physical copies of the user. They shared the same clothing, appearance, and even damage as the original. Chakra was split evenly among all clones, meaning making too many could lead to chakra depletion or even death. Clones were capable of independent thought but were still linked to the original. Memories and experiences from the clone would return to the original upon dispersal. Ren read each line carefully, committing the information to memory. Finally, he reached the hand seal. Ram. That was all that was needed. Ren stood up, took a deep breath, and performed the seal. Poof! A puff of smoke appeared beside him, revealing a shadow clone. However, something was off. The clone was slightly deformed and pale, its chakra unstable. It wasn't as bad as Naruto's clones in the anime, but it was still far from perfect. Ren dispersed the clone, feeling his chakra return to him. A tiny fraction of his chakra was missing, but it wasn't enough to affect him. Alright, not bad for a first try. Let's do it again. Ren repeated the process several times, adjusting his chakra flow each time. The clones gradually improved, becoming more solid, more stable. Finally, after several attempts, it happened. With another poof, an identical version of himself stood beside him. It was perfect. Same face, same height, same clothes. The clone stretched its arms, looking at its hands before glancing at Ren. Well, that didn't take long. Ren grinned. He had finally done it. The shadow clone jutsu was now his. Ren took out a cloth strip from his bag and tied it over his eyes, blocking his vision completely. Holding a kunai in his hand, he handed it to his shadow clone and gave a simple instruction. Do something with it, then dispel yourself. The clone nodded, taking the kunai and moving around the room. Even though Ren couldn't see, he focused entirely on the subtle shifts in the air, the faintest sounds of movement. A moment later, there was a poof as the clone disappeared. Ren removed the cloth, stood up, and without hesitation, walked directly to the table and retrieved the kunai. A grin formed on his face. Even though I couldn't see, I now have the memory of the clone hiding the kunai behind the table. That confirms it. Memory transfer works perfectly. With this, he could finally train even more efficiently. The implications were massive. Even though shadow clones didn't return physical feedback, they could still be used to train ninjutsu, chakra control, and even theoretical knowledge. At this point, Ren's biggest priority was physical training. In the past 3 weeks, although his strength had continued to increase, it was nowhere near as fast as before. The early gains had slowed, which was expected, but now that he could use a shadow clone, he could dedicate more time to pushing his limits. If I can maintain a clone for long durations, I'll be able to train twice as much. It was the perfect tool to maximize his progress. As he thought about his next steps, Ren's eyes drifted toward his mastery panel. Shadow Clone Jutsu, 10%, Basic. He frowned slightly. Why does Shadow Clone have its own mastery? All elemental jutsu were grouped under their respective elemental mastery. All supplementary jutsu, like the Academy 3 and Body Flicker, were categorized under Chakra Control Mastery. Yet somehow, Shadow Clone Jutsu stood alone. He had no idea why. Asking the system was pointless. It never gave him straight answers when it came to mastery mechanics. He decided to let it go for now. The important thing wasn't understanding why the system worked the way it did. The important thing was increasing his mastery and pushing his limits. Ren squared off against his shadow clone, engaging in a brief spar to test its combat capabilities. The results were exactly what he expected. Their strength was identical, their reaction speeds were the same, and there was no noticeable difference between them. Ren had effectively created a second version of himself. After the spar, he sat down to recover and noticed something interesting. His chakra was slowly regenerating. A question formed in his mind. If I don't dispel the clone, and it isn't forced to dispel, can it be maintained indefinitely? At first, the idea seemed too good to be true, but after some thought, he shook his head. No, that's not possible. The clone also needs chakra to sustain itself. The longer it exists, the more chakra it must consume, and any actions it performs will also drain chakra. This meant there was a limit to how long a clone could remain active. He decided to test it. Ren gave his shadow clone a task to continue practicing the leaf-splitting exercise while he slept. If his theory was correct, the clone would eventually run out of chakra and dispel itself. When Ren woke up, he felt something new in his mind. Memories from his clone. His shadow clone had lasted exactly 2 hours before dispelling. And more importantly, he had gained slight progress in his leaf-splitting training. As he sat up, a system message appeared. Chakra Control Mastery plus 1%. Chakra Control Mastery, 56%, Intermediate. Wind Style Mastery plus 1%. Wind Style Mastery, 28%, Beginner. Ren's eyes narrowed. So the knowledge and experience my clones gain directly convert into mastery percentages. If this was true, then this jutsu was even more broken than he had imagined. He could grind mastery endlessly, provided he had enough chakra to sustain clones. But before he could get too excited, another thought entered his mind. What about the original drawback of the shadow clone jutsu? In the anime, it was said people would suffer severe migraines when dispelling too many clones at once. If that drawback still existed, it meant there was a limit to how much information he could absorb at once. But if it didn't? A grin spread across his face. Then I can abuse this so bad. With that thought, he got up from his bed and made another clone. Ren created another shadow clone, but this time he didn't need to give it any instructions. The previous night's training had already set the task in place, so as soon as the clone appeared, it automatically began practicing the leaf-splitting exercise without needing to be reminded. Ren was very happy using the shadow clones. I can now progress in 2 things at once without even thinking about it. It was only leaf-splitting for now, but soon, he would expand the range of his clone's training. His next step was get more E-rank jutsu from the library so that his clone could continuously train different techniques. Ask his father for higher rank wind and earth jutsu to expand his offensive capabilities and focus on perfecting each jutsu to the point where they were combat ready, rather than just memorized techniques. With shadow clones, he could dedicate as much time as he wanted to perfecting every jutsu in his arsenal. The possibilities were endless. After around 2 hours, the clone dispelled on its own. As Ren checked his mastery panel, something immediately caught his eye. Chakra Control Mastery, 56.09%. Wind Style Mastery, 28.20%. For the first time ever, he saw fractional increases in his mastery percentage. This meant that every small action performed by his clones contributed to mastery gain, even if it was just a tiny amount. Then, something else happened. A stream of information flowed into his mind. Not only did he remember everything the clone had done, but there was no headache, no mental strain, nothing. Ren's eyes narrowed as he realized what this meant. Wait, why am I not feeling anything? Shouldn't there be at least some strain from memory overload? Then, a hypothesis formed in his mind. The system is intercepting the clone's memories first, converting them into mastery percentages, and then transferring them to me instantly. This meant that his brain never directly handled the massive information load, removing any risk of mental backlash. Thus he had no limit on how much knowledge he could absorb from clones. As soon as he finished processing this thought, a system notification rang. In +1. Ren's eyes widened, then his grin stretched from ear to ear. I was right. This wasn't just useful, it was game-breaking. In the original Naruto world, using too many shadow clones caused crippling migraines due to information overload. But for Ren, there was no limit. There was no penalty. He could abuse this technique endlessly without consequence. He laughed out loud as he ran forward, his heart pounding with excitement. This is amazing. With shadow clones, the system, and his own intelligence, his growth was about to become unstoppable. Chapter 24, Snake and Wolf. 6 months had passed since the academy began, and during this time, a shocking piece of news spread across Konoha. Orochimaru of the Sunin had defected. Caught conducting horrific human experiments on villagers including young children, his actions had caused an uproar throughout the entire village. Some were angry, others devastated, but most were simply in disbelief. No one had expected one of the legendary Sunin, a hero of Konoha, to betray them so completely. Orochimaru's defection left another massive hole in Konoha's strength right after the devastation caused by the Ninetails attack. The village was already weakened, and now, one of its strongest shinobi was gone. Panic spread among the villagers. There was no telling if another nation might take advantage of Konoha's weakened state and launch an attack. But as always, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stepped forward. With his calm demeanor and undeniable strength, he reassured the people, promising that nothing would happen to Konoha under his watch. And like the sheep they were, the villagers clung to his words. Hiruzen's power was absolute in their eyes, so if he said Konoha was safe, then it was. Ren had watched the Hokage's speech, standing among the crowd. But what caught his attention the most wasn't the speech itself. It was Hiruzen himself. The old man looked way older than he had 6 months ago. His shoulders were heavier, his face more wrinkled, his eyes duller. Ren knew exactly why. Orochimaru had been his favorite disciple, his pride and joy. And even though he had the chance to kill him, he couldn't bear to do it. The result? A broken man, clinging to a village that was falling apart beneath him. But for Ren, Orochimaru's defection was nothing more than a passing moment in his life. While Konoha mourned the loss of one of its legends, Ren continued his training. His father, Juaki, became even busier, sometimes not coming home for 3 days straight. But Ren didn't let that slow him down. He had already perfected his training system. Every time one clone dispelled, he would immediately create another one. Over time, his shadow clone jutsu mastery had skyrocketed to 48%. Now, his clones could last for 4 hours before running out of chakra. However, when practicing ninjutsu, the time was cut in half, lasting only 2 hours due to the higher chakra consumption. But that didn't matter, because Ren knew one thing for certain. He was growing stronger every single day. Location Academy. The classroom was silent, the air filled with tension as all the students sat at their desks, waiting. At the front of the room stood Utakata-sensei, his expression as blank and unreadable as ever. Despite spending half a year under his teaching, Ren had never once seen the man's expression change. Today was no different. It will soon be 6 months since you all joined the academy. His calm, monotonous voice carried across the classroom, but there was an underlying weight to his words. Now, it is time for an exam. A few students stiffened, while others exchanged glances of uncertainty. Utakata continued. Even though you have taken many tests in the past months, this exam will be different. It will be observed by people you will not see. If you impress them, you may receive a reward. If you disappoint them, punishment will follow. Silence. The atmosphere shifted, a mix of nervousness and curiosity spread through the class. Ren, however, was calm, because he had already figured it out. Classic carrot and stick approach. This was a way to motivate them, but more importantly this wasn't just an academy test. It meant outside forces were involved. His guess? The observers would likely include members of the Konoha Council and various departments, each looking for potential recruits to mold into their ideal shinobi. Utakita's monotonous voice continued, his words carrying a weight that wasn't there before. The test consists of a theoretical exam and practical exams. I won't expand on the contents of the theory exam. However, the practical exam will be a fight. A few students perked up, while others looked slightly uneasy. But it was the next part that truly changed the atmosphere. This time, you may use anything you want. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, weapons, it does not matter. The only restrictions are that you cannot kill your opponent or remove any part of their body. However, you are allowed to injure them until they concede. A noticeable flinch ran through some students. Ren noticed how some of the more cautious ones tensed up, while others like Itaki, Eiji, and Hitachi remained completely unfazed. Utakita didn't acknowledge the reaction. He simply continued, voice cold and firm. The primary purpose of a shinobi is to fight. No matter what your strong point is, if you cannot use it to improve your strength, then I don't think you should continue as a shinobi. This was the first time Utakita had spoken with such sharpness in his tone. For the past 6 months, he had always been straightforward, but never this blunt. Ren's mind worked quickly as he processed the shift in tone. This isn't just about the test. Something changed. And there was only one major event that had recently shaken the village. Orochimaru's defection. So it's finally trickling down to the academy. The village was weakened, losing Orochimaru after already suffering the Ninetails attack had left them exposed. And now, they were pushing harder to strengthen the next generation as quickly as possible. They need to fill the roster. Fast. This test wasn't just about assessing progress, it was about forcing growth. For the past 6 months, Ren had wrestled with a recurring thought. Should he continue standing out? Wouldn't it be safer to stay low-key, avoiding unnecessary attention? But in the end, he had come to a simple conclusion. There's no point worrying about things outside my control. He had trained. He had grown stronger. And the only thing that mattered now was proving it. His mind was clear as Utakita continued explaining the details of the test. Ren wasn't going to hold back. Let whoever was watching see. Because in the end, he wasn't just another student in the academy. He was Ren Takahashi. And he wasn't here to be second place forever. Location: home. After completing his daily training, Ren sat at his desk, a pencil in hand, sketching something with deep focus. A weapon. A pair of gloves with retractable claws. Ren had previously asked his father about using a weapon, but at the time, Juaki had refused, insisting that Ren should focus on his body first. But recently, after seeing Ren's rapid growth, Juaki had finally given him permission. His reasoning was simple. You're growing too fast. If you don't start training with a weapon now, your body will take longer to adapt later. Ren had agreed, but that left him with one big question. What kind of weapon should I use? He had spent a long time thinking about it. He needed something that wouldn't interfere with his fighting style. Something he could still use while performing ninjutsu. Something that could enhance his wind and earth techniques instead of limiting them. Then, he remembered Wolverine's claws from his past life. They would be perfect for wind jutsu, razor sharp for slicing, fast and deadly in close combat, and easy to reinforce with chakra flow. But there was one major issue. If I use the claws like that, they'll interfere with my hand signs. And more than that, they wouldn't be as useful for earth jutsu. So, he needed to modify the idea. Instead of claws extending from his fingers, Ren redesigned them to emerge from the middle of the back of his hands. Retractable claws to keep them hidden when not in use. Attached to gloves so they wouldn't hinder his movements. Designed with durability in mind, so they wouldn't break easily. Flexible grip to allow full freedom for taijutsu and ninjutsu. In its normal state, the gloves would look completely ordinary, nothing more than simple combat gloves. But when extended they would become a deadly weapon. Originally, Ren had assumed he'd need to ask his father for the funds to get them made. But then he remembered Utakita's announcement about the upcoming test. If you impress them, you might get a reward. Ren had no doubt in his mind that he would stand out. And since he couldn't exactly ask for a high-level jutsu like the Flying Thunder God, he figured, why not let the village pay for my weapon? If it was going to be a reward from Konoha, then the quality would be top tier. With a satisfied grin, Ren added the final details to his design. Then, placing the finished blueprint beside his bed, he laid down. Chapter 25, Fight. Ren returned home from his morning training to find his father already seated at the table, breakfast prepared. As usual, Juaki was efficient, his one arm didn't slow him down in the slightest. As Ren sat down, Juaki casually asked, "So, you ready for the exam?" Ren grinned confidently. "Of course." Juaki nodded approvingly, then added, "The first exam is usually more important. Many people will be paying attention, so you need to do well. If you impress them, you'll get a good reward." Ren was already aware of this, but hearing it from his father reinforced its importance. Then, Juaki asked, "By the way, have you decided what you want?" Ren didn't hesitate. "Yes, I want this." He pulled out the scroll containing his weapon design and handed it over. Juaki unrolled the scroll and studied it carefully. His sharp shinobi instincts allowed him to immediately grasp its practical advantages. A blade-type weapon pairs well with wind-style jutsu. Since the claws are retractable, they won't interfere with earth jutsu either. You've thought this through well. Ren smiled as he took back the scroll. Juaki then added, when you submit this, ask Utakata to meet me. Ren was surprised to hear his father refer to his instructor so casually. You know each other. Juaki chuckled. Of course. We were teammates in our Genin and Shinin days. Even completed some missions together as Jonin. Ren blinked in surprise. Sensei is a Jonin? I thought academy instructors were all Chunin. After all, his observe panel still couldn't read Utakata's level, meaning the man had to be higher than level 45. Juaki nodded, confirming his suspicion. Yes, Utakata is a Jonin. And a strong one, too. After the Ninetails attack, he was assigned to the academy just in case something happened. But I doubt he'll stay here for more than a year. Ren processed the information. So, Konoha assigned a Jonin-level instructor just to oversee our class. It made sense. The village was unstable, and with Orochimaru's defection, they needed to keep a close eye on the younger generation. With this in mind, Ren finished his breakfast, grabbed his scroll, and left for the academy. Today was going to be a big day. Location Academy. The academy looked the same as usual, students moving around, conversations filling the air, nothing visibly different. But Ren knew better. As soon as he entered the premises, his observe panel picked up at least 10 hidden presences, all marked with question marks instead of levels. He didn't stare too long, no need to draw attention to himself. Instead, he walked straight to his classroom, taking his usual seat beside Eiji. At exactly 9 a.m., Utakata appeared at the front of the classroom, holding a stack of papers in his hand. His expression remained as unreadable as ever, his tone calm and controlled as he spoke. Good morning. As I told you yesterday, the exam will consist of 2 parts, written and practical. You will have 2 hours for the written exam, and the practical exam will last as long as needed. With that, he began distributing the exam sheets. As soon as the clock hit 9:05, his voice rang out. Begin. The classroom fell into immediate silence. Ren flipped over the paper and began scanning the questions. They were definitely harder than the ones in the entrance exam, a mix of tactical scenarios, basic ninjutsu theory, mathematical problems for resource allocation, questions about Konoha's political and military structure, and of course the will of fire. Despite the difficulty increase, none of the questions were challenging enough for Ren to need his information gathering skill. Cheating. He simply answered one after another, moving at a steady pace. Time ticked forward, and soon it was 11:05 a.m. Utakata's voice cut through the silence. Stop. Pencils down, or you fail. Every student immediately obeyed. Without hesitation, Utakata collected the papers one by one, stacking them neatly before turning back to the class. His next words were simple. You have 25 minutes of break time. Meet me at the academy training ground at 11:30 sharp. Then, in a swift flicker, he vanished. The students, finally free from the written portion, emptied the classroom in an orderly manner. For most of them, the real challenge was still ahead. And Ren couldn't wait. Location Academy Training Ground. By 11:30, nearly all the students had already gathered at the training ground. Nobody wanted to risk being late under the watchful eyes of the invisible observers. Even though they couldn't see anyone, the heavy atmosphere made it clear they were being watched. Some of the more perceptive students even felt a faint prickling sensation at their backs. Standing beside Ren, Eiji furrowed his brows, muttering in a low voice. I feel like so many people are watching me. Ren gave a soft hum in response. They are. Sensei told us about the observers. Just do your best and impress them. Have you thought about what you want if asked? Eiji nodded, his expression still tense. Yeah. I'll ask for money since I don't really want anything right now. Ren was momentarily speechless. But after a second, he understood. Eiji wasn't interested in weapons, so asking for one would be pointless. He also couldn't use higher-ranked jutsu, yet even body flicker was difficult for him. So, asking for money was actually a practical decision. Ren's thoughts were cut short as Utakata flickered into the training ground. His calm, unreadable voice echoed through the field. We will do this like our normal sparring classes. I will call you in pairs, and you will fight. First match, Eiji Nakamura versus Takeda Uchiha. Step forward. Ren turned to Eiji and smirked. Good luck. Eiji grinned and stepped forward excitedly, while Takeda Uchiha sneered, clearly considering Eiji beneath him. However, he kept his mouth shut, clearly mindful of Utakata's presence. Do the seal of confrontation. They joined hands, forming the traditional half-tiger seal. Utakata's next words were sharp and clear. Severe injuries and killing are not allowed. Begin. The moment the fight started, Eiji dashed forward first. Takeda met him head-on, raising his fists expecting a standard exchange of blows. But he was wrong. Eiji's attack patterns were completely unpredictable. One moment, his punches and kicks were rapid and aggressive, and the next, he was twisting his body in unnatural ways to dodge and counterattack. It was chaotic yet precise. Takeda struggled to land a clean hit while Eiji's attacks kept forcing him on the defensive. The students watching were clearly surprised. The great Uchiha was getting pushed back by a civilian-born shinobi. Ren simply watched, arms crossed. Eiji's movements are wild, but they work. Takeda can't keep up. Realizing he was losing in close combat, Takeda quickly leaped back, creating distance. His hands blurred into hand signs. Eiji's eyes widened slightly, but he didn't panic. Takeda took a deep breath and shouted, Fire style, fireball jutsu. A large ball of flames erupted from his mouth, rushing toward Eiji with deadly heat. But Takeda's execution was far from perfect. The fireball was slower than it should have been, and the hand signs were too deliberate. Eiji had enough time to react. At the last second, he replaced himself with a log, using substitution jutsu to escape the attack. The fireball crashed into the ground, scorching the dirt and sending heat waves through the air. Takeda landed, his breath heavy, clearly feeling the chakra drain. But Eiji was already behind him. The moment Takeda turned around, Eiji was already mid-sprint. A set of kunai flew from his hands, aimed straight for Takeda. Takeda dodged quickly, but one grazed his cheek, leaving a thin line of blood. For a brief second, he froze. That was all Eiji needed. In that instant, he closed the distance and placed a kunai against Takeda's throat. Takeda's eyes widened in shock and humiliation. He had lost. His body tensed, and his pride screamed at him to keep fighting, but the sharp, cold steel against his skin told him otherwise. His jaw clenched. Then, through gritted teeth, he muttered, "I surrender." Silence fell over the field as Utakeda nodded in acknowledgement. Winner Eiji Nakamura. Eiji grinned, stepping back as he lowered his kunai. Meanwhile, Takeda's face twisted in frustration, but he didn't argue. The fight was over. Ren smirked, watching from the sidelines. A predictable outcome. During these 6 months, Eiji had reached level 16, while Takeda was still stuck at level 13. The difference in strength was clear. Before Ren could deliberate more about the outcome, Utakeda-sensei had already called out the next name. Ren Takahashi and Atake Uchiha stepped forward. Ren grinned as he moved towards the center. "Let's see how this goes." He was very excited. The difference between his and Itake's level had narrowed when they had their first fight. They had a difference of 12 level and Ren had struggled to maintain the tie, but now their level difference was 8 levels. Itake had reached level 33 in this time. Clearly his growth had slowed down somewhat. This was the chance for Ren to catch up with him, and this fight would prove that all his efforts were not in vain. Chapter 26, Uchihas are not so great after all. As soon as Ren and Itake's names were called, the students erupted in excitement. This was the fight everyone had been waiting for. It was no secret that Ren and Itake were the two strongest in the class. Both were fast, skilled, and unpredictable, and unlike the other fights, this one had a genuine air of suspense. Some students were even placing silent bets, while others, especially the girls, were watching closely since both fighters were also considered the most handsome in the class. Of course, neither Itake nor Ren cared about that. As they stepped forward to the center of the field, their eyes met in understanding. There were no words needed. They both knew what the other was capable of. With calm, precise movements, they formed the seal of confrontation and waited for Utakeda's signal. For the first time, Utakeda didn't silence the excited students. He simply let the tension build before giving the command. "Begin." The moment the words left Utakeda's mouth, both Ren and Itake exploded into action. A blur of motion and steel, as they clashed midway, kunai meeting kunai. Sparks erupted as their blades scraped against each other in rapid succession. Their movements were fast, precise, and unrelenting, neither giving an inch. The air was filled with the sound of clashing metal, as they weaved, parried, and countered, moving at speeds that had the other students barely able to keep up. Suddenly, Ren flickered out of existence. Using body flicker, he reappeared directly behind Itake, his kunai aiming for a clean strike. But Itake, calm as ever, reacted instantly, ducking, spinning, and countering with a high kick. Ren dodged and jumped back, landing gracefully, but Itake had already formed the tiger seal. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Unlike Takeda's weak attempt, Itake's fireball was faster, hotter, and perfectly controlled. Ren's eyes sharpened as the flames rushed toward him. He didn't waste time. With a flicker, he vanished and reappeared several meters away, dodging the fireball completely. But Itake was already on the move. Itake flicked his hand, and a barrage of shuriken filled the air, curving unnaturally toward Ren. Ren immediately weaved through them, dodging the ones he could and parrying the rest with his kunai. But Itake had already read his movements. As soon as Ren landed, a kunai was flying straight for his blind spot. With no time to dodge, Ren did something unexpected. He used clone jutsu. 2 clones popped into existence, both rushing forward while Ren himself jumped back. Itake narrowed his eyes. He immediately flicked 2 more shuriken, cutting through one clone instantly, but the other clone dodged and kept moving forward. At the same time, Ren rushed from the side. Itake prepared to counterattack, but then a sudden gust of wind from the remaining clone distracted him. It was just a basic blast of air from the dissipation of the other clone, which was actually a wind clone, but it was enough to make Itake hesitate for half a second. That was all Ren needed. His kunai plunged forward, aimed for Itake's chest. Itake instinctively raised his arm, blocking the strike, but Ren had already activated projectile control. The direction of his hand holding kunai subtly shifted, bypassing Itake's guard and heading straight for his heart. But Itake wasn't done yet. At the last possible moment, his free hand shot up, intercepting the kunai. A sharp pain spread through his palm, but he stopped the attack. A second later, Ren felt a stabbing pain in his left arm. Itake's kunai had found its mark. A sharp gasp spread through the watching students. For the first time, blood had been drawn. Ren and Itake stared at each other, their injured hands bleeding, but neither reacted as they jumped back, creating distance. They both knew the next exchange would decide the fight. Silently, they prepared. Ren's kunao began to glow, as he channeled wind chakra into its edge, sharpening it to the extreme. At the same time, Itake began forming rapid hand signs, preparing a jutsu. Around him, several smaller fireballs began forming, hovering ominously in the air. The watching students held their breath. For a moment, the world stood still. Then, in an instant, Ren threw his enhanced kunao, aiming for Itake's head. At the same time, Itake unleashed his flurry of fireballs, sending them flying toward Ren. The match was about to reach its climax. But suddenly, two figures flickered into the battlefield. Utakata himself flickered before Ren, and water burst from his mouth, forming a protective wall that completely neutralized the fireballs. At the same time, a man with black hair and sharp eyes appeared in front of Itake and spit out a burst of fire, disintegrating Ren's kunao before it could reach Itake. A moment of silence followed. Then, Utakata's voice rang out, as calm as ever. The match is a tie. His eyes swept across the battlefield before explaining. If Ren Takahashi's kunao had hit, Itake Uchiha would have suffered severe cuts that could have damaged his chakra pathways. If Itake's fireballs had landed, Ren Takahashi would have sustained third-degree burns across multiple body parts. The students were stunned. Many had forgotten to breathe during the last moments of the fight. Meanwhile, Ren's eyes flickered toward the man who had protected Itake. Before flickering away, the man gave him another glance, an unmistakable Uchiha gaze. Ren narrowed his eyes. But before he could think further, Utakata stepped forward. The next match stepped forward. And just like that, the fight was over. As soon as Utakata dismissed the fight, the students began chatting excitedly about the fights, their performances, and the upcoming results. Eiji was still buzzing with excitement, practically bouncing in place as he turned to Ren. That was so cool. You could have won if Sensei hadn't intervened. Ren gave a wry smile. He wasn't so sure. Itake was a monster in his own right, and even though Ren had managed to injure him, the fight could have gone either way. But what bothered him the most wasn't the outcome, it was why Utakata and that Uchiha had intervened in the first place. Were they really worried about injuries? Or was there something else? He made a mental note to ask Utakata about it later. As they stood in line, an academy instructor approached Ren, stopping in front of him. Stand still. I'll heal your arm. The man formed a quick set of hand signs, and a soft green glow appeared around his hand. Ren felt a cool, soothing sensation spread through his arm as the torn muscles began knitting themselves back together. It was just a flesh wound, nothing serious, the instructor said after finishing. But if you feel any discomfort later, come to the infirmary. Understood. Thank you, Ren replied with a nod. The instructor nodded back and moved toward Itake, who was also receiving the same treatment. Ren watched for a moment before turning back to the field. The rest of the fight soon came to an end, but there was an unexpected development. During her match with Hitachi, Izumi Uchiha activated her Sharingan. The other students were stunned. Even Itake hadn't awakened his Sharingan yet, so to see Izumi, someone no one expected, be the first to awaken it was a huge shock. Ren narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the single tomo spinning in her left eye. So, the first Sharingan user of our generation appears. While he wasn't obsessed with the Uchiha's legendary dojutsu, he couldn't deny its power. But despite activating her Sharingan, Izumi still lost to Hitachi. Her defeat wasn't because of a lack of skill or abilities, it was because she was terrified of bugs. Whenever Hitashi's insects got too close, she would panic and make reckless moves, allowing him to control the pace of the fight until she was forced to surrender. A powerful dojutsu is useless if fear controls you, Ren thought to himself. By the time the last match concluded, most of the hidden observers had disappeared. Only a few remained, likely waiting to give their final evaluations before leaving. Utakata then stepped forward, his usual calm, unreadable expression on his face. The practical exam is over. Your results have been recorded, and you will know them soon. His gaze swept across the students, stopping briefly on a few individuals. Many of you have given an impressive performance. Ren noticed his eyes linger on him, Itake, Eiji, Hitachi, and a few others. But some of you were disappointing. This time, Utakata's gaze hardened as he looked at Takeda, Izumi, and a few others who had underperformed. Ouch, Ren thought, watching Takeda's face twist in humiliation and Izumi's in embarrassment. Guess that Uchiha pride is taking a hit. Utakata didn't dwell on the moment for long as he continued. Tomorrow is a holiday. Rest well. When you return the day after tomorrow, you will find out whether you are receiving a reward or a punishment. There was a heavy silence after those words. The implication was clear: if you had impressed the right people, you'd be rewarded. If you had disappointed them, you'd be punished. After letting that sink in, Utakata finally gave the signal. Dismissed. Chapter 27, Reflection, Talking and New Stuff. Ren sat cross-legged on the basement floor, deep in thought as he reflected on the fight with Itake. He hadn't left a shadow clone today since he wanted to preserve his full chakra reserves for the battle. Though in hindsight, it wouldn't have made much of a difference. His jutsu arsenal wasn't particularly chakra-intensive. He had learned many wind jutsus, but most were utility-based rather than large-scale destructive techniques. His wind-style mastery had reached 56%, yet he still lacked C-rank offensive jutsu that could truly turn the tide in a fight. I need stronger wind jutsu. Something that can actually deal serious damage rather than just assisting me in combat, he thought. During his fight with Itake, the jutsu he instinctively used the most was Body Flicker, followed closely by Wind Clone and Shuriken Control. These had been the best choices for that specific scenario. He had other jutsu that might have worked, but the fast pace of the fight left no room for anything unnecessary. His earth jutsu remained completely hidden, since Utakata had interfered before he could counterattack his final attack. At this point, the image he had shown to others was clear: a fast fighter with exceptional speed, a high-level grasp of body flicker, good taijutsu, and a growing proficiency in wind style. If someone tried to evaluate him, they would probably place him at a high genin level, which was not far from the truth, but still left gaps in their understanding of his full strength. Ren let out a sigh. I decided not to hold back, yet somehow, I still have some hidden cards. If people start noticing that I always have something extra up my sleeve, they might become too interested in figuring out what else I'm hiding. The thought lingered in his mind, but before he could dwell on it further, the basement door creaked open and a familiar figure flickered into the room. Juaki appeared directly in front of Ren, his sharp eyes immediately scanning his injured arm. Before Ren could say anything, Juaki had already grabbed it, checking for any lingering damage. After a moment, he let out a relieved sigh and sat down beside Ren. You worry me, brat, Juaki muttered, rubbing his temples. Ren blinked in mild surprise. His father rarely spoke in such a vulnerable tone. Even though this was just an academy exam, you still got injured. Juaki sighed again, shaking his head. I know it was just a small wound today, but I keep thinking about what might happen in the future. Ren remained silent, watching his father with a newfound sense of understanding. For Juaki, Ren wasn't just a talented academy student, he was his son. Even if it was just a minor wound today, what about next time? What about when the real battles started? Juaki let out another sigh, this one quieter than before. You don't feel uncomfortable, do you? He finally asked, his voice gruff but laced with concern. No, Ren reassured him. It was just a minor wound, and they healed it right there. Juaki nodded, rubbing the back of his neck. That's good. But even as he said it, Ren could tell his father still wasn't at ease. Ren tried to assure Juaki that he was fine, but Juaki simply shook his head and let out a sigh. Don't try to console me, brat. I'm not so weak that I need a kid's assurance, he said, rubbing Ren's head. I was ready for the day you might come home injured the moment you started training. But, his voice softened slightly, it's a parent's duty to worry about their kid. You wouldn't understand that now. Ren didn't argue. He could see the concern in his father's eyes, and even though Juaki was trying to brush it off, Ren could tell that seeing him injured, even if it was just a minor wound, had affected him more than he let on. Suddenly, Juaki's tone shifted abruptly, snapping Ren out of his thoughts. Anyway, you did good today. There will probably be a tie for first place. If this were before, Itachi would have taken first place alone. Ren's brows furrowed slightly. Why would it be different now? Juaki shook his head. Don't worry about it. You just need to know that you'll get your weapon. I'll make sure the quality is good enough, so rest easy. Just let Utakata know to meet me when he asks you for your reward. Ren nodded, feeling satisfied about his upcoming reward, but a lingering question remained in his mind. You know, he started, during my fight with Itachi, Utakata-sensei and an Uchiha interfered before we could finish. Do you know why? Juaki didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned the question back on him. What do you think? Ren rubbed his chin, thinking deeply. After a while, he answered hesitantly, because we had already shown enough. Juaki nodded approvingly. Precisely. What you two showed today was already far beyond the strength of an average genin. And you're only in your first year. If either of you had gone further, you would have been pushed for early graduation right now. Juaki continued. The Uchiha observing your fight was likely acting on the patriarch's orders. They would want to show off their clan heir's genius, but not to the extent where he would be forced to graduate early. The clan still wants him to grow in the academy. As for Utakata, he must have stepped in the moment he saw the Uchiha interfere and understood their reasoning. Ren absorbed the information carefully. So they both had the same goal, to stop the fight before it escalated too much. Exactly, Juaki confirmed. It made sense. Itachi was valuable to the Uchiha, and Ren was attracting too much attention. If they had gone any further, the academy might have pushed for their early graduation, something neither side wanted right now. Just as Ren was processing all of this, Juaki reached into his vest pocket and pulled out 2 scrolls, tossing them to Ren with a small smirk. Here. This is my reward for you since you did so well. Ren caught the scrolls and quickly scanned them. Wind style, great breakthrough. Earth style, Earth Dragon Blast. His eyes lit up with excitement. C-rank jutsus? Finally, some real offensive power, he exclaimed, looking at his father with gratitude. Thanks, Dad. Juaki nodded with a smile and flickered out, leaving Ren alone in the basement. Ren looked at the 2 scrolls in his hands, his excitement barely contained. These were C-rank offensive ninjutsu, exactly what he needed to start expanding his combat potential. Up until now, most of his jutsus had been support-based, useful for enhancing his fighting style, but lacking real firepower. With these, my arsenal won't just be about speed and tricks anymore. I'll finally have some solid offensive jutsu. He carefully unrolled the scrolls, skimming through their contents. The first was Wind Style, Great Breakthrough, a well-known wind technique that allowed the user to generate a massive gust of wind capable of blasting away obstacles, enemies, and even projectiles. The second was Earth Style, Earth Dragon Blast, a technique that shaped mud into a dragon's head, which could spit out powerful mud projectiles at high speed. Ren clenched his fist in determination. Ren was very excited, so he immediately opened the scroll for the Great Breakthrough Jutsu and carefully read through its details. The technique itself was simple but powerful. The user breathes wind from their mouth, creating a strong gust capable of blowing away whatever is in front of them. The strength of the wind depended entirely on the user's skill and chakra control. The hand seals for the jutsu were tiger, rightward arrow, ox, rightward arrow, dog, rightward arrow, rabbit, rightward arrow, snake. Ren steadied himself and performed the hand seals one by one. As he reached the final seal, he took a deep breath and exhaled, channeling his chakra through his lungs. A powerful gust of wind surged forward, rushing 50 meters ahead before gradually fading. The jutsu lasted for 5 seconds and had consumed more than a tenth of his chakra. Unlike the gentler wind-based techniques he had practiced before, this jutsu had aggressive winds that carried real destructive force. It was his first truly offensive wind-style jutsu, and it exceeded his expectations. Ren wanted to keep practicing, but he knew rest was important too, so he decided to call it a night. He went to his room, laid down on his bed, and started thinking. That was when he remembered he hadn't yet claimed his system rewards from his past accomplishments. Opening the system screen, he was surprised to find not 2, but 4 pending rewards. System rewards? Congratulations for learning your first D-rank jutsu, Body Flicker Jutsu. Reward, 2 Chunin level points. Congratulations for learning your first B-rank jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Reward, 2 Mastery points. 1 point increases mastery by 10% before advanced level. Congratulations for becoming the rival of young Itaki Uchiha. Reward, Minor Genjutsu Resistance, resistant to Genjutsu below A rank. Congratulations for learning your first C-rank jutsu, Great Breakthrough. Reward, 5 Chunin level points. Ren was stunned by the rewards. The Chunin level points were expected, but the mastery points were something he had never received before. From the explanation, they could only be used before a mastery reached advanced level, 75%. His current mastery panel was as follows. Chakra Control, 60%, Intermediate. Fast Fist Taijutsu, 58%, Intermediate. Shuriken Jutsu, 74%, Intermediate. Shadow Clone Mastery, 48%, Beginner. Wind Style Mastery, 56%, Intermediate. Earth Style Mastery, 46%, Beginner. Ren thought carefully about where to invest his mastery points. His chakra control had been progressing the slowest, so he decided to save the points. Once it reached 64%, he could use a mastery point to push it straight to 74%, just before the advanced level cap. For the other point, he decided to save it for Shadow Clone Mastery, which was progressing steadily on its own for now. His reward for becoming Itaki's rival also surprised him. He had always known that interacting with canon characters would be beneficial, which was why he never backed down from fighting Itaki. But only today did he receive a system reward for it, meaning Itaki had finally acknowledged him as a rival. And the reward itself was incredibly valuable, Minor Genjutsu Resistance. Ren wasn't interested in Genjutsu, but he knew its dangers. Having a natural resistance to any Genjutsu below A rank would be invaluable in the future. Now, it was time to distribute his points. Over the past 6 months, he hadn't been receiving any points, but now, he had 7 available. His main focus had always been vitality, VIT, and chakra, CHA, since increasing vitality also helped grow chakra reserves naturally. System, add 6 points to vitality, Ren instructed. A system notification rang out. VIT plus 6 rightward arrow VIT, 32. CHA plus 3 rightward arrow CHA, 28. As expected, vitality's increase had also boosted his chakra. With 1 remaining point, he decided to invest it directly into chakra, raising it to CHA, 29. Satisfied with his gains, Ren finally closed his eyes and drifted off into peaceful sleep. Chapter 28, Secrets I Have Held in My Heart. In the academy classroom, students were engaged in discussions within their usual groups. Now that 6 months had passed, most of them had found their circles and stuck close with those they connected with the most. Only a few exceptions, like Itake, remained alone, though even he wasn't completely spared from the enthusiasm of the girls, who would constantly surround him to try and strike up a conversation. They had attempted the same with Ren at first, but he had politely asked them not to disturb him. Fortunately, none of the girls were particularly obsessed with him, so they eventually gave up and focused all their attention on Itake instead. As a result, Ren was spared from the jealousy and resentment of the other boys, who secretly wished the girls would pay attention to them instead. Like always, Utakata entered the classroom at the exact time, his expression as neutral as ever. Without wasting a single second, he began the lesson, moving through the subjects efficiently and precisely. The day passed just like any other academy day, and although the students remained focused, many of them had one lingering thought: would they be receiving any rewards today? For those who knew they had performed poorly, there was a sense of unease, but when nothing was announced throughout the lessons, some of them felt mild relief, thinking they had escaped punishment. When the final class ended, Utakata finally addressed them. His voice, as always, was calm and direct. I will be in the staff room. Form a line and enter one by one. Without saying anything further, he flickered out of the room, leaving the students to quickly organize themselves. As Ren was second to last in line, he had plenty of time to observe the reactions of his classmates as they exited the staff room. Some emerged beaming with joy, clearly pleased with their rewards, while others looked disappointed, angry, or even frustrated, likely having not received what they wanted. A few students who had worried about punishments looked relieved, realizing their fears were unfounded. When AG finally came out, he was grinning ear to ear, looking extremely pleased with himself. Ren, curious, asked, "How much did you get?" AG's grin widened, and he said proudly, "He said 15, but I haggled for 20. Ren couldn't help but nod slightly. AG's ability to bargain was impressive. Considering that a normal academy student received around 2,000 ryo per month as a village subsidy, getting 20,000 ryo in one go was practically an entire year's allowance in a single day. "Good for you," Ren replied casually. Money didn't really concern him, his father was already taking care of those matters for now. Finally, it was Ren's turn. Entering the staff room, he saw Utakata seated behind a desk, a clipper, and a stack of documents in front of him. The Jonin glanced up as Ren entered and, without any preamble, asked in his usual neutral tone, "You have the option to select your reward, but be reasonable." Ren nodded and stepped forward, placing a rolled-up scroll on the desk. "I want this weapon," he said. Utakata picked up the scroll and unrolled it, his sharp eyes scanning the details. He studied the design carefully, then gave a small nod. "I estimate it will take about a week, maybe less. I will inform you when it's ready." Ren nodded in understanding. Just as he was about to leave, he remembered his father's message. "My father asked me to tell you that he wants to meet you after you receive the scroll," he added. Utakata's expression didn't change, but his eyes lingered on Ren for a moment before he finally nodded. "All right. You may go." Ren gave a short bow and exited the room, heading off to begin his evening training. Location: Ichiraku Ramen. Night had fallen over Konoha, but the village was alive with activity. The streets were bustling with people shopping, vendors calling out their wares, and families enjoying the cool evening air. At Ichiraku Ramen, the soft glow of lanterns illuminated the humble stand. The fabric curtains at the entrance parted as a one-armed man stepped inside, a bottle of sake in his hand. His eyes scanned the small space until they landed on a black-haired man with a ponytail sitting at the counter. With a casual saunter, he made his way over and took the seat beside him. "It's been a while," Juaki said, opening the bottle of sake with practiced ease. "Indeed, it has," Utakata replied evenly. Just then, Tuki emerged from behind the counter, a knowing smile forming on his face as he took in the sight before him. "I don't remember the last time I saw you two together," he mused, his voice tinged with nostalgia. "It's nice to see you both." Juaki lifted his cup in a small salute. "Good to see you too, Tuka-san." Utakata merely nodded in acknowledgement. "I'll get your order," Tuka said, disappearing into the kitchen to prepare their usual. Juaki wasted no time, pouring himself a cup and downing it in one go. By the time their ramen arrived, he was already on his third glass. "You shouldn't drink so much," Utakata remarked, picking up his chopsticks and breaking them apart. Juaki waved him off with a lazy flick of his wrist. I don't get many chances to drink like this anymore. I've got a kid to care for." Utakata took a sip of his broth before replying. "He's good, your kid." Juaki smirked, pride evident in his expression. "Of course he is. After all, he's my son." Utakata, however, simply shook his head. "The boy is an exact copy of Sayaka, Ren's mother, but his talent is like his dot." He paused meaningfully before continuing. "I doubt anyone would believe he's yours." Juaki, caught mid-drink, choked on his sake and coughed violently, pointing a shaky finger at Utakata. "You cough you. Stop making a scene and eat your food," Utakata cut in, eyeing him with mild disdain. Juaki grumbled under his breath but eventually turned his attention to his ramen, glaring at Utakata as he ate. After a few moments of silence, Utakata spoke again. "You wanted to see me? About the weapon?" Juaki nodded. "Take it to the old man. Tell him to make it good as compensation for not letting me see the boy." His voice was calm, but there was an undercurrent of bitterness beneath the words. Utakata regarded him carefully. "Didn't let you meet him either, did he?" Juaki snorted, his irritation clear. "It was that one-eyed bastard who refused, and the old man allowed it." Utakata didn't seem surprised. He simply nodded, as if he had already expected this outcome. As they finished their meal, Juaki stood up first, tossing a few coins onto the counter. Just as he was about to leave, Utakata spoke again. "Any idea where sensei is?" Juaki paused for a moment before answering. "Out chasing the traitorous snake." With that, he pushed aside the curtains and disappeared into the night, leaving Utakata alone at the counter, deep in thought. Location: Hokage office. Even though it was late at night, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was still working, his desk cluttered with scrolls and documents. The dim glow of the lantern cast long shadows in the office as his brush moved rhythmically across the paper. A knock at the door broke the silence, but without pausing or looking up, Hiruzen simply said, "Enter." Utakata Ito stepped inside, closing the door behind him before walking up to the desk. He stood silently, waiting for permission to speak. Several moments passed before Hiruzen finished signing the document in front of him, setting his brush aside with a quiet sigh. Looking up, he acknowledged the jonin before him with a nod. "You're here." Utakata nodded back. "Have you documented the students' choices?" Hiruzen asked. Without a word, Utakata handed him a scroll containing the records of the rewards distributed and the choices made by the top-performing students. Hiruzen unrolled the scroll and scanned through it, his expression unreadable. There were no particular reactions as he read, his eyes calmly absorbing the details. Good, he finally said, rolling it back up. Handle it as you see fit. Utakata nodded and reached into his vest, pulling out another scroll and placing it on the desk. Designed for Ren Takahashi's weapon of choice, he stated. Hiruzen took the scroll and unfurled it, studying the intricate design carefully. The weapon was well thought out, functional, adaptable, and clearly designed to complement Ren's fighting style. His eyes lingered on the details for a moment before Utakata spoke again. Juaki said the weapon should be made well, as compensation for not letting him see the boy. At these words, Hiruzen exhaled a quiet, weary sigh. He slowly closed the scroll and placed it in one of the drawers of his desk, locking it with a soft click. You were always the rational one out of the three, he said, looking at Utakata with measured eyes. So you must understand why I'm doing this. Utakata nodded slightly, his face betraying nothing. I know. He knows it too. He just doesn't like it, and I don't think sensei would like it either. Hiruzen's grip tightened slightly on his pipe as he took a slow drag, exhaling a thin stream of smoke into the air. I wish I could do something, he admitted, his gaze drifting to the window overlooking the village. But sometimes, even the greatest have no choice but to take a step back. Silence settled over the room as the two men stood there, each lost in their own thoughts, the quiet hum of Konoha's night serving as the only witness to their conversation. Chapter 29, a new source for rewards. The extra chapter for reaching 10 reviews. I'll do another one if we get 10 more. As a new dawn graced Konoha, the village slowly came to life. The streets filled with merchants opening their stalls, shopkeepers preparing for the day's work, and shinobi heading out for their missions. The faint morning mist still clung to the rooftops, where the occasional blur of movement betrayed the presence of Konoha's protectors, leaping between the buildings. Children, always eager for excitement, chased after the passing shadows, their laughter ringing through the air as they tried in vain to catch up. On one of the taller rooftops, two blurs raced across the tiles, one clad in deep blue, the other in forest green, Ren and Eiji, weaving effortlessly through the rooftops. Parkour was second nature to shinobi, a skill so ingrained that few ever consciously thought about it. Moving across the village like this felt freeing, a moment of exhilaration unburdened by responsibility. Today, the academy was closed, a day of remembrance for those who had fallen during the Ninetails attack. Though the tragedy had left deep scars on Konoha, life continued, as it always did. It had been 3 months since the academy's first major test. Ren had received his weapon within the promised week, and its quality had exceeded his expectations. When he showed it to Juaki, his father had inspected it with a nod of approval, informing him that the claws were partially made of chakra metal, allowing seamless chakra flow through the blades. The gloves were crafted from layered fabric used in Jonin uniforms, ensuring they wouldn't tear easily. The design was perfect. It fit Ren's hands now but could be adjusted as he grew. From that moment on, Ren trained relentlessly to master the weapon. Using the claws in combat felt different from fighting barehanded, and incorporating ninjutsu while wielding them was an entirely new challenge. He couldn't afford to make mistakes in real combat, so he turned to the one person who could push him beyond his limits: his father. For weeks, his father became his primary training partner. They clashed again and again, Ren testing his growing speed, precision, and adaptability. Since the claws were far too dangerous for normal spars at the academy, he had no choice but to learn through battles with his father, who never held back. Now, after months of effort, the weapon felt like an extension of his body. But even then, there was always room for improvement. As Ren and Eiji continued weaving through the rooftops, they occasionally threw small stones at each other, trying to knock the other off balance. Their light-hearted game continued as they neared the training ground area, where the rooftops gave way to tall trees and open spaces. The village's structured buildings slowly faded, replaced by nature's embrace. In one of the more secluded areas, Ren spotted Itake Uchiha practicing shurikenjutsu. The wooden targets around him were already filled with kunao, arranged in near-perfect patterns. Since their fight during the academy exam, Ren and Itake had started acknowledging each other with simple greetings, though their interactions rarely extended beyond that. They weren't exactly friends, but there was a mutual respect between them, the recognition of two individuals who stood at the top of their generation. Ren, without hesitation, leaped down from the tree he was perched on. Caught off guard by the sudden movement, Itake instinctively flicked a kunao in his direction, which Ren dodged effortlessly. Hey, Itake, Ren greeted, unfazed. Eiji followed suit, landing beside him with a dramatic wave. Hey, he drawled, his usual carefree grin in place. Seeing that it was them, Itake relaxed slightly and greeted them politely. Hello, Ren-san. Hello, Eiji-san. Ren sighed internally. He had long since given up trying to get Itake to drop the san. It was just part of how Itake carried himself. Eiji, glancing at the numerous kunao embedded into the distant target boards, let out a low whistle. You're still training shurikenjutsu? But you're already the best in the class. Hell, even in the entire academy. I doubt anyone could match you. Ren agreed silently. His own mastery of shurikenjutsu was at 79%, his first mastery to reach advanced level. Yet, even with that, Itake's technique remained superior. The difference wasn't huge, but it was enough for Ren to acknowledge that Itake was better. I enjoy kunao throwing. It helps me relax, Itake answered simply. Then, after a short pause, he asked, were you two training? Yeah, we were heading to the training grounds, Ren answered. Itake tilted his head slightly. You can train here if you don't mind training alongside me. Sure, I don't mind. What about you, thief? Ren asked, nudging Eiji. Eiji shrugged. No problem. Free training ground is a free training ground. With that, the three of them each chose a separate area and began their respective training, ensuring they wouldn't interfere with one another. As Ren settled into his spot, his mind drifted. It's already been a whole year since I came into this world. He sighed, remembering the chaos of the Ninetails attack, the uncertainty of waking up in a world he had only known through a screen, and the intense training that had shaped him since then. Today was his 7th birthday. This morning, Juaki had given him a special gift, one that marked a new phase in his training. His father had handed him a small storage seal along with a set of training weights and explained, "This is a first-level training seal. Its maximum weight goes up to 100 kilograms. Start at 50 kilograms and increase it when you see fit, but deactivate the seal when you sleep. Never keep the seal activated during a fight, it could become a handicap otherwise." Juaki had then handed him a separate set of weights for his legs, a band with multiple slots to hold removable weights. Start with 10 kilograms on each leg. It'll help you develop more speed over time. Now, Ren was training with those exact weights. 50 kilograms on his body and an extra 20 on his legs. The added burden had slowed his movements at first, but after adjusting through a morning of parkour with Eiji, his body was adapting. His strength was now at 28 and his agility at 33, but the rate of improvement had slowed significantly. Normal training alone wasn't enough anymore. That was why Juaki had allowed him to begin weighted training. At the same time, his shadow clones continued their ninjutsu training in the basement. He could now create 2 clones, and thanks to his shadow clone mastery reaching 56%, they lasted much longer than before. With everything in place, Ren took a deep breath. It was time to push his limits even further. As the hours passed, the three continued their training, pushing their limits with each round. They had engaged in brief sparring sessions as well, and compared to before, the difference in strength was slowly closing in. Itake was at level 35, Ren had reached level 29, and Eiji was now level 20. Though Eiji lacked any inherent advantage like a Kekii Genkai or special lineage, his sheer determination and adaptability kept him from falling too far behind. He would eventually catch up if their growth slowed, though Itake's impending Sharingan awakening would inevitably give him a sharp boost in power. Ren, on the other hand, could only rely on his training and the sporadic system rewards until he found a consistent source of points. Just as he was thinking about this, a sudden prickling sensation crawled up his spine, the unmistakable feeling of danger. His body moved on instinct, his chakra surging as he immediately used hiding like a mole technique, a C-rank earth jutsu his father had given him. Diving underground, he moved swiftly through the soil, using his senses to search for the attacker. But just as he was about to surface, the ground above him shifted violently. Large chunks of earth shot up in blocks, disrupting his movement and restricting his options. Ren barely had time to react before the ground beneath him exploded outward, forcing him to flicker away. He barely landed when a fist came flying toward him. He didn't even have time to see the attacker. Pure instinct took over. His left arm shot up, absorbing the brunt of the punch while his right hand flew into the half-ram seal. Channeling his wind chakra, he exhaled sharply, unleashing a powerful gust of wind at the unknown assailant. But the attacker had already vanished. The air around him stilled, but Ren's muscles remained tense, his body preparing for another attack. At that moment, Itake and Eiji landed beside him, both immediately shifting into combat-ready stances. Eiji, already gripping a kunao, was about to launch himself forward when Itake's voice rang out, "Combat firm. Shisui-san, stop. What are you doing?" Ren's gaze snapped toward the direction Itake was facing. Standing there, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, was none other than Shisui Uchiha, the famed Shisui of the body flicker. "Don't worry, Itake," Shisui said, his voice casual but laced with amusement. "I just wanted to see the person who can fight you to a tie every match." He turned his attention fully to Ren, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. "Hey, my name is Shisui Uchiha. Sorry for attacking you out of nowhere, but I gotta say you were very good." Ren, still catching his breath, studied Shisui carefully. The man was young, maybe just a few years older than them, yet his presence was overwhelming. His movements had been flawless, his speed incomprehensible. Even though Ren had trained rigorously for a year, Shisui's casual attack had almost overwhelmed him. The gap between them was massive. But rather than feeling discouraged, Ren felt excitement bubbling inside him. This was an opportunity. Shisui was known for his insane speed, body flicker mastery, and battlefield prowess, but most importantly he was an important canon character who had shaped Itake. The rewards for interacting with him would be definitely good. "You're insane, you know that," Ren said, shaking his head with a small grin. "You attacked without warning. I didn't even get a proper look at you before dodging." Shisui chuckled, his expression turning more playful. "That's the whole point of an ambush, isn't it?" Eiji, still looking somewhat suspicious, finally lowered his kunao. "You almost gave us a heart attack, man. I thought we were actually under attack." "Ha, sorry about that," Shisui said, waving him off before turning back to Ren. "You've got great instincts. Most people in your situation would have been hit before they even realized what was happening." Ren didn't let the compliment get to his head. Instead, he took a step forward, meeting Shisui's gaze directly. "If you're so curious about my skills, why don't we take it a step further?" he challenged, tilting his head. "How about a proper fight? No ambush this time." Shisui raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Itake remained silent, his gaze flickering between the two, while Eiji let out a short laugh. You're either brave or suicidal, Speedo. Shisui smirked, cracking his knuckles. A fight, huh? Alright. Let's see what you've got. Ren knew this was going to be on a completely different level. Chapter 30, Flicker Master in the action. Shisui and Ren stood facing each other, the tension in the air rising as the two prepared for their clash. Eiji and Itake had moved back, giving them space to fight, their eyes keenly observing the battle about to unfold. Ren deactivated his training seal, feeling the familiar lightness in his body as the restrictions on his strength and agility were lifted. He then removed his leg weights, handing them to Eiji, who whistled at their weight but said nothing. Shisui stood relaxed, his arms hanging loosely at his sides, but Ren could feel the overwhelming pressure radiating from him. He wasn't even trying, yet Ren already knew he was completely outclassed. Alright, Shisui said, his usual playful smirk in place. Come at me with everything you've got. Don't worry about my safety. Ren nodded, though he couldn't help but recall his father saying the exact same words before their spars. Juki had the strength to back up that claim, and so did Shisui, perhaps even more so. Shisui had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan at just 7 years old, an achievement that put him far above most shinobi in the village. Ren tightened the gloves on his hands, feeling the smooth chakra metal at his fingertips. No one had seen his weapon before, and he planned to keep it hidden until the right moment. Shisui bent down and picked up a small stone. Without a word, he flicked it into the air. They both watched it rise, then fall. The moment it touched the ground, Shisui vanished. Ren barely had time to react before a fist was flying toward his face. His instinct screamed at him, and he jerked backward at the last second, narrowly avoiding the blurring strike. But Shisui didn't stop. He moved like a storm, relentless and unpredictable, his speed almost untraceable. His fists and feet came from all angles, jabs, kicks, palm strikes faster than Ren could count. Ren was forced on the defensive, dodging as best he could, but his reactions were barely keeping up. The few times he tried to counterattack, Shisui would effortlessly sidestep or redirect his strikes, almost as if he could see them coming. Body flicker? Ren disappeared in a burst of speed, flickering behind Shisui for a sneak attack. Shisui was already gone. A sharp kick slammed into Ren's ribs before he even finished turning, sending him skidding across the ground. He barely caught himself, breathing hard. He's too fast, Ren realized, his mind racing. If I keep fighting in pure taijutsu, I won't even touch him. Ren gritted his teeth. He still had one more trick. Ninjutsu. Wind style, gale palm? Instead of aiming at Shisui, Ren thrust both hands behind him, releasing a powerful burst of wind. The effect was immediate. Like a rocket, Ren shot forward, his speed multiplying. He activated body flicker on top of it, pushing his limits. His already blinding speed soared, making him almost impossible to track. He moved in a blur, circling Shisui, who remained still, calmly watching. 2, 3, 4 afterimages formed. Ren had spent weeks refining this technique while training with his father. He knew his speed could overwhelm the human eye, making his clones appear real. Then he struck. All 5 Rens lunged at Shisui from different directions. The real Ren attacked from the left, fists clenched, the force behind his speed enough to break bones. At the last second, clang! A metallic ring echoed as Shisui's kunai blocked Ren's weapon. Ren's eyes widened. His claws had been revealed in the attack, extended just before impact for a final surprise, but Shisui had reacted instantly. Ren looked up and froze. Blood-red eyes stared back at him. The 2 spinning tomo of the Sharingan locked onto his gaze, and for a brief moment, his vision blurred. A wave of dizziness washed over him, but just as quickly as it came, it vanished. Shisui's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. Ren let out a slow breath. Genjutsu resistance. It worked. His reward from the system had saved him. If Shisui had used a higher level genjutsu, it might not have worked, but since this one was below A rank, Ren had managed to break free before it took hold. There was a beat of silence. Then Ren let out a sigh and lowered his stance. I lost? Shisui blinked. Then, he chuckled. You're pretty sharp. Shisui glanced at Ren before shifting his gaze briefly to Itake, whose fists were clenched at his sides. Shisui knew that, at this moment, Itake wouldn't have been able to react to the speed Ren had shown not before awakening his Sharingan. He turned his attention back to Ren, who had sat down on the ground, catching his breath. I could have used some other tricks, Ren admitted, exhaling slowly, but they wouldn't have worked either. Shisui chuckled, crossing his arms. Don't sell yourself short. Even some Takebutsu Jonin wouldn't have been able to react to that last attack. You're doing great, but you can push your speed even further if you improve your chakra control, especially with the body flicker. Practice it hard. Ren absorbed the advice silently, already making a note to focus on fine-tuning his chakra flow efficiency during flickers. Shisui then turned to Itake and said, Come on, Itake, Mikoto-san was calling you. Itake hesitated for a fraction of a second before nodding. He turned toward Ren and Eiji, who had come over to hand Ren his weights back. Goodbye, Ren-san. Eiji-san. See you at the academy, Itake said with his usual calm politeness. Ren nodded, while Eiji gave a lazy wave. Shisui gave them one last glance before flickering away, Itake following closely behind. For a brief moment, silence filled the training ground. Then, Eiji let out a deep breath and muttered, Man, you're getting even faster. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of you that time. His usual smirk returned as he bumped Ren's shoulder. But don't let it get to your head. I'll catch up soon. I won't be latching onto you forever. Ren blinked, surprised. Then, he smiled. Then you better work hard, thief, Ren said, raising his fist. Because I'm not stopping anytime soon. AG smirked, bumping his fist against Ren's. Location: Ren's home. When Ren returned home, he was met with an unexpected sight. Happy birthday. Juoki's voice boomed through the house as he held up a cake with a somewhat triumphant look. Ren blinked, completely caught off guard. Then, a slow, genuine smile spread across his face. Thanks, Dad. They sat together, eating the cake as Ren recounted the events of his day. He told Juoki about sparring with Shisui, the way his speed had increased using his modified Gale Palm technique, and how Shisui had still managed to counter him effortlessly. Juoki listened quietly, nodding at certain points, before he finally sighed and leaned back. It's fine if you spend time with them, but don't get too close to the Uchiha for now. Ren stopped mid-bite. Why? Juoki clicked his tongue. You're sharp, kid. You already know the answer, don't you? Ren frowned. He had already sensed it, the slow isolation of the Uchiha clan from the rest of the village. He had noticed the subtle way people avoided talking about them, how even Itachi despite his talents wasn't being praised nearly as much as he should have been. The village was distancing itself, slowly but surely. It's starting, isn't it? Ren thought. He wanted to ask for some details but stopped himself. For a brief moment, the air between them grew heavy. Then, as if trying to lighten the mood, Juoki pulled out a familiar-looking scroll and tossed it to Ren. Here. Your birthday present. Ren caught the scroll, already grinning. Another jutsu. Juoki smirked. What else would I get, a battle maniac like you? Ren unrolled the scroll and read the title, Earth Style, Bottomless Swamp. A good technique for immobilizing multiple opponents at once, Juoki explained. Takes a bit of chakra, though, so don't spam it unless you want to pass out. Ren nodded eagerly, already looking forward to trying it out. Thanks, Dad. Juoki waved him off, standing up. Go get some rest. You can break the ground later. Ren chuckled but nodded. Good night. Once in his room, Ren sat on his bed and opened his system panel. As expected, a notification was waiting for him. Congratulations, host, for getting the acknowledgement of Shisui Uchiha. Rewards. Minor enhanced reflexes, rightward arrow. Major enhanced reflexes. Genjutsu resistance, B rank, rightward arrow. Genjutsu resistance, A rank. Ren's eyes widened as he read the rewards. Major enhanced reflexes. He clenched his fists, already excited to test the improvement. His reflexes were already a step above normal shinobi, but now they would be on another level. And the Genjutsu resistance upgrade. That means even a fully matured 3-tomo Sharingan won't work on me. He let out a low whistle. This is insane. For the first time since arriving in this world, Ren felt like he was truly growing into something powerful. The system, his training, his experiences, everything was pushing him further. And he still had so much more to achieve. Smiling to himself, Ren closed his eyes and fell asleep, excited for what came next. Chapter 31, Dumbledore of the Ninja World. It was just another normal day in Ren's life as he returned to the academy after the break. As he walked through the hallway, he suddenly saw an unusual sight, Itachi being paraded through the corridor by 3 boys. The 3 kids had their heads held high, clearing the path ahead of them as if they were the guards of a royal procession. They loudly declared Itachi as their boss, ensuring that no one stood in his way. The only one who didn't seem pleased with the situation was Itachi himself. With his head lowered slightly and a dark shadow lingering around him, he silently accepted his fate. When Itachi raised his head, his eyes locked onto Ren's, glimmering with an unspoken plea, perhaps for help or understanding. But before any words could be exchanged, Ren simply turned around and walked in another direction. Itachi stared at Ren's retreating back for a moment before sighing and continuing his march with his new followers. I guess this means his use of the Shadow Clone Jutsu is about to be discovered, Ren thought as he left the scene. Figures. The first year is almost over, so it's about time they accept his level is way beyond others. Looks like he'll be graduating soon. And, as expected, 2 days later, the news spread throughout the academy. Itachi Uchiha had been promoted directly to the 6th tier class, set to graduate early. Itachi's sudden promotion to the graduation class was the main topic of discussion throughout the village. Everyone was talking about the Uchiha prodigy, praising his genius and potential. Even at the academy, the students couldn't stop discussing it. Ren, however, remained unaffected. He had briefly considered applying for graduation as well, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized it would do him no good. Graduating early would mean being assigned to a genin team, following mission schedules, and significantly reducing his available training time. Right now, his rapid growth was largely due to the flexibility of his routine. If he became a genin too early, that flexibility would disappear. Besides, his strength wasn't at a level where he would gain anything from leaving the academy just yet. If I can keep training freely, I'll be stronger than most shinin by the time I graduate normally. There's no reason to rush. Still, seeing Itachi rise so quickly lit a fire inside Ren. He had no interest in competing with him, but it was still a reminder that time never stopped moving. If he wanted to be strong enough to survive the dangers of this world, he had to keep pushing forward. So while the rest of the academy was caught up in the buzz of Itachi's early graduation, Ren simply continued his usual training. The graduation exam was approaching, but Ren didn't let it disrupt his routine. Even if it were the actual graduation exam, he wouldn't have any trouble passing, so the first-year exams posed no real challenge to him. He continued his usual training, refining his techniques and strengthening his body without any concern for the upcoming tests. On the day of the exam, Utakata entered the classroom and announced, "Good morning. Today, everything you have learned over the past year will be tested. The first part will be the written exam, followed by the leaf-holding test, then the Shurikenjutsu test, and lastly, the combat test. This time, you will draw lots to determine your opponent, making it a tournament-style competition. The winners will advance, and your final placement combined with the results of the other tests will determine your overall class ranking. The bottom 5 will be demoted from the elite class." With Itake already moved to the 6th year, there was no one left in the class who could challenge Ren for the top spot. He easily secured first place in all the exams, dominating each test without much effort. The final match for first place was against Eiji, who had recently stepped into the Chunin level at level 21. Despite his growth, Eiji still wasn't a match for Ren, who overpowered him without much difficulty. With this, Ren stood as the undisputed top student of the first-year elite class. Since the exam was over and the first year of the academy had officially concluded, Ren decided to take the rest of the day off to relax. He dispelled the 2 shadow clones that had been working on jutsu training in the basement, freeing himself from any responsibilities for the day. With no particular destination in mind, he wandered around Konoha, letting his feet carry him wherever they pleased. Eventually, he found himself at the Hokage monument, climbing up to sit atop the head of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Tobirama had always been Ren's favorite Hokage not just for his legendary power, but for his visionary leadership. He was the one who had pioneered Konoha's development, laying the foundation that allowed Hiruzen to make it the strongest village of its time. Without him, many of the systems that held the village together wouldn't even exist. As the sun began its descent, casting a warm orange-red glow over the entire village, Ren opened his system panel to check the rewards for securing first place in the academy exams. System reward, 5 Chunin level points. Ren raised an eyebrow. The reward was less than he had expected, but in hindsight, it made sense. His strength had already surpassed many Chunin level shinobi, so excelling in a first-year academy exam wasn't exactly groundbreaking. Without hesitation, he allocated 3 points to vitality and 2 to chakra. Previously, every 2 points in vitality had increased his chakra by 1, but now, it took 3 points. Eventually, when his physical energy fully caught up to his mental energy, he knew that this additional chakra gain would stop entirely. Satisfied with his progress, he opened his full system panel to assess his growth. Name, Ren Takahashi. Level, 32. Attributes. STR, 32. AGI, 36. Int, 34. VIT, 39. Cha, 37. Talents. Improved chakra control. Enhanced reflexes. Genjutsu resistance, A rank. Mastery panel. Chakra control, 64%. Fast fist taijutsu, 70%. Shurikenjutsu, 81%. Shadow clone mastery, 60%. Wind style mastery, 63%. Earth style mastery, 60%. Available points, 2 mastery points. Ren carefully examined his stats. In just 1 year, he had come a long way. All his attributes were above 30, well into early Chunin level. With his increased observation ability, he could now see levels up to 52. From his analysis, he determined that Takebutsu Jonin ranged from level 40 to 50 and Jonin were above level 50. He set a goal for himself before graduating from the academy next year. He wanted his agility to reach Takebutsu Jonin levels. Speed was his greatest strength, and pushing it to its limits would solidify his advantage. As for mastery, chakra control remained the hardest to improve. Since he had 2 mastery points, he planned to use one on chakra control when it reached 64%, instantly boosting it to 74%. This would save him months of tedious training. The second point would be reserved for shadow clone mastery, which was already progressing steadily at 60%. The elemental masteries, wind and earth were also increasing steadily. This was thanks to his dedicated clones working on them daily. One clone focused entirely on wind techniques, while the other worked on earth techniques. Without the system, absorbing memories from 2 clones every day would have overwhelmed his brain, but the system processed them seamlessly, converting them directly into mastery percentage. As Ren was closing his system panel, a sudden chill ran down his spine. His instincts screamed at him danger. He shot up to his feet in an instant, heart pounding, muscles tensed. He had unknowingly moved so close to the edge of the second Hokage's head that one wrong step could send him plummeting down. Just as he was about to jump down and escape, a deep voice spoke behind him. "Ho ho, come down, my boy. Admiring the village, are you?" Ren whirled around, his body still on high alert. But the moment his eyes landed on the figure before him, his heartbeat slowed. Standing there, pipe in hand, clad in his ceremonial robes, was none other than the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ren immediately straightened and bowed respectfully. "Lord Hokage." Hiruzen Sarutobi stood behind him, his posture relaxed yet commanding. The setting sun bathed the Hokage monument in a warm glow, casting long shadows that danced over Konoha. Ren steadied his breath, forcing his heart rate to calm after the initial shock of sensing the Hokage's presence. It was the first time he had ever been caught so off guard, and it made him realize just how vast the gap was between him and true powerhouses like the third. The old man chuckled lightly, his eyes kind but sharp, filled with decades of wisdom and experience. No need to be so tense, Ren. I was simply taking a walk and happened to spot you here, Hiruzen said, stepping forward to stand beside him. The view from here is something, isn't it? Ren turned back toward the village, looking down at the streets bustling with life. Yes, Lord Hokage, he replied, his tone respectful but steady. It's a good place to think. Hiruzen hummed in agreement, gazing out over the village he had protected for so long. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senjo. I always wondered what he would think if he could see the village today. He built the foundations of what we have now, but I believe even he wouldn't have predicted everything that has come to pass. He took a slow drag from his pipe, exhaling a thin stream of smoke that curled into the air. Tell me, Ren, what do you see when you look at Konoha from up here? Ren glanced at the third, wondering why he was asking such a question. Was this a test? A casual conversation? Regardless, he answered truthfully. I see the strongest village in the world, but one that's also recovering, rebuilding after everything that happened. Hiruzen's eyes flickered with something unreadable before he let out a soft chuckle. Perceptive. Juki has raised a smart one. Ren didn't respond, but he listened carefully. This was a rare opportunity to hear the thoughts of one of the most powerful figures in the village. After a moment, the third Hokage turned to him. You're talented, Ren. Stronger than most your age. His gaze sharpened, not unkind but definitely probing. What do you plan to do with that strength? Ren didn't hesitate. To become stronger, and to protect what's mine. The Hokage smiled, though there was a weight behind it. Good. But strength alone is never enough. Power without wisdom leads only to destruction. Keep that in mind as you grow. Ren nodded, taking the words to heart. Hiruzen finished his pipe, tapping out the ashes before placing it back into his robes. Well, I won't keep you any longer. Enjoy your evening, Ren. With that, he flickered away, leaving Ren alone once more on the Hokage monument. Chapter 32, Pick up a pencil to become a genin. Please read the notes at the end of the chapter. I have clarified some doubts. When the final exams concluded and the results were announced, significant changes were made to the Academy's student rankings. Yudakata had left the Academy as Juaki said. The bottom 5 students in the elite class were demoted to regular classes, though they still advanced to the second year. On the other hand, several high-performing students were given the opportunity to skip grades entirely. Among them, Ren, Eiji, and Hitachi stood out the most. All 3 were directly promoted to the 6th year. Several others were allowed to skip to the 5th year, but Ren and his friends had made the biggest leap. On his first day in the 6th year classroom, Ren immediately noticed something amusing. He was the shortest student in the entire class. Eiji, being a giant, towered over most, and even Hitachi blended in well with their new classmates. Ren, however, looked noticeably younger, but before anyone could comment on it, they quickly learned the hard way that he was also the strongest in the class. During their first sparring session, Ren effortlessly dominated his opponent, proving to everyone that his small stature was nothing to mock. Sparring sessions in the 6th year were held 3 times a week, and in addition to taijutsu and weapon training, they also had ninjutsu classes. Unfortunately, these only covered the Academy 3 jutsu, nothing Ren hadn't already mastered long ago. Among his new classmates, only one person caught his attention: Yujao Uzuki. She was well known for her exceptional swordsmanship and was rarely seen without her weapon, though she wasn't permitted to use it in class. Yujao already had a strong reputation within the Academy, having been the top student in the 2nd year, the previous year before being promoted directly to the 6th year. Aside from adjusting to his new environment, Ren's 2nd year passed without any major incidents. Unlike before, there weren't any significant events that could trigger system rewards. The last time he had received a reward was from his first meeting with Hiruzen, a moment that still amazed him. That single encounter had granted him 3 mastery points, each capable of increasing his mastery by 10%, before reaching the advanced level. He had already used one on chakra control and another on shadow clone mastery, allowing both to break into the advanced level within a few months. For now, Ren decided to save the remaining mastery points for future use, knowing that his path ahead would only grow more challenging. This year, the Academy held a similar exam to the one they had in the 1st year, but this time, the fights were noticeably different. The students were no longer wildly throwing punches like untrained brawlers. Instead, they fought with more strategy and precision, showcasing the techniques they had developed over time. Ren's opponent in the match was Yujao Uzuki. He had to admit she had skills. Not enough to force him to go all out, but enough to make him acknowledge her talent. She was precise, disciplined, and had an instinct for combat that most students lacked, and her kenjutsu was enough to overwhelm normal genins. Though Ren ultimately won the fight, he knew that Yujao would be a formidable kunoichi in the future. Despite this, Ren found the 2nd year incredibly dull. In his 1st year, at least, he had weekly matches with Itaki, which kept things interesting. Now, however, there was no real challenge. The only memorable event this year was when the 6th year students were taken to visit Konoha's high-security prison, where death row criminals were held. The purpose of this visit was to condition their minds against bloodlust and killing intent, ensuring that when they entered real battles, they wouldn't freeze up in fear. Ren had heard rumors that, during wartime, Academy students were required to kill as part of their training. However, after the end of the Third Great Ninja War, that policy had been abolished. Even so, with the war still fresh in memory, the village ensured that students were still exposed to the reality of bloodlust and violence to prepare them for the dangers ahead. When Ren first stepped into the prison, he immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. It was an entirely new sensation, unlike anything he had experienced before. His instinct screamed at him to turn back, but he forced himself to move forward. As they descended deeper into the prison, the air grew heavier, and the bloodlust became suffocating. Even though he had trained intensely for years, his steps faltered for the first time. But he clenched his fists and pushed forward. In the end, he made it to the lowest floor before finally returning. That night, he reflected on what he had felt inside the prison. He hated the feeling of being overwhelmed. He never wanted to experience it again, so from that day forward, he asked his father to unleash his own killing intent during their spars. Jueki, though slightly surprised by the request, agreed. It was a wise decision. Compared to the criminals in the prison, his father's bloodlust was in a completely different league. Training under such intense pressure, Ren quickly adapted to the sensation. He conditioned himself to stay calm and move fluidly, even under overwhelming bloodlust. During his second year, Ren had 4 shadow clones working in the basement almost all day. The only time they weren't training was when they dispelled and Ren didn't have the chance to make a new one. His intense use of the shadow clone jutsu genuinely worried Jueki, who eventually sat him down to explain the dangers of overusing the technique. But no matter how much his father warned him, Ren could only assure him verbally that he was being careful. Of course, he couldn't tell Jueki about the system's interference, which removed the usual risks associated with memory overload from shadow clones. Despite his father's concerns, this intense training had massively improved Ren's ninjutsu arsenal. He now knew multiple C-rank wind and earth jutsu, making his combat ability far more versatile. One of his most powerful new jutsu was the B-rank wind cutter technique, a technique that generated razor-sharp blades of wind either from a ninja tool like a fan or directly from the user's hands. Ren adapted this technique to work with his claws, and the combination was a perfect fit. Now, with a single slash, he could send blades of wind toward his enemies, slicing through objects from a distance. When he first practiced wind cutter, Ren was reminded of the Rankyaku technique from One Piece, one of the 6 marine techniques. Inspired, he tried to recreate it, but no matter how much he practiced, he couldn't replicate the effect. Logically, Rankyaku was just another form of taijutsu using sheer leg strength to create blades of wind. In theory, it should have been possible to reproduce it with his enhanced physical attributes and wind affinity. Yet, he failed every time. After weeks of unsuccessful attempts, Ren reluctantly gave up. He concluded that the mechanics behind Rankyaku were fundamentally different from traditional chakra-based taijutsu. Perhaps there was another principle at play that he hadn't discovered yet. Even though his experiment failed, training for it had greatly enhanced his physical strength. In that sense, it wasn't a waste of time. His earth-style jutsu had also advanced significantly, but unlike his wind techniques, he had never tested them in an actual fight. While he occasionally used wind jutsu in sparring or daily activities, his earth style remained a well-kept secret. For now, he intended to keep it that way. During his daily runs around Konoha, Ren occasionally crossed paths with a younger Might guy. The boy was exactly how he appeared in the future, loud, energetic, and completely absorbed in his idea of youth. Every time he ran past Ren, he flashed his iconic thumbs up and an impossibly wide grin, shouting something about the flames of youth before dashing off again. Ren couldn't help but find him interesting. He had read stories about Guy in his past life, and seeing him now, still so full of energy and passion, made him wonder, was this just his personality, or was it a way to cope? Guy was a shinobi, after all, and shinobi had to kill. Did he shout and smile like that to distract himself from the mental weight of taking lives on missions? Or was he genuinely this optimistic? Ren didn't dwell on it for too long. Even though Guy was a true monster in taijutsu, Ren had no desire to learn the 8 gates technique. The risks were simply too high, and the drawbacks far outweighed the benefits. In Ren's mind, power without control was meaningless. If he couldn't fully control his strength, then that power wasn't truly his. That was a philosophy he would always stand by. Present time. Today was the graduation exam for the 6th year students, and Ren sat in his usual spot at the last bench, sandwiched between Eiji and Hitachi. Over the course of the year, both of them had made significant progress. Eiji had reached level 29, and Hitachi had also climbed to level 29. What caught Ren's attention, however, was that Hitachi had originally been lagging behind Eiji by 2 levels. By the midterm exam, Eiji had maintained that lead, but within a single month, Hitachi had caught up completely. That kind of sudden progress wasn't normal, which made Ren suspect that Hitachi had received some kind of specialized training from the Aberame clan. As Ren was lost in thought, the classroom door slid open, and their instructor walked in. His name was Saiki Kano, a completely average-looking man with black hair and black eyes. Unlike his previous teacher, Yudakata, there was nothing particularly intimidating or special about him. However, one difference stood out immediately. Ren could actually see his level. Saiki Kano, level 46 Atakibitsu Jonin, Ren thought. Ren could now observe people up to level 60, as his own level had risen to 40. Over the course of the past year, he had completely dedicated himself to physical training, choosing to ignore ninjutsu entirely. Even though his clones had continued working on jutsus, he hadn't attempted them himself even once. Instead, his focus had been purely on strengthening his body. This relentless training was the reason he had managed to reach level 40, the very limit of what a Chunin could achieve. As Saika droned on at the front of the class, Ren tuned him out and pulled up his system panel. Name, Ren Takahashi. Level, 40. Attributes. STR, 40. AGI, 48. Int, 44. VIT, 48. Cha, 50. Talents. Improved chakra control. Enhanced reflexes. Genjutsu resistance, A rank. Mastery panel. Chakra control, 78%, advanced. Fast fist taijutsu, 83%, advanced. Shuriken jutsu, 87%, advanced. Shadow clone mastery, 79%, advanced. Wind style mastery, 75%, advanced. Earth style mastery, 72%, intermediate. Available points, 3 mastery points. Ren looked over his stats with silent satisfaction. His physical attributes had soared, pushing him to the absolute peak of Chunin level strength. Even his mastery panel was looking solid. Shuriken jutsu, taijutsu, and chakra control had all reached advanced level, and his elemental jutsu were following closely behind. His shadow clone jutsu had also progressed significantly, meaning he could now sustain more clones for longer periods without excessive chakra drain. Ren felt deeply satisfied with his decision to stay in the academy for another year. If he had graduated early, his progress wouldn't have been nearly as explosive. At just 8 years old, he had already pushed his physical body to its absolute limit. Further intense training wouldn't yield much benefit, not until his body hit its growth spurt. For now, he decided he would ease up on pure physical training and instead focus on other aspects of combat that could enhance his overall strength. His ninjutsu arsenal needed refining, his strategy and adaptability needed sharpening, and most importantly he needed real combat experience. Even though he would fight with Juaki frequently, he knew in his heart that although his father would push him to his limits, he would not actually kill him, so there was still a sense of safety. Just as these thoughts swirled in his mind, Saika Kano started distributing the exam papers, his voice cutting through the classroom. The graduation exam begins now. Ren picked up his pencil. It was time to officially become a genin. Chapter 33, The First Dispatch Squad. The dimly lit office of the 3rd Hokage was filled with nearly 24 shinobi, all clad in standard Konoha-issued uniforms. 10 jonin stood in front of the Hokage and the jonin commander in an orderly formation, while several chunin and takubutsu jonin stood at the back, awaiting their assignments. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, gazed out of the window, his smoke pipe in hand, watching over the village as he began to speak. Once again, the time has come for young fledglings to leave the greenhouse we have provided for them. It will be your duty to ensure they are prepared for the challenges ahead, so that they may grow into the pillars that will support our village, our home, the hidden leaf. Some of them are exceptional, others, a bit less so, but remember, these are the shinobi who will one day stand where you now stand. Do not dismiss this task as just another mission. He finished with a light chuckle, the usual warmth in his voice masking the heavy burden of leadership. A few jonin smiled lightly, while most maintained their neutral expressions. Seeing that Hiruzen had finished, Shikaku Nara, the jonin commander, stepped forward, yawning as he unrolled a large scroll in his hands. This year, we have 120 graduates, which makes the squad assignments easier. As always, the 10 of you, he gestured toward the 10 jonin in front, will be responsible for the elite class. The rest of you will handle the regular classes. No one objected, as this was how it had always been done. The elite class would undergo further training under jonin instructors, but only those who passed their first test would receive further training till they reached the chunin rank. The regular students, however, would continue to operate in 4-man squads until their team leaders deemed them ready for the chunin exams or if they were transferred to the genin reserves. Seeing no questions, Shikaku began assigning squads, starting with the regular students. As each team was announced, the designated leader stepped forward, received their students' names, and flickered away. They did not wait for the team number since only the elite teams were granted team numbers, the rest were to operate under the name of their team leaders. Once the regular class assignments were completed, only the jonin instructors for the elite class remained. Shikaku exhaled slowly, rubbing his temple. The elite class this year was not up to par, except for the top 5. You are free to send them back to the reserves if their performance is unsatisfactory. His voice was neutral, making it clear that he had little expectation of most of them. Seeing no questions, Shikaku continued, calling out the squads in order. Akihito Toma, Reiji Karema, Ami Heido, and Takeshi Yamamoto. You will form Team 17, assuming they pass. Akihito nodded, already expecting that his squad would be made up of those ranked at the bottom and the Rookie of the Year. However, his eyes narrowed slightly when he did not hear the name of the first-place graduate. He was about to ask when another jonin with black hair tied in a ponytail spoke up in a neutral tone. He's with me. The response was simple, but firm. Akihito glanced at the man, recognizing him, and nodded in understanding before flickering away. Shikaku didn't even pause at the interruption and continued announcing the squads till there were only 2 jonins were left. Kojuro Akimichi, Eiji Nakamura, Shin Sarutobi, and Akimi Hayaga. You will form Team 2, if they pass. Kojuro glanced briefly at Hiruzen, exchanged a small nod with Shikaku, and flickered away. Only 1 jonin remained. Before Shikaku could continue, Hiruzen spoke. Udakata, you will be responsible for the top 3. A brief silence followed. Your squad will have you as the healer and support. The first and second place graduates, Ren Takahashi and Yujiro Uzuki, will serve as offensive specialists. Hitachi Abarame will be the team's scout. Your team will be the first dispatch squad of the year, the Team 1. They are all combat capable, so get them ready soon. Hiruzen took a slow drag from his pipe as he finished speaking. Utakata, standing as stoic as ever, gave a single nod. Understood, Lord Hokage. Then, without another word, he flickered away. Now, only Shikaku and Hiruzen remained. Shikaku sighed, stretching slightly before muttering, "How many teams do you think will actually last this year?" Hiruzen gazed out at the village silently for a moment before responding. 4, at most, even if we include Team 1. Shikaku simply hummed in agreement, rolling up the now empty scroll. Hiruzen took another long drag from his pipe and started doing paperwork once again. Location Academy. The elite classroom of the academy buzzed with excitement as the newly graduated genin showed off their shiny leaf headbands to one another, each flexing their symbol of achievement. The graduation exam had concluded the previous day, and today, the students had been summoned to receive their final results, headbands, and team assignments. Ren sat at his usual seat, turning the headband over in his hands. The results were predictable. He had secured the top rank and was officially the Rookie of the Year. However, what caught him off guard was the second place ranking. He had expected it to go to Eiji or Hitachi, but instead, it was Yujiro Uzuki. While she had occasionally won against the two of them, her win ratio was not in her favor, and yet she had still managed to claim second place. The ranking system had been based on two factors: the written exam and a tournament-style battle that determined the final placements. Yujiro had beaten Hitachi, and Hitachi later fought Eiji and won, resulting in an even score among the three. Ultimately, her higher written exam scores must have pushed her ahead. Ren finished inspecting the headband and tied it securely to his forehead, then turned to Eiji, grinning. "How does it look?" Eiji, still grumbling over his fourth-place ranking, barely glanced at him and muttered, "Like a headband. What else would it look like?" Before Ren could fire back a response, the door slid open, and Saika Kano entered the room, his usual calm smile in place. "Congratulations to all of you. As of today, you are officially Shinobi of the Hidden Leaf," he began, his voice carrying over the noise, quickly silencing the room. "From now on, we are all comrades, and I expect you to support not just your teammates, but also any fellow Konoha shinobi you meet on the battlefield." His gaze swept across the class before he continued. "Now, I will begin announcing your teams." The room held its breath as the moment they had all been waiting for arrived. Team 1. Ren Takahashi, Yujiro Uzuki, and Hitachi Abarame. Your Jonin sensei will be Utakata Ito. A brief silence followed before a wave of murmurs spread through the class. The top three students were all placed together, a decision that wasn't common. Most had expected them to be split up to balance the teams, but instead, they had been concentrated into a single squad. Ren was equally surprised, though not because of his teammates. He was fine with them but because of their sensei. Utakata sensei, Ren thought, blinking in surprise. His old academy instructor? Not only that, but Utakata had also been his father's former teammate. He had assumed the village would assign them to a random powerful jonin, but instead, they had been given someone Ren already knew. Before he could dwell on it further, Saika continued. Team 2: Eiji Nakamura, Akimi Hayaga, and Shin Sarutobi. Your Jonin sensei will be Kojiro Akimichi. Akimi was 5th in the overall class ranking and Shin was ranked 9th. Hearing Eiji's name, Ren glanced toward him, meeting his gaze before the two of them low-fived. Although they weren't on the same team, they had both been assigned solid squads, and that was enough to make them happy. By the time Saika finished announcing all the teams, the classroom was filled with hushed discussions and excited whispers. The teacher raised a hand, signaling for silence. Your Jonin sensei will be arriving soon to take you. I expect you all to behave accordingly. Just as he finished speaking, the door slid open, and the first to enter was Utakata. Without wasting time, he said in his usual calm, emotionless tone, Team 1, with me. Ren, Hitachi, and Yujiro immediately stood up. Yujiro bid a quick farewell to a group of girls who were excitedly talking to her, while Ren high-fived Eiji before heading toward the front of the classroom. As the three gathered in front of Utakata, he gave them a single order. Training ground 1. 5 minutes. And with that, he flickered away. Without hesitation, Ren and the others vanished from the classroom as well, flickering after him. In the first training ground, Utakata stood calmly, arms crossed, his neutral expression unwavering as Ren landed in front of him, steady and composed. A minute later, Hitachi and Yujiro arrived simultaneously, taking their positions beside Ren without a word. Once the three of them were assembled, Utakata spoke in his usual monotone voice. My name is Utakata Ito. My specialty is healing and water-style ninjutsu. He then gave a slight nod, signaling for Yujiro to go next. Stepping forward slightly, Yujiro introduced herself. My name is Yujiro Uzuki. I specialize in Kenjutsu and lightning-style ninjutsu. Next was Ren, who spoke confidently. My name is Ren Takahashi. I specialize in Taijutsu and wind-style ninjutsu. Finally, Hitachi stepped forward, his voice calm and quiet like always. My name is Hitachi Abarame. I specialize in Abarame clan techniques, scouting, and fire-style ninjutsu. Utakata stood with his arms crossed, his sharp gaze passing over the three new genin before him. The three of you are smart enough to understand the composition of this team, I assume. Ren, Yujiro, and Hitachi nodded without hesitation. Their squad was well-balanced: 2 combat specialists, a scout, and a healer. The only unusual aspect was that Utakata himself, a powerful jonin, was assigned as their medic and support. It was clear that this was no ordinary team, it was a specialized unit, designed for efficiency. Seeing their understanding, Utakata continued. Our squad is designated as the first emergency dispatch team for any missions below A rank. This is only after you are deemed ready though. Hence, we are known as Team 1. This training ground 1, is also assigned to us because of its close proximity to the village gates. That way, we can be deployed at the earliest notice. He paused briefly, giving them a moment to process the information. Any questions? All 3 shook their heads, fully grasping the importance of their assignment. Utakata nodded slightly before continuing. Traditionally, Jonin Sensei conduct an initial test for their assigned students. Only those who pass are allowed to continue as genin. Those who fail are sent back to the academy. However, I see no value in testing the 3 of you. Your abilities have already been proven. Ren, Yujeo, and Hitachi listened attentively as Utakata's voice turned stern. That being said, do not take this as blind approval. If I see any problems within this team, whether it be a lack of discipline, poor teamwork, or incompetence, I will terminate this squad immediately and revoke your genin status. All 3 genin nodded and Utakata then gave his final order. Meet me at the Hokage building in 5 minutes. We need to finalize the paperwork. And with that, he flickered away, vanishing in an instant. Without a word, Ren, Yujeo, and Hitachi followed suit, flickering toward the Hokage building. Chapter 34, Getting Pegged by an Old Man with 2 Others, Part 3. In front of the Hokage Tower, Team 1 stood as their jonin instructor. Utakata spoke in his usual calm yet firm voice. First, we'll get your photos taken, individual shots as well as a team photo. After that, we'll submit your ninja registration forms to the Hokage. The 3 genin responded with a unified yes, sensei, and followed Utakata into the building. They soon reached a small studio set up on a balcony, where an old man sat cleaning his camera. Upon seeing them enter, the photographer gave a welcoming smile. Ah, the first team of the year? Come, let's start with the little girl. For a brief moment, Ren noticed Yujeo's grip tighten around her sword when the old man said little girl. The subtle reaction vanished as quickly as it came, and she stepped forward, standing in front of the camera with her usual composed demeanor. All right, smile, the old man instructed. Yujeo gave a faint smile, and with a soft click, her photo was taken. Ren went next, flashing a small grin before his photo was snapped. Finally, Hitachi stepped forward, his face completely impassive, hidden behind the high collar of his Abarame clan attire. The photographer didn't even bother asking him to smile, seemingly well aware of the Abarame clan's stoic nature. With their individual photos taken, it was now time for the team photo. Utakata stood behind them, resting his right hand on Ren's shoulder and his left on Hitachi's, while Yujeo stood in the center. With a final click, the photo was taken in one shot. Once the photos were developed, each of them received a copy. Ren glanced at his own, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. Utakata was smiling. It was a barely noticeable, faint smile, but it was there. Ren, who had spent an entire year under Utakata's strict and expressionless teaching, had never seen the man smile, not even once. Intrigued, he turned to look at Utakata, but by then, the jonin's face had returned to its usual poker expression. Fill out your forms. We need to submit them before the office gets too crowded, Utakata stated, shifting the focus back to the task at hand. The 3 genin grabbed the necessary forms from the table and filled them out. It was just basic details like their full name, age, clan affiliation, if any, and areas of specialization. Once completed, Team 1 proceeded toward the Hokage's office. Utakata knocked once and waited. Come in, came the voice from inside. As they entered, Ren immediately spotted Hiruzen Sarutobi seated at his desk, his expression warm and welcoming. Without hesitation, the 4 of them dropped to one knee and greeted in unison. Lord Hokage. Rise. As they stood, Ren's gaze instinctively drifted around the office. His eyes scanned the walls, where the framed portraits of all 4 Hokages hung. From the legendary first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, to the most recent, the late 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and of course the best, the 2nd Hokage Tobirama Senju. His thoughts were interrupted by Hiruzen's soft chuckle. Ho ho, I suppose I should have expected you to be the first, the Hokage mused, looking directly at Utakata. Well, I trust you will handle them well. Utakata gave a small nod, offering no further words. Hiruzen's gaze then shifted to the 3 new genin before him. Ren could feel Yujeo and Hitachi stiffen slightly under the weight of the 3rd Hokage's watchful eyes. The man was not just the leader of Konoha, but one of the most powerful shinobi alive, carrying the title of the 2nd god of shinobi. When Ren's eyes met Hiruzen's, he simply smiled. A calm, composed expression, free of nervousness. All right, kids, hand me your forms. The 3 genin stepped forward and placed their ninja registration forms on the desk. Hiruzen picked them up and signed them swiftly, stamping each with his official Hokage seal. An Umbu operative flickered into the room, silently taking the documents from the Hokage's desk before vanishing just as quickly. With that, Team 1's official registration was complete. After receiving a light motivational speech from the 3rd Hokage, Team 1 was officially dismissed. As soon as they exited the Hokage Tower, Utakata turned to them and instructed in his usual calm yet commanding voice. Training Ground 1. 5 minutes. Without waiting for a response, he flickered away. The three genin exchanged brief glances before wordlessly following the order, flickering towards the first training ground at top speed. At training ground 1, Utakata was already there, standing motionless, his usual stoic expression in place. The moment all three genin arrived, he began speaking. As the first dispatch squad, your stamina takes precedence. Our missions will require us to reach destinations as quickly as possible, and you all possess excellent stamina for your age. You may continue your individual stamina training as before, but if I notice any decline, all training and missions will be halted until you are back in shape. Understood? Yes, Sensei, they responded in unison. Utakata nodded and got straight to the point. We won't waste time today. The three of you will fight me together so that you can learn to adjust to each other's combat styles. Today's fight will be straightforward. Come at me with everything you have. We'll begin when you're ready. The three genin jumped back in sync, exchanging a brief glance before huddling together to strategize. Without hesitation, Ren broke the silence. As the two of you already know, I'm fast, skilled in taijutsu, and I specialize in wind-style jutsu. What about you two? His sudden willingness to share his abilities was deliberate, as it was meant to encourage the other two to do the same without hesitation. Seeing Ren openly disclose his strengths, Ujio followed suit. I excel in kenjutsu, and I also know some offensive lightning jutsu. However, I can't cast them instantly. With both sets of eyes now on Hitachi, the Aberame didn't delay. I don't have any insects strong enough to pose a threat to a jonin yet, but if given an opportunity, I can plant poisonous insects on him as a distraction. I also know fire-style jutsu. With all their abilities laid out, the three of them fell into deep thought, each trying to formulate a strategy. After a moment, Ujio spoke up first. We can use the insects as a feint, make them appear to be our final attack, while secretly preparing the real finishing blow. Hitachi nodded in agreement, but Ren quickly added to the plan. All right, you two create a distraction. Hitachi, you time your attack while Ujio executes a direct strike. That should provide me with the perfect opening for the final attack. But Ujio, make sure to drop your sword somewhere after your strike. At the last part, Ujio narrowed her eyes slightly. She didn't like the idea of being unarmed, but she still nodded. Both Ujio and Hitachi had no objections to Ren leading the final attack. Given that he was the strongest among them, it made logical sense. More importantly, his plan was sound. Once their strategy was finalized, Ujio turned towards Utakata, her voice steady. Sensei, we're ready. The moment Ujio called out that they were ready, Utakata gave a small nod. Begin. Like a ghost, he flickered forward, appearing right in their midst before they could even move. His fist lashed out at Ujio first, forcing her to duck, before he smoothly shifted his attack to Ren. Ren barely raised his forearm in time, blocking the punch but sliding back from the force. Hitachi tried to counter with a kick, but Utakata caught his leg midair and flung him backward. Ren and Ujio immediately dashed forward to engage in close combat. Their strikes were fast and precise, but Utakata blocked or dodged with fluid ease. He deflected Ujio's palm strike, sidestepped Ren's kick, and forced them back with a low sweeping leg kick. Ujio gritted her teeth and unsheathed her sword in one fluid motion. Ren flexed his fingers, revealing the sharp retractable claws from the gloves. The real fight had begun. Ren lunged first, slashing at Utakata with quick, unpredictable movements while Ujio flanked his side, her sword a blur of silver. Utakata parried both effortlessly, moving like flowing water. Hitachi took the opportunity to weave hand seals, sending small waves of insects toward their sensei, but Utakata barely even acknowledged them. The moment the bugs got close, a gust of wind from Ren's great breakthrough meant for Utakata sent them scattering. Utakata took a step back as a fireball from Hitachi burned through the air, but he dodged it with a flicker, appearing behind the Aberame in an instant. Before he could strike, Ren intercepted, his claws slicing forward. The sharp clank of metal against metal echoed as Utakata blocked with a kunao and pushed him back again. Lightning crackled in the air as Ujio launched a lightning slash from the side. Ren followed up with a C-rank wind blast, the combined attack forcing Utakata to flicker away. They had finally made him move. They kept up the pressure. Ren's wind jutsu and taijutsu kept Utakata occupied, Ujio's sword was relentless, and Hitachi threw fireballs whenever he saw an opening. Yet, no matter how much they attacked, they couldn't break through Utakata's defenses. He was calm, composed, and barely looked like he was trying. Then, everything changed. In a single instant, Utakata's fist buried into Ren's stomach. The impact was brutal. Ren felt his breath leave his lungs as he was sent flying backward, crashing into the dirt. His vision blurred for a moment. Utakata flickered. Before Hitachi could react, their sensei appeared in front of him, attacking mercilessly. Hitachi barely managed to block the first strike, but the second and third sent him staggering back. Ujio rushed in, her blade sparking with lightning. Now, she shouted. Utakata spun, blocking her sword with a kunao just as insects swarmed his face. It was the perfect opening, but instead of panicking, he simply pushed Ujio's sword out of her grip and saw Ujio adjust the position slightly so it drops behind him. Then, in a move too fast for them to process, he ducked at an inhuman speed, letting the insects sail over him. His fists shot forward, one aimed at Ujio, the other at Hitachi. Before his punches could connect, a sharp whoosh of air made him pause. Ren was behind him, holding Ujio's discarded sword. The blade was glowing with wind chakra, its edge humming with sharpness that could slice through steel. A direct hit would be lethal. Utakata still struck Yujao and Hitachi, sending them flying backward, but even as he did, he bent his neck in an unnatural angle and spat a high-pressure stream of water directly at Ren's hand. Ren's arm jerked back, his posture breaking, but at that moment, his left-hand claws extended with blades of wind. They struck Utakata squarely and then smoke. Utakata's body vanished. Ren blinked. A shadow clone. His arms fell to his sides, and he collapsed onto his back, staring at the sky. The real Utakata dropped down from a nearby tree, his expression calm as he looked at his 3 exhausted students. You 3 did extremely well for your first fight together, he said, his voice carrying a rare note of approval. Even if it was just a clone, its strength wasn't low. Without another word, he flickered beside them and picked them up one by one, placing them with their backs against the tree. Once they were seated, he continued, the idea of a triple-layered attack was well executed. First, the lightning sword strike, then the insect swarm, and finally, the wind sword to cover up the claw attack. I have to say, I'm impressed. Utakata paused when he noticed Yujao and Hitachi both staring at Ren, who was rubbing his head absent-mindedly. What? Utakata asked, raising an eyebrow. Yujao was the one who spoke up. It's just that, the wind sword was supposed to be the final attack. We wouldn't have been able to dispel your clone, but Ren suddenly followed up with that claw strike. It was unexpected. Utakata turned his gaze to Ren, who shrugged before explaining, my last attack was supposed to be the wind sword, but I saw the perfect moment. As soon as I thought about attacking, my body just moved on its own. For a moment, Utakata simply stared at him, his eyes studying Ren in silence. Then, he gave a small nod. Well, it doesn't matter. The 3 of you did well, but we still need to make sure your attacks don't interfere with each other. He straightened up and dusted off his vest. All right, you're dismissed for today. Gather here tomorrow at 8 a.m. With that, he flickered away, leaving the 3 genin alone. A brief silence settled between them before Yujao suddenly spoke. How about we go eat something? Sure, Ren agreed without hesitation. Hitachi gave a small nod, and the 3 of them walked off together. Chapter 35, Ichiraku Meetings and Assistance Ramen Stand. At Ichiraku Ramen, Ren and his teammates entered together, deciding on ramen since it was a favorite food among most people in Konoha. Tuka glanced up from behind the counter, and upon spotting Ren, greeted him warmly. Oh, Ren-kun, you're here. Congrats on becoming a genin. You and your friends get a bowl on the house. He smiled, noticing Ren's headband and the 2 people standing beside him. Ren grinned. He had been visiting Ichiraku Ramen at least once a week since arriving in this world 2 years ago, so he had naturally built a good relationship with Tuki. Thanks, Tuka-san. These are Yujao and Hitachi, my teammates, he said, introducing them. Tuki nodded before glancing around. I don't see your sensei. Is he on the way? Just as Yujao was about to answer, a sudden whoosh filled the air, and Utakata appeared behind the 3. Good. I was expecting to see you spend some time together to get to know each other even if I wasn't here. You didn't disappoint me. Sit. I'll treat you. He said all this in one breath and then signaled Tuka with his eyes, a silent message that made the older man chuckle. Well, since your sensei is treating you, I'll hold on to that free bowl for another time, Tuka said, shaking his head lightly as he moved behind the counter. The 3 young genin sat down, feeling as if they had somehow passed an unexpected test from their teacher. Silence lingered for a moment before Yujao turned to Ren and asked, how old are you? Ren blinked. He had expected something more meaningful, but he still answered, 8. She turned to Hitachi, who simply responded, 9. I'm 10, she finished, and once again, silence settled over them. None of the 4 were particularly talkative, so casual small talk wasn't something that came naturally. Tuka soon returned with 4 steaming bowls and placed them in front of them. I remember when your sensei and your father used to come here with their team, he remarked, pointing at Ren. Yujao turned toward Ren, who nodded. Yeah, my dad told me in my first year that he was teammates with Utakata-sensei, he confirmed before continuing to eat his noodles. Tuka then glanced at Yujao. How's Shinrei? I haven't seen him in quite a while. You know my dad? Yujao asked, a bit surprised. Of course. Shinrei used to get forced by his friends to pay for their meals all the time, so he's quite memorable, Tuka said with a chuckle. Yujao blushed and quickly stuffed her mouth with noodles, mumbling, he's fine. Tuka then turned to Hitachi, but knowing the Aberame clan's reserved nature, he didn't push him into conversation. Instead, he simply nodded, and Hitachi gave a silent nod in return before continuing his meal. Once they finished, Utakata paid the bill and stood up. Training Ground 1. 8 a.m., he instructed before flickering away, leaving the 3 genin to process the day's events. At night. Late at night, Ren once again found himself at Ichiraku Ramen, this time accompanied by his father. As they stepped inside, Tuka glanced up from behind the counter and greeted them with a warm smile. Oh, Ren-kun, twice in a day? And this time with your father, I see. Ren nodded, and Juiki chuckled. Hey, Tuka-san. Just wanted to celebrate this brat becoming a genin. He reached over and ruffled Ren's hair, making the boy scowl slightly. Haha, sit down. I'll bring you something good. Tuka laughed and disappeared into the kitchen. As they settled into their seats, Juiki glanced at Ren and asked, so, how does it feel to be a genin? Ren shrugged. Doesn't feel any different. Just an extra headband. But it's nice to not be stuck in the academy all day. Juiki chuckled. You'll feel it soon enough when the missions start, he said knowingly. Before Ren could respond, Tuki returned with steaming bowls of ramen, setting them down with a satisfied grin. They both dug in, enjoying the warmth of the food, when Ren suddenly asked, "Hey, Dad, can you get someone you know as your Jonin-sensei?" Juki glanced at him, then nodded. "Yeah, if a Jonin volunteers to take a student, the village usually allows it." He paused, then continued, "It's not really a big deal. Konoha already has a shortage of Jonins willing to train Genin squads, so if someone steps up, the village agrees. The only exception is for direct family members." Ren nodded in understanding. "So, did Udakata-sensei volunteer to train us?" Juki shook his head. "No, the village assigned him your squad, and he didn't object." Something about the way he spoke made Ren pause. His father had turned his face slightly to the side, avoiding his gaze. Ren could tell Juki wasn't telling him the whole story. Maybe he had asked Udakata to take him as a student, but he decided not to press the matter further. They continued eating, finishing their last bowls in silence, when Juki suddenly turned to Ren with a more serious expression. "All right, listen up, kid." His tone was firm, and Ren immediately straightened. "You might not feel anything different now, even after becoming a genin, but remember this: the moment you put on that headband, you became a shinobi." Ren remained silent as Juki continued. "When an enemy sees a kid as young as you wearing a Konoha headband, they won't underestimate you. In fact, they'll see you as an even bigger threat than an adult ninja. Do you know why?" Ren shook his head slightly. "Because anyone who can earn that headband at such a young age is undoubtedly a genius. They'll assume you're dangerous. So what will they do?" Juki leaned in slightly. "They'll make sure to eliminate you first. You'll have a teacher for now, but he won't always be there to help you. If something goes wrong, you'll be on your own. That's why you must always be cautious. Always take every mission seriously, no matter how easy it seems. And most importantly," Juki tapped his temple, "always listen to what your gut tells you. A shinobi's instincts are their greatest weapon." There was a heavy silence between them. Then Juki exhaled, his expression softening slightly. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a necklace, shaped like a flame, and placed it in Ren's palm. "This was given to me by my father when I became a genin," he said, his voice laced with nostalgia. "It's been my lucky charm ever since." Ren stared at the necklace, tracing its edges with his fingers. Juki gave a small chuckle. "During the Ninetails attack, the string on this broke. I knew it was a bad sign, but even then, I couldn't stop. Do you know why?" Ren looked up, shaking his head. Juki smiled, though there was something bittersweet in his expression. "Because there were people I cared about who were in danger. And even if I knew I might die, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. If I could help, even a little, then it was worth it." Ren held on to his father's words, letting them sink deep into his heart. Juki patted his shoulder. "Even though I told you to always trust your instincts, there might come a time when you'll have to ignore them for the sake of something or someone you can't abandon. And when that time comes," he gave Ren a knowing look, "at least you'll be able to live without regrets." Ren clenched the necklace in his hand. Juki let out a sigh, then ruffled Ren's hair again, breaking the tension. "All right, enough serious talk. Get going, brat. I've got something to take care of." Ren stood up holding the necklace and walked away after glancing at his father. After some time, Udakata slipped onto the seat beside Juki, his movements so quiet that most wouldn't have noticed, but Juki didn't even lift his head as he spoke. "So, how were they?" "Better than I expected," Udakata answered, his tone as neutral as ever. "For their first time fighting together, they were unexpectedly good. They even managed to dispel my clone." Juki let out a laugh, slamming his thigh. "I told you they'd be good. The old man personally picked the other two." Udakata nodded slightly. "I thought he would pair Ren with Eiji Nakamura, but I didn't expect him to form the first dispatch team when one of its members is still in active duty." His gaze shifted towards Juki, his meaning clear. Juki picked up the cup of juice that Tuki had placed in front of him at some point, taking a slow sip before answering. "The team got an urgent mission about the snake's whereabouts." He paused, meeting Udakata's eyes. "They've been unreachable for 2 months. 1 more month, and they'll be declared dead." Udakata fell silent, his fingers lightly tapping against the counter. He finally let out a quiet sigh. "Looks like I've been out of touch with village affairs for a while." Juki didn't comment on that, instead shifting the topic with a smirk. "So, how does it feel to be leading a team?" "I always knew I wasn't suited to be an instructor, but you?" "The old man had his eyes on you as a teacher the moment you made Jonin." Udakata glanced at Juki, then exhaled lightly. "I considered taking a team under me for a while, but after what happened to his team, my motivation faded." His voice was steady, but there was something unreadable in his eyes. "But when I saw your boy during his first spar, he reminded me of him so much. So I decided whether I became his Jonin instructor or not I would train him after the academy." Juki's casual expression darkened instantly, his voice turning cold. "He might have similarities, but don't shape my kid as you see fit just because you feel guilty." The air between them grew heavy, but Udakata merely met Juki's gaze without flinching. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then, Tuka placed another drink in front of them, cutting through the tension like a silent mediator. Juki finally leaned back, exhaling through his nose. "You're not wrong," Udakata finally said, breaking the silence. "But I won't force anything on him. The boy's already walking his own path. All I can do is make sure he survives it." Juki stared at him for a moment longer before scoffing, picking up his drink again. "Just don't screw it up." The tense atmosphere was abruptly broken by Tuka's sudden laughter. You know, Juaki, he said, amusement lacing his voice, Utakata here actually forgot to treat his team or do any real bonding with them. And when he finally remembered, he turned it into a test to see if the students would bond on their own. Juaki, instantly catching on to Tuka's intentions, scoffed and smirked at Utakata. Seriously? You turned your own forgetfulness into some grand plan? That's the most Utakata thing I've ever heard. He leaned back, clearly enjoying himself as he continued. What was next? If they didn't bond, were you going to give them another test to see if they could figure out teamwork without a sensei? Utakata remained as expressionless as ever, but if one looked closely, they'd notice the faintest twitch at the corner of his lips, just enough to betray the fact that he wasn't entirely unaffected by the teasing. Tuka chuckled again, shaking his head. Some things never change. Chapter 36, Bug fixing in the name of updates is a punishable offense. A little early today. At the same time, in Ren's home, he sat on his bed, absent-mindedly fiddling with the fire-shaped necklace his father had given him. The cool metal rested against his fingertips as his thoughts drifted. Juaki's words from earlier echoed in his mind about instinct, about duty, and about finding something worth risking everything for. Ren sighed, his grip tightening slightly around the pendant before finally slipping it around his neck. He leaned back, staring at the ceiling and thought, will I ever find something like father said? Ren stared at the ceiling for a while before shaking his head. There's no use thinking about it. Pushing his thoughts aside, he turned his attention to the system rewards. This time, he had received 2 notifications. Opening them one by one, the first message appeared. Congratulations, user, for graduating the Academy as Rookie of the Year. Rewards. All stats +1. 3. Advanced Mastery Points. Each point increases mastery in the advanced stage by 2%. Ren wasn't surprised by these rewards. Since achieving the top spot in his class hadn't been much of a challenge, the rewards weren't extravagant either. Still, extra mastery points were always useful, especially at higher levels. Next, he opened the second reward. Congratulations, user, for becoming a genin. Rewards. 10 special jonin level points. A chance to spin the wheel and obtain a major talent. System update available. Please notify when the user is ready. The update will take 1 minute. Ren's mood instantly improved. The stat points were great, but the real prizes were the major talent wheel and the system update. He set the update aside for now and focused on the talent wheel. Previously, he had gained improved chakra control and enhanced reflexes from the minor talent wheel, and both had been incredibly useful. Now that he had a chance at a major talent, his anticipation grew. Opening the wheel, he saw that unlike last time, where the options were supplementary skills, this time, they were all primary disciplines like ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, sensing, funjutsu, and more. He spun the wheel and watched as it slowed down, the indicator ticking across the sections until it finally landed on funjutsu. A system message rang in his ears. Congratulations, user, for obtaining a major talent in funjutsu. Your funjutsu talents are comparable to a low-level genius of the Uzumaki clan. Additional reward, +5 intelligence points. Ren's eyes widened in excitement. Funjutsu? This was perfect. His ninjutsu and taijutsu talents were already great, and he had no real interest in genjutsu, especially with his genjutsu resistance skill. Sensing talent would have been useful, but it wasn't urgent. His instincts were already exceptional. But funjutsu? It had endless potential from sealing weapons and jutsu to defensive barriers and even time-space techniques. Even though the system described his talent as comparable to a low-level Uzumaki genius, that was still an incredible boost. On top of that, he also received +5 intelligence as a bonus. With his high intelligence and shadow clones for grinding, he could make rapid progress in funjutsu in no time. Ren took a deep breath to calm himself and turned his attention to the system update. Will my previous points and rewards be affected by the update? He asked. Negative. Alright, update the system. A loading screen appeared, and exactly 1 minute later, a notification popped up. Update complete. Ren opened his status panel to check the changes. As expected, there weren't any major alterations, more like bug fixes and enhancements. However, there were some notable improvements in the interface. Updated system panel. Name, Ren Takahashi. Level, 41. Health points, HP, VIT *100, 4900/4900. Chakra points, CP, CHA *100, 5100/5100. Attributes. Strength, 41, +1. Agility, 49, +1. Intelligence, 50, +1, +5. Vitality, 49, +1. Chakra, 51, +1. Available points. 10 special jonin level points, can be converted to 5 jonin level points. Talents. Improved chakra control. Enhanced reflexes. Genjutsu resistance, A rank. Funjutsu, major talent. Mastery panel. Chakra control, 78%, advanced. Fast fist taijutsu, 83%, advanced. Shurikenjutsu, 87%, advanced. Shadow clone mastery, 79%, advanced. Wind style mastery, 75%, advanced. Earth style mastery, 72%, intermediate. Mastery points. 3 intermediate level points. 3 advanced level point. Ninja panel, new. Ninjutsu, 53/100. Taijutsu, 48/100. Genjutsu, 13/100. Funjutsu, 1/100. Ren's eyes sparkled as he analyzed the changes. His stats had increased from the Rookie of the Year rewards, and his HP and chakra points were now visible, making it easier to track his stamina and chakra reserves. The ninja menu was a new thing. It looked like it displays the user's proficiency in a given discipline. If that was the case, then his ninjutsu were already comparable to a jonin, and his taijutsu was also fast reaching the jonin level. His genjutsu was barely comparable to a genin, and funjutsu was just starting. Seeing the new ninja menu, he asked the item system, "Can I increase the level items in ninja menu by using system points?" He had these questions because if possible that would be a truly great. But his hopes were squashed when the system notification rang. Negative. The ninja menu only displays user level in the item included and cannot be increased using points. Ren shrugged his shoulders. He wasn't overly optimistic anyway. As Ren was analyzing the changes in his system, another notification rang. "Congratulations, user, for getting your first attribute in the jonin level. Reward, 1 jonin level attribute point. With this, I now have 6 jonin level points," Ren thought. Without hesitation, he allocated 5 points to vitality, which also increased his chakra by 2 points, and placed the remaining 1 point into chakra directly. VIT plus 5 VIT, 54. Cha plus 2 Cha, 53. Cha plus 1 Cha, 54. The notifications rang in his ears as his vitality and chakra were once again equal. It was fortunate that his chakra increased both gradually and instantly, otherwise, a sudden surge would be difficult to explain. Like the intermediate mastery points, he decided to save his advanced mastery points as well. They were incredibly rare, so he would only use them when absolutely necessary. With his rewards settled, Ren closed the system and lay down to sleep. "Tomorrow, I start training with my team, and begin learning Funjutsu." He had checked the library before, but the Academy Students section contained nothing related to Funjutsu. Now that he was a genin, he could access more advanced materials. He planned to send a shadow clone to the genin section of the library to look for anything useful. Ren woke up at his usual time, created clones for ninjutsu training, and left for his morning workout. By the time he finished, it was almost 8 a.m., so he headed straight to training ground 1. When he arrived, he saw Yujeo and Hitachi were already there. Yujeo was practicing with her sword, while Hitachi stood still, motionless. Ren walked over to Yujeo first and greeted her. "Hey, Yujeo. Good morning. Were you training here?" Yujeo had noticed him approaching, so she responded without stopping her movements. "Good morning. Yes, I had to do sword training, so I thought it would be better to just train here." Ren nodded in understanding. If his own physical training didn't require him to move across Konoha in multiple laps, he would probably do the same. Training is training, no complaints. His gaze then shifted to Hitachi, who was still standing completely still. "What about Hitachi? What is he doing?" Ren asked. Yujeo glanced at the Abarame before answering. "I don't know. He came here, released some bugs from his sleeves, and has just been standing there like that." Curious, Ren approached Hitachi and greeted. "Morning." "Good morning," Hitachi responded flatly. Ren frowned slightly. "What exactly are you doing?" Hitachi lifted his sleeve, revealing countless insects moving in intricate patterns. "I'm practicing how to gather and analyze larger amounts of information at once," he explained. Ren subtly took a step back and muttered, "Cool." Then, without another word, he distanced himself even further. He wasn't afraid of bugs, but he definitely didn't like them. Shaking off the uneasy feeling, Ren began doing some basic stretches. A few minutes later, Utakata arrived. All 3 genin stopped what they were doing, and Hitachi quickly recalled his insects. "Good morning, sensei," they greeted in unison. "Good morning." Utakata's voice remained as neutral as always. "From today onward, we will gather here at this time for team training and individual training until evening. After that, we will complete a D-rank mission and end the day. I will adjust the timing of the missions as I see fit. Can you answer why?" Hitachi responded almost immediately, "So that we are ready to perform a mission at any given time and state." "Correct," Utakata affirmed. "Team 1 will have fewer compulsory missions compared to other teams since we are required to be ready for immediate deployment. However, this will only begin once I believe you are prepared. Any questions?" "No, sensei." "All right. Let's begin." Updated stats. HP 5400/5400. CP 5400/5400. VIT 54. Cha 54. Chapter 37, Superpowered Underpaid Labor. A bit busy, we'll fix the schedule from next week and the bonus chapter 2 will be released in the next week. I'll add another bonus as an apology. At Training Ground 1, Team 1 had just completed their teamwork training and was now taking a short break. The 3 genin sat on the ground, gasping and panting from exhaustion, while Utakata stood in front of them, completely composed. "The 3 of you have shown visible improvements compared to yesterday," he began, his voice as calm as ever. "But it is still not enough." The 3 genin straightened slightly, listening attentively. "As you know, both Hitashi's bugs and Yujeo's lightning element have an inherent weakness to Ren's wind jutsu," he continued. "Although this weakness can be overcome at higher levels, right now, the 2 of you are not at that level. So, you must adjust more compared to Ren, who can use his abilities to the fullest." "Why?" Yujeo, who had recovered her breath first, answered without hesitation. Because it is foolish to limit the person with stronger abilities. If we do that, the lives of everyone will be in danger. Utakata nodded in approval. Correct. In a team, it is not possible for everyone to have the same level of strength, so you must adjust your styles around the one who is strongest. Right now, it is only between the three of you. However, in times of war, you will be expected to adapt on your own to follow your leader. That is why Konoha emphasizes team-based combat rather than individuality, so you can learn how to adjust and mold yourselves. He paused for a moment before adding in a firm voice, some may not like taking the back seat, but they have no choice. Only the strong have choices. The others must follow. Utakata studied his students' reactions. He knew that exposing children to such harsh truths might not be ideal, but this was the reality of the shinobi world. It was better for them to face it now than learn it the hard way later. After all, he had also learned this fact early on in his shinobi career. The three genin did not react outwardly, but it was clear they were contemplating his words. Yujeo's grip on her sword tightened, and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, showing that she was deep in thought. Utakata did not give them much time to dwell on his words as he continued, have the three of you thought about what you want to learn in the future, or should I make detailed training plans for you? Hitachi was the first to respond. I want to learn elemental jutsu. Utakata immediately responded. You do not have a large chakra pool, so elemental jutsu will only improve your strength slightly. Instead, you should add physical training to your schedule so you can handle any ambushes your insects might miss. I will provide some jutsus you can learn. Hitachi absorbed the advice silently. Are you using a training seal? Utakata asked. Yes. 40 kilograms, Hitachi replied. Start using 50 kilograms from tomorrow and follow this training schedule. Utakata handed him a slip of paper. Hitachi accepted it with a nod. Next, Ren stepped forward. I want to learn Funjutsu and gain combat experience. Ren had originally planned to send a shadow clone to the library to gather information on Funjutsu, but this was a better opportunity. Since his sensei was a jonin, he might have access to far more advanced knowledge. Utakata studied him for a moment, lost in thought, before finally answering, I'll prepare the basics first. If you show talent in the field, then you will be allowed to continue. Otherwise, Funjutsu takes too much time from your schedule. Ren nodded, accepting the condition. We will have daily spars in the afternoon from today, Utakata added. Finally, Utakata turned to Yujeo, who eagerly answered, I want to learn Kenjutsu techniques. She had strong fundamentals but was still using basic sword techniques and only had one elemental sword jutsu. She wanted to expand her skill set. However, Utakata shook his head. No, there are still gaps in your basic movements. Refine them first. Yujeo frowned slightly but didn't argue. What level is your training seal at? Utakata asked. I can handle 40 kilograms, she replied. Apply a training seal to your sword as well, Utakata instructed. It will help develop the necessary muscles, which will benefit you later when you learn advanced techniques. Ren was sure he saw Yujeo pout slightly, but she still nodded in agreement. Seeing that all three had accepted their training plans, Utakata finally said, take a break. We will start in 30 minutes. Then, without waiting for a response, he flickered away. The three genin went their separate ways for lunch since none of them had brought food with them. After eating at home, they returned to training ground 1 before the 30-minute break ended. As they waited, they casually chatted about random things until Utakata flickered into the clearing. Without wasting any time, he immediately created 2 shadow clones. Hitachi, I will teach you 3 fire-style jutsu today. From tomorrow, you will be responsible for refining them yourself, Utakata instructed. Yujeo, you will be engaging in hand-to-hand combat with me without your sword. This is to prepare you for situations where you do not have your weapon. Ren, you will spar with me. Once he finished, one of his clones led Hitachi to an open area where there was a small pond, while the other took Yujeo to another clearing. Ren and Utakata remained where they were. We will fight in 3 different styles, Utakata explained. Today, only Taijutsu and no ninjutsu. Tomorrow, only ninjutsu and no taijutsu. The day after that, we will mix both. This cycle will continue. Ren had no objections. The plan made sense, so he simply nodded in agreement. The 3 continued their intense training until the evening, when Utakata finally halted their exercises and announced, Hokage Tower, 5 minutes. Then, without another word, he flickered away. Despite their exhaustion, none of them complained and immediately rushed towards the village center. By the time Ren arrived at the Hokage Tower, Utakata was already standing there, arms crossed. A moment later, Yujeo arrived, followed closely by Hitachi. Let's go, Utakata instructed. The Hokage assigns the first mission of every rank himself to the teams. With that, he turned and led them into the tower. When they reached Hiruzen's office, before Utakata could even knock, a calm voice spoke from inside. Come in. Utakata pushed the door open and stepped inside, followed by his students. As one, the 4 of them knelt on one knee and greeted in unison. Lord Hokage. Hiruzen sat behind his desk, his usual grandfatherly smile on his face. Rise, he said kindly. Ren stood up and glanced around the room. Standing beside the Hokage were 2 other individuals, both elderly figures with stern expressions. From his memories, Ren recognized them immediately. Homura Midokado and Koharu Yudiden, the village elders and members of the Konoha Council. Before he could think further, Utakata glanced at the 2 elders and then turned to his team. These two are the village elders and members of the Konoha Council. The three genin gave a respectful bow and greeted them. Elders, they said politely. Homura merely gave a faint hum, acknowledging their presence. Without further delay, Utakata turned to the Hokage and spoke. Lord Hokage, we are here for the first D-rank mission of Team 1. Hiruzen let out a small chuckle. Ho ho ho. Then I have the perfect mission for you. He pulled out a scroll from his desk and continued. Yoshido-san, a respected elder of the village, has been having back problems recently, making it difficult for him to tend to his garden. He has requested a very competent team to assist him. Hiruzen handed the mission scroll to Utakata, his smile widening slightly. Further details are in the scroll. Yoshido-san may also provide additional instructions upon your arrival. Ren barely stopped himself from groaning. He was prepared for absurd missions, but his first shinobi task being weeding a garden? A quick glance at Yujao and Hitachi told him they felt similarly because Hiruzen's smile had clearly widened at their reactions. Utakata accepted the scroll with a simple nod and turned to his students. Let's go, he said, leading them out of the office. As Team 1 exited the Hokage's office, they saw a man with a cane, his face partially wrapped in bandages, making his way up the stairs. Ren made no try to adjust his body or control his expression because he was sure a man like Danzo would quickly notice such things. He kept his normal expression as the two parties crossed paths without even glancing at each other. Inside the office, Koharu let out a small sigh, shaking her head as she turned to Hiruzen. Your habit of tormenting genin with D-rank missions hasn't changed, I see. Hiruzen simply chuckled. Just then, the office door opened again, and Danzo Shimura entered. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly, the previous light-hearted mood completely disappearing. Danzo walked up to Hiruzen's desk, his expression unreadable as he delivered his report in a flat, emotionless voice. We have established contact with a member of Team 1. We have confirmation that he is the last surviving member. The route is on their way to collect him. The room fell into complete silence. Chapter 38, Clearing Out Snoop Dogg's Stash. The silence in the Hokage's office was finally broken when Hiruzen gave his order. I will inform Utakata about the development. Until then, the Umbu will take over the duties. With that, the scene shifted to Team 1, who were rushing forward, following their sensei. Unlike before, Utakata did not flicker away this time. Instead, he kept his pace just ahead of his students, making sure they followed him closely. Ren, Yujao, and Hitachi didn't question it and simply obeyed, sprinting behind him. As they ran, Ren quickly recognized the area they were heading toward. Training Ground 44. The infamous Forest of Death. He had visited the area once during one of his tours around Konoha, and he recalled that there were only a handful of houses in the vicinity. The team finally stopped in front of one such house, which looked so fragile it could collapse at any moment. The fences around the house were practically non-existent, and the overall condition made it clear that whoever lived here didn't care much for maintenance. Utakata stepped forward, his posture straight and expression unreadable. A moment later, a very, very old man shuffled into view. Yoshido-san, Utakata greeted, his tone noticeably colder than usual. Team 1 is here to complete the mission you posted. Ren was certain he had never heard his sensei speak in such an icy tone before. The old man made an indecipherable grunt, clearly not understanding what was said. Utakata didn't repeat himself immediately, simply waiting as the man took a moment to process his words. After a few seconds, the elderly man finally stepped forward incredibly slowly. Ah, right, the mission, the old man muttered, his voice as frail as his appearance. He paused, squinting at the three genin standing behind Utakata, and let out a dismissive scoff. I told that brat to send a competent team, and he sends me a bunch of kids. Humph. The three young shinobi blinked. Brat? The old man grumbled to himself, shaking his head. Looks like I'll have to remind him how I kicked his ass back in the day. By this time, Ren had already drawn a conclusion. This guy is old. Like, seriously old. If he can call the Hokage a brat, his age must be close to that of the first Hokage. Utakata, still expressionless, didn't respond to the man's mutterings. Instead, the old man continued. All right, well, do your work. The weeds have grown so much in just a few days because of my back pain. He pointed lazily toward the area around Training Ground 44. The three genin followed his gesture. Then they froze. The Forest of Death was huge. It had 16 different entrances, each with a large open clearing for shinobi to gather before entering the dangerous forest itself. Yet, the old man wasn't finished talking. The area around entrances 13 to 16 hasn't been cleaned for a few days, so the weeds have grown wild. You kids take care of it. There was a long, tense silence. Then, in perfect sync, the three young genin turned their heads back toward their Jonin sensei as if asking for confirmation. Yujao's eye twitched slightly, and she finally voiced what they were all thinking. Garden. Utakata met her gaze without any change in expression. He paused for a brief moment before finishing. Caretaker. The genin had no words. They simply accepted their fate as shinobi of the leaf and nodded. Understood, sensei. Utakata nodded approvingly. We have received the mission. Divide the work, each of you will take one gate, and you will work together on the last one. With nothing else to say, the three flickered away. Yujao took gate 13, Ren picked gate 14, and Hitachi took gate 15. None of them spoke. They simply got to work. After a long day of training, Ren's entire body was sore, but his chakra reserves were still almost full. Since this was a D rank mission, there was no restriction on using jutsu, so he decided to rely on wind-style jutsus to finish the task more efficiently. The wind cutter jutsu was the best choice. Unveiling his clawed gloves, he activated the jutsu, but instead of using all the blades at once, he focused on one blade from each hand to conserve chakra. The technique worked, slicing through the tall, overgrown weeds with precision. However, Ren quickly realized a problem. His height was still too short compared to the weeds growing around the gate, making it harder to trim the area evenly. After thinking for a moment, an idea struck him. He tightened his gloves, lowered his arms until his claws were at waist level, and began to rotate slowly on the spot. Gradually, he increased his speed, moving faster and faster until he was spinning like a Beyblade. Then, he activated Wind Cutter. The moment he did, his body started moving uncontrollably. Wherever he spun, the weeds were shredded cleanly, their remnants flying through the air. The ground around Gate 14 quickly started clearing up, but Ren realized another problem that he couldn't stop. His body kept spinning and moving forward, and the only way he could think of stopping was digging his claws into the ground. The moment he did, his momentum halted abruptly, and his body lurched forward. Ren fell face first into the dirt. For a few moments, his vision spun wildly, and he simply lay there flat on his back, trying to reorient himself. Noticing the sudden storm of weeds near Gate 14, Yujeo walked over to investigate. As she arrived, she found Ren sprawled on the ground, eyes rolling as he tried to recover. She raised an eyebrow. "What exactly were you doing?" Ren, still breathing heavily, managed to reply between gasps. "Easy, huff method, huff trying." Yujeo looked at him skeptically before glancing at the partially cleared area around the gate. "You were trying an easy method," she repeated, unconvinced, given his current state. Ren, who had managed to sit up by now, rubbed his head and chuckled. "I thought it would be easy, but it wasn't." Despite his exhaustion, he couldn't help but smile as his mind raced. This spinning technique might not have been the best for cutting weeds, but it had potential for cutting cough. He stopped himself as he remembered he had read about wind jutsus that created hurricanes, and there were also taijutsu techniques that used rotational force. If I can combine this idea with those two, I can create a large-scale wind-based attack, Ren thought to himself. However, he immediately realized a flaw. I'll need to figure out how to stop myself without crashing, otherwise, I'll just be a self-destructive tornado. Shaking his head, he pushed those thoughts aside for now and got back to work. By the time the three genin finished the task, nearly 2 hours had passed. What made the mission more exhausting was that Yoshida-san wasn't satisfied with just trimming the weeds. He wanted them completely uprooted. So instead of just cutting them down, they had to dig and pull them out manually, making the work twice as difficult. Ren couldn't help but think, Sensei must have done this mission too in the past, that's probably why he was so cold to this old man. When they were finally done, Utakata collected Yoshida-san's signature as proof of completion, and the team once again rushed toward the Hokage Tower to submit the mission. Upon arrival, Utakata took Hitachi with him to the mission center on the ground floor of the Hokage building. Before leaving, he instructed, "You will each take turns learning how to submit mission reports. Once I've shown you how, this responsibility will be yours." Ren and Yujeo nodded while Hitachi followed Utakata inside. When they reunited, Utakata gave his final instructions for the day. Tomorrow, 8 a.m. Then, with a flicker, he was gone. The three exhausted genin didn't bother making small talk. With tired nods, they parted ways and headed home for some well-earned rest. After returning home, Ren wasted no time heading straight for a bath. The day's mission had left him completely covered in dirt and sweat, thanks to hours of digging up weeds. By the time he finished and sat down for dinner, he casually recounted the events of the mission to his father. The moment he mentioned Yoshida-san, however, Juaki's expression darkened visibly. Ren instantly caught on. So, they did this mission too, multiple times, maybe. Once dinner was over, he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, still thinking about his father's reaction. I still don't know who the third member of their team was, and what kind of person their sensei was. He decided he would ask his father another time. Lying in bed, Ren opened his system notifications to check for any rewards from his first mission. A message popped up. "Congratulations! You have completed your first D-rank mission. Reward, 20 system points, convertible to 2 Jonin level points. Note, this reward is only issued for the first mission. The user will receive 1 system point for every 10 D-rank missions completed. Mission panel is now open." Ren nodded as he processed the information. Missions, D-rank, 0/10. He converted the points into 2 Jonin level points and immediately invested them into Vitality. VIT +2. VIT, 56. As he lay in bed, Ren thought about the system's reward structure. 1 point for every 10 missions. That's basically 1 Jonin level point every 3 months at our current pace. It was clear to him that the system rewarded growth relative to his own strength. If my strength wasn't already this high, maybe the rewards would have been better. But since I've pushed my stats to this level, the system recognizes that D-rank missions don't challenge me. Ren stared at the ceiling, contemplating. If I had graduated earlier, the mission rewards might have been better, but my physical training wouldn't have reached this level. If I had graduated later, I might not have even received points from D or maybe even C-rank missions. The realization reassured him. Staying in the academy for that extra year was definitely the right choice. Satisfied, he let his thoughts drift away. Sleep quickly took over, and before he knew it, he was snoring lightly. And some might think that it was a nerf, but think about it. If he received 1 point for every D rank mission, he would get 3 Jonin level points. 10 system points equals 1 JP in a month, and that too from D rank missions, which would be totally broken, something I do not wish happen. Anyway, check if the math is correct and tell me what you think. Chapter 39, Level 2 Midgrade Talisman Master. For an entire month, Team 1 followed the same rigorous schedule. Team training, individual training, and D rank missions. The order of activities was randomly decided by Utakata each day, ensuring they adapted to different situations efficiently. After weeks of training together, their teamwork had significantly improved. At the very least, they no longer interfered with each other's attacks during battle. Today, instead of meeting at Training Ground 1, the team had gathered in front of the Hokage Tower early in the morning. Unlike their first few days, the atmosphere between the 3 genins was now comfortable. Even in complete silence, there was no awkwardness. As they waited, Ujio suddenly spoke up. When do you think we'll start doing C-rank missions? Ren responded immediately, I think it'll be soon. Sensei said that we'd officially take over the duties of the first dispatch squad once he deems us ready. Considering his standards, I doubt he'll consider us ready if we've only completed D-rank missions. Ujio nodded thoughtfully, and Hitachi added his own opinion. I think we'll have to complete an elimination mission first. Only then will we be considered ready for other missions. Ren and Ujio both agreed with this assessment. A shinobi's missions were categorized into different types: elimination, defense, rescue, information gathering, and infiltration. Elimination missions specifically involved combat and the killing of a target. It made sense that every genin would have to complete an elimination mission to be recognized as a true shinobi. Ren had already mentally prepared himself for the reality of taking a life. He had accepted it as part of the profession he had chosen, so he was never overly bothered by the fact that he would have to take life of a person once again. But then, for a brief moment, a strange thought crossed his mind. Why did I think once again? I haven't done this before. His brows furrowed slightly as he tried to focus on the odd feeling. Had he killed before? That was impossible. He had no memories of ever doing such a thing. I'll be dropping some hints, so try to guess. Yet before he could dwell on the thought further, it suddenly vanished from his mind as if it had never existed. Ren felt something was amiss, but before he could question it any further, Utakata arrived. Today, we will do a C-rank mission, Utakata announced in his usual neutral tone. I hope you all have everything prepared. The 3 genins nodded immediately. Utakata had drilled into them that members of the first dispatch squad must always be fully equipped with weapons, rations, and any other necessary tools. Ren glanced down at the storage belt fastened around his waist. This was his own creation, his first practical use of Funjutsu. As he thought about it, his mind drifted back to the first time he had ever used Funjutsu. Flashback time. Team 1 had just completed their training for the day and was waiting for their sensei to dismiss them. Utakata arrived in front of his students and, without preamble, handed a scroll to Ren. This contains everything necessary to see if you have any talent in Funjutsu, he said in his usual neutral tone. Ren took the scroll, nodding in appreciation. Thank you, sensei. Utakata gave a short nod before addressing the team. All right, you are dismissed for today. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. Without waiting for a response, he flickered away. As soon as their sensei left, Ujio turned toward Ren, curiosity evident in her expression. Why do you want to learn Funjutsu? She asked. Isn't it better to focus on learning more ninjutsu? Ren already had a prepared answer. I already know plenty of jutsu, and the ones I actually want to learn require more chakra than I currently have. So, I figured I'd try Funjutsu and see if I have any talent for it. He obviously couldn't tell them the truth that he had obtained a Fujutsu talent from the system, so this was the best explanation he could come up with. Ujio nodded, seemingly satisfied with his reasoning. She bid farewell and left, while Ren and Hitachi also made their way home. After taking a bath and eating a light meal, Ren headed straight to the basement. 4 shadow clones were already inside, practicing their assigned tasks. Currently, he limited himself to 4 clones because he still couldn't use the multi-shadow clone jutsu, which would allow him to create multiple clones instantly instead of summoning them one by one. Based on his calculations, he needed at least 1000 CP to function properly while keeping some chakra in reserve for emergencies. That meant each clone could hold 1000 CP and train without worrying about dispelling too soon. Since his shadow clone mastery was in the advanced stage, his clones could last an entire day unless forcefully dispelled. His plan was simple: maintain 4 clones as usual while having one of them create weaker clones with minimal chakra to practice Funjutsu in the future. He dispelled the current clones, feeling the influx of memories and noticing a minor increase in his wind and earth style mastery. Once settled, Ren unsealed the scroll Utakata had given him. The first thing that appeared was a worn-out book titled Funjutsu for Barbarians. Ren's eyebrow twitched. Still, his irritation faded slightly when he noticed the author's name, Hanako Uzumaki. Since it was written by an Uzumaki, he figured they had the right to call everyone else barbarians when it came to Funjutsu. But that didn't mean he would accept it quietly. The system had already confirmed that his talent in Funjutsu was comparable to a low-level Uzumaki genius. He set the book aside and took out the other items in the scroll. A stack of special papers for drawing seals, a bottle of chakra-infused ink as clearly labeled on the side, a brush, and a stack of normal papers. After neatly arranging the items, he picked up the worn-out book. The edges were rough, and it was clear that someone else had used it before. There were scribbled notes in the margins, along with minor edits and comments. Ren flipped open to the first page and read. There will be some info dump ahead, but please read it and tell me what you think, because Funjutsu was never explained in the canon, and so anything I write would automatically become o. Funjutsu is a beautiful art that barbarians have ruined with their crude methods. If you wish to learn the correct way to study Funjutsu, start with calligraphy. Only if your calligraphy looks like you can become an artist, if not a hired killer, should you turn to the next page. Ren stared at the dramatic introduction, his expression unreadable. Then, he let out a tired sigh. Of course, it starts like this. Even though the beginning of the book was dramatic, Ren still followed its instructions without complaint. Since the scroll already contained a stack of normal paper, he decided to bring some regular ink and a brush from the house to practice. He sat down in a proper posture, carefully recalling the correct way to write calligraphy. To start, he slowly and precisely wrote his own name. Once he finished, he reviewed his work and was honestly surprised. The strokes were neat and precise. Maybe the Funjutsu talent subtly improved my calligraphy as well, he mused. He continued writing various words, symbols, and even some simple drawings until his handwriting became consistent in everything he wrote. Satisfied, he flipped to the next page. If you are on this page, it is assumed that your calligraphy skills are sufficient. The next step is to memorize the Funjutsu symbols. Below the text, there were dozens of unique symbols, each with a specific purpose. Some looked ancient, while others appeared newly created. This book must have passed through many hands over time. Each person likely added their own discoveries or modifications. The basic symbols included those for the 5 elements: fire, wind, water, lightning, and earth, the yin and yang, and space and time. There were countless other symbols, including ones for explosion, hold, release, sharp, hard, flow, and many more. A casual glance revealed over 100 in total. Ren realized that memorizing them all at once would take too long, even with shadow clones, so it was better to learn them gradually, seal by seal. The book contained various basic Funjutsu applications, such as explosion seals, storage seals, and barrier seals. It also mentioned a unique technique where by concentrating chakra in one's eyes, it was possible to see hidden seals placed on objects unless those seals were further concealed by advanced layers, in which case a higher level of mastery was required. Curious, Ren decided to test it immediately. He focused a small amount of chakra into his eyes and glanced down at his gloves. A faint glow appeared on the back of each glove, revealing an inscribed conceal symbol. So that's how it worked, he thought. He checked the book and confirmed the conceal symbol's function. It was used to hide things until chakra was supplied or a specific action was performed. To confirm, he flexed his fingers, activating the retractable claws. As expected, the conceal symbol vanished. Next, he examined the claws themselves. This time, he saw 2 additional symbols, one for sharp and another for sturdy. Ren was slightly surprised. I didn't expect the rewards to academy students to have seals like these. Looks like Dad had something to do with it. He recalled how Ren had asked Yudakata to speak with Juaki when he handed over the scroll containing weapon design. Wanting to test further, Ren looked up at the ceiling of the basement. This time, however, he saw nothing. Looks like I need to improve my Funjutsu mastery before I can see higher level seals. Turning the page, Ren read about the first Funjutsu seal in the book, the explosion seal. In a normal explosion seal, only 4 symbols are used: fire, hold, release, and explosion. The explanation continued. The fire symbol generates fire chakra. The hold symbol stores the chakra in place. The release symbol activates the stored chakra when triggered. The explosion symbol causes detonation upon activation. Ren read the entire process twice to ensure he understood it completely. The next section explained how to actually create a seal. To inscribe Funjutsu, a user must draw the symbols using chakra-infused ink on Funjutsu paper while channeling Yang chakra. An expert can eventually create seals without ink or paper. However, beginners must learn to control Yang chakra first, as it is the foundation of Funjutsu. Ren read carefully. Unlike normal chakra, Yang chakra has unique properties. It originates from the heart and naturally circulates through the body. To use it in Funjutsu, one must generate additional Yang chakra and redirect it into the chakra pathways to the brush instead of the arteries. Most shinobis were able to generate such low amount of Yang chakra easily, however controlling it was another problem. That was why there were so few medical ninjas and Funjutsu users. He however was able to complete this step easily since he had advanced level of chakra control. He practiced generating and controlling the Yang chakra until he was satisfied. Now ready, Ren picked up the chakra-infused brush and dipped it in the special ink. Slowly, he channeled Yang chakra into the brush and began inscribing the symbols onto the Funjutsu paper. His movements were slow and deliberate, knowing that any disruption in chakra flow could cause the seal to explode in his face. After several tense minutes, he completed the final stroke of the explosion symbol. Leaning back, he let out a deep breath. Even though he was nervous, the seal was successfully completed on his first attempt. This confirmed that his Funjutsu talent was real and that he worried too much about an explosion happening on his face. Relaxing, Ren picked up the completed seal and examined it. It looked just like every other explosion tag he had seen before, except slightly darker due to how hard he was pressing the brush. Satisfied, he channeled chakra into the activation point and threw the tag away. A second later, boom, a small explosion erupted, just as described in the book and how an actual explosion tag works. Though the range wasn't very large, Ren remembered that the book contained methods to enhance explosion seals. Excited by his success, Ren created a few clones and assigned them to practice Funjutsu while he checked his system. To his surprise, there were 3 new mastery categories added. Chakra Enhancement Mastery, 8%, Beginner. Yang Chakra Mastery, 5%, Beginner. Funjutsu Mastery, 6%, Beginner. Ren raised an eyebrow. I expected Funjutsu and Yang Chakra Mastery to appear but Chakra Enhancement. Thinking back, he remembered focusing chakra into his eyes to see hidden seals. It seems that I can enhance different parts of my body by supplying chakra to them. I've read about this in fanfics, but I completely forgot until now. A grin spread across his face as he realized if I master this, I can enhance my taijutsu by applying chakra reinforcement to my arms and legs. Maybe I can even achieve Tsunade's chakra enhanced strength. Excited by the new possibilities, Ren closed the book and left the basement. As he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, one thought remained in his mind. Funjutsu is way more fun than I expected. Chapter 40, The Classic Bandit Hunting Mission, Part 1. From that day onward, Ren's clone training schedule changed. One clone focused on wind jutsu, another on earth jutsu, and the third practiced yang release. The final clone was divided into 9 smaller clones, each with just enough chakra to stay active, all dedicated to Funjutsu practice. After successfully creating his first explosion tag, Ren took it to Utakata, who merely nodded in approval and instructed him to keep the Funjutsu book safe. After the explosion tag, Ren moved on to his second seal, the storage seal. This seal utilized the space and holds symbols in multiple ways. Typically, storage seals required a large surface area and were commonly inscribed on scrolls. However, after a bit of practice, Ren managed to shrink the seal's size enough to fit onto the belt he wore around his waist, making it far more convenient for carrying essential items. Team 1 entered the mission hall, a spacious room where 10 shinins were stationed, busy handling mission requests and reports. However, today, the third Hokage himself was present, seated at the center of the hall. This was not unusual. The third Hokage often made unannounced visits to observe mission assignments, though no one knew his exact reasons for doing so. Upon seeing him, Team 1 immediately stopped and greeted, Lord Hokage. The old man gave them a kind nod, his usual grandfatherly smile in place, before turning his gaze to Utakata, who responded, Team 1 is here for a C-rank mission. Ah, yes, Team 1, Hiruzen murmured, scanning the 3 genins briefly. I remember seeing a mission that would suit you quite well. He pretended to think for a moment, stroking his beard before retrieving a scroll. Ah, here it is. Unrolling the scroll, he read aloud, Hito Village, a civilian settlement to the east of Konoha, has reported sightings of bandits. Additionally, several children have gone missing. Your mission is to investigate, recover the abducted children if possible, and eliminate all the bandits. The genins, now fully attentive, straightened up and responded in unison, yes, sir. Utakata took the mission scroll and gestured for his team to follow. As they exited the building, he glanced at them and asked, do you have everything prepared? Yes, sir, the genins confirmed. Satisfied with their response, Utakata gave a brief nod. All right, let's go. I'll show you the procedure for leaving the village on a mission. Meet me at the east gate after you inform your families. However, this is the only time I will allow this. You are to inform your families that you may be sent away without any prior notice in the future. Since you all are from shinobi families, I believe this won't be a problem. Without waiting for a reply, he flickered away. Ran quickly returned home and left a note for his father that said that he would be away on a mission and rushed to the east gate. Konoha had 4 main entry gates, 1 in each direction, with the main gate facing north. Since Hito Village was to the east, Team 1 assembled at the east gate, where Utakata was already waiting. He led them toward the guard station at the gate, where 2 shinobi stood watch. Handing over the mission scroll, Utakata explained, every mission outside the village requires 4 stamps. First, from the guards when leaving the village. Second, from the employer upon mission completion. Third, from the guards again when returning. And finally, the 4th from the mission center when submitting the report. The guard, understanding that this was Team 1's first mission outside Konoha, gave a small, encouraging smile. Good luck out there. As he handed the scroll back to Utakata, the 3 genins nodded in acknowledgement before stepping beyond the gates. Leaving the village for the first time since arriving in this world should have been exciting for Ren, but any enthusiasm quickly faded as he realized the scenery barely changed. Beyond Konoha's walls, the landscape consisted of an endless stretch of thick trees, their dense canopy blocking out even the sunlight. Team 1 moved in a single file formation as they traveled, following the standard Konoha squad arrangement. Hitachi, the team's censor, led the way, followed by Yujeo. Utakata, as the squad's healer, stayed in the middle, and Ren, the second combatant, covered the rear. This formation ensured that any potential threat would be detected early, with the combatants positioned to defend both the front and the back. As they moved swiftly through the dense forest, Yujeo asked, Sensei, do you know the exact location of the village? Utakata nodded and then shook his head. Yes, but Hitachi will locate it. Hitachi, who had been deep in thought, suddenly spoke. Konoha doesn't allow civilian settlements within 20 kilometers of the village walls. Since this entire region is filled with dense forest, it serves as a defense line. Sensei, is Hito village a pure civilian settlement? Yes, Utakata confirmed. Hitachi nodded. Then the village should be between 20 to 50 kilometers from Konoha. Any settlement with a shinobi presence would not be permitted within 50 kilometers. With that information, the team moved forward at full speed. A 20-kilometer distance was nothing for a shinobi. Ren covered more than this every morning during his training with weights. Now that he had removed them for the mission, travel felt even easier. Upon reaching the 20-kilometer mark, they slowed down. Hitachi turned to Utakata once more. Sensei, what is the estimated population of Hito village? Around 250, Utakata replied vaguely. Hitachi nodded and immediately sent out his insects to scout. After a short silence, he finally spoke. Found it. Before anyone could respond, Utakata cut in. You were lucky that no other nearby settlements had a population similar to Hito village, so you identified it easily. However, in the future, you won't always have such a simple search. I expect you to employ multiple methods to track locations faster. Understood, Hitachi acknowledged. Ren and Yujao, knowing this wasn't their area of expertise, remained silent as they followed their teammate. Soon enough, they reached a wooden signboard at the entrance of the village that read Hito village in bold letters, confirming that they had indeed arrived. Utakata didn't pause and immediately spoke, I will lead the mission this time. In future missions, the three of you will take turns leading, and I will not interfere in any way. You will be responsible for every decision you make. Without waiting for a response, he walked toward the village entrance, where two guards stood holding shovels, clearly not trained fighters. Their expressions hardened when they saw approaching strangers, but as soon as their eyes landed on the Konoha forward protectors, they visibly relaxed. One of them immediately turned and ran back into the village, likely to inform someone of importance, while the other stepped forward and greeted, Welcome, Shinobi-sama. Our village chief will meet you shortly. Please, come in. Utakata nodded, and Team 1 followed him inside. The moment they entered, a young man rushed toward them, the same guard from earlier trailing behind him. The man stopped just in front of the team and gave a respectful bow before introducing himself. Greetings, Shinobi-sama. I am the village chief, Sugawara. May I say the mission scroll? Without hesitation, Utakata handed him the scroll. Greetings. What can you tell me about the bandits? Sugawara scanned the scroll, confirming its legitimacy, and sighed deeply before answering. A few days ago, one of our trade caravans was returning from Kuma village when it was suddenly attacked. Some of our guards tried to fight back, but they were quickly overpowered. It wasn't that the bandits had greater numbers, it was their strength that was the problem. The village chief took a deep breath and continued. They all wore gray caps, and their leader was especially powerful. I think he might be a shinobi. The man shivered slightly, but Utakata offered no comfort. Instead, he spoke with a neutral tone. Please do not make assumptions. Now, tell me about the missing children. Do you have any sketches of them? Nodding, the chief reached into his pocket and pulled out 4 pieces of paper, handing them over. Without even glancing at them, Utakata passed them to Hitachi. Hitachi examined the sketches, and Ren and Yujao peered over his shoulder. There were 2 boys and 2 girls. The boys looked older than the 3 of them, while one girl appeared around Ren's age and the other was slightly older. Suddenly, Hitachi's insects swarmed the portraits, covering them entirely. The gathered villagers flinched in terror, clearly unaccustomed to such a sight. Some even took a step back, eyeing Hitachi with visible unease. Utakata ignored their reactions and motioned for the village chief to continue. Sugawara swallowed and spoke hesitantly. Yes, the 2 boys went missing about a week ago, right around the time the bandits first appeared. The 2 girls, sisters, disappeared 4 days ago, which is when I finally decided to request Konoha's help. Utakata nodded, then turned to Hitachi. Do you have a general location? Yes, Hitachi confirmed. Utakata shifted his attention back to the village chief. Thank you for the information. We will investigate the trail we found and update you soon. Hitachi once again took the lead as Team 1 left Hito village, guiding them toward the trail his insects had discovered earlier. As they moved, he explained, while searching for the village, my insects also found wheel tracks accompanied by horse and human footprints. There was a faint trace of chakra that my Kakaicha picked up, but it's extremely weak, not even comparable to the residual chakra a genin would leave behind. Ren was the first to answer. There are 2 possibilities. Either someone tried to erase their chakra trail but wasn't entirely successful, or the bandit chief has his chakra pathways opened but lacks the ability to use it effectively. As soon as Ren finished, Yujao added, but if the bandit chief were a shinobi, wouldn't that make this a B-rank mission? Utakata shook his head slightly. No, it's the second possibility. The village always confirms the difficulty level of a mission before assigning it. If there were a risk of encountering a shinobi opponent, the ranking would have been adjusted accordingly. The fact that this remains a C-rank mission means there is little to no chance of us facing an actual shinobi. Thus Ren's analysis is right, the bandit leader has likely opened his chakra pathways but lacks the proper training or control to be a threat as a shinobi. Let's go, we will finish the mission today and return. Utakata ordered. Chapter 41, The Classic Bandit Hunting Mission, Part 2, Bonus. Here is the first bonus chapter for additional 10 reviews. Team 1 soon arrived at a location where numerous footprints and wagon tracks marked the ground. Utakata observed the scene for a moment before speaking. This matches the description given by the village chief about the bandits stealing caravans. Can you still trace the chakra trail? he asked, turning to Hitachi. Hitachi closed his eyes briefly, his Kakaicha moving around before he responded. Yes, it's faint, but I can still track it. The trail leads towards the mountains. Utakata nodded and glanced up at the sky. It's already noon. Rather than waiting until nightfall, it would be more effective to eliminate them now. Hitachi will lead us as close as possible to their location. Once we reach the target area, Ren will infiltrate first. His task is to find the missing children and confirm our suspicions regarding the bandit chief. Once we have that information, we'll formulate a plan. Let's move. The team moved swiftly towards the mountain, sticking to the trees for cover. Once they arrived, they each took positions, blending into the dense foliage. Hitachi spread his Kakaicho, letting them swarm the area undetected. After a few moments of silence, he spoke, I've identified the cave where the chakra trail ends. Ren immediately created a shadow clone, supplying it with 500 chakra points. His mastery of the shadow clone jutsu had reached an advanced level, allowing him to distribute chakra to his clones as needed. Hitachi released a small insect, which buzzed in front of Ren's clone. Follow this bug. It'll lead you to the cave, he instructed. The clone nodded and silently followed the insect through the thick trees, navigating carefully until it reached a clearing. At the entrance of a cave, 2 bandits stood guard, their stance relaxed, completely unaware of any approaching threat. The clone positioned itself behind a tree, quickly molding chakra to create 2 hardened stones using earth release. After ensuring no other bandits were in the vicinity, he flicked his wrists, launching the stones with precision. Both bandits collapsed instantly, knocked unconscious before they could even react. Ren's clone approached the cave entrance cautiously, scanning for hidden traps or weapons. Finding none, he suppressed his presence and masked his scent. It was a basic yet essential stealth techniques taught at the academy. Moving inside, he immediately noticed bandits stationed at regular intervals. Instead of engaging them, he leaped onto the ceiling, using chakra to cling to the surface as he advanced deeper into the cave unnoticed. The tunnel led to a large chamber where most of the bandits had gathered. At the center of the room sat a hulking man on a pile of rocks, polishing his blade with a cloth. He was engaged in conversation with 2 boys standing before him. Ren could not see the boys' faces, as their backs were turned, but he focused his chakra to enhance his hearing. The bandit chief's deep voice echoed in the chamber. You 2 did a fine job bringing in the girls. Since they're sisters, some perverted bastard might be willing to pay more. One of the boys responded in a sly tone. There are still more pairs of sisters in the village. We can get more if you want. The other boy chimed in eagerly. Yeah, chief. We'll get them out of the village, and you can take them. But when are you going to unlock our chakra, like you promised? The chief let out a rough laugh. Don't worry, I'll help you soon enough. Now go. Plan how you'll snatch more girls. I need to rest. The boys nodded and turned around. Ren waited patiently, wanting to confirm his suspicions. As soon as the boys turned, his eyes narrowed, their faces matched the missing boys from the village chief's report. He also located the kidnapped girls, bound and gagged in the corner of the chamber. With his objectives completed, he carefully made his way back out of the cave. On his way, he dragged the unconscious guards near a tree and concealed them before dispelling himself. The real Ren absorbed the memories instantly. Turning to his team, he reported, the girls are alive. The bandit chief plans to sell them. The 2 missing boys weren't kidnapped, they actually joined the bandits willingly in exchange for having their chakra pathways unlocked. They were the ones who helped abduct the girls. There are 15 people inside the cave, including the chief and the 2 boys. I knocked out 2 guards at the entrance and hid them, so there are 13 left inside. Utakata gave a small nod, absorbing the information. After a brief silence, Utakata gave his orders. We will complete the mission as assigned. Eliminate all the bandits and rescue the kidnapped children. Since we have reason to believe that 2 of the 4 abducted individuals are working with the bandits, we will confirm this first. If the information is accurate, they will also be eliminated. His gaze swept over the 3 genin before he added, you 3 decide who will deal with the bandit leader. The other 2 will handle the rest. Ren, before you go inside, finish off the 2 you knocked unconscious. As soon as Utakata finished speaking, Ujeo stepped forward. I want to take on the leader. Both of you had some roles in the mission so far, so at least let me handle the strongest opponent. Ren had no objections. From what his clone had observed earlier, the bandit leader was only level 12, barely genin level. He wasn't particularly interested in dealing with someone that weak. The remaining bandits would be enough for his first time. Hitachi also gave a nod of agreement. Before they moved, Utakata spoke again. Ren will retrieve the girls first. Just in case anything happens, you need to confirm with them whether or not the boys were truly their kidnappers. I will be watching, but I will not interfere. And one more thing. He paused, looking at each of them. No matter what happens, do not stop. Then, without another word, he vanished. The 3 genin exchanged glances before setting off toward the cave. Ren separated from them momentarily to finish off the 2 unconscious guards. He found them still lying where he had hidden them. Without hesitation, he pulled out 2 kunao and plunged them into their chests. Blood spurted out, staining his hands as their bodies was still just like it was before they were killed. He checked their breathing to ensure they were truly dead, then wiped his kunao clean and rushed back to the others. Ujeo cast a glance at him, her lips slightly parted as if she wanted to say something. He already knew what she wanted to ask, are you okay? But the truth was, he didn't feel anything. There had been no hesitation when he killed them, no sickness in his stomach, no guilt in his heart. It was as if he had done this before. But that wasn't possible, right? Pushing those thoughts aside, Ren simply nodded at Yujeo, signaling that he was fine. She didn't press further. Together, the three entered the cave. Yujeo sprinted ahead without hesitation, heading straight for the leader while Ren and Hitachi focused on clearing the hallway of bandits. Ren moved swiftly, his kunao slicing through throats with precision while Hitachi just swarmed them with his insects. The bandits barely had time to register what was happening before they collapsed. Most were barely level 7 or 8, about as strong as academy students. They were no challenge. By the time Ren entered the main hall, Yujeo had already reached the bandit chief. What the hell? Who are you br-? The moment she laid eyes on him, she didn't even let him finish his sentence. The sound of steel-piercing flash silenced him. Yujeo's sword had already been driven straight through his chest. Meanwhile, Ren reached the two girls and immediately Unga-ged the older one. As soon as she could speak, she shouted without hesitation. The two of them are with the bandits. They kidnapped us. Her furious gaze was directed toward the two boys standing nearby. One of the boys scowled, his face twisting in anger. You bitch, you think we wanted to do this? We just wanted to have access to our chakra, to become strong. You think we're any different from those brats who came to save you? They were just lucky to be born in Konoha? If we had the same chances, do you think we'd be weaker than them? Ren finished untying the girls as the boys' rant continued, then turned toward them with kunao in both hands. Well, this sounds more like a you problem. Before they could react, he thrust both kunao into their throats. They gagged and choked on their own blood, some of it splattering onto Ren's hands. Their eyes widened in disbelief as life faded from them. Their bodies hit the ground with dull thuds. Ren turned away without a second thought and scanned the remaining bandits. There were still 3 alive. Without hesitation, he flicked his kunao at them, the accuracy sharpened by his 89% shuriken jutsu mastery. All 3 fell instantly. Once the team confirmed that all enemies had been eliminated, Ren picked up the younger girl who had fallen unconscious at some point while Yujeo helped the older one to her feet. The 3 exited the cave and found Yudakata waiting for them outside. The jonin gave a single nod. Good job. Then he turned to Ren. The boys. Ren wiped his blood-stained hands on a cloth and responded simply, with the bandits. The girls confirmed it, and they also confessed. I eliminated them. Yudakata gave another nod. Understood. Let's get the girls back. The team rushed back to the village, moving swiftly through the trees. The younger girl remained asleep on Ren's back, while Yujeo carried the older sister. They reached Hito village in no time. The guards at the entrance immediately called for the village chief, who arrived within minutes. He looked relieved the moment he saw the girls safe. Yudakata stepped forward and spoke in a neutral tone. The mission is complete. The bandits have been eliminated, and the kidnapped girls have been safely recovered. The 2 boys were not kidnapped, they willingly allied with the bandits and were responsible for abducting these 2 girls. You can confirm this with her. He gestured toward the older girl. The girl, who had already run to her parents, turned back and firmly nodded. It's true. The boys helped the bandits take us. The village chief's face paled. We had no idea. His voice was laced with fear, knowing how seriously Konoha treated cases of false information. Yudakata shook his head. Don't worry. This won't cause any problems for your village. The chief visibly sagged in relief. With a deep bow, he took out a stamp and pressed it onto the mission scroll, then handed it back to Yudakata. Thank you for your service, Shinobi-sama. I hope you and your students have a bright future ahead. Yudakata accepted the scroll, nodded at the village chief, and turned to his team. Let's go. Without another word, Team 1 vanished into the trees, heading back to Konoha. So even though it was the first C-rank mission, there was no overused plot of something going wrong, so I guess you can overlook for me not making some other mission right. Chapter 42, The Prom Queen Has Blood on Her Hands. This chapter might be a bit sentimental, but you know I had to make a chapter like this after the mission, so deal with it. Team 1 moved swiftly and silently through the trees, but then, for the first time since they had known him, Yudakata spoke not in his usual neutral tone, but with something different. Do you know why the village always gives new genin their first C-rank mission where they must take a life? The 3 genin remained silent, listening. The village wants to ensure that the young kids who were having fun in the academy until now finally gain some maturity when they take a life. Killing is like a rite of passage for a shinobi. The moment you do it, you stop being just a student, you become an actual ninja who can serve the village. Yudakata continued, his tone calm. A shinobi will face many trials in their short life. If they overcome those trials, then maybe, just maybe, their short life will become a long one. For some, taking a life will be easy, Yudakata went on. For others, it will be the hardest thing they have ever done. But in the end, it doesn't matter whether it was hard or easy. Once a life is gone, it's gone. Nothing you do will change that. Ren exhaled softly, his mind replaying the moment his kunao sliced through the boys' throats, the warmth of their blood splattering onto his hands. He hadn't felt guilt. He hadn't felt hesitation. Should he have? Yudakata spoke again, his voice cutting through their thoughts. All you need to remember is this: you took a life because if you didn't, you would have been the one to die. That is the reality of being a shinobi. Then, in a quieter voice, Yudakata added, if you feel like you cannot continue taking lives, then leave the career of a shinobi. Or, become strong enough that you can subdue your opponents without needing to kill them. The 3 genin exchanged glances, but no one spoke. But unless you choose to walk away, Utakata concluded, all you can do is keep taking lives, until no one can take yours. As they continued moving through the trees, unseen by his students, Utakata slipped a small, worn-out diary into his chest pocket. He pressed it there for a brief moment before letting it go. The journey back to Konoha continued in silence. By the time the sun had set, Team 1 had already returned to Konoha. At the village gates, Utakata collected the mission stamp from the guard before turning to his students. I will go and submit the confirmation for the mission's completion. You all can go home. Tomorrow, we meet at Training Ground 1 at 8 a.m. Without waiting for a response, he flickered away, leaving the three genin standing there. Ren exchanged glances with Yujeo and Hitachi before saying, let's meet tomorrow. Bye. Then, with a flicker, he disappeared, heading home. When Ren entered his house, he saw Juaki already seated at the table, reading the note he had left behind. Hearing the door, Juaki glanced up and said, oh, I thought you'd be gone for at least a day or two. Ren shrugged. Yeah, I thought so too. That's why I left the note, but the mission was easy, so we finished it quickly. Juaki nodded. All right. Go take a bath, then we'll have dinner. Ren did as he was told, washing away the dirt and sweat from the mission before returning to the table. Dinner was already prepared, and as they ate, silence stretched between them. It wasn't an uncomfortable silence, just the usual quiet understanding between father and son. After a while, Ren finally broke it. Aren't you going to ask me anything? Instead of answering, Juaki countered, do you want to tell me anything? Ren fell silent again, contemplating his father's words as they continued eating. Eventually, he spoke. It was really easy, you know. I thought it would be harder, but it wasn't. And I didn't even feel anything. Was it wrong that I didn't feel anything? Juaki took a slow sip of water before answering, his voice calm but firm. It is easy, indeed. And it's not entirely right that you felt nothing. But it's not wrong either. He placed the glass down and looked at Ren. Just remember this, everything is fine as long as you don't turn into a bloodthirsty monster. But hell, even if you do, you'll still find me standing beside you. He gave a small laugh, standing up from the table and stretching as he walked toward the door. Before stepping outside, he added, no matter what you do, no matter how many lives you take in the future, even if people call you a monster or a demon, in the end, you will always be you. And nothing can change that. Then he stepped outside, leaving Ren alone. Ren sighed, thinking about his father's words and those Utakata had spoken earlier. He quietly cleaned the dishes before heading to his room, where he finally opened his system rewards. Congratulations! You have completed your first C rank mission. Rewards. 3 Jonin level points. Note, this reward is only given for first-time completion. Subsequent C rank mission rewards will be based on mission difficulty. Maximum reward, 5 system points. Ren closed the system after adding all 3 points to vitality, as usual. He had noticed a pattern when his vitality increased, the growth speed of his trainable physical stats also increased. Previously, his physical training had slowed down, but after adding points to vitality, he could push himself further again. Before long sleep claimed him. The next day, Team 1 gathered at Training Ground 1 as instructed. As usual, they arrived early, waiting for their sensei to appear. A moment later, Utakata flickered into view and, without preamble, handed each of them an envelope. These are your payments from yesterday's mission, he stated simply. A C rank mission typically rewarded anywhere between 30,000 to 100,000 ryo. The mission reward for their previous job had been 50,000 ryo, of which 40%, 20,000 ryo, went to Utakata, while the remaining 60% was split evenly among the 3 genin, leaving them with 10,000 ryo each. Ren took the envelope and stored it in his storage belt without much thought. Unlike some other genin, he didn't have many expenses. His kunao, shuriken, and ration pills were all provided by his father, so he hadn't even needed to buy them himself. In fact, he didn't even know their prices. He also didn't need to buy explosion tags or storage scrolls because his clones were constantly producing them. However, his materials were running low, so he would need to purchase more soon. He also considered selling some of the excess explosion tags and storage scrolls, especially the storage scrolls. He had more than enough, and keeping so many served no real purpose. His thoughts were interrupted when Utakata spoke again. From now on, we will complete 1 C rank mission every week, aside from any emergency missions that may be assigned to us. At this, the genin perked up slightly. It was a clear sign that they were now being considered capable enough for more frequent real-world missions. Seeing their reactions, Utakata added, yes, from now on, we will be available for emergency missions as well. That means you must always be prepared to move out at a moment's notice. The 3 genin nodded in understanding. This was exactly what they had been training for over the past month. They had known from the start that their team had been formed to be the first dispatch squad. Now that they were finally stepping into that role, they had no complaints. With everything settled, Team 1 resumed their rigorous training once more. By the time the sun was about to set, Team 1 had completed their training and finished their assigned D rank mission for the day. With nothing else left to do, Utakata dismissed them. As Ren was about to leave for the marketplace to see if he could sell some explosion tags and storage scrolls, Yujeo suddenly asked, "What are you guys doing now?" Ren responded casually, "I'm heading to the market." Hitachi, on the other hand, surprised them both by saying, "I'm going to play with my little sister." Both Ren and Yujao stopped in their tracks and turned to Hitachi in disbelief before asking in unison, "You have a sister?" Unfazed by their reaction, Hitachi simply nodded. Yes. Still trying to process the unexpected revelation, Yujao asked, "How old is she?" 4, he answered, his tone as calm and neutral as ever. There was a brief silence as Yujao and Ren exchanged glances, trying to reconcile the image of their quiet and reserved teammate with the idea of him playing with a 4-year-old. Hitachi just didn't seem like the type to have a younger sibling, let alone one he actively spent time with. Seeing that neither of them had any more questions, Hitachi nodded slightly and said, "Goodbye," before turning to leave. Even after he was gone, Yujao shook her head and muttered, "I really didn't expect him to have a sister." Ren chuckled. "Yeah, me neither. He doesn't really act like someone who has a little sister." Though he had known Hitachi since their first year at the academy, they had never really talked much, not even after becoming teammates. So in a way, Ren still felt like he didn't know him that well. This was just another reminder of that. The two walked together for a while before parting ways near the marketplace, Yujao heading home while Ren continued onward. The marketplace Ren visited this time was one specifically set up for shinobi, with most stores catering exclusively to ninja supplies. He walked through the area, observing various items for sale. A set of 6 kunao was being sold at a discounted price of 100 ryo. A pack of 10 shuriken was also going for 100 ryo. The individual prices weren't particularly high, but considering that shinobi used and lost these tools regularly, the costs added up over time. Most shinobi preferred to buy them on a mission-to-mission basis, ensuring they had enough without overspending. After all, quality weapons could mean the difference between life and death. After searching for a while, Ren finally found a shop specializing in Fujutsu items. Displayed on the shelves were various seals and scrolls, including explosion tags, storage scrolls, chakra draining seals, and paralysis seals, among others. Even though Ren hadn't attempted anything beyond explosion and storage seals yet, he was confident that with his Fujutsu talent, he could successfully create the others with some practice. As he approached, the shopkeeper, a middle-aged man with sharp eyes, greeted him with enthusiasm. "Hey, kid. Looking to buy some seals? We have everything you need, even the highest grade training seals. Whatever you're looking for, you'll find it here." Chapter 43, Young Master Sells Seals. Instead of answering the shopkeeper, Ren silently surveyed the seals displayed in the shop. His first thought was immediate. The explosion tags he made were definitely better than the ones being sold here, even the paper on which they were made seemed of a lower quality than the one he used while making them. Without much reaction, he asked, "How much for an explosion tag?" The shopkeeper's smile widened as he responded, "Oh, the explosion tag? Well, you look like a little genius, graduating so early, eh? So I'll give you one for 490 ryo, and if you buy 10, I'll round them up for 4,800. How about it?" Ren didn't respond. Instead, he picked up a storage scroll and asked again, "This one?" The shopkeeper's smile remained, as he replied, "That one's a fixed price of 3,000 ryo. No discounts on storage scrolls." Ren nodded as if considering it, then asked, "How much do you buy them for?" The moment those words left Ren's mouth, the shopkeeper's smile stiffened. However, after a brief pause, he still answered, "You want to sell seals?" Without waiting for Ren's reply, he continued, "Well, even if you did, I wouldn't be able to buy them. The village controls all Fujutsu trades. See this?" He pointed to a small inscription on the bottom left corner of the shop's sign, where it read Konoha Certified Dealer. The village buys the seals directly from the makers first, then distributes them to us certified dealers. Only after that can we sell Fujutsu items to the public. As part of this system, we aren't allowed to buy from independent sellers. Ren nodded thoughtfully, absorbing the information. Without another word, he turned and left the marketplace, heading home. If he had to sell his Fujutsu seals to the village anyway, then he might as well do it through his father, who worked under the Jonin commander. If he provided high-quality seals, it could even help his father secure a promotion on the job if he made some under-the-table deals. It was unlikely, but it's not like his father was working with someone too high up the ladder, right? If his father had high enough standing in the village, then Ren would also be able to run around without much problems. By the time Ren reached home, he headed straight for the bath. Sitting in the warm water, he opened his mastery panel and checked the 3 new masteries he had been developing over the past month. Chakra Enhancement Mastery, 40%, Basic. Fujutsu Mastery, 18%, Beginner. Yang Release Mastery, 15%, Beginner. His Chakra Enhancement Mastery had improved the fastest, likely because of his already advanced chakra control. Now he could enhance eyes, ears, and nose. The tongue was proving a little tricky because if he ate something with his tongue enhanced, the flavors become too strong, which breaks his focus. However, his Fujutsu mastery was progressing more slowly than expected. This was partly due to the distractions of working on his storage belt and developing enhanced explosion tags, which he hadn't even tested yet. Ren figured that once he started learning more advanced seals, his mastery would increase at a much faster rate. However, the real problem was his Yang Release mastery. Despite dedicating an entire clone to Yang Release training and having 9 clones working on Fujutsu, which required Yang Release, for almost a whole month, the mastery increase was still much slower than expected. Then again, this wasn't surprising. Even with 15% mastery, Ren had yet to gain any real understanding of yang release. It still felt like an abstract concept to him. The only thing he knew was that it had something to do with life energy. Well, yin and yang release were always considered the most complex in the Naruto world. Still, he had a plan. Once his mastery reached intermediate level, he would dump his saved-up mastery points into it for an instant boost. One possible way to increase his yang release mastery was by learning medical ninjutsu. However, this was incredibly difficult in Konoha. There was an entire system in place for med-nins. First, they had to complete compulsory medical education. Then, they had to intern at the Konoha hospital for a set period. Finally, only after receiving approval from a senior med-nin could they begin learning medical ninjutsu. The only way to skip this process was to become a personal apprentice to a senior medical ninja. Ren didn't want to go through Konoha's medical program, but he remembered something his sensei had said. Utakata had already mentioned that all three of them would be required to learn basic medical ninjutsu just because they were members of his team. However, he was adamant about training them all at the same time, so Ren would have to wait until Yujao and Hitachi reached his required level, which would be soon, since although their chakra control was enough for water walking, Utakata had higher requirements, so they also worked to improve their chakra control. Ren had a hunch that waiting for Utakata's personal training would be much better than going through Konoha's medical program. For now, he would just have to be patient. He wanted to read some medical books in the meantime, but he couldn't find the time to do so. After finishing his bath, Ren headed to the kitchen and began preparing dinner. Just as he was finishing up, Juaki returned home. He glanced at Ren cooking and casually remarked, "You should have waited, I would have cooked." Ren simply shrugged and replied, "Don't worry about it." Juaki hummed in response and headed to take a bath while Ren set the table. By the time dinner was ready, Juaki had returned, and they sat down to eat together. After dinner, Ren reached into his storage belt and pulled out a stack of explosion tags along with a storage scroll, handing them to his father. "I've been learning Funjutsu for a month and made these." Juaki, however, didn't even glance at the seals. Instead, his gaze immediately locked onto the storage belt. "Forget those," he said, pointing at the belt. "You made this." Ren grinned proudly and posed, showing off his belt. "Yeah, it was tough getting the space symbols to fit within the belt's area, but I managed." Before he could bask in his achievement any longer, Juaki bonked him on the head. "Stop grinning like an idiot." Rubbing his head, Ren pouted as Juaki continued, "You see this?" He pointed to the ninja tool pouch strapped to his leg. "This is also a storage bag, and it probably holds a lot more than your belt. So quit acting like you reinvented Funjutsu." Ren's excitement dimmed slightly, but Juaki's next words made up for it. "I was just surprised you could already make something like that." His father's casual acknowledgement meant more than any praise. "Utakata gave you a book." Ren nodded. "You're going to be busy with that for a while, but when you finish, let me know. I'll get you the second volume." Ren's eyebrows raised. "That's only the first volume." Juaki nodded. "Yeah, there are 3 in total. The second book alone can get you to the 3rd level." "3rd level?" Ren frowned. There wasn't anything like that in the book. Of course not. The book is written by someone who was obsessed with Funjutsu, so they wouldn't include something trivial like this. Juaki explained. Funjutsu users are divided into 6 levels. Most villages have many level 5 Funjutsu masters, however there are barely 15 level 6 Funjutsu masters in the entire shinobi world, and 5 of them belong to Konoha. Ren noticed the unmistakable pride in his father's tone, but Juaki didn't elaborate further. Instead, he glanced at the seals on the table. "So, did you want something, or were you just showing off?" Ren nodded. "Yeah, I learned that Funjutsu items can only be sold through the village. I figured I'd ask you to sell them. If they like the quality, maybe they'll even give you a promotion for having a great son." He grinned mischievously. Juaki coughed, rolling his eyes. "Don't worry about my promotion, brat. But rest assured, I'll sell them. Give me everything you've got." He patted his chest confidently with his single arm. Ren nodded and pulled out 4 more stacks of explosion tags along with 9 additional storage scrolls. In total, he had given Juaki 250 explosion tags and 10 storage scrolls. By Ren's estimation, considering the prices he saw at the shinobi market, this batch alone would be worth around 130,000 ryo. Juaki didn't even bat an eye as he stored them away, already used to handling such things. Ren then asked, "Can you get me more materials for making seals with the money you get from selling these?" "Don't worry about that," Juaki assured him. "Once you start officially dealing with the village, they'll provide you materials and deduct the cost from the price they buy at." He then asked, "Do you want the money now, or should I put it in the bank?" Ren thought about it for a moment. Konoha had banks, just like his previous world. He was surprised when he first learned about them, but it made sense. The banks were all village-backed, used only for storage and withdrawals, with minimal interest. With Hiruzen and Sarutobi overseeing the village's finances, Ren wasn't worried about corruption unless the old man himself was in on it, which was unlikely. "Yeah, just put it in the bank," he decided. "I have enough from missions to cover any expenses for now." Juaki nodded in approval, then stood up, stretching. "All right then. Get some sleep." Both father and son headed to their rooms for the night. As the morning sun rose over Konoha, the village slowly stirred to life. People began waking up, stepping out of their homes, and heading off to work. In the heart of the village, where the Hokage building stood tall, shinobi moved in and out with their usual urgency, carrying out their daily duties. At the topmost floor of the building, where the office of the Hokage was located, a man strode down the hallway. As he reached the doors leading into the office of Konoha's strongest shinobi, he slammed them open without hesitation. Chapter 44, There are benefits of having connections to the highest authority. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat behind his desk, speaking with a young shinobi whose silver hair and covered face made him resemble a scarecrow. Their conversation was interrupted by the loud slam of the door, but while the Hokage remained unfazed, the young shinobi immediately tensed, shifting into a defensive stance. Before he could react further, an arm suddenly slung around his shoulders, pulling him into a tight hold. A familiar voice followed, full of laughter and mischief. Kakashi, you brat? I told you to come see me, but you never do. How come, huh? Well, now that I've caught you, don't even think about running. Stay here till I'm done, and then we'll talk. The silver-haired boy, Kakashi Hatake, sighed in his usual deadpan tone. I was busy with missions, Juaki-san. Yeah, whatever. Juaki Takahashi waved him off, clearly not buying the excuse. With a grin, he pulled out a stack of explosion tags and thumped them against Kakashi's chest. Here, these were made by my son. Try them out when you're in the field, they're great, he boasted with a laugh. Hiruzen let out a weary sigh, shaking his head. You're starting to remind me of Tsuna more than your own sensei, Juaki. Juaki didn't miss a beat. Old man, you liked me just fine when I was young and acted like this, what happened now? Hiruzen's expression darkened slightly as he replied sternly, because you are not at an age where this behavior is appropriate anymore. You have a son now, Juaki. Why don't you try acting like a mature adult? Juaki, completely ignoring the Hokage's words, took a seat and casually bound Kakashi's legs with his own, effectively trapping him. He then pulled out the explosion tags and storage scrolls that Ren had given him, placing them on the desk with a smug grin. Look at these, my son made them? And get this, he even made a storage belt? You know how long it took him? Only a month, he laughed proudly. Hiruzen's frown deepened at Juaki's blatant disregard for his lecture, but after a moment, he let out a sigh and picked up the tags and scrolls, inspecting them carefully. The quality is quite good, and the compression of space in the storage seals is handled well. The Hokage nodded in approval before casting a glance at Juaki. It seems young Ren has real talent in this field, unlike you, who had explosion tags blowing up in your face even after a whole year of training. Juaki scowled while the Hokage let out a light chuckle before continuing. Does he want to sell them? Yeah, Juaki nodded. He went to the market and learned about the Fujutsu system. Looks like he ran out of materials and had too many seals stocked up, so he figured he'd sell them. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother with money. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully, then placed the seals aside. I'll have Shikaku handle it. Go talk to him. Juaki nodded as if he had expected that response and asked, Shikaku is handling the Fujutsu department too. Hiruzen sighed, rubbing his temple. Yes. I originally wanted Utakata to oversee it, but he's already too busy managing the medical department in place of both Kohara and Tsunade. Plus, with his team's duties as the first dispatch squad, I didn't want to add more to his plate. He then turned his gaze toward Kakashi, who was still held captive by Juaki's firm grip. Kakashi-kun, reach level 5 soon, and I'll have you take over the Fujutsu department. Kakashi, still trapped, simply nodded in resignation. After a while, Juaki finished his conversation with the Hokage, then dragged Kakashi out of the office, despite the younger shinobi's visible reluctance. Hiruzen watched them leave with a small smile, then turned to the Umbu standing quietly in the shadows. Deliver these to Shikaku, and inform him about young Ran, he instructed, gesturing to the seals and scrolls. Tell him to make the conditions lighter, after all, the boy won't have much time to focus on Fujutsu for now. The Umbu silently nodded before flickering away. Left alone in his office, Hiruzen turned to the large windows that overlooked the village. With a soft sigh, he gazed at the bustling streets below and murmured, The future looks promising, Sensei, am I doing a good job handling the village? While this was happening, Ren was with his team. Team 1 had just finished their teamwork training and was now sitting in a half-circle on the grass, catching their breath. Utakata stood in front of them, arms crossed, and announced, You are dismissed for today. I have an urgent task from the village. Treat this as a free day. We will continue tomorrow at 8 a.m. With that, he flickered away, leaving the three genin exchanging glances. This was the first time in a month since their team's formation that Utakata had given them a day off. Seeing an opportunity, Ran suggested, Want to get some dango? Since they had free time and had just finished training, eating was naturally the best next step. Yujao and Hitachi agreed without hesitation, and the three of them made their way to the dango shop. At the dango shop, due to it being midday, the shop wasn't too crowded. The three genin sat at one of the outdoor tables, enjoying their dango in comfortable silence until suddenly, the peace was shattered by a loud shout. Hey, Speedo! Ren's lips twitched in irritation as he recognized the voice. He lifted his gaze to see Eiji Nakamura, his friend and former academy seatmate, charging toward him, waving enthusiastically. Behind Eiji, two other figures followed Shin Sarutobi and Akimi Hayaga, his teammates from Team 2. At the sight of them, Yujao turned toward Ren with a slight smile. Your friend is waving at you, she remarked. Shouldn't you respond? Ren ignored both Eiji and Yujao, casually continuing to eat his dango. Eiji, completely unfazed by Ren's indifference, appeared in front of them in an instant, dragging his two teammates along. Oh man, it's been a month since we saw each other, he said, grinning, before casually swiping a dango stick from Ren's plate. Ren scowled, glaring at him. I see you're still a thief. He said this but made no move to take back the dango. Yep, proudly, Eiji shot back with a wide grin, completely unapologetic. Yujao chuckled, while Hitachi simply adjusted his sunglasses and continued eating. Hey guys, long time no see, Eiji greeted them all, including Yujao and Hitachi. Since all 6 of them had been in the same class at the academy, there was a natural sense of familiarity, and they returned the greeting. Team 2 ordered their own dango and sat down at the table opposite Team 1. The first to speak was Shin Sarutobi, who let out a sigh and looked at Ren. How did you deal with him being so talkative? He asked, nodding toward Eiji. Akemi also added, and very loud too. Ren chuckled, just treat it like background noise, it helps improve your focus. Shin and Akemi nodded gravely, as if he had just imparted great wisdom, while Eiji let out a disgruntled hey, only to be completely ignored. After finishing a skewer, Yujao leaned forward and asked, how many missions have you guys completed? Eiji's shoulders slumped, and his grin faded. Just D-rank missions, he admitted. Our sensei says we aren't ready for a C-rank yet, so we mostly train all day. We got a day off today because of some urgent task. Yujao's eyes narrowed slightly. Your sensei dismissed you for the day? Udakata sensei did the same thing. This time, Akemi spoke up. Then it must be because of the performance review meeting. Ren glanced at her as she continued. It's a meeting they hold after a month of team formation. My father said it's done to evaluate the progress of each team. If any team is performing poorly, the village decides how to handle it, whether to offer additional training, reassign members, or, in the worst case, dissolve the team. Ren noticed that Akemi wore her headband on her neck, prominently displaying her forehead, a clear indication that she was from the main branch of the Hyuga clan. Hitachi confirmed her words. Yes, I remember my father mentioning it too. Now, both teams understood the reason behind their sudden day off. However, none of the 6 were worried. Their performance had been strong, and they knew they had nothing to fear. As the 6 of them continued eating, their conversation flowed naturally, though most of the talking was initiated by Eiji and Shin. Ren, Yujao, Hitachi, and Akemi were generally the quiet type, with Hitachi being the most silent of all. They only spoke when asked something, listening more than they contributed. As they were finishing their food, Eiji suddenly turned to Ren with a familiar grin and asked, Hey, you wanna have a spar? Ren glanced at Eiji's level 31. He compared it to his own level 43. There would be no challenge at all, but since Eiji always challenged him whenever possible, he decided to accept anyway. Sure, Ren said with a slight nod. At the same time, he noted something interesting. Yujao, Hitachi, and Eiji all had the same level 31. Meanwhile, Akemi was at level 25, and Shin was at level 22, making him the weakest of the 6. Ren turned to Yujao and Hitachi and asked, You guys wanna come with us? Hitachi nodded silently, agreeing to come along, but Yujao shook her head. No, she said. My mother wanted my help with some work, but I couldn't because of training. Since I'm free now, I might as well go. Ren nodded in understanding and didn't press further. He then turned to Eiji, who was speaking with his teammates. Both Akemi and Shin shook their heads, choosing not to join. With that settled, the 3 who weren't coming, Yujao, Akemi, and Shin left first, heading in their own directions. Just as Ren, Eiji, and Hitachi were about to leave, a boy with black hair and onyx eyes entered Ren's field of vision. Chapter 45, Ballbreaker/Enemy of the Non-Existent Uchiha's Future Bonus. Itaki Uchiha was on his way to his favorite dango shop, looking forward to enjoying his favorite snack, when he noticed 3 familiar figures standing outside the shop. Recognizing them as his former academy classmates, he did what any polite boy would do and greeted them. Ren-san, Eiji-san, Hitachi-san. Ren turned to him and responded casually, Hey, Itaki. Eiji, as energetic as always, grinned and waved. Hitachi, in his usual quiet manner, simply acknowledged him with a hmm. Ren glanced at Itaki and asked, Is it your day off too? Itaki shook his head. No, our team doesn't have a fixed schedule. We only gather when there's a mission, so we're free to do what we want. Ren had a feeling that Itake was being somewhat excluded from his team. He had seen the scene in the anime where Itake was being hated by his team leader for being stronger than him, so there might be some tensions between the team, but he chose not to comment on it. Instead, he extended an invitation. You want to come with us? We were going to spar. Ren glanced at level 49 on top of Itake and thought, he is just a step away from Jonin level. However, Ren didn't believe the level completely. After all, his own level was level 43, which was due to his lowest stat being 43. So it is to be noted that Itake's lowest stat, whichever it might be, was 49, so his other stats would be all in Jonin level. He looked at Eiji and Hitachi to check if they had any objections. Seeing none, he continued, It's been more than a year since we last fought. It'll be good. Itake seemed conflicted, his gaze shifting between Ren and the dango shop. Ren noticed this and said, Why don't you eat first? We already had our fill. You can meet us at training ground 1 when you're done. Itake sighed in relief and gave a small nod. Okay, I'll meet you there soon. With that, Ren, Eiji, and Hitachi left for training ground 1. On the way to the training ground, Ren checked his stats. Name, Ren Takahashi. Level, 43. Health points, HP, VIT *100, 5800/5800. Chakra points, CP, Cha *100, 5600/5600. Attributes. Strength, 43, 41 plus 2. Agility, 52, 49 plus 3. Intelligence, 52, 50 plus 2. Vitality, 58, 54 plus 3 plus 1. Chakra, 56, 54 plus 1 plus 1. Available points 0. Talents. Improved chakra control. Enhanced reflexes. Genjutsu resistance, A rank. Fuinjutsu, major talent. Mastery panel. Chakra control, 79%, advanced. Fast fist taijutsu, 85%, advanced. Shurikenjutsu, 88%, advanced. Shadow clone mastery, 80%, advanced. Wind style mastery, 76%, advanced. Earth style mastery, 73%, intermediate. Chakra enhancement mastery, 40%, basic. Fuinjutsu mastery, 18%, beginner. Yang release mastery, 15%, beginner. Mastery points. 3 intermediate level points. 3 advanced level point. Ninja panel. Ninjutsu, 54/100. Taijutsu, 49/100. Genjutsu, 13/100. Fuinjutsu, 18/100. Because he added points to vitality whenever he got them, and since he was also growing as time passes, his vitality was his highest stat. This also helped him in continuously increase high strength and agility. He also noted that the Fuinjutsu in the ninja panel represented his Fuinjutsu mastery, so the other 3 should also be the same. It was however regrettable that he couldn't increase the items in ninja panel with points, but even if could, he didn't have any points to spare, so he would make do like this. Overall he was satisfied with how his power was increasing. He wasn't in a rush to increase his level like a madman, since there wasn't any life-threatening event right now, and he was pretty sure that by the time major events occur his strength would be enough to survive them. With that he closed the system and rushed, not knowing the kind of flag he raised by thinking he didn't need to rush for power. Since it was an exclusive training ground assigned to Team 1, no other teams were allowed to train there without prior approval. As expected, the ground was empty. Upon arrival, AG turned to Ren and asked, "So, how do we do this? You want to fight Itaki, right?" Ren nodded. AG shrugged. "I don't have any particular interest in fighting him. What about you?" he asked, turning to Hitachi. Hitachi also shook his head. "There isn't much difference between Itaki and Ren, and I can spar with Ren anytime I want." Ren thought for a moment before suggesting, "All right, then. First, I'll fight AG. Then, I'll go against Itaki. Lastly, you two can fight each other." Both of them nodded in agreement. Hitachi moved away to observe while Ren and AG stepped into the training area, standing opposite each other. Ren picked up a small rock and held it up. "Everything goes, right?" AG cracked his knuckles and nodded. "Yep." Ren tossed the rock into the air. As soon as the rock hit the ground, AG exploded forward, charging straight at Ren. His fist came flying, aimed directly at Ren's face, but Ren tilted his head slightly, letting the punch pass right by. Without missing a beat, AG swung his other fist, trying to catch Ren on the recoil. This time, Ren simply raised his arm and deflected the strike with ease, his feet barely shifting from their position. AG gritted his teeth and pressed forward, throwing a rapid barrage of punches and kicks, but every attack was either dodged, blocked, or redirected effortlessly. Ren's movements were smooth, precise, almost lazy, as if he were merely brushing aside an annoying insect. Annoyed by Ren's lack of reaction, AG increased his speed, trying to catch him off guard. He feinted with a right hook before twisting his body into a powerful spinning kick, aiming for Ren's ribs. Ren finally moved. Just as AG's kick was about to connect, Ren leaned back slightly, dodging it by mere inches. His left hand shot up, gripping AG's ankle mid-spin before casually shoving him away. AG stumbled back, his frustration growing. "You're still too slow," Ren remarked with a slight smirk. AG let out a small huff, but instead of backing down, he charged in again. As their hand-to-hand battle continued, AG suddenly formed 2 hand seals in the middle of a punch, catching Ren by surprise. Fire style, fireball jutsu? A massive fireball erupted from AG's mouth, roaring toward Ren with intense heat. But even before the flames could fully form, Ren was already gone. In the next instant, AG felt a chill run down his spine. A hand gently touched the back of his neck. Ren was standing behind him, completely unscathed, his palm hovering just inches from delivering a decisive blow. The fight was over. AG let out a deep breath, shaking his head. "Oh man, I lost before I could even use everything I had." Ren shrugged. "Then you should improve. You can't expect your enemy to wait until you've used all your strength while he just sits there like a duck. If you had other things like explosion tags or barbed wires, I'd be forced to move more frequently, giving you more chances to attack. Of course, I'd counterattack, but if you create more openings, you might land an unexpected strike that could change the flow of the fight." AG nodded, taking Ren's words to heart. Without another word, Ren reached into his storage belt and tossed a stack of explosion tags at AG. "Here, keep these. I made them." AG caught the tags, glanced at them briefly, then pocketed them without hesitation. He knew his financial situation well. There was no way he could afford this many tags on his own. There was no point in pretending otherwise. Ren smiled slightly, satisfied. He had expected AG to try and refuse, but if he had, Ren would have forced him to take them anyway. He didn't offer the tags to Yujao or Hitachi because they had family and clan support, but Eiji wasn't as fortunate. Ren didn't mind helping him out since he was a friend. By the time the fight had ended, Itake had already arrived and was quietly waiting on the sidelines. Eiji stepped out of the makeshift arena as Ren turned to Itake and called out, "You ready?" Itake nodded. He knew Ren wouldn't be tired from fighting Eiji after all, he wouldn't be either. Without any further words, Itake flickered into the ring. "Everything goes?" he asked. Ren nodded, picked up another rock, and tossed it into the air. As soon as the rock touched the ground, Ren and Itake blurred forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. Their fists and feet clashed at high speed, the sound of impact ringing through the training ground. They moved like shadows, each attack countered with precise efficiency. Ren was faster, just slightly, but Itake compensated with impeccable timing and fluid counters. Realizing the fight wasn't going in his favor, Itake shifted his strategy. Instead of focusing on speed, he started putting more power behind his strikes. Each punch carried more force, forcing Ren to meet his blows directly. However, even with the increased power, Ren kept up without much trouble. His enhanced reflexes allowed him to weave through the attacks, barely slipping out of harm's way each time. Then, an opening came. Ren closed the distance, stepping into Itake's guard and striking his stomach with a clean, powerful punch. Clang! A sharp metallic sound echoed as Itake blocked Ren's follow-up at the last second. Ren's claws had emerged mid-strike, about to pierce through Itake's gut, but the Uchiha's kunao intercepted them just in time. Their eyes met, both registering the near hit before they instinctively jumped back, creating a short distance between them. A tense pause and then they rushed at each other again. This time, Ren was even faster, his movements sharper, more precise. Itake, in turn, hit even harder, his blows carrying enough force to shatter bones if they connected cleanly. The two engaged at extreme proximity, their movements so tightly packed that dodging became almost impossible. Ren relied on his reflexes, narrowly avoiding each hit, but Itake wasn't as fortunate. Small, thin cuts appeared on his arms and torso where he failed to completely evade Ren's claws. He gritted his teeth, his dark eyes narrowing in concentration. Then, as if frustrated by Ren's speed, Itake suddenly launched a punch with everything he had. For the first time in the fight, Ren felt genuine danger. The punch was strong, too strong. Instead of dodging sideways, Ren made a split-second decision. Channeling a high amount of chakra to his legs, he fixed himself to the ground, bending his upper body backward. The punch missed barely. It whistled past his nose, the sheer force creating a gust of wind that blew his hair back. But Ren had already countered. His body twisted sideways, his upper body snapping back into place. With all the force he could muster, he launched a punch straight towards Itake's balls. Chapter 46, title removed due to inappropriateness of the words used by the author. Any title I could have used for this chapter would definitely be inappropriate. Itake reacted instantly. Just as Ren's punch was about to land in the most unfortunate place possible, Itake's hand shot down, forcefully pushing Ren's fist toward the ground. Boom! The impact cracked the earth beneath them, small pieces of stone and dirt flying up from the sheer force. Ren straightened, flexing his fingers as he stood up, while Itake took a step back, his gaze flickering between the damaged ground and Ren. For a brief moment, Ren was sure he saw a flash of red in Itake's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. He was disappointed that he couldn't force Itake to awaken his Sharingan but let go. Ren cleared his throat, breaking the tense silence. "Well, I guess that's enough for today, right?" Itake nodded, his expression unreadable. With that, Eiji and Hitachi stepped forward for their match. By now, Eiji had mostly recovered from his earlier fight with Ren, so he was ready to go up against Hitachi without much issue. The two of them shared similar strengths, and even their affinities were the same. Both were fire-style users. However, Hitachi had an additional edge with his insects. Even though his bugs weren't particularly combat-oriented yet, they still proved to be a crucial distraction. Eiji did his best to counter them, but the moment he hesitated for just a second to deal with a swarm heading for his back, Hitachi capitalized on the opening and took the win. Eiji groaned as he sat up. "Man, your bugs are so annoying. They're like that stupid wind clone of his," he muttered, pointing at Ren. Ren recalled how his wind clone had frustrated Eiji in past fights. Hitachi merely adjusted his glasses, offering no response. Since they were done for the day, the four of them left the training ground together. As they walked through the village, Itake was the first to separate, heading toward the Uchiha compound, which had been relocated to the village's edge after the Ninetails incident. A little further ahead, Eiji peeled off as well, heading to the village-provided apartments. That left Ren and Hitachi walking side by side. When they reached the Abarame compound, Hitachi suddenly invited him inside. Ren was about to consider it until he heard strange buzzing sounds coming from within. He had no idea what was happening inside, but he was definitely not curious enough to find out. Maybe another time, Ren said, waving Hitachi off. Hitachi simply nodded and entered the compound without another word. Now alone, Ren wandered aimlessly through the village. For the first time in a while, he had nothing to do. No team activities, no motivation for training, and nothing urgent to occupy his time. For once, he actually felt bored. Since he didn't have anything else to do, Ren pulled out his Fujutsu book and began flipping through the symbols as he walked through the village streets. He was already familiar with the basic ones, so he decided to study the more advanced, branched-out symbols. One symbol caught his eye, the spin symbol, which could make objects rotate. Then, there were 3 symbols that had similar functions but varied in intensity. Sip, which took the lowest amount of chakra. Suck, which absorbed more chakra than sip, and drain, which emptied the target completely. These were commonly used in chakra suction seals, especially for suppressing prisoners. Ren stared at suction symbols in the book and stopped in the middle of the road. He turned around and immediately headed home. As soon as he arrived home, he went straight to the basement, grabbed some Fujutsu papers and ink from one of his clones without saying a word, and sat down to work. He carefully drew the drain symbol on a Fujutsu paper, placed it on the ground, and then fired an E-rank air bullet at it. Nothing happened. The jutsu dissipated without any reaction from the seal. Frowning, Ren tried the sip and suck symbols next. Still, nothing. Flipping through the book once again, his gaze landed on the spin symbol. His eyes widened as a realization struck him. Without hesitation, he grabbed another sheet and carefully inscribed the spin symbol. This time, when he fired another air bullet at it, the jutsu reacted. It spun slightly before dissipating. Ren burst into laughter. This can work. Excited, he pulled out an empty Fujutsu scroll and began working on a new seal. He drew 2 spin symbols at the center of the scroll. Then, he extended a sip symbol from the end of each spin symbol. At the farthest end, he placed a large suck symbol, and at last, to stabilize the seal, he inscribed several hold symbols around the sip symbols. Once he was done, he placed the scroll on the floor and fired another air bullet at the center. This time, as soon as the jutsu hit the scroll, it began spinning violently. The sip symbols activated first, siphoning a small amount of chakra, and then the suck symbol at the end pulled in all the remaining chakra, completely absorbing the jutsu, and then a little chakra dissipated from the suck symbol, which was its function, to suck the chakra and release it back. Ren let out a hearty laugh. It actually worked. When he saw the suction symbols in the book, he remembered the confrontation between Jiraiya and Itachi, where Jiraiya had sealed away the Amaterasu attack by Itachi. If he remembered right, that was a fire sealing scroll which could seal away the fire style jutsus. So if the idea he had worked, which it did, then could suck the chakra from the jutsu and dissipate it. However, there was a problem that the suction symbols could not directly interact with chakra. It needed some medium through which it could interact with chakra, and this was done by the spin symbol. The spin symbol could interact with the chakra flow of the jutsu first. So, by creating a vortex-like effect using the spin symbols, the sip symbols would slowly siphon the chakra, and the suck symbol would pull in the rest, sealing it completely. However, he quickly realized the flaws in his design. The scroll had to be positioned perfectly so that the jutsu always hit the spin symbol first, which wasn't practical in battle. The seal's effectiveness was limited to lower-level jutsu. It wouldn't work on a high-powered technique yet. Even now, as he checked the scroll, the sip symbols looked off, which means that chakra had not stabilized properly inside the seal even with so many hold symbols. Lastly, drawing the seal required extreme concentration. If his control over yin chakra slipped even slightly, the entire scroll would be ruined. Even so, he was satisfied. When he first had the idea, he couldn't focus on anything else. If the seal had failed, he would have been extremely disappointed. But now, looking at the successfully drawn scroll, he was genuinely excited. Ren looked up from the scroll and opened his mastery panel, only to be greeted by an unexpected system notification. Int +2. Int, 53. His eyes flickered to his Fujutsu mastery level, and what he saw left him stunned. Fujutsu mastery, 18%, beginner, rightward arrow 28%, basic. A whole 10% increase in one go. This was the biggest boost he had ever seen for any mastery skill. Not to mention, he had also gained 2 points in intelligence. Ren glanced back at the scroll, realizing something important. Creating new seals from scratch without instructions increases my mastery much more than simply practicing the existing ones from the book. It made sense now. Fujutsu wasn't just about rote memorization or copy-pasting symbols. It required imagination, applied thinking, and the ability to create solutions on the spot. If I want to master Fujutsu faster, I need to experiment more, not just follow a book like a government employee. He also thought about the Fujutsu talent he had received from the system. It's much better than I originally thought. If I didn't have it, there's no way I would have succeeded in creating a working seal on my first try. With this in mind, Ren dispelled all his Fujutsu clones and recreated them, this time assigning them a new task to refine and improve the suction seal. As for himself, he picked up a blank scroll and a brush and got back to work. After all, this was way more productive than wandering around the village out of boredom. Chapter 47, Face Slapping's a Bitch Tamed by Some Son of a Bitch. Long chapters for the missions so that it doesn't get too stretched. Read the note at the end. It's important. As soon as Team 1 reached the gates, Utakata walked straight toward the gate guard, who had an eagle perched on his shoulder and was reading a message. The guard finished reading, handed the note to Utakata, and pulled out what looked like a mission deployment form. Utakata skimmed through the note quickly, handed it back, and then signaled his team to follow him out of the gate. Without a word, Team 1 rushed into the forest, moving eastward. As they traveled, Utakata finally spoke, his voice steady and neutral. Team Akira, led by Jonin Akira Hyaga, was deployed for border patrol near the sea, close to the land of waves. They had just made contact with the border patrol team when they had a brief skirmish with disguised enemy shinobi. However, the enemy retreated before the fight could escalate. Jonin Akira, a Hyuga Jonin, could have easily chased them and determined the enemy location. However, there was a chance that it was just a decoy unit planted to lure the two teams to the location where they had their allies, so they chose to prioritize retreating and relaying information to the village first. It is highly likely that the enemy shinobi were from the Hidden Cloud village. Our job is to establish contact with the two teams and then do a recon and eliminate the enemy is possible, otherwise retreat. The first dispatch squad have to rush towards any emergencies during a mission for any mission below S rank above, which falls under the Umbu job profile. This would be treated as an A rank mission. I have said before that we would do missions below A rank, however I deem you ready for this mission, which is why we are going to the location. He finished everything in one go, giving them answers to any questions they might have, and the team pressed forward. Ren, who had pulled out a map of the elemental nations, examined the layout and asked, "Why Cloud? Wouldn't the Mist Village be a more likely suspect? They're much closer, and their shinobi are better suited for water-based operations. The Cloud shinobi would have had to travel a much greater distance over the sea." Utakata responded without missing a beat. The Mist Village has locked its borders. No shinobi have been seen leaving the water country for some time now. He paused before continuing. Ever since the Ninetails incident, the Cloud has been aggressively probing Konoha's defenses, looking for weaknesses. They've tried multiple infiltration routes already, but this is the first time they're coming in from the east. Even though we are almost certain it's Cloud behind this, there is still a small chance it could be the Mist. Ren nodded as he processed the information, his mind working rapidly. There's still a year left before the Cloud sends a team under the guise of a peace treaty to kidnap Hinata. This must just be another reconnaissance attempt. But they wouldn't be foolish enough to think Konoha wouldn't react, especially when this is the last untested infiltration route. It's likely that both Konoha and Cloud have their own hidden agendas in play. I need to be careful not to get caught up in the schemes of those old men on either side. Team 1 continued their rapid travel through the dense forests, maintaining a steady pace until nightfall. When the sky turned dark, they finally stopped to rest in a dense forest area, where the thick canopy provided a natural cover. Utakata gave a quick order, "Eat a ration pill and rest. I'll take watch duty. We move again in 2 hours." The three genins immediately took out their ration pills and consumed them without complaint. Then, securing their sleeping bags to the tree branches, they entered a half-sleep state light enough that they could wake up instantly if necessary. 2 hours passed in silence before Utakata's voice called out, "Wake up." At the sound of his command, the three genins' eyes snapped open, and within a minute, they had already sorted their supplies and were back on the move. They didn't stop until morning. As the sun began rising, Utakata pulled out a small piece of cloth and handed it to Hitachi. "This has chakra residue from Jonin Akira." Hitachi took it, and his Kakaichu immediately swarmed over the fabric. A moment later, he released them, closing his eyes for a few seconds as they spread out into the forest. "I found a trail," Hitachi confirmed, turning toward the east and leading the way. The team moved swiftly through the trees, following the trail until they neared a clearing with 2 visible camps. When they were about 100 meters away, 2 sharp whooshing sounds broke the silence, and suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of them. Reacting instantly, Ren and Yujeo moved into position to protect their healer, Utakata, and censor, Hitachi, as they had trained to do in combat formations. However, before they could engage, Utakata's voice cut through the tension. "Stop." The 2 figures remained on guard as they faced Team 1. One was wearing a Konoha Jonin uniform, and the other was dressed in traditional robes. Utakata stepped forward, reaching into his vest and pulling out the mission deployment form he had received before leaving the village. Passing a small amount of chakra through it, the paper turned a faint green color. Without a word, he handed the form to the Jonin in the traditional clothing, a man with his Byakugan activated. He wore his headband on his head, which means there is 90% chance that he belongs to the branch family. The Hyuga Jonin scanned the document carefully, confirming its authenticity, before nodding toward the man in the Konoha Jonin uniform beside him. The two then relaxed their stances. The Konoha Jonin spoke first. "I am Izumo Nara, Border Patrol Officer." He then gave a short whistle, and 3 shadows flickered into place behind him. "These are my team members Sho Inizuka, Inko Yamanaka, and Koichi Abarame." A young boy, a girl, and another boy stepped forward, saluting Utakata. Utakata gave a brief nod in response before gesturing toward his own team. "My students, Ren Takahashi, Yujeo Uzuki, and Hitachi Abarame." Finally, the Hyuga Jonin spoke, his expression calm and composed. "Haruto Sarutobi, Sora Yudiden, and Aoimito Kato." Now, at the border patrol site, the assembled Konoha force consisted of 3 Jonin, 6 Chunin, and 3 Genin. Utakata glanced at the 2 Jonin and asked, "Any injuries?" Both men shook their heads. "Good," Utakata responded. "Then my team will rest for 2 hours before we start the operation." The 2 Jonin nodded in agreement, and with that, Team 1 set up a small tent, where the 3 Genin immediately lay down to sleep. Meanwhile, Utakata disappeared into the trees. 2 hours later, they were awakened by Utakata. For a shinobi, even a short power nap was enough to regain peak combat readiness, so they quickly got up and stretched. As they stepped out of the tent, Ren took the opportunity to observe the other 2 teams. The Hyuga-led team had members from the Sarutobi clan and 2 minor clans, the Yudiden and Mitokato clans, which belonged to the elders of the village. The clan status is divided in 3 categories in Konoha, which are ordinary, minor, and great clans. The level of Utadan and Mitokata clans barely reached ordinary clan level, however due to the positions of their leaders they were granted the status of a minor clan. Ren suspected they were placed together as part of some political arrangement by the oldies in the Hokage office. Meanwhile, the border patrol team was built for recon and support, with Nara, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Aberame members filling strategic roles. The border patrol units had two teams. One like the ones they were interacting with and the other was a combat-focused team. However, once a war ended it was compulsory that the combat unit was not within 20 km of the border. However, nearly every village had a way to circumvent this rule, so it wasn't really important. It is likely that the combat team for this unit has different orders, which is why they were not present here. Despite their serious mission, the entire camp atmosphere was unusually relaxed, as if they were on a casual training drill. It was a psychological tactic for making the enemy feel uneasy, as if they were the ones forced to hide, not the other way around. Which was true in this scenario since the Cloud team was trying to infiltrate, so they do have to hide. As Ren, Yujeo, and Hitachi emerged from their tent, a few Chunin cast brief glances in their direction before turning away, saying nothing. Yujeo noticed this right away, sounded slightly excited as she muttered, "Whoa, are they ignoring us on purpose? Trying to make an example of us just because we're younger than them?" Ren raised an eyebrow. "You sound excited about that. Shouldn't you be annoyed?" Yujeo shrugged. "Well, I've read stories where older ninja look down on the younger ones, only to get their faces slapped when the younger ninja turn out to be way stronger than expected and they understand they have offended Mount Tai. I don't understand some words like Mount Tai, but I think I understand the meaning." Her eyes gleamed with anticipation as she cast another glance at the Chunin before looking back at Ren. Ren instantly felt a headache coming on. "What?" Yujeo huffed. "You wouldn't understand. Fang Yuan." Ren's entire mind went blank for a second. Who the hell is Fang Yuan? His expression darkened as he thought, is someone spreading those ridiculous novels in this world too? No, I have to stop that cancer from spreading. Shaking his head, he ignored Yujeo's antics and turned to Hitachi. "Let's go talk to the Chunin," he said, striding toward them with Yujeo and Hitachi following behind. As Team 1 approached the Chunin group, the conversation among them quieted slightly, and a few heads turned toward the approaching genin. Ren looked at their levels, 3 of them were in the 30s range, 2 in the 40s and the highest one had was level 51, which was Sho Inuzuka, who also looked the oldest among the Chunins. Since Ren had already taken the lead, he spoke first. "Excuse us," he began, his tone neutral and direct. "We wanted to ask about your confrontation with the enemy yesterday. Any details you can share would help us prepare." The Chunin exchanged glances, and a blonde-haired girl, Inko Yamanaka, LV 43, was the first to respond. "You're the first dispatch team, right?" Ren nodded. "Yes." A black-haired Chunin with a small mark on his left cheek and a Konoha headband tied around his arm, Sho Inuzuka, LV 51, crossed his arms. "It wasn't much of a fight. It lasted less than a minute, and we didn't suffer any injuries. The problem is, we don't know what they were after." Hitachi adjusted his glasses slightly. "They retreated that fast?" Sho nodded. "Yeah. We spotted them in the middle of the night, but as soon as we engaged, they vanished into the trees. We managed to get a few hits in, but they didn't seem interested in fighting. They might have just been scouts," Yujeo suggested. "That's what we thought too." Another Chunin, Koichi Aberame, LV 45, spoke up, his tone calm. "But if that were the case, why risk detection by engaging us in the first place? They could have avoided us entirely and observed from a distance. Instead, they made contact, fought for a few seconds, then disappeared." Ren frowned slightly. "Testing our reaction time." Sho rubbed his chin in thought. "Maybe. But they didn't fight long enough to gather much information. It's like they wanted us to know they were there." The group fell into brief silence before one of the Chunin from the Hyega-led squad, Haruto Sarutobi, LV 39, spoke up. "They left behind a few weapons when they retreated. Nothing special, just standard kunao and shuriken, but all of them were from Konoha." Yujeo's eyebrows furrowed. "So, they're trying to frame us? Or throw off any investigation into their origins?" Koichi adjusted his glasses. "That's the most logical conclusion. If we only relied on the weapons they left behind, we might assume they were rogue Konoha shinobi. But based on their movements and tactics, they were definitely not trained in Konoha's style." Ren exhaled, absorbing the information. "So, a group of enemy ninja deliberately revealed themselves, engaged for only a moment, left behind Konoha weapons, and then disappeared before they could be properly identified." He glanced around. "That sounds more like a distraction than a serious infiltration." Sho nodded. "That's what we're thinking too. They wanted to divert our attention to something meaningless while their real objective was elsewhere. The question is what?" Hitachi suddenly spoke up. "It could be a multi-step operation. They make contact, plant fake evidence, then observe how Konoha reacts. If they're patient enough, they might be using this to plan a much larger operation in the future." A few of the Chunin nodded at that reasoning. Inko sighed. "Great. So now we're stuck trying to figure out if this was just a random scouting attempt or something much bigger." Ren folded his arms, glancing at Yujeo and Hitachi before speaking again. "Either way, we'll know soon. If they wanted a reaction, they're going to be watching us. Which means they're still out there somewhere." Sho gave a dog-like smile. "That's what we're hoping for," and a woof was heard from his behind where a dog was hanging on his back. Yujeo gave an eager grin. "Then let's not disappoint them. The conversation ended without any problems, like someone insulting Team 1 for being young. The first dispatch squad has the right to obtain any information necessary from the ninjas involved for most understanding, and the other party could not refuse. A/N I noticed that some, probably all, don't like AG. However, I can only tell you guys to wait a little longer to make that decision, because what I have planned for him is very very important for Ren's peaceful future. Also, another important thing, this is fan fiction. A fan version of a fiction, so I have to introduce characters that were not in the canon to expand the lore for my protagonist. So even if AG, age 10, looks like a genius, he wouldn't compare the likes of Itaka/Kakashi/Minato, but at the very least I have to make a character that could handle what his future holds. So I can only say that if you cannot enjoy the character before I even have the chance to expand them, do not hate them. However, if you guys don't like this type of writing style, you are free to drop the FIC because you do not pay for it, so it is not compulsory that you waste your time. I thank you for reading till here, but you can drop it if you don't like it. The above rant does not mean that I can't handle criticism, but if you repeat the same thing even though I've explained it already, then as Ren had said, looks like it's a you problem, because I don't plan to stop writing anytime soon. Chapter 48, Old people get angry when you question them, so do it. As the teams prepared for the upcoming battle, Jonin Izumo gathered everyone and began explaining the situation. We have confirmation that the enemies we will be facing belong to the Cloud Village, he announced, holding up a piece of paper, likely a report from the village. There are 4 enemy teams, meaning we'll be up against 4 Jonin and 12 Chunin. He paused for a moment before continuing, Jonin Akira, Jonin Utakada, and I will each take on one of the Jonin. The 4th Jonin will be handled by Chunin Sho. The rest of the Chunin will be split among the remaining forces, including you Genin. He glanced at Team 1. There were no complaints or concerns. Everyone nodded in understanding. The Chunin would be facing their own rank, while the Genin of Team 1, all geniuses, would be fighting above their level, a role they had been trained for since their selection. Seeing no objections, Izumo continued, the sensors will first determine the enemy's exact location. If the terrain is favorable, we will go for a direct assault. If not, we will eliminate them one by one before they realize what's happening. The Hyuga Jonin motioned for the sensors to move, and Sho, Koichi and Hitachi followed him into the forest. As the rest of the squad waited, Utakada approached Ren and Yujeo. Neither of you has faced enemy shinobi in direct combat yet, he said, his usual neutral tone softer than usual, but I know your abilities are more than sufficient to deal with Chunin-level opponents. That said, be careful. A shinobi's strength isn't just in their jutsu or physical ability, it's in their mind. Never assume you know what your enemy will do. Both Ren and Yujeo nodded. Utakada then turned his attention to Ren. During the battle, keep an eye on Chunin Sho's fight. Step in if necessary. Ren simply nodded in response. He understood why. While Yujeo would be facing Chunin opponents like the others, Ren had been asked to monitor Sho's battle because he was capable of handling a Jonin if needed. Unlike normal shinobi, Ren's combat power was far beyond what his displayed level suggested. Most shinobi developed their skills in a balanced manner, meaning their level reflected their overall combat ability with some margin of error. Ren, however, had focused heavily on high-speed combat, making his actual strength at least 10 to 15 levels above his own level 43. The group continued waiting in silence. More than an hour later, the sensor team returned. The Hyuga Jonin spoke first. We've located the enemy. They're hiding in a bunker dug at the base of a mangrove tree. There is only one entrance, and it is covered with seals, so you will have to break through it first. His gaze shifted toward Utakada as he said the last part, indicating that his expertise in Funjutsu would be needed to break the seal. Utakada nodded without question. Izumo frowned slightly. It looks like we'll have to go with a direct assault then. Our mission is to eliminate them all. At that moment, Haruto Sarutobi, one of the Chunin under the Hyuga Jonin, hesitated before speaking. Sir, considering the way they're positioned, doesn't this confirm that they're a suicide team? Their real goal is likely elsewhere. Should we really eliminate them all? Silence followed his question. Izumo turned his gaze toward him, his tone still like it always was. Chunin Haruto, our mission is to eliminate all enemies. Is that understood? Haruto visibly stiffened under the pressure, realizing his mistake. Understood, sir. The Hyuga Jonin said nothing, letting his subordinate face the consequences of his own words. In Konoha, while the military environment was more lenient compared to other villages, questioning an order from a superior especially just before a mission was unacceptable. Hierarchy was crucial, and Haruto would likely face consequences when they returned to the village. Ren also understood the reality of the situation. Team 1's job was only to eliminate the infiltrators. The larger political schemes between Cloud and Konoha were beyond their mission. It wasn't their place to interfere. After a brief moment, Izumo looked at the group one last time and gave the order. Let's go. The Hyuga Jonin took the lead, and the entire squad followed, moving swiftly through the trees toward the enemy's hidden bunker. As the 3 squads reached the swamp area, they found themselves surrounded by countless mangrove trees, each looking identical to the next. However, the sensors had already pinpointed the enemy's location, and the team moved swiftly toward their target. The Hyuga Jonin raised a hand, signaling the squad to halt. He pointed at one of the trees, which seemed no different from the others. Izumo stepped forward, scanning the terrain carefully. The location does not favor us, he stated. If we enter the bunker, they could collapse it on us, putting us at an extreme disadvantage. However, if we fight outside, we'll have to deal with the increased risk of their lightning-style jutsu. That said, handling the latter is far easier than being buried alive underground, so we'll be engaging them in the open. He turned toward Utakata. What about the seal? Utakata said nothing at first. Instead, he motioned for Ren to come forward. Without hesitation, Ren flickered next to his sensei, standing silently as Utakata gestured toward the tree. What do you see? Utakata asked. Ren focused chakra into his eyes, looking closely at the roots of the tree. A cover funjutsu concealed most of the details, but as he concentrated, he was able to see past the initial layer. His eyes narrowed as he analyzed the seal work. It looks like a basic hiding seal at first, he mumbled, but there are linking symbols connected downward. It's likely designed to alert those inside if someone tries to break in. There are also hidden seals, probably for traps. The linking symbols extend up the tree as well, but I can't determine their function, though it's either for an explosion or a collapse. Utakata nodded. It leads to an explosion. Your first assessment is correct, the seal alerts them of intrusions and triggers hidden weapon traps. If anyone enters forcefully, the tree will detonate, causing the mud to collapse and bury the bunker. However, the explosion can only be activated by someone with the key. What you're looking at is a fully integrated funjutsu array capable of both automatic and manual control. Ren listened intently as Utakata continued. Watch carefully. I'll dismantle it. Pay attention to each step. Utakata then turned to Izumo and simply stated, 20 seconds. Without another word, he flickered forward. Ren focused entirely on his sensei, adjusting his angle so he could closely observe every movement. He came to know that Utakata was a level 5 funjutsu master some time ago, and this was a rare opportunity to see someone of that caliber in direct action, because even though he could learn from him anytime, it was rare to see them in work in the field. Utakata extended his hand toward the center of the seal, channeling chakra into it. Ren observed closely as Utakata's chakra passed through dozens of hidden symbols, dismantling the alert and trap functions in an instant. The seal should have reacted violently, yet it remained completely inert. The linking symbols shattered as if they were nothing more than fragile glass. Once the alert system was neutralized, Utakata shifted his chakra toward the tree itself. Suddenly, dozens of hidden seals lit up all over the trunk, glowing faintly even to the naked eye. However, before they could activate, they lost their light and collapsed one by one at a staggering speed. Exactly 20 seconds later, Utakata jumped back. In one swift motion, he threw several explosion tags directly into the now visible bunker. A second later, boom! The swamp shook violently as an immense blast erupted from the underground chamber. Water and mud shot into the air from the sheer force of the explosion. And then shadows burst from the bunker, moving at high speed. Instead of retreating, the enemy shinobi immediately launched themselves toward the Konoha forces, ready to attack. As soon as the enemy shinobi emerged from the bunker, they launched several smoke bombs, instantly reducing visibility and covering the battlefield in a thick haze. However, this had limited effect on Ren thanks to his system. He could still see the levels and names of everyone around him, except for 2 individuals whose levels were displayed as. Despite this, he could still see their names, ensuring that a sneak attack wouldn't catch him off guard. And a sneak attack did come. The 4 strongest enemies with level 58, level 63, and the 2 shinobi with unidentified level immediately rushed toward the weaker Konoha shinobi. It was clear that they had some prior knowledge of Konoha's squad formations, as they headed straight for the weaker units first. However, Konoha's sensors were unmatched in skill. Even within the smoke, they could track the enemy's movements, allowing the leaf shinobi to react swiftly. Just as one of the unknown level enemies charged toward Team 1, Utakata flickered in front of Ujeo, blocking the attack effortlessly. Taking advantage of this moment, Ren formed a hand seal and released a massive wind release, Great Breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind tore through the battlefield, blowing away the smoke and revealing the battlefield clearly. With full visibility restored, the battle began instantly. The Hyuga Jonin immediately engaged one of the level enemies. Izumo Nara dashed toward the level 63 opponent, intercepting him before he could strike any of the Konoha shinobi. This left the level 58 enemy to Sho Inuzuka. Akira pointed at the masked figure and stated, "He will be your opponent." Sho simply nodded, focusing on his target. Meanwhile, the remaining 10 enemy shinobi rushed toward the rest of the Konoha forces. Among them, the strongest had level 51, a shinobi named Tumaseno. Ren immediately set his sights on him and flickered forward, choosing his target without hesitation. As he passed by Hitachi, he gave a quick message, "Confirm if the 2 others are dead or in hiding." Hitachi nodded, already sending out his insects to scout for any hidden threats. The rest of the shinobi chose their opponents instantly. Koichi took on 2 enemies, one at level 43 and the other at level 36. Haruto also faced 2 opponents, balancing the battle distribution so that every other Konoha shinobi had 1 enemy to deal with. With the battlefield fully set, the fight erupted into full-scale combat. Chapter 49, Fight. All these fights take place at the same time. As soon as the battle was about to begin, Hitashi's voice rang out clearly, "Dead." His statement confirmed that the 2 missing enemy shinobi were already eliminated, likely due to Utakata's preemptive explosion tags. One of the enemy shinobi, his opponent, immediately reacted with rage. "You bastard," he roared, charging toward Hitachi with a furious expression. The enemy was level 34, 3 levels higher than Hitachi, an advantage that should have given him confidence. He quickly drew kunao and launched them at Hitachi, but the young Abarame dodged them effortlessly, his body moving with precise control. Fast. That was the first thing Hitachi noted. His opponent was a speed-type ninja, circling him at increasing speed, trying to confuse him and find an opening. Suddenly, a fist shot toward Hitachi's face. But before it could land, Hitachi leaned back slightly, evading it with minimal movement, and swiftly countered with a sharp kick to the shin. The enemy stumbled backward in pain. Hitachi tilted his head slightly, his tone calm and unbothered as he muttered, "You're so slow." His opponent gritted his teeth and pushed himself up, clearly frustrated as he reassessed the situation. Meanwhile, Yujao was locked in a deadly clash of steel. Her opponent, level 32, had a tanto and was using a close-range, pressure-heavy fighting style, forcing Yujao into an uncomfortable position where she had to parry repeatedly. Every time their blades clashed, the sheer force behind his strikes pushed her backward. She had always hated this kind of situation when an enemy had more physical strength and simply tried to overpower her. The moment she felt herself being pressed down again, she disengaged, flickering to the side just as his tanto cut through the thick branch she had been standing on. A close call, however. She didn't waste a second. Lightning chakra surged through her blade as she dashed forward, eyes burning with focus. With a sharp grin, she slashed down with full power, yelling, "Take this, Mount Tai, you bitch." A few meters away, Ren's steps faltered as he heard her scream, "This young lady has a foul mouth." He shook his head, refocusing on his own opponent. Ren didn't waste time assessing the situation further. His opponent, Toma Seno, was level 51 already in the Jonin category. If not for Ren's unnatural combat strength, this fight should have gone to Koichi Abarame instead. But Ren had immediately rushed forward, taking the fight before anyone else could react because only a strong opponent could push him further. Toma watched Ren approach, with a gleam in his eye, as if already seeing how this fight would go. "A genin? Konoha must be desperate." Ren said nothing. Then he flickered. Toma's eyes widened as Ren had disappeared completely from his vision. A powerful gust of wind exploded behind him. Before he could react, a sharp impact struck his ribs. Ren had already appeared at his side, claws extended, aiming for a deep gash, but Toma barely managed to twist his body, minimizing the damage. Blood splattered into the air as Toma leapt backward, gripping his bleeding side. His eyes darkened. Not bad. Ren remained silent, not wanting to waste words with his opponent. A short distance away, Utakado was battling his own opponent. Unlike the others, he wasn't fully focused on the fight and his enemy noticed. "You shouldn't be distracted when facing someone at your level," his opponent said as lightning crackled around his fingertips and he launched a powerful lightning strike directly at Utakada. Utakada, however, barely moved his body, twisting slightly, allowing the attack to pass right past him. Then, in a flat, unimpressed tone, he replied, "I wouldn't be distracted if you were actually at my level." Hitashi's fight. Hitashi's opponent rushed forward, his speed enhanced by lightning chakra flowing through his body. Not Raikage's lightning chakra mode, just basic enhancement that everyone can do with training in lightning chakra. He moved like a blur, closing the distance in an instant with a sharp, electrified jab aimed at Hitashi's chest. But Hitachi had sparred with Ren too many times to be overwhelmed by pure speed. He pivoted slightly, letting the punch brush past him, then countered with a swift elbow strike to the ribs. The enemy barely blocked it before twisting his body, launching a high-speed spinning kick aimed at Hitashi's head. Hitachi ducked under the attack, sliding back as his opponent formed a quick set of hand signs. Lightning style, thunder spear. A bolt of lightning crackled in the enemy's palm, spearing forward at blinding speed. Hitachi shifted just in time, narrowly dodging as the spear struck a tree behind him, splitting it in half. But he didn't stop moving. With a flick of his wrist, he released a small swarm of insects, sending them toward the enemy. The Cloud Ninja ignored the bugs, focusing solely on Hitachi, which proved to be a mistake. As the enemy sidestepped the swarm and lunged forward, Hitachi met him head-on, feinting a punch before twisting and driving a sharp palm strike toward his gut. The enemy blocked it with a grin, gripping Hitashi's wrist. "Gotcha." But his grin vanished instantly. His body tensed, and his knees buckled slightly. He coughed violently, blood spilling from his lips as he gasped, "Poison, the insects." He barely had time to register the realization before Hitachi ended it with a precise strike to his throat. The enemy dropped lifelessly to the ground. Hitachi didn't even look down at the body as he turned away. Yujao's fight. Yujao's grip tightened around her sword as her opponent lunged at her. He swung down with brute force, aiming to crush her guard, but she angled her blade slightly, letting his attack slide off her sword rather than meeting it head-on. Metal clashed against metal, but Yujao barely felt the impact as she stepped to the side, avoiding the raw power behind his strike. Her opponent clicked his tongue in frustration and attacked again, this time even stronger. His tanto cut through the air, coming at her from multiple angles, but Yujao remained calm, her sword flowing like water as she parried each strike with precise, minimal movement. She didn't try to overpower him as she didn't need to. Her opponent was all force with no finesse. Each time he missed, his stance became slightly weaker, his balance more unstable, but he didn't stop. With a growl, he suddenly switched tactics, faking a downward strike before shifting into a wide horizontal slash. Yujao saw through it instantly, stepping back just out of reach. A fraction of a second later, she dashed forward. Her blade flashed with lightning aiming for his throat. Clang! Her opponent barely managed to block at the last moment. Their weapons locked together. For a moment, they were face to face, eyes locked in a silent battle. Then, in a flash, Yujao disengaged and spun around him, slashing at his side which he blocked. He countered with a knee to her stomach but she dodged. She retaliated with a lightning-fast thrust but was parried. The fight continued but neither was able to land a decisive blow. However, Yujao wasn't satisfied with a stalemate. She needed an opening but there was none, so she decided she would create one. As her opponent launched another heavy downward slash, Yujao didn't dodge. Instead, she stepped into the attack, raising her left arm to take the hit. A sharp sting tore through her flesh as the tanto sank into her forearm. But her opponent's eyes widened in shock. In that instant, Yujao drove her sword forward, straight into his chest. His body stiffened. His grip on his weapon weakened. Then, he collapsed to his knees, blood dripping from his lips as he looked at her in disbelief. Yujao ripped her blade out with a single fluid motion. Her opponent fell, unmoving. She clutched her bleeding arm, breathing heavily. She glanced at Utakata, her sensei and healer, and thought, I should wait until he is done. She took out a piece of cloth and wrapped it around her injuries. At that moment, one of the Cloud Jonin noticed her victory and moved to strike. There was a blur of movement, however a hand blocked his path. Utakata stood in his way, completely unfazed. It's their first real fight with enemy ninja, and they're doing quite well, Utakata said calmly. The Cloud Jonin grit his teeth, trying to push forward, but Utakata simply held his ground. But they can't take you on just yet. So for now, his expression didn't change as he tightened his grip. You're stuck with me. The Cloud Jonin snarled, realizing he had no choice but to continue fighting. Ren's fight. Even though Ren had injured Tuma, a Jonin-level opponent would not go down so easily. He ignored the injury and rushed at Ren. The moment Tuma rushed forward, Ren moved to meet him. Their fists collided midair as they launched into a fast-paced taijutsu exchange. Ren weaved through the strikes effortlessly, his body moving at odd angles, just barely out of reach of each blow. His opponent's speed was decent, but his attacks were predictable. Ren countered with quick jabs, aiming at pressure points, but Tuma ignored the attacks with sheer endurance and retaliated with much harsher and stronger strikes. Then there was a glint of steel and Tuma suddenly swiped at Ren with a hidden kunao. Ren tilted his head back just enough for the blade to miss his throat by a hair's breadth. Tuma gritted his teeth and swung again, this time aiming for Ren's ribs. Ren twisted his torso unnaturally, the blade passing through empty space once more. Tuma made a third strike but Ren bent his entire body backward, balancing on one foot as the kunao sliced through the air above him. Tuma's eyes widened in frustration. TCH. Slippery little. Instead of finishing his sentence, he suddenly leapt backward, putting distance between them. Then in a quick succession he made hand signs and yelled, "Fire style, great fireball jutsu." A massive wave of fire erupted from Tuma's mouth at point-blank range, the heat distorting the air between them. Ren had no room to dodge. The fireball surged forward, engulfing his vision completely. Tuma smirked, confident in his attack. But at the last moment Ren made his move. Chapter 50, Wind weaker than fire? Now, that's skill issue. Ren's hands blurred through a single hand sign. Wind style, violent whirlwind. A howling vortex of wind erupted from Ren's mouth, colliding directly with the incoming fireball. For a brief moment, the two jutsus clashed. Then the fireball expanded. Fueled by Ren's wind, the flames doubled in size, but instead of consuming him, the whirlwind altered its course, launching the raging inferno straight back at Tuma. His eyes widened in horror. With a desperate leap, Tuma barely escaped, but not before scorching flames licked at his arms and legs, leaving blackened burns on his body. The fireball, now unleashed, shot towards the swamp and slammed into the water with a deafening explosion. A massive blast of steam erupted into the air, momentarily obscuring the battlefield. When the haze cleared, the area where the fireball had landed was now completely dry, the swamp water evaporated into nothing. Ren exhaled slowly, his chakra slightly drained. The violent whirlwind jutsu was one of his most chakra-intensive techniques, costing him a solid 400 CP. Across from him, Tuma was struggling to catch his breath. His body was covered in scorch marks, his movements sluggish from both exhaustion and pain. He stared at Ren, his previous confidence replaced by desperation. Then, without warning, he turned and ran. Some of his surviving comrades shouted curses at him, but Tuma ignored them. He bolted toward the trees, trying to escape. Ren didn't hesitate. He flickered forward, closing the gap in seconds. Tuma, realizing there was no way he could outrun Ren, suddenly whirled around and threw up his hands. "Stop," he shouted. "I'll tell you everything about the mission." His voice was loud enough for most of the battlefield to hear. For a split second, Ren hesitated. His eyes flickered toward Utakata. His sensei met his gaze, his face unreadable. Then he gave a simple, sharp gesture to finish him. Ren turned back to Tuma and didn't stop. Tuma cursed, trying to widen the distance between them again, but Ren was faster. In a blink, he flickered right in front of him. With no other choice but to fight, the wounded cloud ninja gritted his teeth and formed hand signs at blinding speed. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Barrage. Small fireballs erupted from his mouth, twisting unpredictably through the air toward Ren. But Ren was already moving. With a single sweep of his hands, several blades of slicing wind erupted from his claws, intercepting the fireballs. Each burst of flame was devoured by the wind, causing small explosions mid-air, illuminating Ren's small figure. Tuma didn't hesitate, already weaving his next jutsu. Lightning style, thunderclap. A sudden flash of electricity surged through the air, arcing towards Ren with violent intensity. But Ren thrust both palms forward wind style, air wall, unleashing a torrential blast of wind that scattered the incoming lightning harmlessly into the sky. Tuma stumbled backward, panting heavily. His chakra was running low. His hands trembled slightly as he tried to prepare one last attack, but his movements had slowed. Ren noticed. The opening he was waiting for was finally there. Tuma suddenly lunged forward, kunao in hand, aiming straight for Ren's throat. But before the attack could even be completed, Tuma's body froze. Squelch. His eyes trembled, staring down at the bloodied claws protruding from his chest. Ren's hand had already pierced through his heart. A gurgled breath escaped Tuma's lips. His kunao slipped from his fingers, clattering to the ground. Ren didn't say a word. He simply twisted his hand slightly, ensuring the kill was clean. Tuma shuddered one last time then went still. With a sharp pull, Ren retracted his claws, letting Tuma's lifeless body slump to the ground. It was over. With his own fight finished, Ren glanced toward Sho, whom Utakata had instructed him to watch over. However, due to his own battle, he hadn't been able to keep an eye on him. Now that he looked, Sho was badly injured. Utakata, meanwhile, was engaging with both Sho's opponent and his own at the same time. Despite facing two Jonin-level opponents, Utakata was handling them with surprising ease. As he fought, he glanced at Ren and, seeing that Ren had already finished his battle, he finally made his move. In an instant, Utakata killed the weaker opponent. The remaining enemy barely had time to react before he was hit directly by a water bullet. Unable to dodge, the enemy took the attack head-on. However, before he could recover, Utakata followed up with a precise volley of shuriken. The man failed to defend and fell, lifeless. With two more enemies down, Ren surveyed the battlefield. Most of their side was winning. Haruto, who had been fighting two enemies, was injured but still standing. He had just finished off one opponent, while Hitachi was helping him deal with the second. Koichi, who also took on two opponents, had already finished his battle and was now assisting Aoimito Kata, whose stomach had been pierced. She was lying on the ground, bleeding, but still alive. At this point, only the two remaining Cloud Jonin were still fighting. Seeing that most of the battles were settled, Ren made his way to Yujeo. She was still clutching her injured arm, waiting near the battlefield. "Let's go to Sensei. He'll heal you," Ren said. Yujeo nodded. "I was waiting for him to finish." The two of them flickered to Utakata, who was standing on a tree, observing the last two fights. Yujeo spoke up first. "Sensei, can you heal me now, or should I wait?" Since her injuries weren't severe, and this was her first real battle wound, she figured it was a good question to ask. Utakata glanced at her arm, removed the makeshift cloth wrap, and placed his hand over the wound. A soft green glow spread from his palm as he explained. "When you're injured in the field, if your wounds aren't severe, you should wait until the mission is complete before seeking treatment. However, it ultimately depends on the healer's judgment. If the healer believes your injury can wait, then they won't waste their chakra." He pointed toward Aoi, Haruto, and Sho. "For example, their injuries look serious, but I can heal them without issue. However, I chose to wait until the Jonin battle was finished, in case there were any surprises." He continued healing, his eyes never leaving the ongoing battle. Of course, it also depends on the situation. If you're on a prolonged mission, or if there's an immediate risk, a healer might prioritize saving chakra for emergencies. You'll learn these things as you gain more experience. As he finished speaking, Yujeo's wound was already closed. At that same moment, Izumo had also killed his opponent. Utakata glanced at Ren and asked, "Any injuries?" Ren shook his head. "No." Before anyone could say more, Akira's opponent, realizing he was the only one left, suddenly tried to make a desperate move. He quickly moved closer to where everyone was gathered and began forming several hand seals. However, before he could complete them, he was suddenly launched backward at high speed. The force of the blow sent him flying through the trees before a loud explosion erupted in the distance. Ren turned his head and saw Utakata standing where the enemy had been just seconds ago. Utakata spoke calmly as he turned to his students. "This is an example of a crafty shinobi. If he had gotten close enough, he could have taken all of you down in a suicide blast before you had a chance to react." His cold gaze then turned toward Akira. "This will go in the report," Utakata said flatly, then asked, "Is he dead?" Akira's face twisted with bitterness. As a Hyuga, he should have noticed the enemy's intentions much sooner. Allowing a suicide bomber to get that close to his own allies was a clear failure in judgment. He looked toward the smoking remains of the Cloud Ninja and nodded stiffly. "Dead." Utakata said nothing further. Instead, he walked toward the injured Leaf Shinobi, Ai, Haruto, and Sho, and placed them all together. One by one, he healed them completely. It took about 5 minutes per person, but by the time he was finished, they were all back in top condition. Izumo, now in charge again, gave his final order. "Collect the bodies." Those who weren't injured moved out to gather the enemy corpses. They also found 2 more bodies inside the bunker. The bunker itself was completely empty. Nothing but a plain room, likely used for waiting. When all the bodies were collected, Izumo stood before the assembled shinobi. "Let's return to camp," he ordered. "Our mission is complete." All the Leaf Shinobi returned to their makeshift campsite and retreated to their tents. The operation had begun near afternoon, shortly after Team 1 had arrived and taken a brief rest. Between scouting, planning, and executing the attack, hours had passed. Now, as they settled down, the sun was beginning to set. Inside Team 1's tent, Utakata faced his students and gave a simple instruction. Complete your mission reports up to this point. I'll rest until it's time for you to sleep. The 3 genin nodded and immediately began writing. For dinner, everyone had jerky or a ration pill, the staple food for shinobi on missions. It wasn't much, but it was efficient and kept them ready for battle. Once they finished, Utakata addressed his team again. I'll keep watch on behalf of our team tonight. You can rest. However, this is only for this mission. From the next time onward, you will complete your duties like any normal shinobi. We will leave for the village at first light. With that, he flickered out of the tent. Left alone, the 3 genin settled into a half-awake state. Even though a brief rest was enough for a shinobi, sleep was still important, especially for growing children. Outside the tent, Utakata moved away from the camp and created a shadow clone. The clone remained behind, while the real Utakata flickered through the dense forest. Moving swiftly, he reached the coastline near the sea. As he was about to land, 2 masked figures emerged from the shadows. Umbu agents. However, the moment Utakata flared his chakra slightly, the Umbu agents instantly recognized him and moved aside. Utakata continued until he reached the shore, where a man with a mane of wild white hair was seated on a rock, staring out at the waves. Sensing someone approach, the man turned, his face lighting up with joy. Utakata, what brings you here? Utakata inclined his head slightly and responded in a calm voice. Sensei,